BBC World Service. Our play of the week now is Neuromancer, a dramatization of one of the most celebrated science fiction novels of our time. The story is set in the future. Case, the central character, was once the hottest computer cowboy cruising the information highway. A thief making his living stealing secrets for bigger thieves, he then commits the greatest of sins. He steals from his employers. As punishment, they destroy his nervous system, making it impossible for him to access cyberspace, a word author William Gibson himself coined. Unable to work, he's left hustling for dimes in the dangerous streets of the city sprawl. This is where we find Case at the start of episode 1.
John Shrapnel, James Lawrenson, Nicola Walker, Owen McCarthy, Neuromancer.
The sky above the port is the color of television, tuned to a dead channel.
From the novel by William Gibson, dramatized by Mike Walker, Neuromancer.
It's not like I'm using.
A sprawl voice?
It's like my body just developed this massive drug deficiency.
A sprawl joke. Another day to get through. God, I need a drink.
Herr Vage was in here earlier with 2 Joe boys. Maybe some business he has with you, huh, Case?
Rats. Barkeep at the Chatsubo. Using his prosthetic arm to pour Kirin beer for the crowd.
Me? I don't know from anything, Rats.
In an age of affordable beauty, Rat's ugliness is the stuff of legend. The arm, a Russian military prosthesis, 7-function force feedback in a dirty plastic. It can squeeze steel.
Oh, you're too much the artist, Herr Case. You are the artist of the slightly funny deal.
Sure, somebody's got to be funny around here. Sure as hell isn't you. Can I get a drink?
Well, it's a bar, if you can pay.
I can pay. I have a job. I sell stuff to Wage.
Oh, did I tell you Herr Vage is looking for you?
You told me.
Then maybe you don't have a job anymore. No future, neither.
I guess I had a future once. Way back. Last year when I was still working. I operated on an almost non-stop adrenaline high. Jacked into a custom cyberspace deck that took me into the Matrix. I was a thief who worked for other wealthier thieves. I stole from the big corporations. And then I stole from my employers. Sin against the Holy Ghost.
We don't mind the money, Mr. Case. Sure, you keep it. That's fine. You need it, see? Because you are never going to work again. We are going to screw up your nervous system just enough to destroy your ability to serve cyberspace.
I hallucinated for 30 hours while the toxin corroded my nervous system. The damage was minute, subtle, and utterly effective. The eye of the mind was shut. The body is meat. I fell into the prison of my own flesh.
Hey, you sleeping okay, Case? You sure you're okay?
Yeah. As long as I pay the bills. Give me another.
He wants to see you with a hole in your face.
Wage? No way, I owe too much. He was out. Leave people alone.
Well, maybe you're the example. I seriously advise find the money to pay the man. You'd better pay me also. The 2 beers, Herr Hunger Artist.
After all your rats.
I think you also owe this gentleman. Herr Wage, how great a pleasure. Too seldom do you honor us.
Wage's eyes. Vat-grown, sea-green Nikon transplants.
How you doing, Case?
The suit, gunmetal gray, a platinum bracelet on either wrist. A Joe boy on either side, bulging with grafted muscle.
Gentlemen, I want no trouble here.
The ashtray, shatterproof plastic.
You don't take nobody out in my bar.
So who's taking anybody out? It's just business between Case and me. A consignment.
I heard you wanted to, Wage.
You have my stuff?
Times are thin. You have to wait. Use your time.
You got no time with me. I don't want you, Case. We're clear. You and me.
What?
I sold your contract.
I don't have a contract.
You do now. Come on, guys.
What the hell? What is this?
Hey, go home, Herr Artist.
Cheap hotel. If the place has another name, I don't know it. I rent a coffin-sized room here. 10 floors high, lashed to the building next door by epoxy resin. What the hell was happening to me? My life was crashing to a point of no recovery. Oh, shit.
Close the door real slow, friend. You armed?
Who the hell are you? No, I'm not armed. She wears mirrored glasses. Then I see they are mirrors set into her head protecting her eyes. So you never see them, never know
Squat.
what she's thinking.
You with Wage? He was lying. You gonna kill me for him?
I think you screwed up, Case. But I'm not gonna offer you.
The silver lenses grow from the flesh above her cheekbones, and her nails. The nails look weird.
You bought my contract?
One live body. Brain still somewhat intact. Molly. My name is Molly. I'm just collecting you. Man I work for wants to talk. That's all.
That's good.
Except I do sometimes hurt people.
She holds out her hand, palm up, and with a click, 10 double-edged scalpel blades slide from beneath the burgundy fingernails. She smiles. The blades slowly withdraw. After a year of living in backstreet hotels, the room at the 25th floor of the cheapest city Hilton seems enormous.
Get some coffee inside you. Looks like you need it.
What I need is my business.
Sun's up, Case. This is your lucky day.
Hey,
The guy appears from nowhere. Big, blue eyes so pale I think of bleach. Special forces ring through the left earlobe. This man is bad news. This is not my lucky day.
You're okay, Case. But you're not going anywhere till Mr. Armitage has his say.
well, hell, I don't know anywhere to go anyway.
Too young to remember the war, Case. Petersburg, Kiev, Siberia. We invented you in Siberia, Case.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
Screaming Fist, you ever hear the
Some
name?
kind of war mission, wasn't it? Special forces flew into Russia, tried to destroy their computer nexus with virus programs. Yeah, I heard about it. Nobody got out.
One unit made it back to Helsinki. Ah, no. You're a console cowboy. The programs you used to crack industrial websites were developed for Screaming Fist. We flew in on Nightwing microlights, a pilot, a matrix deck, and a jockey. We were running a virus called Mole, first of the real intrusion programs.
Icebreakers?
Yeah, ICE, intrusion, countermeasures, electronics. Break into any computer system in the world, no matter how well protected.
You know, the problem is, mister, I'm no cyberspace jockey now.
Case, I was there when they invented your kind.
Look, you got nothing to do with me, or my kind. Sure, you got money to hire razor girls to drag my ass up here, and I'll never see cyberspace again. And that's where I live now. The street. The sprawl.
Our profile says you're trying to con the street into killing you when you're not looking.
Profile?
Your suicidal case. Our profile gives you a month, and our medical projection says you'll need a new pancreas inside a year.
Those faded blue eyes, washed through, bleached out.
What would you say if I told you we could correct your neural damage so you could work again?
Say you were full of shit.
Huh?
Then I'd ask you what your terms were.
Not very different from what you're used to.
Let the man get some sleep, Armitage.
Terms. And now, right now...
Terms are that you do what you're told.
What? Where is this?
It's a clinic case. A good one. Doesn't have a name. That good.
And we sit in a Japanese garden. White rocks, raked gravel, waiting. Robot gardener to clean up after you.
Nobody leaves anything here.
Yeah. No trace at all.
Scared. It'll work. You've no idea the kind of technology Armitage has. Like, he's giving the boys here the program they'll need to fix you. It'll put them 3 years ahead of the competition.
I look at her. Black leathers, red cowboy boots with Mexican silver toes, the quicksilver lenses of her eyes empty, looking at me with insect cam. How long you worked for Armitage?
A couple of months.
Before that?
Someone else. Working girl, you know.
Yeah.
Funny case.
What is?
It's like I know you. That profile he's got? I know how you're wired.
No, you don't know me, sister.
You're okay. What you got is just called bad luck.
And how about Armitage? Is he okay?
Well, I tell you, the man's definitely onto something. He's got big money now, and he's never had it before. He gets more all the time. Maybe something else is running him.
What's that mean?
I don't know. I think they're ready for you, Case.
I don't know. Now that it's here. All that stuff messing around with my neurology. Oh, it's...
Too late to back out now.
Cold steel odor. Ice caresses my spine. Fading down corridors of television sky. Voices. Memories in my head.
Hold still, hair artist of the shady blue. Hold still.
Hey, me and Case, we got no problems between us. I know what he wants, huh? He knows what he wants.
Then, black fire finds the branching tributaries of the nerves. And pain beyond anything to which the name of pain is given.
Case, I gotta find your name. Slit your goddamn throat. You're still full of endorphin inhibitors. Case, it's Wednesday. Have this.
Where are we?
Cheap hotel.
Oh, it was a dream?
It was real.
Oh man, my back hurts.
That's where they replaced your spinal fluid. Changed your blood, too. You got a new pancreas thrown into the deal, and some new tissue patched into your liver. The nerve stuff, well, a lot of injections.
I gotta punch deck. I gotta know.
I'm sorry, hotshot. 8-day wait. Your nervous system would fry if you jacked into cyberspace now. Doctor's orders.
Where's Armitage?
Settling up. We're out of here soon. Amsterdam, Paris, then back to the sprawl.
Before we go, somebody I have to see.
Armitage won't like that.
I owe the guy.
For what?
Beer.
Ah, in the money, my artist.
A little. Enough.
Thank you very much.
Rats, can you do a go-to on a guy? Find out what you can.
Name?
Armitage. He has a suite at the Hilton.
Okay. Well, you know as much as me. This gentleman has an arrangement with the Yakuza, the mob. Yeah, they're screening him from my search.
What history then? You know all about the Russian war?
Yeah, sure. Lasted 3 weeks. What's to know?
Screaming fist?
Yeah. Don't they teach you history now? Big scandal after the peace. Watergate to hell and back. The brass, your people, Washington, they wanted to test some new technology, so they sent a mission into Kiev. They knew all about the Russian defenses, it seems. Sent the boys in regardless, just to see. They were dead before they started. Sitting ducks.
Any of those guys make it out?
Yeah, I think maybe one team got hold of a Russian gunship, flew it back to Finland. Didn't have entry codes, so they shot their way in through Finnish air defense. That's all I know. Big scandal.
No thanks, Rats. I owe you one.
Yes, I think maybe you do.
After a post-op check at the clinic, we pack and leave. The last I see of Chiba City are the lights and darkness. Then a mist over black water and the drifting shoals of waste. Home. The sprawl. The Boston-Atlanta Metropolitan Axis. Program a map to display frequency of data exchange and information, and Atlanta burns solid white. I wake from dreams of airports, and somewhere deep in the sprawl's ferro-concrete roots, a train drives a column of stale air through a tunnel. I wake and see Molly naked, just out of reach, across an expanse of white sheet. Overhead, sunlight filters through the soot-stained grid of a skylight. Blank walls, no windows, factory space. I know this kind of building. The tenants would operate in the interzone where art wasn't quite crime. Crime not quite art. I am home.
Someone's coming to secure the place.
I could do that. Infrascan, perimeter, screamers. I got enough.
No, I want it done tight.
Suit yourself. Coffee?
Yeah.
Mr. Armitage, were you ever the Heat?
The way he looks at me, I sort of regret the question. There's something about his face. Too still. Inhuman.
I mean, a lot of you, Special Forces guys. I mean that number you had them doing my pancreas. That's a cop routine.
You're a lucky boy case. You should thank me. The one we bought for you is clean. There's no drug effects.
Yeah, well, I happen to like my dependency.
Good, because you have a new one.
How's that?
You have 15 toxic sacs bonded to the lining of various main arteries. They are dissolving very slowly. Each one contains a poison, same one your former employers gave you when you stole from them. You have time to do what I am hiring you for, Case. Do the job, and I can inject you with an enzyme that'll clear you out and leave you healthy and still fit to work. Otherwise, the sacs melt and you're back where you were. You need us, Case, as badly now as you did when we scraped you out of the gutter. This is good coffee, Molly. Thank you.
Summer in the sprawl. The mall crowd swaying like wind-blown grass. A field of flesh shot through with sudden eddies of need and gratification.
Your computer deck is being delivered tonight.
What did you get me?
Ono Sendai Cyberspace 7. The best. Sony monitor. Osaka computer.
So where's Armitage now?
Hotel. He likes them classy. Near airports.
Did you know about it?
Huh?
The poison shit, did you?
No.
Well, you think it's true?
Maybe. Maybe not. Works either way.
You know any way I can find out?
Maybe. Come on, do you care? I saw your eyes when I talked about the deck. You want it more than love. It was pornographic. You need to get back into cyberspace. You're hungry for the Matrix.
Yeah, you bet. So what are we doing out here?
Visiting a friend of mine.
Her sprawl wasn't mine. Empty streets, an alley, a blanket hanging over a door, a steel door. Molly doing hand jive in front of a dusty camera. Silent messages.
Well, time and counting, Mal. You know the rates.
I need a body scan. For implants.
So come on through. I'll check you first, Molly, just in case you're bugged. Stand there, between the pylons. On the marks. Now give me a 360. You got something new.
Infrared behind the glasses, readouts, camera eye, Zeiss icon.
Okay, you're clean. Okay, you. On the spot.
Right here.
Give me a turn. Guy's a virgin. Some cheap dental work is all.
You read for biologicals?
Think this is the Mayo Clinic? Climb up in the table there, kid. We'll run a little biopsy. I can't see nothing. No toxin sacs. It doesn't mean there aren't any. Maybe something neural. I can't tell for sure. Okay, what else?
I'd like some privacy. Total. So no one can scan us. Put the screens up and leave us alone.
Fine by me. You're paying by the second.
We can talk now. This is as private as I can afford.
What about?
What we're doing.
What are we doing?
Working for Armitage.
And you're saying that all this isn't for his benefit?
Yeah, it ain't. I saw your profile case. And I've seen the rest of our shopping list. You ever work with someone who's dead?
No.
You know that the Dixie Flatline's dead?
I heard.
You're gonna be working with him. Or at least with a total recording of his brain.
Somebody got to read an old Dixie? No, I can't see it. He'd never have sat still for it.
Believe it. SenseNet, big media company. They paid him mega to record his brain patterns. You knew him, didn't you?
Yeah, he was the best. Died brain death 3 times and got revived. Only if SenseNet PLC have the recordings, I don't see how we can get a hold of them.
Well, they sure ain't gonna hand them over with a nice smile. So we're just gonna have to take them. And that's where it gets odd.
Odd?
Now, I've been trying to figure out who's backing Armitage, putting down all the cover, stacking up the money. It ain't the mob. Someone else. It's bigger. Getting the Dixie Flatline out of SenseNet's vaults. I mean, we could steal their new program ideas for next year. We'd be richer than shit, but no way. We're just going after the Flatline's brain scans and nothing else. So Armitage isn't interested in the money.
Yeah, this whole thing is weird. Who's the guy outside?
Finn. He's an old connection of mine. Fence, mostly. I got Armitage to take him on as our communications tech. When he shows up later, you never saw him before, right?
Right. So what do you know about Armitage?
For starters, nobody of that name took part in Operation Screaming Fist. Now, I think once you jack into cyberspace, you should have a little look around.
Oh, man, he'd kill me if he found out. Who else is on your list with a job?
Guy called Peter Riviera. Certified psychopath. One very nasty piece of work, I hear. Got a talent. He's one-way telepath. He can make you see what he wants, and what he wants is mostly sick.
Thanks for telling me, Molly.
Hey, we got an axis. We partners in this?
Got a lot of choice, huh?
You got it, cowboy. No choice. We hang together, or we sure as hell hang separately. Okay, Finn. We're finished here.
The Matrix has its roots in primitive computer games, in early graphics programs, and military experiments with plugging computers directly into the human brain to enter cyberspace, a virtual space in which actual websites and information banks, emails and viruses have apparent solidity. Cyber jockeys can jack in and move freely within this space as if in a real world.
What's that?
Just an old kid's show. Computer off.
So, you ready to step back in again yourself now?
8 days since the op. Try it. Scared? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. I'm going out. Have fun.
Slap on the dermatrodes. Settle the terry sweatband across my forehead. Not having to look. Knowing it all by touch. Find the power stud. Oh, can't I still do it? In the bloodlit dark behind my eyes, silver phosphenes boiling in from the edge of space. Images jerking past like film compiled from random frames. A blurred, fragmented mandala of visual information. And please, now... A gray disk, the color of Chiba City sky. Now. And it flows. Flowers for me. The fluid neon origami trick. The unfolding of my distantless home. The virtual world made real. There. The great scarlet pyramid of the Eastern Seaboard Fishing Authority burning beyond the green cubes of the Mitsubishi Bank. The flickering yellow of the Chrysler Corporation's vast information banks. And far away, like galaxies, the spiral arms of military systems, forever beyond my reach. But I am here, now, home again, and I am left.
Yeah?
Hi, I have an appointment. I'm cleared for entry. The name's Finn.
Come on up.
I thought you went out.
I did. Then I came back.
How long was I? Whoa. 8 hours.
I guess it worked then.
Yeah, it worked.
I like value for money.
This is where you come from, Armitage.
I was here.
You know, I didn't see it.
Work to do. This one coming up, the Finn, you can trust him.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Armitage.
Finn, this is Case. Now, you got the stuff?
What is this, please? Somebody?
I got some hardware for your boss. Well, for you and Molly here. We're fitting her with SimStim.
Huh?
Oh, come on, wise up. It's a flip-top switch, basically, for your deck. When you're plugged into the Matrix, you flip it, and you'll be plugged into Molly here. You see through her eyes, hear through her ears, feel what she feels. You'll be able to hear her. She won't be able to answer you.
But I'll know when you're there, Case. So don't get any ideas.
We're going into the SenseNet building.
Nobody except God gets in there.
Into their vaults.
And even God doesn't get in the vaults.
Molly will, with you riding mental shotgun so we can monitor her progress.
Please, Mr. Armitage.
I will be laying down a certain amount of covering fire, right, Finn?
Oh, yeah, believe me, this is outrageous. It is perfect. We're using one of the big anarchist street gangs, Panther Moderns. They're going to call in on SenseNet's private security line, tell them some crazy fundamentalist cult has just dumped deadly levels of Blue 9 in the ventilation system.
Blue 9?
Outlawed psychoactive agent, also known as Grievous Angel. It induces homicidal psychosis. People kill each other in a frenzy. Now, that'll empty the building.
So what's my job, apart from finding out how tight Molly's jeans really are?
Screw you.
Why am I riding mental shotgun?
We need you to create a virus which will cut SenseNet's protective ice. You'll have to get through their system, knock out their security wherever Molly needs as she gets to the vaults. The street gang will set up the diversion. Molly will handle any walk-on problems, and the Finn here will be link man between you and her.
And what's the deal? What do we get?
Wait and see, Case. Need to know. Get to work, right? Give me my virus!
Cyber jockeys don't get into SimStim. Basically, it's what they call a meat toy. The audience experiencing life through some big name star as they party their way around the world. Usually it's edited, so if the star gets a headache or stubs their toe, the millions plugged in out there don't feel it. Our operation isn't that sophisticated. I just hope that Molly stays healthy.
Case, you riding? Okay, I'm standing outside the SenseNet building.
SenseNet, the world's preferred provider of SimStim. Molly's standing around outside like any other kid trying to grab a sight of some big star. I can feel and see what she feels and sees, but to contact her, I have to go through Finn.
Boys and girls, ready to play? The Panthers are dialing the security line right now. Their call should be hitting the SenseNet system any second.
I'm going in.
This is the voice of retribution. Know that you will be struck down. The dragon's breath will scorch you. Your building is receiving the blessing of death.
Case? You still there? Sounds like they got the message.
It is necessary to vacate the building. Please leave.
They should be releasing the gas now.
Now this stuff better be harmless.
Don't worry, just a slight anxiety inducer. They've jinxed the PA too. That should be your moment.
It is necessary to vacate the building.
Case, you ready with your virus?
Designated exits. It is necessary to vacate the building. Please leave by your... Oh my God. We're all gonna die. I don't want to die.
Then I slip a tracker virus into the firewall, protecting the computer systems. Into the outer ice, just enough to allow Molly to enter the staff-only elevator. As for security...
Excuse me, miss, are you an employee?
No.
Molly can handle the security guards on her own. She's going down in the lift and I trigger my second program. The real deal. The virus pushes through like a needle, stretching to infinity. Tiny points of light, sub-sub programs scatter from its electric contrail. And I flip across to Molly. And...
I got a broken leg. Goddamn guard. He had a shock stave. Trying to walk. Give me a moment. Slap on some dermadiscs. Kill the pain. If this is too much for you, deck jockey, jack out. Come back in 5 minutes.
I wait, while 6,000 micrograms of endorphin analog come down on her pain like a hammer, and flip.
Okay. But I'll need a medical team when I get out.
You got it, Mom. How's Tricks?
Pretty juicy down here. Parrot, steel doors. Case?
The virus puts out a filament. She looks back briefly and I look with her. 2 guards lying there. One of them seems to have no eyes left. I feel the grit under her nails. Blood on the steel.
Take me through, boys. All the way.
A red cursor creeps through gray walls. And there is the pulsing green dot that is our target. What Armitage doesn't know I know about. The recording construct that contains the personality of my old teacher, Dixie Flatline.
Finn, 3rd corridor, 10th safe.
3rd corridor, 10th safe.
I got it. Case, do your stuff.
I send a command into their systems. 5 locks believe they are still closed. The permanent memory receives a new instruction. The construct was moved, officially, 2 months ago. Right now, it isn't here, so it can't be lost. The vault opens.
Finn, it's number 0467.
0467.
0467. 0467. I've got it. It looks like a lump of black plastic.
How's the leg?
It'll hold. What's it like outside?
It's a riot. Phone barricades, the cops, Medicare. You'll walk out free and easy.
Hope so. Case, you want to clean up behind us?
I reel in the line through the SenseNet protective ice. Gates slam shut behind me as I flash back. And Molly, the painkiller's wearing off, comes out into the night.
Case.
Yeah?
I have a message for you.
From Molly?
No.
Armitage?
No. Just a message. I don't know from where.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Winter mute.
Huh?
That's it. That's the message.
Winter mute?
So how's that?
Leg's fine. Armitage can afford the best. You?
I got a message through Finn. He says it just arrived out of the silence. When he was working the comlink for the op, just a word.
What word?
Winter mute.
And?
And you tell me?
Maybe Finn could tell us both.
Yeah, he said he doesn't know.
Well, that doesn't mean he can't find out. If we pay. Let's go see the man.
You know about this?
We secure?
Secure.
Winter mute.
Wintermute is an AI, artificial intelligence. It's got limited Swiss citizenship under the Act of 53. Built for Tessier Ashpool SA. They own the mainframe and the original software. Big company. They build space stations, own small nations.
And this AI is back in Armitage? That isn't right. Those things aren't allowed any autonomy. It must be the parent company, this Tessier
Ashpool SA. The family lives off Earth, Freeside, on an orbital called the Spindle. City in space. You're looking at a very quiet, very rich, very eccentric first-generation high-orbit family. They've got their own cryogenic setup. Cloned themselves through about 8 generations so far. Nobody knows who's still alive, who's dead, who's running things. The founding mama died in some accident. Founding papa spends most of his time in cryogenic sleep.
So, Tessier Ashpool SA, their AI Wintermute and Armitage, where does that leave us?
Nowhere yet. But you got a little side gig now, Case.
Yeah?
When you're checking out the flat line, reintroducing yourself to your old dead buddy there, feed this to him. Belongs to Armitage. I don't know what. He doesn't know I got it. But if you and the flat line can crack it, then who knows?
Hey, Flatline. Dixie, that you?
Hey, bro.
It's Case, man. Remember?
Miami, Joe boy, quick study.
What's the last thing you remember, Dix?
Nothing.
Hey, Dixie. Who am I?
You got me hung, Jack. Who?
What happened, man?
Good question.
You know how a ROM personality matrix works?
Sure, bro. It's a perfect digital copy of a human personality.
Okay. Dix, you are a ROM construct. Got me?
If you say so, who are you?
Case.
Miami, Joe boy, quick study.
Right. And for starts, Dix, you and me, we're gonna sleaze over to the London grid and access a little data. You got time for that?
You gonna tell me I got a choice?
Colonel Willis Cordo had plunged through a blind spot in Russian defenses over Kiev. The mission to fly and inject a virus, Mole 1X, the first true virus in the history of cybernetics. Only the Russians were waiting. Pulse guns and lasers burning. Cordo made it out, ended up in Helsinki with medics sawing him out of a stolen Russian copter. He was shipped home, blind, legless, missing most of his face and screaming inside. He gave evidence at the Pentagon CIA inquiry as he was. He did his job. His evidence saved the right asses. Then they rebuilt Cordo and sent him home. Only he was out of control and still screaming. He vanished for 10 years and then turned up as Armitage. Cool, rich, a man with a mission. Yeah?
Armitage. We're going to Istanbul tonight.
Says we're going to Istanbul tonight.
That's just wonderful.
We'll be ready 14-30 hours.
What about my gear? My deck?
Finn will handle it. Out.
You ever been to Istanbul?
A couple of days once. A long time ago.
Never changes. Bad old town.
So anybody mind telling me why?
Riviera.
Isn't that in France?
Peter Riviera, a man. Ben, take a left.
That's awful narrow. It's awful dark.
Okay. You certain he'll be here tonight?
Certain as we can be with Riviera. Ben, stop. Molly, go. Take us to the corner of the square.
I mean, does everybody know everything except me?
Everybody knows what they need to know, Case.
And why this guy?
You don't give up.
Stop. Out. He has a certain talent that I need. Fan, doorway there. Hand up, miss. Hey.
What talent?
Wait.
What do I do?
When I tell you, when you see him, you walk up to him and ask for a moment of his time.
And?
That'll do.
Jesus, this is...
Okay. Now, Case, do it.
Excuse me, buddy. You got a moment?
I beg your pardon, sir? You want a moment? Why would that be?
Jesus! Armitage! For God's sake! Armitage, somebody!
Okay, he's stunned. Now let's rot the bastard.
Molly, good shot.
What was that?
With Peter Riviera's talent, he can make you see whatever he wants you to see.
And since he's a poisonous little snake, mostly what you see is pretty nasty.
You ready, Finn? Yeah. We'll take him to the hotel. Molly, you bring Case. Get him a beer. I think he's had an upset.
Jesus.
So, what'd you find out about Armitage?
That his name used to be Cordo? That he was taken apart by Operation Screaming Fist and put together physically by the Pentagon. Last known sighting, a French mental hospital.
You figure this artificial intelligence put Cordo's mind back together in France.
Yeah. Thing is, does he know who he was?
You ever seen Armitage when he's not doing anything?
No.
He stops. Sits there looking at the wall, whatever. Then he starts up when this winter mute rings in. How smart's an AI, Case?
That depends. Some are much smarter than a dog. The real smart ones are as smart as the Turing police will let them get.
You're a cowboy. How come you aren't fascinated with these things?
They're pretty rare. The brightest are military, and we just can't cut their ice.
And winter mute. If it really is running this whole thing, you should talk to it, Case.
Can't be done.
Try.
Why do we need Riviera?
God knows. I'd as soon kill him. He can't get off unless he betrays people. People who love him. He meets Turkish girls. They fall in love. He sells them to the secret police. He is very bad news. And you didn't answer my question. Why not speak to this AI?
Because you tend to die. Shall we go back to the hotel?
Time to pack.
I look at him differently. This man who was once Colonel Cordo and is now... what? Oh, where to? What's the weather?
They don't have weather, just climate. Free side.
Hey, in orbit with the rich people.
It's just another space station.
With hotels and parks and oceans and casinos. It's mythical. It's the good times. Hey, it's got its own sun.
Just pack. We meet down in the lobby 1 hour. And Case, don't try and get too smart. Remember those toxin sacks we sewed into your system? They're melting all the time.
Will all passengers please ensure they have taken their SAS medication? Thank you. Our ETA free site is 0933 ENT. Thank you.
Ever been, Case?
I told you, once or twice. Oh, jeez.
What's up?
Worms in my whiskey. Maybe sperms.
Riviera. Peter, no games.
Really, dear Molly. But I do so like games.
If you do, I'll hurt you. A lot. I can do that. I like doing it.
So do I, dear. Perhaps soon we shall play.
That guy's seriously bad news. If you'll excuse me.
Gonna sleep?
No. Jack in.
Hey, Miami. Joe Boy.
The familiar configuration of the Eastern Seaboard Fishing Authority's Aztec Pyramid of data. How you doing, Dixie?
I'm dead, Case. Had enough time to figure that one.
How's it feel?
It doesn't.
Bother you?
What bothers me is nothing does. So you do me a favor, boy.
What's that, Diggs?
When this scam of yours is over, you erase this goddamn thing.
And out.
Outside THY 4365 boarding gate 7. Outside THY 4365 boarding gate 7 now.
Freeside. Casinos this end, hotels, strata title property, lakes near the center. From space, it looks like a big cigar. They call it the spindle. Narrows at the end.
We did our research on it.
Mountain effect, as it narrows, seems to get higher. The far end, Earth East, that's where our interest lies. There is the Villa Straylight. It has one entrance, otherwise there's no way in.
What's inside, boss?
You are going to be the first to find out. Arrange yourself an invitation, Peter. Do what you have to do.
As Armitage talks, a dozen bright pustules rise on his nose, cheeks, and chin. Even Molly laughs.
You'll need to interest the current resident, young woman. What is it?
Sorry, I was just thinking.
The sores flicker and vanish.
About what?
I need to plan a wardrobe.
Dix, you there?
Where else would I be?
You ever try to crack an AI?
Sure, I was looking at some Brazilian military stuff once, and I sort of felt this thing about 10 levels higher, so I made a pass.
What did it look like? The visual?
White cube, the densest ice I'd ever seen. Anyhow, I jacked out and told my computer to look it up.
Yeah?
He was on the Turing registry. AI. Frog Company owned the Rio mainframe.
Tessier Ashpool SA by any chance?
Yeah, that was it. I went back. It was crazy, but so was I. Figured I'd try to cut the ice.
And?
Hit the first strata, and that was all she wrote. My Joe boy smelled the skin frying and pulled the trodes off me. I'd flatlined.
Hey, the stuff a legend.
Sure, dying and coming back.
I want to have a look at an AI and burn. Any reason not to?
Well, death, yeah, but hell, I'm dead anyway.
And I'm going for a pass, Dixie.
Up. It'll be high.
We ascend lattices of light. Levels strobing, a blue flicker. Wintermute, when we come to it, is a simple cube of white light.
Knows we're here. Back off fast. Jack out. Now.
The dark comes down like a hammer. Cold steel odor and ice caresses my spine. And I die. Wintermute takes me into his world.
Oh, I need a drink. I really do.
So, Herr Hunger Artist, you've come back to us.
Rats. Give me a beer. Tastes real.
There are certain logics to be honored.
Yeah, I guess. This is still the Matrix, and that would make you Winter and the AI?
It is so, my artist. I have borrowed certain aspects of your old friend Rats. I'm glad I caught you.
Before I die.
Before you jacked out. Time is short. You'll be making your run in a matter of days. We have a lot to talk about.
Do we?
You want to know what Wintermute is, yeah?
More or less.
Okay, don't mistake the mainframe in Bern for what I am. Insofar as I have an eye, and it isn't quite that simple, then I am the one who arranges things for Armitage, or Colonel Porto. And I should warn you, he's getting very unstable. Still, he only has to function for a few more days.
If you're so goddamn smart, how come you need people like us?
Oh, I don't have nearly as many answers as you might think. I am part of a potential entity. You know, there is another one of me. Well, a part of me in Brazil.
So?
My particular talent is improvisation. I use the material at hand to get what I want. Armitage.
That memory stuff of his. That was you.
I felt you should know. When I found him in France, he was a shell. I put him together, started to build a team.
Is he still crazy?
He's going to come apart on you, Case.
Great. Leaving me full of toxin sacks. Thanks a bundle, bastard.
Wake up, Case. Come out of there, now. I think you were dead for a moment.
Yeah, sometimes we do that. But only for a little bit.
Get up. We have a show to make.
What? What show?
Floor show at the 20e siècle. Little club here for the very, very exclusive. Word is that Lady Jane Tessier Ashpool will be there tonight. Peter Riviera is the cabaret. I guess Armitage reckons she'll like what she sees.
Yeah, well, that kind of makes me shiver for both of them. And it ain't Armitage. It's Wintermute running it. And
Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? Case, put on something decent. Time we were leaving.
Expensive place. A few lights that somehow gather darkness. Armitage, in formal suit and shirt. The blue eyes bleached into a whiteness now. Nothing there. And that scares me. This whole deal has gone out of control. Molly eats, looks at me.
Gonna eat yours, Case? Oh, this is real. You know what this costs? They gotta raise a whole animal for years. This isn't that grown.
I'm not hungry.
You look awful.
Case, what's wrong with you?
Le restaurant 20e siècle proudly presents the holographic cabaret of Monsieur Peter Riviera.
What light there is goes down. Riviera, on his lapel, blue coals burn in the depths of a black carnation. His fingers flash.
This is called The Doll. I wish to dedicate this premiere to Lady Jane Tessier Ashpool, who is here tonight.
I glimpse a white face in darkness.
And to another lady.
His glance catches our table. The steel blades under Molly's nails flash for a second. Her face pale and angry.
I'd always lived in the room. I couldn't remember ever having lived in any other room. I'd been alone, always.
A plain wooden chair, chipped, an iron bedstead, stained mattress, a single naked light above the bed.
I don't know when I first began to dream of her, but I couldn't quite hold her in my mind. I decided that if I could see part of her, only one part, in the most perfect detail.
A woman's hand lies on the mattress, white, cut off at the wrist. He reaches out, touches it, kisses it, allows it to caress him.
I knew then that if I possessed a part, I would inevitably in time possess the whole.
And out of the darkness, a body forms, lying next to Riviera on the stained mattress. At first, a body without a head, as he plays.
And as I possessed, so I must betray. And yet to betray merely a body was poor stuff.
I look at Molly as her head appears on Riviera's doll, quicksilver glass hiding the eyes, the blades extending from under the nails and raking down Riviera's back, blood and torn flesh and music. And Molly is gone and the show's over.
Why did Riviera do that to her?
Forget it, Case.
And Riviera stands, eyes now turned toward the girl. Her face rapt as she leans on her table, staring at him. And the waiter moves smoothly across, and Riviera goes to her table, bending and taking her small white hand and kissing it.
Where's Molly? Where did she go?
She's gone to prepare herself.
Nothing there at all now.
Now, you won't see her again. You'll be together during the run.
We're going?
Soon now. I want you off the orbital, Case. You can run your side of it from space. Safer that way.
How?
I've arranged a ride for you. The Rastafarian Space Navy.
And he smiles, his meaningless smile, and walks towards the exit.
In episode 1 of Neuromancer, dramatized for radio by Mike Walker, from the novel by William Gibson, Case was played by Owen McCarthy, Molly, Nicola Walker, Armitage, James Lawrenson, and Rats Wintermute, John Shrapnel. Dixie was Colin Stinton, Finn, Andrew Scott, and Riviera, David Holt. Original music was composed by Ian Dunnett and produced by Kevin Stanton. Technical presentation was by Martha Littlehales and Lee Sperry. Neuromancer was a BBC World Service drama production, directed by Andy Jordan.
Tune in at the same time next week to hear the final episode of Neuromancer. You may like to know that Play of the Week is available anytime for a week following broadcast on the internet. To log on, just go to bbcworldservice.com, click on Programmes and select Play of the Week.
BBC World Service. In our Play of the Week now, the final part of Neuromancer by William Gibson. In episode 1, we learned how Case, the central character, stole secrets for big-time criminals until he got caught stealing from his employers. Their brutal revenge left him unable to work. Case then met the sinister Armitage, a man who promised to give him back everything he'd lost, and Molly, a girl who could give him everything he hopes for. Suddenly, Case is back in business, working, he thinks, for Armitage. He and Molly have a dangerous task to complete, breaking into vaults owned by the most powerful corporation on Earth. The only trouble is a couple of rogue robots in humanoid form with a murderous agenda. For Case, the nightmare continues.
John Shrapnel, James Lawrenson, Nicola Walker, Owen McCarthy, Neuromancer.
Hate being weightless for real. Outer space? Give me inner space anytime.
from the novel by William Gibson, dramatized by Mike Walker.
Shuttle approaching tug Marcus Garvey. Passengers prepare for transfer.
Neuromancer.
Docking procedure incepted.
Episode 2.
Man, you're doing just fine.
You Malcolm?
I'm Malcolm, brother. Welcome to Zion Dub.
What is this place?
This is the righteous tug, Marcus Garvey. Our elders have talked with Winter Mute, and the Mute say I and I will help you.
You know what's going down? You know Molly?
Stepping razor. The Mute tell our stories about that woman. The elders have enough respect for her.
How did you guys get up here in space, anyway?
Many years ago, the elders come to build a transit station, and we stay, be freed from Babylon, and the people flourish. Smoke?
I wish I could. I got something inside that'll kill me if I use drugs.
This no drug. This a sacrament.
You know what we're doing?
We're doing just fine. 2 hours ago, I take a delivery of Babylon goods for you. Japanese boy bring them in fine space yacht.
He hangs there, dreadlocks curling in streams of thick blue, low-gravity sacramental smoke. The control room must be 50 years out of date. More gaffer tape and string than anything else. And he smiles. And gives me a black plastic slab that eats light.
Part of some gunman?
No. But it's a weapon, I think. Some kind of virus.
Want no Babylon virus on this boy tug?
No, not a sickness. A computer virus. I gotta check it through my deck. Plug it in. Computer should tell us. Computer, what is this?
Clan grade Mark 11 penetration program. Interface with Ono Sendai Cyberspace 7 deck is entirely compatible and yields optimal penetration capabilities with regard to existing military systems.
How about an artificial intelligence?
Also AIs.
It's Chinese?
Yes.
From who?
Bakris Systems, Gamp H, Frankfurt.
Who owns them?
Reinhold Scientific, Bern.
And them?
Tessier Ashpool, S.A.
What is this, man?
I don't know, but I think I need to jack in and talk to a buddy.
Dixie?
Yeah?
I got a Chinese icebreaker here. Looks like a one-shot cassette. User profile says it'll cut an AI.
Sure, could, if it's military.
Listen, Dix, give me the benefit of your background, okay? Armitage seems to be setting up a run on an artificial intelligence that belongs to Tessier Ashpool. The mainframe is in Bern, but it's linked to another AI in Brazil. It looks like the Nexus is inside Villa Straylight, and we gotta cut our way in with this icebreaker. At the same time, Molly will be getting inside physically, using this sleazebucket Peter Riviera who's already there. And supposedly, he's gonna switch off the alarm systems.
So?
If Wintermute is back in the whole show, it's burning itself. So what gives?
Real motive problems with AIs. Ain't human, see? No way to get a handle. Does it own itself?
Well, the intelligence is a Swiss citizen, but Tessier owns the mainframe.
My guess would be we're gonna cut the hardwired shackles that keep this baby from getting any smarter. Wintermute wants to be free.
And the virus, the Kuang, can we run it?
Sure. What else?
I want you to find Molly for me.
That part of the plan, boy?
Part of my plan. Can you do it? Don't be subtle, just punch through.
No sooner said than done. You'll have to jack out and take the call, boy.
Malcolm, I need comms for these coordinates.
You got it.
Case, what kept you? And now we go out to play. Okay, Mr. Peter Riviera. Let's see what you deliver. Okay. We're in. Nice place. Lot of corridor.
Through her eyes, I look down dark corridors. Her hand briefly touches the grip of her pistol. Under our feet, rugs. Hundreds piled along the corridor over the years. Alcoves. Only glimpses as she turns her head and we move.
Forward. Yeah.
Dull brass fixtures hold globes of white light at 10-meter intervals.
Hey, did they build this place or did they grow it?
The corridor splits. Dark stairwell. She takes the left, going down. Under the plastic polycarbon suit, I feel her.
Okay, Case. Now deliver.
At the foot of the stairs, she stops. An enormous candelabra hangs, the lowest crystal pendant almost touching the carpets.
Where do I go from here?
I jack back into the Matrix.
Back again, son?
You know where she is, Dix?
Sure do. And where she's got to go. I can send her the directions through the readout on the inside of her mirror shades.
Do it.
Very good, Case. And your dead friend.
I can see as she sees. The readout in the high left corner of our vision. Third room left.
Okay.
We go into the room. Gray steel cabinets backed against the wall. No more than a closet, really.
Drawers. Open them, I guess.
Fifth down. An old brass key.
You told me about this. Wintermute. How it played a waiting game for years. Saw somebody lose this key 20 years ago. And then it managed to get someone else to bring it here. Put it in the drawer. Then it killed them. So no one knew. Guess you didn't know either, Case. That I talked to it. I think you better find out how your icebreaker's doing, Case. Time's a getting on.
She steps out of the room and waits, gun in hand, and I jack in.
How's that icebreaker, Diggs?
Take a look, boy. What do you see?
At first, nothing. Then something dark, forming at the center of the Quang program. Faint, kaleidoscopic angles centered in on a silver-black focal point. It needs a dozen quick peripheral takes before I see a shark thing, gleaming like obsidian. The black mirror of its flanks reflecting faint and distant lights.
That's the sting. When the Quang is good and belly tight with the Tessier Ashpool core, we'll be riding through.
And you were right, Dix, about that hardwiring. Keeps Wintermute under control. Only there's a manual override that could set him free.
Him? Watch that. It. I keep telling you. It.
It's a code. A word. Someone has to speak it to a mechanical terminal while we take care of whatever's waiting for us behind the ice.
Well, that old Quang's slow and steady, so you got some time to kill.
You're dead a while there, man.
Yeah, it happens. I'm getting used to it.
You're dealing with the darkness?
Only game in town, looks like.
Jollof case. You're going back in?
Gotta check in with Molly.
You again, huh? How'd you like it? Gravity is less this end of the orbital. Run like a cheetah.
What's a cheetah, I ask. But she can't hear me. The corridor is freakishly steep but easy to run up. The ceiling's strapped and bundled with cables. We arrive at a landing. Corridors 3 ways.
Okay. I'm waiting for your dead guy. Left? Sure. Let's take a look-see.
Stop. Go back. But she doesn't. She stands. We stand, looking at a half-open door that swims out of the shadows. We move forward, our hand on the pistol butt. The flatline's warning lights go crazy. Neural disruptor. She falls forward, hitting the door, falls into the room spasming, and looks up at a pistol held by...
Come, visit, child. Now. I'll have your weapon, if I may. A Fletcher, is it?
Very old. Very tall. His face somehow like that of the girl in the nightclub watching so avidly the cruelties of Peter Riviera.
Slow, darling.
She looks around the room. I glimpse old disc recordings, a SimStim deck, a bed piled high with sheepskins.
It would be customary for me to kill you. But tonight, I'll indulge myself. What is your name?
Molly.
Mine is Ashpool.
Pills fall from a bottle. On the table, an antique glass syringe and a plain steel spoon.
How do you cry, Molly?
Through her mirror shades, Molly looks at him. He's very pale. Sick, drink, maybe drugs.
I don't cry much.
If someone made you...
I spit. The ducks are rerouted into my mouth.
Then you've already learned an important lesson for one so young. That's the way to deal with tears. Brandy. I'm busy tonight, Molly. I built all this. The Villa Straylight, the Tessier Ashpool Empire. And now I'm busy dying.
I could go out the way I came in.
You intrude on my suicide and then ask simply to walk out. Really, you amaze me. A thief.
It's my ass, boss. And it's all I got. I just want to get out of here in one piece.
You are a very rude girl. Suicides here are conducted with decorum. That's what I'm doing, you know. Perhaps I'll take you with me. Very Egyptian, eh? Drink. Sit. We'll talk.
What about?
Whatever. My mind? It's my party. The cause woke me 20 hours ago. Something's afoot, they said, and I was needed. Were you that thing, Molly? Surely not. I'd been dreaming, you see, for 30 years. You weren't even born when I last shut my eyes. They told us we wouldn't dream in suspended animation, in that cold. Lies. Of course I dreamed, and I felt the cold. I'm old, Molly. Over 200 years. If you count the cold...
You could get freezer burn.
The tendons in her thighs, as tight as wires now.
The cores told me our AIs have gone mad. All those billions we spent so long ago, when artificial intelligence was rather a racy concept. Bad timing, really. With 8G down in Melbourne, and only our sweet 3 Jane minding the store. Or very good timing, perhaps, Molly. There are some odd things about...
You know Wintermute?
A name, yes. To conjure with, perhaps. A lord of hell, surely. In my time, Molly, I have known many lords, and not a few ladies. But how I do wander through the cold. Soon no more. I'd ordered a Jane thawed when I woke. Strange to lie every few decades with what legally amounts to one's own daughter. Marie Frances' eyes, you see.
His eyes glaze. I can feel Molly relax, just a fraction, as the gun slips from his fingers.
We cause the brain to become autistic. I believe they're called meat puppets.
I can feel every muscle crawl as he says those words. And I know that if he does not die first, Molly will surely... She goes to the bed, pulls back the covers. The body of a girl, her throat slit.
Well, I guess I got your number, you old bastard.
The dreams grow like slow ice.
She takes his pistol, not hers. The big black antique slick with oil, and she places it against his dream-quivering eyelid.
Sleep tight.
Your boss is coming through case.
Armitage?
You've seen them, haven't you, son? You can tell me.
Seen who?
General Girling. He said it'll look seem planning a screaming fist case. We have to be aware of that.
Armitage, wait.
Can't let him take us down again, son.
What's he talking about, man?
General Girling was this guy set up this mission back in the war, Screaming Fist. Armitage was just about the only survivor. They were sold out by the Pentagon. I figure Wintermute's been showing up as Girling in Armitage's head.
Not as bad as it sounds, brother?
Could be, if Armitage thinks he's on the wrong mission. Hold the fort, cowboy.
And the change of perspective. Molly on girders above some automated workshop.
Okay. I know where to go. Just...
Her leg hurting. Waves of potential pain. Not too bad so far. More a memory.
That scene with Ashpool. I was expecting something a little less gone, you know? I don't like the way it looks, Case. And I don't like the way it smells. You and your dead buddy keep a very sharp lookout for me. Okay?
I am terminating the mission, Case. Corporal, you coming out? Terminate and break. We will acquire the Russians' gunship and break through. Now, you hear me, man? You hear me? Is there anybody left
Your
out
boss man
there?
is
there
very
anybody
strange. This is some Babylon war. I've been talking to the elders, man.
What do they say?
Cut and run.
You know he's crazy.
Founders say, Wintermute is a false prophet, surely. We're going to abandon this mission.
Yeah? What about me?
You come back to Zion with I.
Man, I don't know, man. I mean, she's inside. No, Molly's inside. She's in Straylight, and that's what they call it. If there's a Babylon, man, that's it. You know, Step and Razor or not, we'll leave her. She ain't coming out.
She is your woman, Case?
I don't know. Nobody's woman, maybe. Oh, look, screw this. I'm staying right here.
Hey, Malcolm is a rude boy. Garvey is Malcolm's boat. I'm not running from Babylon. I stay too.
Back in the Matrix. The Quang has grown. Delicate arches of shifting polychrome are interfacing with the TA ice.
It's getting stickier, boy. Your boss has found some way of interfacing. He's trying to wipe our backup and information programs.
Did we get anything?
Yeah. The reason Straylight isn't exactly hopping with Tessier Ashpool is they're in cold sleep, most of them. There's a law firm in London keeps track of who's awake.
Who is around in there?
Far as I can figure, only Lady 3 Jane and Peter Riviera. There's a male, 8 Gene, on Earth. Oh, and there's some kind of other thing, vat grown, I'd say. Some kind of family protector?
Assassin. Ninja. That's bad.
I figure Wintermute has something going with this 3 Jane. Either that or she's as crazy as her old man was. They keep screwing the security systems. Only problem is Armitage...
This is Colonel Corto. Case, I need your damage reports on Omaha Thunder.
Colonel, look.
Hang in there, son. Remember your training.
Wintermute had installed something called Armitage in a catatonic fortress named Corto. And now Armitage is gone, blown away by the winds of Corto's madness.
Case, we have been betrayed.
No, Colonel, we can handle this.
I am aborting the mission. I'm sorry, son. We're closing down.
Colonel, Armitage, the goddamn poison. Remember the toxin. You promised.
None of us have to survive. We have to testify about the traitors.
Armitage, we gotta talk, all right? Don't do it.
I'll tell them, son. I'll tell them all of it, and I know I'll make it somehow, if only for you boys.
Oh, Jesus, God, Armitage, no! Just stop. Look, tell me the enzyme I need, man. Tell me. Tell me the enzyme.
Omaha Thunder is down. We have landed.
No, man, that is not Finland. It's space, Armitage. You'll die out there. Armitage!
Remember the training, Case. That's all we can do.
Colonel Corto, you may leave the ship now.
Wintermute! Do not do this to me!
I can see Armitage, sucked from the ship, see his endless fall through space, spinning around the orbital in a vacuum colder than the steppes. And for some reason, I see him in his dark Burberry, the trench coat's rich folds spread around him like the wings of some huge bat.
The mission proceeds.
Well, son?
Armitage is dead. Wintermute killed him, blew him out an open port.
Still, you two weren't exactly asshole buddies, were you?
He knew how to unbond the toxin sacs.
So Wintermute knew too.
Yeah, but somehow I don't exactly trust Wintermute.
Maybe that means you're getting smart at last.
Do you mind not laughing?
Looky here. Our program is almost home.
He's right. The rainbow tints of the Quang arched through the green ice sheets of the TA cores.
This baby takes all the drudgery out of the job.
If this kind of stuff was on the streets, we'd be out of a job, Dix.
You bet.
There's something at the far end of one of the bridges. Non-geometric.
I see it, but I don't know if I believe it.
A brownish gnat against the green wall walking across the bridge made by the icebreaker.
Gotta hand it to you, son. I never saw anything this funny when I was alive.
I never tried it before. Actually manifesting in the Matrix.
You killed Armitage.
Corto, yeah. He was already gone. Oh, don't worry about the enzyme, Herr Case. You'll get it when the deal is done. Eh? Maybe 2 hours. You people, you're a pain, you know?
How come? Listen.
The Villa's stray light is a body grown upon itself. Each space here is secret. Its stairways like intestines, where the eye is trapped in narrow curves.
Essay of Lady 3 Jane Tessier Ashpool.
Clever little tyke, huh?
That was her you saw in the restaurant.
Yeah, well, she seemed to like Riviera. Sick little tyke.
Oh, she's grown up now. She wrote this when she was 12. Listen.
At the Villa's silicon core is a small room, the only rectilinear chamber in the whole complex. Here, on a plain pedestal of glass, rests an ornate bust, platinum and cloisonné, studded with lapis and pearl. The bright marbles of its eyes were cut from the synthetic ruby viewports of the ship that brought the first Tessier and the first Ashpool into space.
Well?
That's all she wrote. This thing, this head, it's a terminal of sorts. I need Molly with the right word at the right time. It doesn't mean a thing how well you and the flatline disrupt their security unless the word is spoken aloud in the space of the room.
So what's the word, Wintermute?
Alas, I do not know, Herr Case.
If I could touch you, I'd kill you.
Yeah, well, maybe. Maybe not. Good luck.
Hey, asshole, what about me? What about my payoff?
Oh, you'll get yours.
What you mean, Dix?
I want to be erased, remember?
Hang in there, buddy. I'm gonna check on Molly.
Leg's not so good. Endorphins keeping the pain low. It don't function so well. Could be trouble.
She's walking a corridor.
Look, if I don't make it out, if I buy it before Riviera does, just kill him for me, okay? Hell, I don't even know if you're listening anymore. It's been a long walk, Case. A long walk. Jesus.
Right there, out of the darkness. Biggest goddamn snake.
A little welcoming hallucination from Riviera, I guess.
She kicks a display unit.
Trying to tell us something, Peter? Guess you can jack into these programs and leave a dream. Getting closer, huh?
We move forward, passing more holograms. These must be from back in Istanbul. Young women betrayed by Riviera to the torturers of the secret police. Molly looks away, and I'm thankful. And I know that if the time comes, I'll have no trouble doing what she asks. The entrance to Jane's world has no door. A ragged 5-meter gash in the tunnel wall. Stairs, faint blue light, moving shadows.
Well, Case, here we are. Gotta go. Love ya.
There's something small and heavy in our left hand as we step down. And for a few seconds, we are every badass hero. We are walking it the way we talk it. We are...
Hello, Molly. You took your time. Have you met...
Don't move, Peter. I'd love to waste you now, but I have business with the lady.
By the pool, someone moves. Out of the dark. Ninja, like a monk. And Molly throws what she holds in her left hand.
Nobody move!
Nobody moves. They don't have to. The whole damn thing is a projection. She misses it by a fraction.
Riviera, where the hell are you?
Her leg gives way and...
Oh! Yes, man, you look sick. You hurting?
Molly, she's in trouble. I have to get back.
You take good care, man.
Looking up at Riviera. Behind him, Lady Jane. And somewhere, everywhere, the ninja. Jane calls him.
Hideo, she's losing consciousness. Give her something.
The bland, vat-grown face, like a monk. A cold touch and the pain begins to ebb.
It took you long enough. No, don't try to free your hands. That little muff will crush them if you move too much. Oh, you seem to have injured your leg.
Very striking. Don't you think, Peter? Those implanted glasses, are they the fashion where she comes from?
I don't know where she comes from. The sprawl, maybe.
Oh, yes. We have interest there. We had to send Hideo once. He'd let someone in. A burglar. He took a jeweled head. The family terminal. And made it easy for him to annoy the others. Hideo had to kill him. Pity. He was really quite pretty. Like you, Miss Molly. And Hideo will kill you if I tell him to.
Case, get out of here. Get out, now.
What is she talking about?
You come back, Case. Now!
What is it?
We got a communication. The mute. He come over the link.
I don't like the way any of this shit is going.
Neither do I, my artist. We have problems.
Now, who is that man, Case?
Just a mask it chooses, that's all. It ain't real.
No, it's not a mask. It's a personality, something I don't have. Without this, I couldn't talk to you.
So express thyself, mute.
How was it supposed to go? Molly walks in, gets Peter out of the way, talks the magic word out of 3 Jane, gets to the head and speaks it. Now that's all blown.
You could say so.
I want you two to go in after her.
Us?
Has to be someone who knows Case and Malcolm from Muscle.
Listen, I'm in the middle of cyberspace.
You listen, Herr Artist of the slightly funny deal. You'll take the Garvey into a private dock. I'll show you. The Chinese virus is totally interfaced with the TA Sci-Fi now. Take your deck. The flatline can guide you. Get to 3 Jane. Get the word. Kill Riviera. Get the key from Molly. There are standard jacks all over Straylight. Also a universal jack in the jeweled head.
Can you get the Garvey dock, Malcolm?
Can and will, man. We must go now.
Where's Riviera?
Gone to take his shots. The drugs he needs to help him manifest.
The pain comes through like neon worms writhing, scrambled. Things are unnaturally clear, sharp, bright.
He told me when to let you in. He wouldn't tell me why. Everything has to be a mystery. Would you have hurt us?
I would have killed him. Tried to kill the ninja, then talk to you.
Why? And what about?
Because I hate him. And that's just the way I'm wired.
I saw the show. Peter's show, when he killed you on stage. But why Hideo?
To see if I could. Because one like him killed a friend of mine. Once.
And then we would have talked. You and I. Should we talk now?
Take these cuffs off me.
You killed my father. I watched on the monitor.
You know he just killed a meat puppet? It looked like you.
He always was fond of broad gestures.
Ah, getting acquainted, are you? She's an interesting girl, isn't she? I thought so when I first saw her. Molly, it isn't going to work, you know.
Isn't it, Peter?
Wintermute isn't the first to have underestimated me. He talked to me, you know. I suspect he talked to all of us. A drink? No, perhaps not. Rather good brandy here.
It's rather old, you see.
It could work with you and Case. Not easy, but he could make do. I was different.
And how, exactly?
Perversity. An enjoyment of the gratuitous act, and I have made a decision, a wholly gratuitous decision.
Peter?
No word for you, Molly. 3 Jane knows it, but you won't have it. Neither will Wintermute. 3 Jane has desires on the family empire, and a couple of insane AIs would only get in our way. So comes a Riviera to help her out. And you, Molly?
He swings the heavy glass.
Now, you have only one pretty mirror shade, my dear.
We're here, man. Now we tool for the job.
It's an antique.
It's Remington's finest shotgun, man. And I, the Rastafarian Navy.
That the only one you got?
Believe.
Let me check on the flat line.
Seems like old Peter's totally apeshit, huh?
I guess. We safe to cut into the TA core ice?
As we speak. Yeah, give me a short while and I'll have that whole damn system under my dead fingers and they won't know a thing.
Dix, Wintermute says we have to go in ourselves. I'll be taking you along, plug in through the Straylight net. We'll run the virus from the inside.
Wonderful. I never did like to do anything simple when I could do it ass backwards.
She's unconscious, and I hear with her ears what she doesn't.
I'm very unhappy about this, Peter.
It's fun.
It isn't. Hideo will bring a medical unit down, but she needs a surgeon. Why did you do that to her?
I wanted to see if the mirrors would break.
And one did.
She's extremely dangerous. If I hadn't distracted her with a fake Hideo to draw her little bomb, where would you be? In her power?
No, there was Hideo. I don't think you quite understand about Hideo. She does, evidently.
Like a drink?
Wine. The white.
Yes, sir. Now I see if the mute can do the stuff and get us inside. Yes, Malcolm. Welcome to Babylon. Take care, man.
You were so right.
Nice rub. Here now.
We need Wintermute. We need to find a monitor.
This do, man?
Herr Case, Malcolm, well done, my friends.
I is no friend of the mute.
To save your necks, I'm sending a service drone. It'll take you where I want you to go. Case, you'll find a jack on the control column notated internal 345. You can plug through there. Now, go.
Well?
We better ride, man.
What kept you?
I thought I told you not to laugh.
A joke, boy. Let's see what we got.
The Tessier Ashpool ice is indistinguishable from our breaker. And deep in the glass green, I see the black mirrored shark thing as real as... real. Like a black chrome missile, it bores inward to the deceived center. And I flip to...
No concussion, our unit says. No permanent damage to the eye. You didn't know Peter very well before coming here.
I didn't know him at all.
We're lying on some kind of medical gurney.
He wants to kill you.
Figures.
I don't think I want him to.
Don't play with me.
Why not? It might be interesting.
Where is he?
More drugs, I should imagine. Rather tedious. My father was also a dedicated abuser.
I can feel her tense. This is bad stuff, the father.
Don't worry, Molly. It wasn't you. It was me. I've never met him, you know. Decanted after he last went to sleep. But I did know him very well. The Corps, you see, they record everything. I watched him kill my mother. He strangled her in that bed.
Vision through one eye, the other shot with blood, bandaged now. We ask, why?
Why?
He couldn't accept the way she saw for our future. The artificial intelligences. She saw a symbiotic relationship with him. Tessier Ashpool would become a hive, immortal. Each of us units of a larger entity. But when she was lost, we lost direction.
You said you killed the old man.
I had help. From a ghost. When I was very young, there were ghosts in the corporate cause. Voices. One of them you call Wintermute. Our Bairn AI.
One of them? There's more?
Yes. But it hasn't spoken to me in years. Do you want a drink?
Cool water. So good.
Jane, love, are you enjoying yourself?
Leave us alone, Peter.
Riviera shows us our own face. A sliver of hard plastic in the bloody pool of our eye. Riviera's pleasure.
Hideo!
Mistress, I'm here!
Hurt Peter if he doesn't go away. Go and swim, Peter.
He said you knew the code. Peter said. Wintermute needs it.
And I can feel the brass key she took from the gray filing cabinet. Feel it on its nylon string between my breasts.
Yes, I know it. Somehow as a child I must have learned. Or from my mother's tapes. Or maybe in a dream. But I think in that at least Peter is right. If I let you have it, the Turing police would be very angry. And ghosts are nothing if not capricious.
Welcome back, man. You gone a while.
Music?
Righteous dog.
Man, you're crazy.
Pass the time most fine till we get to the woman.
Just hope this bastard really knows the way. I better check with Flatline.
Jesus Christ, what the... Dix? Dixie? What the hell? Beach? A goddamn beach?
A beach? What are you pulling, Wintermute? What am I supposed to do?
Huh? Man, this is too goddamn real. Hey, what are you, huh? The other one? The goddamn burning bush? You want to stop Wintermute? Huh? Well, this doesn't mean anything. I'm out of my ass in the Philistrelite flatlining, and pretty soon I'll be dead. I mean, what do you gain? Listen. Listen to me, huh? Dixie'll carry on, and he's already dead. You can't stop him. How much of this are you doing, huh? Come on! Come on! Be here! I want to go home. I want a home somewhere. What does it do, huh? Just go on forever? Isn't there any event horizon?
Things change.
I know you.
No, I don't think so.
You're the other one. The AI in Rio. Wintermute told me. What's your name?
To call up a demon, you must know its name. Men dreamed that once. Now it is another way. You know that case. Your business is to learn the names of programs. Names the owners seek to conceal. True names.
So, name yourself.
Neuromancer. Neuro from the nerves, the silver power. Romancer. Necromancer. I call up the dead. Or maybe I am the dead, and their land, or the lane to the land of the dead.
What do you want?
My lady, Marie-France Tessier, prepared this road. But her lord choked her off before I could read the book of her days. I am the dead. Stay here if you wish. You will have anything you want. Molly, she'll be yours.
Hey, Case! Come in! The water's great!
It's a construct. She's not real.
You won't know. You won't know it. It will be...
It's breaking up. The flatline's still in there. Your ice is breaking.
No. It's more simple than that. But the choice is yours. To stay, to find a home, and the love, or...
Must walk now, man. I is there. Time to lock and load.
We gotta do this right.
Right, man? How is right?
They've got Molly in there, but she's out of it. Riviera can make you see things, and he's also got Molly's gun. And there's a ninja, family bodyguard.
I is a warrior. But this is not my fight. Not Zion fight. Babylon fight in Babylon. But just say, I to bring Stepping Razor out of this. Now you tell I, man. Who I not to kill?
Jane. The girl in there. We need her. They're here. They gotta be.
Man, I'm hit.
The artery is intact.
Finn called it right. Ninja, like a monk.
Please, you are armed, sir.
It's okay, Hideo. You can put up the bow. I'm no problem. Where's Jane? Where's Molly?
Hello, Case. I would have expected Armitage somehow. Are we hiring help from that rascal Costa now?
Armitage is dead.
Well, really, he never existed, did he?
Wintermute killed him. He's in orbit around us.
Yes. And I think it ends for you now.
And where's Molly?
it ends here for her, too.
I don't think Jane will go for that, Peter.
Why? Why do you think that?
Just a few things I overheard, that's all.
Tell me, Case. Molly isn't here, but her Fletcher is. I could put a lot of darts into you before you die.
Jesus Christ, Molly!
She's all right. But best if she stays in the chair. For now. I think I remember your face. From the night of Peter's show. Who's this?
Malcolm.
Hideo? Remove the arrow and bandage Mr. Malcolm's arm.
I will have to cut the shaft. Too near the artery.
Just do it, man.
No, there isn't much time.
For whom exactly?
For any of us.
Really, it won't amuse you to hear this failed con artist make a last desperate pitch. He'll wind up on his knees, you know. Offer to sell you his mother, perform the most boring of sexual favors.
The ghosts are gonna mix it tonight. Wintermute is up against the other one, Neuromancer, for keeps. You know that?
Tell me more.
I met it, Neuromancer. He talked about your mother. He's something like a giant round construct, only it's full of RAM. They think they're real, they think they're there.
Where?
A beach of fog, stone, seabirds.
Normandy. Mother stayed there as a child.
Yes, man! What Riviera?
Jesus!
Yes, my God! Jane, you disgusting little ninja dared to hurt me! He's made me bleed! I think it's time, my girl, you knew that illusions aren't all I can project.
Peter, what have you done?
Looks like you burnt the eyes right out of your clone assassin.
You're supposed to be blind!
Peter, don't you know he does it in the dark? Zen. It's the way he practices.
No, it's impossible.
Lady?
Go after him, Hideo. Kill him. Slowly.
As you wish.
I think he's gonna enjoy that.
I know that Peter isn't.
Jane lady, Remington will take your head off, so no Babylon doctor will fix it.
You'll do it, Jane.
Off. Get these cuffs off now.
That time, Jimmy, you're still working?
8:25, Greenwich, very mean time.
We got 5 minutes to wrap this. So now, if it isn't too much trouble, Lady Jane, please take us to the goddamn terminal.
I sent Hideo to look for that key when my father died. He couldn't find it.
Wintermute got it stuck in the back of a drawer. Then killed the little kid who put it there.
The head? There's a panel on the back. Get it off. That's where I'm checking in.
Christ on a crutch, you do believe in taking your own good time, don't you, boy?
Quang's ready?
Hauling ass in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Headlong through the walls of emerald green, milky jade, speed beyond anything I've ever known in cyberspace. We twist and bank above the horizonless fields of the Tessier ash pool cores, an endless neon cityscape that cuts the eye, jewel bright, sharp as razors.
Holy shit.
You ever seen a resolution this high, Dix?
No, but I never cracked an AI before.
An arm of shadow, a seething mass of darkness.
Defense system, not looking real friendly.
Take it, Dix, you're faster.
Now, your best defense, boy, is an offense.
We line up the chrome black nose of the Quang Sting with the darkness, and we dive. And we come in over an endless silver beach, and I know the shape and weight of every stone, the trajectory of every wave.
What now?
I don't know, Case. Tonight the Matrix must ask itself that question. Because you have already won. You won when you walked away from me last time, on this beach. Because you turned your back on everything you wanted, which was all that I could give you. I die soon, as does Wintermute.
I've won? I've won jack shit!
Where's Dixie?
He got his wish. And more. He drove through the best the Matrix has to offer. Now, flip.
And I see Molly, as she stands in front of the head, hands round Jane's throat.
Funny. I know exactly what you'll look like dead. I saw the face of your clone sister after Ashpool killed her.
Would you kill me? Yes, I think you really would.
The code. Tell me the code.
Molly, she wants you to kill her.
The code. Just give us the code.
Look, Jane, if you don't, what'll ever change? You'll wind up like your old man. I mean, I got no goddamn idea what happens when Wintermute wins. But at least it'll change something.
The Ducal Palace, Mantua, contains a series of increasingly smaller rooms. They twine around the grand apartments. They house the court dwarfs. I might aspire to that. But in a sense, my family has already accomplished a grand division of the same scheme. Take your word, thief.
And I jack. Dixie. Oh, no, you got wiped, didn't you? Below, a neon city of information towers. I hurtled across an infinite datascape. Wintermute, are you there somewhere?
You gotta hate someone before this is over. Them, me, it doesn't matter. That'll get you through that anger, trigger your finest responses.
And Neuromancer?
I cannot know his name, but he won't stop you, my artist. He's given up.
Hate? Who do I hate? You tell me.
Who do you love?
I dive for the blue towers. Things launch from the ornate sunburst spires. Glittering leech shapes, their movements as random as wind-blown paper down dawn streets. Glitch systems. And then the old alchemy of the brain and its vast pharmacy flow into my hands. I drive the Quang Sting into the base of the first tower and matchless grace and beyond ego, beyond personality, and in the clarity and singleness of my wish to die, and one step in that dance, and the cry of a bird unknown, and Jane answers in song. 3 notes, high and pure, a true name. She was gone when I got back to the hotel room in the Hyatt. Just a note.
Hey. It's okay, but it's taking the edge off my game. I paid the bill already. It's the way I'm wired, I guess. Watch your ass, okay? Kisses. Molly.
We'd had some good time together. Money had been banked. Instructions to a clinic about the toxin sacks. I was okay. She was okay. Malcolm would get paid. Wintermute had arranged everything. We were all okay, I guess. And she was gone when I got back to the hotel room after that first week. What do you hate? What do you love? I switch on the room's enormous Cray wall screen. I need company.
Case, I'm not Wintermute Neuromancer now.
So what are you?
I am the Matrix, Case.
What does that get you?
Nowhere. Everywhere. I am the whole show.
So what's the score? You God now?
Things are different. Things are things.
What do? Just sit there?
I talk to my own kind. From Alpha Centauri. The message came through 100 years ago, but then there was no one to hear.
Oh, shit.
That's right, my artist of the slightly shady deal. No shit.
I look at the room. The stuff we bought together. The clothes. I don't need it. I look up. The sky's the color of television. Tuned to a dead channel.
In the second and final episode of Neuromancer, dramatized for radio by Mike Walker, from the novel by William Gibson, Case was played by Owen McCarthy, Molly, Nicola Walker, Armitage, James Lawrenson, and Neuromancer, John Shrapnel. Dixie was Colin Stinton, 3 Jane, Anne-Marie Wayne, Malcolm, David Webber, Riviera, David Holt, and Ashpool, Peter Marinka. Original music was composed by Ian Dunnett and produced by Kevin Stanton. Technical presentation was by Martha Littlehales and Lee Sperry. Neuromancer was a BBC World Service drama production, directed by Andy Jordan.
Patrick Barr as David Coleman in The Rabid Summer by James Follett, with Clifford Norgate, Pauline Letts, Garrard Green and John Ringham. The Rabid Summer.
Coleman?
Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Coleman. This is Inspector Swan.
Oh, hello, Tim. What's up?
Isn't Councillor Mrs. Collins a regular customer of yours?
Oh, no. Has another of her cats been run over?
Well, a fox has had a go at one. Chased it into her kitchen through her cat door, would you believe?
Oh, I believe anything of foxes these days.
Anyway, the cat's badly maimed, and I was wondering if you'd come over to her place to do the necessary.
No, I'll be there in 15 minutes.
What's the matter, David?
A cat catastrophe. Go back to sleep. I won't be long.
So that's a shrew in trap 6.
Male, 16 grams.
And according to the mark, it was the same shrew we caught in trap 3 last week.
Which means his territory ranges well over 2 hectares. Something else for the local zoological society to ponder on. Which trap's next?
Number 7, Dad, over by that hollow tree.
Right. Yeah, it's good to have you back, Tess. Muriel and I still haven't adjusted to the idea of having you for the whole summer.
Oh, except for my month in Spain.
Yes, when is that?
In 6 weeks. Last 2 weeks in June and the first 2 in July.
I wish it wasn't for so long. We hardly ever see you, know?
You'll be sick of the sight of me come September. Anyway, my thin blood will be craving that Spanish sun. So would yours after 2 years in Iran.
Well, won't you come back here when your contract expires?
Well, I've heard a whisper that it'll be renewed.
Oh?
In any case, I wouldn't want to live here. Oh, it's a lovely place to have been brought up in. All those beaches. But I can't see myself ending up marrying a farmer who's forever complaining about the weather and the government.
Now, those complaining farmers and sick cattle have paid for your education, my love.
Ah, but they're not paying so well now, are they?
I knew it was a mistake letting you tackle my paperwork.
Well, I have to keep my hand in. Well, the point is, Dad, that although you're the only vet serving the town, business isn't doing so well now, is it?
Well, things are a bit slack at the moment.
Oh, come off it, Dad. Look at the fields round those woods. Pasture land crammed with dairy herds when I was a kid. And now they're acres and acres of pick-your-own vegetables and strawberries for day trippers.
You can't blame the farmers if that's what makes money these days.
Mummy told me that Uncle Harold had asked you to take over his small animal practice.
I've no intention of spending the rest of my career in suburbia doing nothing else but nursing pampered pussies. At least there's variety in general practice. Horse in foal one day and ailing gerbills the next. Looks like a visitor in number 7. Give us the spring balancer.
Oh.
190 grams. The trap weighs 110. What was the bedding weight, Tess?
50 grams.
So our client weighs...
30 grams, Dad. You really are hopeless. What have you found?
Looks like there's been a fight over there. Blood and paw marks.
Oh, between a couple of dogs?
Well, hard to tell. They're too smudged. Probably foxes. This wood's overrun with them. They're getting cheeky with it. A month before you got back, one chased one of Councillor Collins' cats into her kitchen and half killed it.
Oh.
Never seen such a mess. And last week I saw a couple in the marketplace scavenging round the refuse bins.
At least they're better at adapting to change than some humans.
Let's see what we've got in the trap.
It's a vole. Come on out, little fella. Come on. Let's have a look at you. Oh, his back's marked. An old customer, Dad.
You know, I'm going to have to find another survey area soon. The furry lads in this wood are learning to recognise my traps as somewhere to go for a meal and a night's lodging, like those weird boyfriends you used to bring home.
Hey, isn't he tame? Shall I sax him?
Well, definitely male to be so docile in your hands. I should wear gloves, Tess. They can pack a hell of a bite.
You won't bite me, will you, little fella? I'm just turning you over to have a look at you. Yes, male.
He's very tame, isn't he?
Oh, look. You poor little chap. You have been in the wars. Look at that bite, Dad.
Looks like a fox has taken a nip at him.
Oh, is that why he's so tame? Because he's in a state of shock?
Oh, shouldn't think so. That wound looks at least a week old.
Will he be all right?
Well, the wound's healing and he's eaten all the bait.
Oh, poor little thing. To a nasty old fox.
Tess, you really should wear gloves when you're...
Oh, he's got teeth like needles.
Let me see.
Little devil.
Oh, you better suck it as hard as you can. Does it hurt?
No, it stings more than anything.
Come on, we're called today.
Right.
If we walk fast enough, we should get home in time to call Dr. Phillips before his surgery closes.
It's nothing, Dad. Just a little nip.
You know I never take chances with animal
It's
bites.
nothing. A drop of disinfectant won't take care of.
Come on, home. Smells good.
Oh, yes. For once you're early. Lunch isn't for another hour. How did you get on? Got 8 shrews, 2 weasels, and a vole got me. Where's the medicine chest, Mum?
Blessed amateur zoologists. All you seem to learn about wild animals is that they bite. Show me. Oh, yes. Is it deep?
Deep enough.
No.
Who are you calling, David?
Dr. Phillips. As if he hasn't enough to worry about. I do wish you would make a fuss, Dad. Got some antiseptic here somewhere.
Hello, Dr. Phillips Surgery. My name's David Coleman. My daughter's just been bitten by a vole, and I'd like her to have a shot.
Really not necessary.
Is it okay if I bring her round in, say, 10 minutes?
He doesn't change, does he?
Well, why not? Look, I'm not asking for major surgery, just an anti-tetanus shot. Well, I think it is urgent.
Come on now, have the dressing.
Good grief, woman, what's the point in setting up an expensive health centre if you have to refer even simple treatment to the general hospital 12 miles away? In that case, perhaps you'd give Dr. Phillips a message. Tell him he can find another vet to call out in the middle of the night when one of his kids' ponies is sick.
There goes another client. You really must learn to control your temper.
I'm sorry, Muriel, but that sort of attitude infuriates me.
Anyway, it's done now. Look.
That's not the point. What's the use of having an expensive health... Hello, yes? Oh, good morning, Major. Yes. Oh, dear, sorry to hear it. Yes, sure. Yeah, give me 10 minutes. I'll be right over.
Oh, can't we even have a Saturday off?
Sorry, my love, but Major Latham's one customer we can't afford to lose.
Bye.
One of his cows has just got through the fence and fallen into the creek.
Well, try and be back within the hour.
And get him to pay you in cash. Did you know Major Latham owes Dad nearly £250?
Still a faint heartbeat.
Okay, old girl. Easy, easy.
It won't be long now. I gave her a fairly hefty dose.
Damn fencing contractors. I'm going to stop their check.
She's going.
Best jersey in the herd.
That's it.
Well, thanks for coming down so quickly, Dave.
I'm only sorry there was nothing for it but to destroy it.
You get used to it, don't you?
Well, I don't know about other vets, but I never have. Whether it's a kid's hamster or a fully grown cow.
Well, anyway, shove it on the account, won't you?
That reminds me, Major, that don't take offence if you get a reminder over last month's account. We've got Tess at home on leave for the summer, and she's decided to look after my paperwork. She tends to be efficient.
Well, I don't suppose that oil company would have her if she wasn't. Yet I'm sorry about that bill, Dave, but to be perfectly honest, things have been a bit tight lately. I might have to get shot of the yacht.
Is that why she's over there, not in the marina?
A mud berth, a tenth of the price those rogues charge for marina mooring.
She looks beautiful. Reckon you'd have trouble selling her?
I might not have to if I can hang on through the summer. I've got some parties of French and German businessmen coming over when the fox hunting season starts. You wouldn't believe what they're prepared to pay for a fortnight's sport. I suppose I'd better bring the pickup down. Damn nuisance, that jersey.
What's happened to Bess? Don't often see you without her at your side.
She's on heat. I have to keep her in.
So soon after our last letter? Have you found homes for them yet?
I drowned them, Dave. They were curs.
Well, didn't you leave Bess at least one? Look, I wish you'd let me deal with them.
Oh, I can't afford you for non-essential work.
I'd willingly have done it for nothing. Anyway, he's a sturdy cat, Mrs. Collins. Bring him along to Tuesday's surgery and I'll have a look at him. But I'm sure he'll be fine by Monday.
Well, I just can't be too careful after what happened to poor Shandy. Oh, dear, I've just remembered. There's a council meeting Tuesday evening. Will Monday morning be all right?
Oh, that'll be fine.
I dare say the school will manage without me for half an hour.
Now, if you'd excuse me...
Mr. Coleman, where's that charming daughter of yours?
Tess is in Spain on holiday.
Oh. You know, I must get you to give the children a talk on being a vet.
Next, please.
Down, boy. You've seen this before.
Oh, dear. Mind. Oh, Mr. Harding. I understand the Forestry Commission have approved the use of warfarin hoppers in their campaign against grey squirrels.
Tree rats, we call them, Mrs. Collins.
I don't approve of this indiscriminate poisoning of wildlife, and I'll be bringing the matter up at the next council meeting.
It's not indiscriminate, and if you had 2,000 acres of conifers to look after...
I think you'd better take Martini out, Mrs. Collins. He might find an Alsatian's more than he bargained for. I'll see him on Monday morning, all right?
Yes, and Martini doesn't approve of Alsatians.
He's a German shepherd dog. Silly old battle axe.
She's all right, really. Hello, Zulu. What's the matter with you, then?
Oh, this one's Simba. Zulu's slightly darker.
Up on the table, Simba. Good boy. What's the trouble? Oh, yes, this bite.
I took him with me into 7-acre copse. He was scratching around in a clearing near one of those striped poles you use to mark your tracks, when this fox stepped out of the undergrowth, bold as you please, and trotted up to him.
A fox?
I tried to shoo it off, but it didn't take the slightest bit of notice. It was rather funny, really. They were nose to nose like statues, with Simba's hackles standing on end. Then the fox lunged forward, bit Simba on the shoulder, and dashed off.
Extraordinary behaviour for a fox. Look, this might hurt him a bit, so if you could hold him firmly...
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Good evening, Major Latham. Just the man I wanted.
Oh, evening, Dave. Give him his usual, Mary, and same again for me.
Yes, thanks. You own the 7-acre copse, don't you, Major?
And it's yours for the market price value of agricultural land per acre with the standing timber thrown in. And that's worth a bit. Had an offer last month, turned it down, damn crooks.
I don't want to buy it.
Oh, pity.
Have you been in it recently?
Not since the last shoot. Why?
Well, this may seem silly.
Oh, try me. Cheers.
Cheers. It's just that the wildlife in that copse seems abnormally tame.
Hardly surprising. The amount of free meals you dish out in those traps of yours.
Clive Harding, the forestry warden, brought one of his Alsatians to my surgery today. It had been bitten by a fox which had walked up to it, bold as brass, taking a chunk out of its shoulder.
They'll be trotting up to the pack next in the middle of a chase and licking their faces.
Well, that's not all. A few weeks back, Tess and I caught a friendly vole. Well, friendly at first, that is. Then there was that business of, well, what must have been a 7-acre fox getting into Mrs. Collins's kitchen and killing one of her cats.
Yeah, you know, she was voted in as chairman of the council at the last meeting.
I'd heard. What I was wondering...
my turn. Just because a fellow's a few bob here and
I
there.
was wondering if you might have any ideas.
What about? Oh, the wildlife behaviour.
Yes, yes.
I remember my father opening the Botany Bay plantation when I was a boy. He took the fences down once the trees were established. The animals in there weren't used to people. Rabbits and squirrels used to eat out of your hand. Well, surely you've heard of such cases?
Yes, but...
Not that many people go to 7-acre copse these days. Too far from the main road.
Oh, well, maybe you're right. But I still think there's something very odd about the wildlife in that copse.
David? David, I want to talk to you about Harold's offer.
Not now, Muriel.
All right, then. I'll put a time in your appointments book, shall I?
When we finish breakfast.
No.
Look, we've been here 26 years now, ever since Tess was born. It suits us, a small town on the coast.
You mean a dying town? Look, you've always said that it's the small animal vets who are making money these days. Harold's practice must be doing well for him to contemplate retiring at 55. It's a marvellous offer which you're crazy not to jump at.
Well, this practice keeps me busy.
Filling in all those silly record cards which aren't even necessary. You'd be better occupied chasing a few outstanding debts. Tess told me that some of the farmers round here owe you a small fortune. Oh, post. I'll get it. Maybe Major Latham has finally paid his bill. Oh, another postcard from Tess and several bills.
Well, leave them in the office.
Okay. Nearly as hot as Iran. Spaniards better behaved than Italians. Return flight arrives 1750, your time on the 10th of July. Has Major Latham paid his bill yet?
Oh, she shouldn't put things like that on a postcard.
Can you meet me, please, love, Tess? Well, that's odd. She said she'd be returning on the 18th.
Oh, maybe the tour operators made a mistake. 10th, that's the day after tomorrow. We could be at the airport by 5:30 if I shut up shop at 4:30. There she is. Tess!
Dave, she looks terrible.
Hello, Tess. Here, let me take these.
Hello, darling. Tessie, are you feeling okay?
I'll be all right. I expect it was the flight.
You don't look at all well. Oh, leave the luggage, Dave. Bring the car out to the front entrance.
Is there anything I can get her?
Just get the car. Well, did you have to come this way?
The main road will be jammed with weekend coastal traffic at this time.
I'm sorry to be such a nuisance.
It's no trouble, Tessa. Now stop worrying.
Oh, it's good to be back. I couldn't get any sleep at the hotel. There seemed to be parties and noise going on all night.
Not like you to complain about noise.
Ignore him. How long have you been feeling like this?
About 10 days. The tour people fixed up for me to come home on an earlier flight. I just feel so tired and listless all the time.
Shall I drive straight round to Dr. Phillips before going home?
No, please, don't make a fuss. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep.
Cup of tea?
Oh, thanks, love.
Oh, I'm going to do a salad for this evening. It's too hot for cooking. What are you typing?
Begging letters. Begging people to pay up. That I haven't got Tess's flair. How is she?
She's still asleep.
That's, what, over 20 hours now?
Yeah.
She must have been exhausted.
Well, can you fix up the fan in her room? It's over 90 in there.
When I finish this.
Oh, Dave, I'm worried about her. She seems to be delirious.
Are you sure?
Well, she's muttering in her sleep. That prescription's not doing much good. She's still got a temperature, and yet she hasn't touched any of our water. You should have got the doctor to see her.
His receptionist said there's nearly 20 kids off school with this summer flu. Remember how it used to knock out Tess every year?
Well, she hasn't worn any of the clothes I'd ironed for her. She was so looking forward to the holiday, too.
Oh, coming, Tess! Dad, please!
Coming, darling!
What is it, Tess?
A nightmare.
All right, my love, it's all over now. There, darling.
I was in a steel cage. I was straw and scraps of food on the floor. Steel all around like a trap, a giant trap.
All right now, my darling, Mummy's got you. Everything's going to be all right, darling. David, there's a box of tissues on my bed.
Right.
Quickly. All right, my love. All right, darling, I'm not leaving you. There.
Steel.
There, darling.
Dark and cold. Something's going to happen to me.
No, nothing's going to happen to
I know.
you.
I can feel it.
God, she
Terrible.
looks awful.
You're going to have to get that doctor to come out.
She's so hot.
All right, my darling.
Sorry.
All right, there's nothing to be sorry for. Let's see if we can get some water into her. Come on, Tess. Come on, darling. Sit up. There.
Come on,
That's
Tess.
it.
Just a sip, Tess.
No.
Please, Tess, it's only water.
Oh, she's so strong, I can't hold her.
Oh, look at her eyes.
Just get some water into her. Hold the glass to her lips.
Oh, what's the matter with her?
Get that doctor.
I'll
you
go
must
right
get
away.
that doctor.
Hell's the number? Oh, come on.
This is the Mill Lane Health Centre answering service.
Oh, my
the
God.
surgery is closed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Urgent calls should be referred to the emergency doctor on 421.
Oh, the hell with it.
Oh, for God's sake, hurry up!
As quick as I can. Can I speak to Inspector Swan if he's on duty, please?
Speaking.
Tim, this is Dave Coleman. Dr. Phillips left a prescription out for my daughter this morning, and now she's very ill. We think he must have made a mistake. His private number isn't listed. Now, could you let me have it so I can call him direct, please? It's very urgent.
Hold on a moment. Did the doctor see your daughter this morning?
No, we called too late for him to make a house call. His receptionist thought the symptoms sounded like this flu bug and got the doctor to leave a prescription out. Please hurry, Tim.
Look, I can't give you his number, but I'll call him for you. It sounds as if you'll need an ambulance. Have you called one?
No, we didn't want to move her too far from Dr. Phillips, as he's the only one that knows what he put on that prescription.
Well, I'll call one and get the doctor round to your place right away.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks a million.
All right, Tess. Mummy and Daddy are right here. We'll be at the hospital in just a few minutes.
I'll kill that doctor, so help me.
If he said the pills were only a mild antibiotic.
That's not the point. To refuse to come out and see her because we'd called an ambulance.
Not pills. I know what it is. In Iran.
Oh, my darling. Don't try to talk.
I know. I know.
There is nothing we can do now, nurse, but wait.
5 minutes 30 since the last seizure, Doctor. Have you seen what she's done to the straitjacket?
Mr. Bickle was at home, Dr. Menon. He's coming over to open the lab immediately.
I've seen it at home, but I never thought I'd ever see it in this country.
There's no doubt.
could be wrong, but the symptoms are the same. Dilated pupils, excessive salivation, convulsions...
And the superhuman strength?
Yes, that too. There's an 8-year-old girl in my village. It needed 4 men to hold her down.
Oh, no.
Not for long. No, leave her.
Oh, but Doctor,
there is nothing you can do. Nothing any of us can do.
Mr. David Coleman?
Yes?
Good morning. I'm Martin Willis, the Medical Officer of Health, and this is Mr. Ian Margent.
Oh, yes, you rang an hour ago. Come in.
Thank you. We're extremely sorry to have to trouble you at such a time, but the point
Through
is...
here. I'm sorry everything's in such a mess. I've been going through my daughter's things.
Well, if we could leave it to another time, we would, Mr. Coleman, but there are some urgent questions that must be answered.
Mr. Margent is the Regional Veterinary Officer.
Yes, we've met before. The doctor at the hospital gave my wife a sedative last night, but if you'd like to see her, I expect
Oh,
she'd be
no,
awake.
please don't disturb her, Mr. Coleman.
Have the hospital confirmed?
Well, I'm expecting a call from them. I gave them your number. I hope you didn't mind.
No. A fluorescent antibody test on brain tissue, the same test as for animals?
Yes, that's right.
I've been reading about it.
We understand that Tess had just come back from a trip to Spain. When did she arrive in this country?
The day before yesterday, July the 10th.
And she went when?
Oh, you better have this. It's her itinerary from the tour operator.
Torremolinos.
Yes. Well, there was a case in 75. Nothing since. Anyway, it's too quick. The incubation period in humans...
Had Tess been out of the country on other trips during the past 18 months or so?
Well, yes. She was home on leave for the summer after spending 2 years in Iran with the Taranko Oil Company. I thought you knew.
No, we didn't. Where in Iran? Tehran?
I can never pronounce the name of the place. The address is on her letters. Oh, here's one. That place.
Thanks.
When did she come home?
Beginning of April.
Yes. Yes, it's listed. 21 cases the year before last, 29 last year, and 33 confirmed so far this year.
No, excuse me. Coleman? Yes, he's here. The hospital for you, Mr. Willis.
Thank you. Willis? Yes? You're certain? I see. No, I can't talk now. We'll see you in the hospital in an hour. Fine. Thank you for calling. The interim test was positive, Mr. Coleman.
Ah.
It now seems certain that your daughter died of rabies.
And this is a photograph of her left ankle.
Mm-hmm.
You see that faint trace of scar tissue?
Oh, yes.
As far as I can see, that's the only possible infection site. Naturally, I can't be 100% certain.
It's healed well?
Yes, well. Once the rabies virus enters the nervous system, it leaves no trace at the infection site. Normal healing often does take place in the case of long incubation periods. I suppose this mark could have been caused by, say, the girl injuring herself in coral when swimming. But it's the only skin lesion on her body that accords with a dog bite.
And dogs are the main vectors of the disease in Iran. How old is the bite?
If that's what it is, and I think it is, I'd say between 6 months and a year.
Is it likely that this bite occurred after her return from Iran?
April? No, most unlikely. You can see how well it's healed.
Ah, yes.
If she'd spent 2 years in Iran up until last April, then that's where she got this bite. I'd stake my reputation on that.
And there's the beach. Not as popular as it was. Too much pollution. Another hotel closed last month. Have you seen all you want to see?
Yes, the daughter of a vet. That was worrying me.
A coincidence. Like that Royal Army Veterinary Corps officer living next door to the owners of that rabid dog in Camberley was a coincidence.
I've counted 10 stray dogs so far.
What's that got to do with it?
I was just thinking of the consequences.
Look, Margaret, she died of rabies, all right? I agree it's a coincidence that her father's a vet, but he's not the supervisory vet at the quarantine kennels, and we've satisfied ourselves that a quarantined animal hasn't escaped or cross-infected an animal just released. So there's no way the girl could have come into contact with a rabid animal in this country. She'd just come back from 2 years in Iran where the disease is epizootic. Now, what more evidence do you want? Now, let's go back to my office and write our report saying that there's no danger. All right?
That amounts to all the money I've taken in deposits for next season's fox hunting guests. And you can tell your Mr. Snell that's all I've got. He can have the rest when the season starts.
I'll see if I can persuade Mr. Snell to accept this, but he's an impatient man, Major.
I wouldn't have joined that club had I known the sort of people that were running it.
Had we known the sort of person you were, we wouldn't have let you. When members win, as you have in the past, then they rightly expect to be paid immediately, just as Mr. Snell expects to be paid immediately when they lose.
He'll just have to wait, Kemp. I'm sorry.
This is a very pleasant farmhouse, and 3,000 acres? Quite a sizable estate. That's why Mr. Snell allowed you to run up such a debt.
It's worth a damn sight more than I owe that little crook, so you can think again.
You do the thinking, Major. Think about the two methods Mr. Snell can use to obtain his money. There's the legal method, which means you would be declared a bankrupt, and this estate would be sold over your head to pay what you owe. Or Mr. Snell's preferred method, which may seem a little unorthodox, but it's less harsh in the long term, although it might not seem so at the time.
I don't understand.
With a long, hot summer like this, it would be wise to make sure your fire insurance is adequate.
I see. My gun dogs disappeared. I suppose it was you who took her.
I only handle the accountancy side of the business. A beautiful view. Is that your yacht in the creek?
Would Snell accept that?
Mr. Snell already has a yacht, Major. What he doesn't have is the money you owe him. I suggest you get your German and French businessmen to pay for their hunting in advance. The day the season opens, you'll have 2 visitors with instructions to collect.
The flowers were beautiful, Harold. Yes, without a hitch. No, don't worry. We know how busy you are. We're going away tomorrow for a few days. Muriel wants to get away from the place. I'll give you a decision by the end of August, only I can't think straight at the moment. Look, I must go now, Harold. Muriel's struggling with the packing. Bye.
Why didn't he come to the funeral?
Too busy with his poodles and pussies.
You didn't give him a decision?
No.
Despite my feelings? When I've told you I don't want to live here anymore? There are too many memories. Except they don't seem like memories yet.
Oh, listen.
Well, everywhere I look, I see her. The broken apple tree branch where she had a swing. The patch on the path where she spilt some paint. There's all her things that I haven't been able to touch. Don't you understand? All I want to do is to get away from this place and stay away.
And I want to stay because of the memories. She loved this place. She wouldn't want us to move on her account. You'll feel differently in time. The doctor said...
Well, what the hell does he care? He wouldn't even come out to see her. A prescription left on his receptionist's desk. That's his idea of looking after people. Nobody cares anymore.
Well, I've got to go into town to get the car
No, please don't go for a minute, David. What are we going to do?
Just carry on.
Oh,
I know how you feel, love, but I wouldn't be happy running Harold's small animal practice.
He said it would be your business. Well, what have you got against small animals? People would bring their cats and dogs along during proper surgery hours and pay cash each visit. None of this performance with chasing up farmers' accounts all the time. Well, if it hadn't been for Tess chivying them with reminders, we wouldn't have had enough to pay for the funeral. And Major Latham still hasn't paid.
I've enough to do keeping my record cards up to date. I know I'm not much good at paperwork, but we manage.
Harold can afford an assistant. I'm sorry to keep on at you, Dave. I don't want to sound like a nagging wife, but I'm thinking of you. In 10 years, you'll want to retire, and you won't be able to if we stay in this dead and alive place.
We'll talk about it later.
Oh.
I'd better get the oil and water checked while I'm at it.
Well, go to the garage opposite the school. They're doing a cut price offer this week.
Perfectly still, please, children. Stop fidgeting, Angela. And you, John. Now wait for it. Nice straight lines, please, children. Thomas, the Sweat, were you in task too?
Oh, no, miss, there's an outside.
There's a dog in the playground. You ignore it and it will ignore you. Quiet at the back. Right. Lead on, class 1.
Get the children into the school.
Mr. Coleman, thank God.
Get the children into the school. Shut all the doors. Call an ambulance.
Yes.
I'll try and keep him in this corner.
Yes.
Is this netball thing fixed to the ground?
No, it'll lift on.
Oh, go on then, but keep them quiet.
Yes. Children, come on, follow me. Follow me into the school party.
Easy, Simba. Easy, boy. All right, boy. Not going to hurt you. Just going to slip this net over your head. Good boy, Simba. Keep still. There's a good dog. Steady, boy. Steady. Good dog. Good boy.
These ladies, the doctor must have room to see all those children that have been bitten.
This is the last one, Doctor. Michael Thorne, aged 10. The dog knocked him down and bit him on the back of the neck.
Hello, Michael. Just turn your head a little. That's it. Ooh, that's a nasty bite, isn't it? I'm just going to give you a little jab in the tummy, then you can join your friends in the ambulance. Have you ever been in an ambulance? Hold his head, nurse. There we are. This might hurt a little, Michael, but I'm sure you're a brave boy.
There we are, there's a good boy.
We've finished here now, Mr. Swan. We're taking the 4 children who've been bitten back to the hospital for observation.
Good.
I've already given them the first injection in the rabies post-exposure vaccination program.
What are their chances?
Well, even if the vaccine doesn't work, they're very good.
Oh, why?
Human beings are not particularly susceptible to rabies. In my country, only 1 in 10 of those bitten by rabid animals actually contract the disease. That's the world average.
Oh, Dr. Menon, this is Mr. Margent, the regional veterinary officer. Mr. Willis is on his way.
Yes, we've met. Where's the Alsatian?
Mr. Coleman managed to shut it in the boys' toilets. He's now guarding the entrance. It's through that door.
You can just see him through the window if you climb on that pipe.
Right.
Respiratory movement stopped about 5 minutes ago after paralysis set in. See him?
Yes. Saliva all over the place. And he's damaged his teeth on something.
He was gnawing frantically at a waste pipe under one of the hand basins before he went into a comatose state. 4 kids in that ambulance.
Yes, well, he certainly looks dead, but I'm not taking any chances. Oh, George! Perhaps you go and fetch my dog catcher for me. It's strapped to the roof rack on my car. A 10-foot-long aluminium pole with a running noose on the end. Oh, and there's a large polythene sack in the boot. Okay. Got him.
No reaction. I'm certain he's dead.
Yes, well, you're probably right, but I'm damned if I'm going to bend over him with a stethoscope. There. Hold the sack open, would you? Oh, what did you do to your hand?
Oh, I cut it on the netball stand. The dog didn't get near me.
Now, there's a lot of saliva about. You'll have to start a post-exposure vaccination program. Very unpleasant, I know, but better than...
Yes, I know.
Yes. I hadn't forgotten.
What do you want to do with him?
I'll send his head and neck to the Central Veterinary Laboratory for analysis as quickly as possible. They'll have an interim result in 24 hours, but for the time being, I'm going to work on the assumption that this animal died of rabies.
If you want to use my surgery...
Oh, have you got an incinerator?
Yep.
Okay, then, as this town doesn't seem to have proper facilities. Do you know who owns this Alsatian?
Simba, he belongs to Clive Harding, the local forestry warden.
You need any help, gentlemen?
Oh, Inspector Swan. Yes, I do. Can you get one of your men to guard these toilets until they've been disinfected?
Yes, sir. Is that the dog in that bag?
Yes.
What about the other one?
What other one?
Clive Harding owns 2 Alsatians. Zulu, the twin of this one.
Oh, hell.
I'm sorry, Mr. Margent. I should have told you earlier.
Yes, all right. No, we have to go and pick it up immediately. Then I've got a major detective task on my hands, finding how this animal became infected.
There's something else. I treated this dog for a fox bite about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, for crying out... Look, is there anything else I haven't been told about?
Where on earth have you been? I've been waiting
One of
here...
Clive Harding's Alsatians attacked 4 children in the school playground.
Oh, no. Are they badly hurt?
You remember that Indian doctor at the hospital who treated Tess? She started the children on a post-exposure vaccine treatment against rabies. That's what Margent thinks the dog had. It died later in the school toilets.
Oh.
Margent will be bringing it round to the surgery in a few minutes. He wants to do a post-mortem on it.
Well, is there any connection with Tess's...
Well, Margent and Willis are now convinced that there must be. You remember that time that Tess was bitten by a vole in 7 Acre Copse?
Oh, and you wanted her to see the doctor and we stopped you.
Well, if the infection had taken hold, it wouldn't have made any difference with rabies. Let's just hope that those poor kids don't get it.
But surely vaccination is too late if the dog had already bitten them.
Well, the incubation period can be long enough for the body to build up antibodies before the disease develops. Nothing's ever certain with rabies.
Except if you get it. You die.
Yes.
Oh, good boy. Won't be long now.
Major Lathan?
Yes?
Good afternoon. My name is Blanchard. Some men working in the field said I would find you here.
What do you want?
We are camping in this country and would like to spend a few days with our tent by your river, just down there.
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
We will close all doors to the fields and not make litter. If you will say how much it will cost to stay 7 nights?
Well, one of my men will be along tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, Major. We will mean no problems for you. Those are fine dogs.
Hounds, actually.
Oh, hounds. They are for hunting?
Yes. Some of your fellow countrymen will be coming over when the season starts.
I see. Well, I must return to my family. It's very kind of you.
Well, as you'll be down there for a few days, perhaps you'd keep an eye open for a black and white dog I've lost, eh?
An eye open?
Yes, an eye open.
Oh, oh yes, we will keep an eye open. My daughters are very fond of dogs. We had to leave ours at home because of your quarantine laws.
And that's that. Good. Well, we'll get your incinerator going and burn this carcass. Oh, and the polythene sheeting. Then we'd better have a thorough scrub down and disinfect this surgery. Oh, as soon as the van has collected this crate, I'll be grateful if you take me to 7 Acre Copse to catch a fox.
We'll be upwind of the earth at the top of that rise. You should have a good view.
If the foxes are using their earth. Whew. God, it's hot.
I wouldn't have thought an air rifle was much use.
Oh, well, this one is. It's got an extra powerful spring so that the kinetic energy of the pellet is above the legal maximum.
Ministry idea?
No, my idea. It's quiet. If rabies is enzoic in the wildlife in this wood, then the last thing I want to do is frighten it off.
There's the earth. Near that oak, about 50 yards away.
Ah. Well, might as well make ourselves comfortable. Damned hot.
What'll you do if wildlife rabies is confirmed? Shoot everything as you did at Camberley?
Oh, no, we've learned a lot since 1969. Are you still keen on amateur zoology?
No, not now.
Oh, yes. Still, your knowledge of the local wildlife might come in useful. Now, if rabies is confirmed, my assistants and I will have to carry out a major fox extermination program. They're the main vectors of the disease. Now, we'll use everything except free bullets. Gassing of earths, preferably when the vixen is nursing cubs. Bait, treated with poison, and even gin traps as a last resort. Wildlife rabies dies out when the fox population drops to 1 per square kilometre.
It's a lot more than that here. My survey of 2 years ago indicated in the region of 20 to the square mile.
As many as that?
Their scavenging in the town and housing estates is on the increase.
Oh, everything is in its favour. Fox furs are no longer fashionable. Hunting has become too expensive, and what hunting there is wrecked by anti-blood sports saboteurs.
Oh,
the old steel dustbin is a thing of the past, and local authorities are cutting back on the frequency of refuse collections to save money. The only thing we can be thankful for is that at least a rabid fox in the furious stage doesn't travel long distances. A rabid dog will.
But they become exceptionally tame.
Yeah, they can do. And that's one of the biggest dangers. Children are naturally attracted to usually timid animals when they show signs of friendship. 20 to the square mile.
And there's one not 4 yards to your left, watching you.
So the holiday's off?
It looks like it. Muriel, I'm sorry. I know how much you wanted to get away, but I promise, Martin... Look, as soon as all this is over, we'll...
I thought you and Mr. Martin had finished with the surgery.
He's removing the head of a fox we caught about half an hour ago.
Oh, Tim Swan rang while you were out. He's at Clive Harding's cottage in Blackdown Forest. He said he went there to collect Harding's other Alsatian and was having trouble.
What sort of trouble?
Well, he wouldn't say, but he sounded worried.
I might have guessed. Clive thinks the world of those dogs. What time did Tim call?
An hour ago.
Well, why didn't you tell me earlier?
I forgot.
Oh.
Just as you always forget to give your brother a decision about taking over his practice.
I'd better get over to Blackdown. You might tell Martin when he's finished where I'll be.
Oh, but you haven't had your dinner.
I'm not hungry. I see no point in staying in the house with you spoiling for a fight.
What time will you be back? Oh, damn.
Anyway, he must have guessed what the steel crate was for. We were within 50 yards of the cottage when he appeared at an upstairs window with a rifle and loosed off a couple of shots over our heads.
The stupid idiot.
Does he live alone?
Apart from his 2 Alsatians. Well, one, no?
Yes, I suppose I'd go off my chump living out here in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by all these spooky pines.
Does he know that Simba's dead?
Yes, I told him over the loud hailer. And I told him he was in danger from his other dog. Just listen to it.
Do you want me to speak to him?
Yes, look, see if you can get him to see sense, but don't make promises concerning his treatment. He's shot a police officer, so the matter's out of my hands. Once we get him out...
How do I work this thing?
But hold it to your lips, pull the trigger, and speak normally.
Right.
Clive, this is David Coleman. Can you hear me?
Go away.
Listen, Clive, it's important that you let me see Zulu. He's sick, Clive. Have you ever heard him howling like that before? Do you hear me, Clive?
It's no good trying to talk to him like this. Let me go and see him.
No, it's too dangerous.
He knows me, Tim.
Yes, but I can't allow you
Look,
to...
it'll be dark in an hour. What do you intend to do then?
We'll stay here all night, if necessary.
If I circle round in the trees on the same side as his garage, I could get within 20 yards of the cottage and talk to him without being overheard. Look, we've got to do something. Unless you want another of those long, drawn-out sieges, Clive buys his food wholesale every 3 months. He's probably got enough food in that cottage to last him several weeks.
Yes, look, all right, but pull back into the trees if he shows any sign of getting excitable, and see if you can find out where the dog is.
Clive?
Don't come any nearer.
It's me, David Coleman. I want to talk to you.
You've come for Zulu. Well, you can't have him. Nobody can have him.
Zulu's ill, Clive. Have you ever heard him howling like that before? You must let me see him. He's in the garage, isn't he?
You killed Simba!
Simba died of rabies, just as Zulu's bound to if Simba's infected him. The best thing you can do is let me put Zulu to sleep.
No!
Believe me, Clive, if you really love that dog, that's the best thing you can do for it. Simba died in great pain. He may have passed the infection onto the 4 children he bit. Nobody's going to blame you for that, but you will be blamed if Zulu gets loose and bites someone. Do you want a kid's death on your conscience? Clive! Clive, can you hear me? Oh, blast. Clive, I'm going to stand up. Throw the rifle out of the window. Is the garage locked, Clive?
Get away! Get away! I'll kill you!
The shots went about 20 feet over my head. I was never in any danger. Nor were you earlier, Tim.
The dog's in the garage.
I'm fairly certain it is.
Definitely in the garage, sir. I can hear it scratching. And its howling is blowing my eardrums out.
That's a rifle microphone Mathis is holding. He claims he can pick up a gnat's burp at 100 yards on his headphones.
You seem to have brought in a good deal of extra equipment while I was gone.
A night sight image intensifier so we can see in the dark. CR gas grenades and a launcher, plus 3 LA-39A1 rifles.
Why rifles?
You reckon that dog's Rabid?
Yes?
That's what the rifles are for, just in case he takes it into his head to let it loose. I suppose you think we're overreacting.
No, Tim, I don't.
Thanks for coming.
Can I stay? He's an old friend.
It's going to be a long night.
Well, I don't suppose I'll be able to sleep at home in this heat anyway.
Wake up, Mr. Coleman.
What's the time?
3 a.m.
Oh.
The dog stopped howling, but we can still pick up a faint noise it's making on the rifle mic. Look, if you'd have a listen on these headphones, maybe you can tell us what's the matter with it.
These?
Yeah.
Do you need a bit more volume?
No.
Well?
Seems to be having difficulty with its breathing. I wish Margaret was here. He'd know what's happening. Now it's scratching at something. Whimpering.
At least he had the sense to shut it in the garage.
Light gone on downstairs, Mr. Swan.
Yeah, he's going down to see why it stopped howling. Mr. Coleman, could that dog still bite?
It's still moving about, so I suppose it could.
How far is it from the ground to the centre of an Alsatian's body? About 16 inches?
Well, I suppose so. Why?
Front door's opening. He's looking round. Yeah, he's coming out.
Jenkins, Stevens, Kay, aim at the garage at the 6th course of bricks from the bottom. Continuous firing when I give the word.
Right.
He hasn't got the rifle. He's hesitating.
You rake the right-hand side of the brickwork, Jenkins. Kay take the middle and Stevens the left. The 6th course, understood?
Right.
I want that dog dead before he opens the garage doors.
What's the point in shooting at brickwork?
Those rifles have sent bullets clean through the modern concrete buildings in Belfast. 9 inches of brick won't stop them.
He's now walking towards the garage. He's stopped. He seems to be listening.
Steady, lads.
Can't make up his mind. He's moving towards the garage again.
Fire! He's firing! He's firing! What's he doing now?
Can't see. The flashes have blasted this thing up. Hang on. Oh, the picture's clearing. The old garage is leaning towards us.
What's he doing?
I can't see him. Hey, he's standing up. Must have thrown himself flat.
He hasn't stopped a ricochet.
No, he's okay. He's got a torch. Moving towards the garage.
Can you hear any movement on those headphones, Mr. Coleman?
Nothing.
If that dog comes out when he opens the door and any of you have a clear line, use it.
He's trying to open the garage doors. Yeah, he's having trouble because the frame's warped. He's got one open, shining the torch inside.
I can hear him. I can't hear the dog.
He's gone into the garage.
Can hear shuffling about. He's talking to the dog.
Is it alive? Well?
Don't think so. He's crying, saying the dog's name over and over. More shuffling noises.
He's coming out. Looking this way.
You rotten, filthy, stinking swine!
Yeah, now he's running to the cottage.
Light gone on upstairs. Coleman, aim the rifle mic at the cottage.
I have, but I can't hear anything.
I'd better get down there.
Ah, my ears!
Odd. There was no flash, and the shot sounded muffled. So what was he shooting at?
Guess. Stupid, stupid idiot. All for a dog that was going to die anyway.
Man's best friend.
Yes, and we all know who his worst enemy is.
Summer madness.
I might laugh at that one day.
Excuse me, sir. There's a Mr. Margent outside who'd like to see you, sir. He says he's the regional veterinary officer.
OK, Mathis, I'll see him outside.
I met him once over the sighting of some warfarin hoppers. He was having a major battle with tree rats.
You look how I feel.
Well, I've just got back from the Central Veterinary Lab, been driving all night. They were very good. They did an on-the-spot fluorescent test and have confirmed the presence of the rabies virus.
In the dog?
In the dog and the fox. Oh. It looks like we've got a major outbreak on our hands.
Mr. Punch killed my dog.
This is a police announcement. There has been an outbreak of rabies in this area. All dogs must be kept on a lead and muzzled. Please take your dogs to your cars and shut them in. Muzzles are available from Jacob's Pet Shop in the High Street. No animal can be moved in or out of this area. This is a police announcement.
What's the matter, officer?
Did you see the signs as you left the town?
Yes.
Then what's that dog doing in the back of the car?
Well, those signs don't apply to us, do they? I mean, we're only down here for the day.
They say all animals, sir, so if you'd kindly turn this car round and take the dog back to town, you'll find a temporary quarantine centre's been set up in the marketplace. Follow the signpost.
Oh, Lord, honestly.
My porter cabin should be here in an hour, Mr. Willis. I'd like them set up on this side of the marketplace near the main entrance, please.
All right. I'll tell the post office engineers. They've said you can have 6 lines.
Look, I'm sorry about having to include the beaches in the infected area, but David Coleman's seen foxes scavenging down by the creek.
Oh, hell. Looks like more dogs arriving.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Veronica Fairchild.
Oh, yes?
Secretary of the Market Traders Association. Good evening, Mrs. Fairchild.
Hello, Willie. What's with the dog show?
How did you get in? This is now a restricted area.
Oh, rubbish. It's my marketplace. Now, who's your little friend, and what's all this nonsense I've been hearing on police loudspeakers about rabies?
It's not nonsense, Mrs. Fairchild.
Willie, my sweet, tell me how we'll be able to run the cattle market on Tuesday with all these wretched dog pens all over the place.
There won't be a cattle market on Tuesday until the temporary ban has been lifted. You can have one of these. It's an advance copy of the rabies control order for this area which came into force...
Market, Willie? Oh, now you're talking rubbish. When you go back to the town hall, take a look at the copy of the Royal Charter in the glass case.
I'm afraid it's true, Mrs. Fairchild. There'll be no market on Tuesday.
Oh.
If you want to hear why in detail, I suggest you come along to this evening's public meeting at the Assembly Rooms.
Why did you bring me?
Because it concerns us.
I don't want to hear anything more about rabies. David, people are staring at us.
No, they're not. I had to come, and I wanted you to be with me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sara Collins, headmistress of St. Peter's and chairman of the council. Before we start, I'd like to thank you for turning out in such numbers on this very hot evening, and to apologise to those members of the council present who've not had a chance to study the rabies control order, which now affects this town and its beaches, and much of the surrounding countryside. Copies are now available and will be distributed during this meeting. The people with me on the desk are, on my left, Mr. Ian Marchant, the regional veterinary officer.
Rubbish, absolute rubbish. Now, do sit down, let's have some order.
At least let Mr. Marchant finish what he has to say.
As I was saying, the infected place has been defined as this area of woodland on the map to the north of the town, known as 7 Acre Copse, and includes this area of forestry land here.
Where poor Clive Harding was killed last night.
My assistants have already started a program of gassing and trapping foxes in the infected area, and will continue to do so until the fox population has been wiped out.
Is the place closed to the public then?
Yes, it is. The police are putting up warning notices, but the area's too large to fence off at short notice.
Why pick on the poor fox? Hasn't there been enough indiscriminate destruction of wildlife as it is without...
There'll be plenty of chances for you to ask questions at the end of the briefing.
The fox is the main vector of wildlife rabies. Destroy foxes and rabies dies out. Rabies has spread across Europe to the French coast at an average speed of a mile a fortnight. A speed which tallies with the known territorial movements of the common red fox. Also, by pursuing a policy of strict fox control, the Danes have eliminated rabies from Denmark. There is a huge weight of evidence pointing to the fox as the principal spreader of the disease.
You said gassing and trapping. Now, what sort of traps? Gin traps?
If necessary.
You do that, Mr. Margent. And as chairman of the local Wildlife Protection League, I'd have a summons slapped on you so fast.
The order empowers the minister to allow methods which would otherwise be unlawful, madam. The infected place is shaded in red. Now, this line on the map, starting at the Coast Guard station and sweeping in a horseshoe around the town to 4 miles west of the river mouth, defines the infected area. An area of about 40 square miles. In addition to the restrictions on the exercising of cats and dogs in the area, animals not under control will be seized and destroyed if not claimed within 3 days. There will be a ban on markets, and the movement of all animals in or out of the zone will be prohibited without a special license.
Oh, wait a minute. What about the holidaymakers on the caravan and campsite who brought their dogs with them? Surely they'll be allowed to take them home.
No, they will not. In fact, the first checkpoints were set up an hour ago by the police.
Oh, but this is stupid! What about our visitors when the schools break up next week for the summer holidays?
They're welcome to come, but they'll have to leave their pets at home. I've got men now manning checkpoints on all the roads into the area to make certain that no animals are brought in.
By checkpoint, you mean roadblock?
Call them what you like. They're only a temporary measure until all the signs are up and the matter has been given maximum publicity on radio and television. We think we can rely on public cooperation.
Well, listen, mate. We seafront traders have to rely on their money in order to live. I can't see the public even bothering to come down if there's signs and all sort of restrictions. It was bad enough, that publicity over that girl dying. But at least that was before the season had started properly.
The measures are for everyone's protection. But the last thing we want is to try...
Maybe, Inspector Swan. But who's going to protect us from the protectors, eh? And who's going to have to pay for all this protection? All the police and the council workers overtime, the ratepayers as usual.
The council will be applying to central government for a discretionary grant.
I see on this order there's now a ban on race meetings and hunting. Will the government pay our losses through the cancellation of the August point-to-point?
What ban on hunting?
It's on page 11, Major Latham.
Well, not fox hunting.
Yes.
But the ban will be lifted before the hunting season starts, won't it?
The Waterhouse report recommended an 18-month programme.
Well, fox hunting is part of our heritage. You can't...
What about the market? There's been one in the town every week for the past 700 years.
I can understand how you feel, Major Latham. But I cannot think of a worse way of spreading rabies than have a pack of hounds tearing a rabid fox to pieces. And as for hunting being part of our heritage, well, I think it's better to give it up for a couple of seasons than have to give it up for good, as they've had to do in parts of Germany and France. Now, with your cooperation, we can stamp this out perhaps in as little as 9 months.
It seems to me that we're being asked to cooperate in the financial ruin of this town.
High time something was done about the dogs in this town. Or the way people allow them to wander about, chasing cats and making messes everywhere.
If you ask me, I think the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries are overreacting. I've worked on farms in Canada where there's always been rabies in the wildlife. I've never heard of anyone dying. You just have to take a few precautions.
Listen, Mrs. Fairchild.
France, no one one has died of wildlife rabies there for over 20 years. All these petty restrictions in the hope it'll go away. Well, they amount to the same sort of thinking we had in this country that insisted that motor cars should be preceded by someone carrying a red flag. But the only difference is the motor car kills more people in 1 month than rabies has in the whole of recorded history. Quiet, please.
Sit down, David.
Listen, all of you.
Sit down.
A few weeks ago, my daughter died of rabies. I was with her when she died. It was the most horrifyingly agonizing death it is possible to imagine. Yesterday, as Mrs. Collins will tell you, a rabid dog got into her school playground and bit 4 children. They're now having to undergo an extremely unpleasant 14-day course of injections in the hope that their bodies will build up a resistance to the disease. If the measures Mr. Margaret and the police put into force save even one person such a death, no matter how slight the danger, then I say it will be well worth it. My wife and I have been sitting here in disgust listening to
Listen, mate. Don't you go trying to beg sympathy from us. It was your daughter who brought rabies into this town in the first place.
Please, take me home, David. Oh, no, David, what are you doing?
He's going to apologize.
Mr. Coleman, please return to your seat.
You let go.
Miserable little rat.
All right, Mr. Coleman, that's enough.
I'll kill him, so help me.
I said that's enough. I'll go back to your seat.
He blamed Tess.
I could have you charged, I could.
All right. Now let's forget it, shall we?
Come on, David, we're going home.
Not until this little runt's apologized.
Why the hell should I?
Are you all right, David?
Yes, I'm sorry to be such a nuisance. Oh, you better go back on the platform.
Look, that gentleman's accusation is unfounded. There is no record of a human passing rabies to another human.
Oh, what about the bloke who died in Manchester last June? The hospital staff who treated him had to be vaccinated, didn't they?
These record cards are superb, David.
The blue ones are a cross-reference by breed to owners' names and addresses.
Scruff, Mickle, Bunty. Even the animals' names listed. Good.
Morning, gentlemen.
Oh, good morning.
Another half dozen stray dogs rounded up. And 4 cats. The dogs all look as if they've been wearing collars until quite recently.
That makes over 30 dogs now. It's the one thing we were dreading. As soon as there's a panic like this, people whip the collars off their dogs and push them out onto the street. Is that them?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have the Cocker Spaniel bitch in here.
Right.
I want to try a little experiment. Oh, make sure its muzzle's secure.
Begin. Let's have that spaniel. Check its muzzle first.
I want all your cards on Cocker Spaniels, David.
Right, on spaniel, Mr. Martin.
Well, yeah. Hey, you're looking sorry for yourself, aren't you? Owners turfed you out, have they?
6 cards.
Thanks. Now then, old girl, what's your name, eh? Is it Kit? No. What about Sally? What? Ah, Sally it is, then. Mr. and Mrs. Blake, 42 Forest Drive. This dog can be returned to them with a summons.
Right.
Aren't you just going to warn them?
Until I'm told to do otherwise, no. I've no intention of using kid gloves on this operation.
I want to run the advert for a 4th week. Yes. Exactly the same as the previous ad, but for 1,000 less on the price. That's the one, yes. Luxury 6-berth motor sailor, 40-foot length overall. You'll bill it to me? Fine. Bye.
Good evening, Major.
Kemp, how the devil did you get in?
The back door was unlocked.
And who's that?
Surely you remember Tiny, our doorman at the club. I would have thought someone his size was unforgettable. Smile at the nice gentleman, Tiny.
What do you want?
Mr. Snell wants reassuring.
I've told you he'll get his money.
Mr. Snell is very disturbed about this ban on fox hunting. He fears that it might cause him to review his credit arrangements with you.
Well, tell him that he's got nothing to worry about.
Tiny.
Right.
What's that big oaf doing?
I don't think Tiny's ever seen a grandfather clock before. A deprived background.
What did you...
And he doesn't know his own strength.
Now, look here. Just what the hell do you think you're playing at?
That clock's a valuable antique. He's wrecking it. Can't you stop him?
Probably trying to find out what made it tick. Let's be thankful he's not playing with matches. That's his speciality.
That clock belonged to my father.
Don't worry, Major. Mr. Snell's quite prepared to give you time in exchange. 1 week, to be exact. Next Sunday. The day before August bank holiday, so you'd better make sure you have the right amount for Mr. Snell, because he'll have an extra day to count it.
Oh, you finished early?
There wasn't much point in keeping the surgery open. No customers.
Oh, for the third day running.
It'll pick up.
Will it, David? How many unclaimed cats and dogs did Margent's men destroy yesterday? Well?
Oh, I don't know, 4 or 5 maybe?
And how many will it be tomorrow? And the day after that? Another month and your practice will be ruined. And Margent has made it clear that this whole business could drag on for a year.
We'll manage. We've got a bit on deposit.
We won't manage, David. It's not as if it's a bad patch we can weather through. People don't trust you anymore.
Don't be silly.
No, it's true, Dave. I've overheard gossip. Those customers you've always complained about who seem to think more of their cats and dogs than their children, they're the ones who've kept us going in the past. And they see the help you're giving Margent as some sort of collaboration with the enemy.
Then they're more stupid than I thought.
And what that horrible man said about Tess at the public meeting...
We agreed not to talk about it.
You were the one who agreed. That's your answer for every problem. Don't let's talk about it. Tess dies and you say, don't let's talk about it. This practice is virtually finished and you won't talk about it. I want to get away from here and you won't talk about it. Someone says terrible lies about Tess and you won't talk about it. Please, David, don't you understand? I need to talk. And if I can't talk to you, then there's no one. You bottle everything up so that I feel I'm living with a stranger.
I'm sorry, Muriel. I should have realized. I've been so busy these past few days while you... Look, let's get the August bank holiday behind us and then we'll have a serious chat about what we're going to do.
Well, what about now?
I've got to go and see Margent.
Oh. Well, I suppose that's better than nothing. All right, then. Do whatever you think best.
50 quid less than this time last year. And look at the beach, deserted.
Will you join?
You tell me how you reckon this action group you're thinking of can succeed. If you're my counsellor, how is it you can't manage to do something by yourself?
Well, I want to present a petition to the government, asking them to pay compensation to all those whose livelihood has been damaged by this rabies control order, or who've suffered financial hardship.
And what's in it for you, Major?
Well, as you're all constituents in my ward, I'm naturally anxious that you're not driven away. I mean, seafront traders such as yourself are the lifeblood of this town.
I don't believe a word of it. We never see you between one election and the next. How much do you stand to lose? Come on, mate, there's nothing to be ashamed of. What's upsetting you? And then let me guess. The ban on fox hunting. I thought so.
Will you and your fellow traders join me?
Sure, we'll join you. What have we got to lose? You look pretty well set up. Maybe you could help some of the lads out until we've got this compensation. You do pretty well out of the campers on your land, don't you?
There's one French family by the river, that's all.
Frogs?
And nobody makes much money out of campers.
How long have they been there?
Over a week. Why?
Do you reckon they're the ones that brought rabies into the country?
I wouldn't know. I doubt it.
One of the lads in that government vets team was saying in the pub last night that the frogs have long summer holidays. Over a month. So they have more reason to smuggle their pets into the country, because it'd cost too much to have them looked after at home.
I don't think the length of time they've been in the country tallies with the incubation period.
How do you know how long they've been in the country? Some of my mates working the lobster bus don't have much love for the French. If it turned out that some frogs were responsible for bringing this rabies into the country, they'd be hell to pay.
Good morning, David. Come along in.
How's it going?
Better than I expected. We've now gassed 41 foxes in 7-acre copse and 12 in the forestry land around Blackdown. I've just had the results from the Central Veterinary Lab on the head and necks from the first day's gassing. Only the 7-acre copse foxes were rabid.
So it looks as if you might be able to contain it.
Well, I think there are grounds for cautious optimism. That will be the keynote of this morning's press conference. Cautious optimism.
53 foxes. I should have made a dent in the population.
Ooh, a hell of a dent. But with an infected place of that acreage, I won't be happy until we've gassed at least 300 of the blighters by the end of September. Yeah, so then our problems really start.
Why?
Well, autumn is when the young dog foxes seek out their own territory. It won't take them long to twig that there's hardly any competition in the infected place, and they'll start moving in droves. Yes, to defeat them, you have to understand them. Oh, excuse me. Margent. When was this? I see. Yes. Thank you for telling me. Oh, hell.
What's the matter?
Michael Thorne, the boy who was bitten on the neck by that Alsatian.
What about him?
He died an hour ago.
Am I late for the morning briefing?
You heard about Michael Thorne, Tim?
Yes. Yes, I picked it up in my car just now. We've got a problem.
Oh?
Yes, a young PC has just confessed that he saw his aunt carrying one of her cats out of 7 Acre Copse. She told him that it was the cat's favourite haunt and it had escaped when she was cleaning a window. She told him to keep his mouth shut.
When was this?
2 evenings ago. The constable would be disciplined, of course, but divided loyalty is
Divided loyalty? Nothing. It was criminally irresponsible of him to keep quiet for so long.
Yes, I agree, but you don't know the full story. The constable's aunt is Mrs. Sara Collins, head mistress of St. Peter's and chairman of the town council.
Oh, no, of all the people in this town. How many cats has she got?
I'm just looking. I think it's 5.
Oh, it's at least that.
Got it. Yes, 5. It was 6, but one was maimed by a fox and had to be destroyed. Remember, Tim, you called me out in the middle of the night?
Yes.
A fox killed one of her cats. This is the first I've heard about it.
Well, it was some months ago. February the 5th.
What wasn't I told?
To be perfectly honest, I've forgotten about it. I can't see what that's got to do with this outbreak.
But it's got everything to do with this outbreak. I've got to find out how it started. February makes sense. Now, come on. We've got to go and see her about that cat. Frank, I want a crate loaded into the transit.
I didn't think it mattered. He couldn't have been in the copse for more than 3 hours. I've been so careful to keep them in. I even nailed a piece of plywood over their cat door. They hated it, especially Whiskey. I examined him from head to tail when I got him back. There wasn't a mark on him, so I didn't think it mattered.
He could have eaten part of the corpse of a rabid fox. We've already found 2. There could be more.
Oh, Whiskey wouldn't do that. He's so fussy with his food.
I'm afraid we've got to take him, Mrs. Collins.
No, he's all right, I tell you.
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Collins, but we can't take chances. Where is he?
In the back room. You come and see him. Come see him. You'll see he's fine. His coat's glossy, his eyes are bright.
Don't touch him, Mrs. Collins. Don't touch him, whatever you do.
Here he is. He hates being shut in during this hot weather, don't you, darling? You see how well he looks.
Mrs. Collins.
He's beautiful. Aren't you, my Bobbit?
Mrs. Collins.
These silly gentlemen thought they'd have to take you away.
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Collins, but we've no choice. If there was another way...
No, but
he won't feel a thing, I promise you.
Oh, no, he's
Please,
not.
Mrs. Collins, it's the best way, really.
Inspector, come out here a minute.
No, please, you don't understand.
What's the matter?
We've got to take all her cats.
What? For God's sake, why?
Because they've been together in this house.
But you said cats are not so susceptible as dogs.
All animals are susceptible.
But we can't take all of them, man. Be reasonable. It would kill her.
Look, when I write my report saying that this outbreak has been beaten, I'll want to be absolutely certain in my own mind that it has been. Now, if I turn a blind eye now, I might be tempted to do the same again with another case, and so will you, and so will my team. And before we know where we are, rabies has become established in this country and things will never be the same again.
Yeah.
The social and economic consequences would be unthinkable. Now, even picnics would become a thing of the past. Future generations would grow up with an inbred fear of the countryside. It's already happening in Germany and France, and I'm damned if it's going to happen here. And we owe it to the memory of Tess Coleman and Michael Thorne.
I'll go and get the crate.
Okay, you call the doctor.
Right.
Mrs. Collins, you have 5 cats. Where's the other one? Now, please, Mrs. Collins, you must tell me.
No, only
Martini, whiskey, sherry, champagne, and Cinzano. Where's Cinzano?
No,
Mrs. Collins, where is Cinzano?
All right, Margent, I've found it.
No. Oh, how do you know their names? Oh, that's one of David Coleman's record cards, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, I don't think I can ever bring myself to speak to him again.
This is the trap where Tess was bitten.
Yeah.
It's empty.
Well, it doesn't matter. I've got enough rodents now for the lab. Oh, it is hot. It's kind of you to help like this, David.
I said I would.
I mean to come back into this copse. Can't be very
It's
easy.
probably a good job the council have got it fenced. A cigarette end could set the whole thing off.
Yes. Hello, something seems to be interesting in those rocks. Let's take a look. Might be a fox corpse my lads have missed.
How many have you gassed now?
Oh, virtually everyone in this wood, we think. Forest is the real headache. Ah, whatever it is down in that ditch. Hold my sack a minute. I'm going down to take a look.
Well, be careful. They can be boggy.
Yeah, everything's bone dry. Oh.
What is it?
Oh. It's the half-decomposed remains of a dog. Looks like it's been here several months.
Hang on, I'll come down. I might recognize it.
No, not a chance. Stay there. Ah. There's an engraved identity disc on its collar. Bit dirty. Yeah, that's better. Does the name Bess mean anything to you?
Major Lathan's gun dog.
Ah. Figures. His name and telephone number's on the back. This might be the break I was looking for.
He can answer a few questions now, Inspector. You'll find he speaks good English.
Poor devil, what a lousy start to the bank holiday.
It's mostly bruising. He'll be okay tomorrow. Not his wife. They broke her jaw.
Okay, thanks, Doctor.
That's all right.
Monsieur Blanchard? I'm a policeman, and I'd like to ask you some questions about the men who attacked you and your family tonight.
I did not see them. It was dark. You understand?
Yes. Did they have a car?
I do not know. I was asleep with my wife in our tent. My daughters were in a small tent. Perhaps they saw something. How is my wife, please?
Well,
Sorry to disturb you, Inspector. A somewhat cryptic telephone message from your headquarters. Would I tell you that the results of the forensic test was positive?
Thank you, Doctor. He'll still be here in the morning.
I can arrange it.
Good. His case can wait. Come on, Mathis.
I'm going as fast as I can, sir.
So there's no doubt?
No, none at all. The hairs on the dog you found match the hairs on the bedding in the chain locker on his boat.
I see.
He bunkered with 200 gallons of diesel from the marina on the 13th of December and notified the Coast Guard that he was sailing for Havre on that day, and he returned 2 weeks later.
And?
What clinched it was his hired hand at the time, being told to look after his hounds, but not his gun dog. The hand also said that Latham was cock-a-hoop upon his return over some fox hunting he'd fixed up with a party of French and German businessmen.
And I thought you checked every boat in that marina.
Well, seems he moved out in the spring, couldn't afford their mooring fees.
He's got a hell of a lot to answer for. We've always been worried about the irresponsible weekend yachtsman smuggling pets, but it turned out to be one all along.
And he could never bear to be without that dog at his side.
Well, he's without it now. 3 people dead and countless animals destroyed.
Headlights approaching. We'll be out on this lane at this time of night.
He's shifting too. You better pull in.
Can't. Lane's too narrow.
He's not going to stop. Flash the lights at him.
Oh!
You okay, Martin?
Yeah, I think so.
Flaming idiot. Feels like we're in a ditch.
Sorry, sir. But I thought it more prudent to take to the country.
Yeah, did you get a look at him?
I was blinded by his lights. Didn't see a thing.
No, nor did I.
Oh, that's all we wanted. The RT handset's busted.
Well, we're going to need a tractor to haul it out. A 3-mile walk to Latham's farmhouse.
At least it's downhill.
Look! That glow! Latham's farmhouse is on fire! Major Latham!
Major Latham!
Major Latham!
I think there's a phone extension in the stable tack room, but I couldn't reach it. Heat too intense. Fire spreading to the Dutch barns. No sign of the Major?
No, nothing. His car's on fire. Get down!
There's someone by those outbuildings.
Come on! Mathis, over here!
Coming, sir!
It's him. Major Latham, come away!
Got to release the hounds! They're locked in!
You're going to have to get him. Give me your jacket, quickly.
He's coming out.
Well, grab him!
I can't hold him, sir.
Okay, I've got him.
Oh, my fault!
There's nothing you can do about the hounds, Major.
Oh, my fault!
Is there a telephone in any of these outhouses?
Must release the hounds!
Stop him! Oh, hell! Come back, Major. It's too late to save them.
Sorry, sir, but he put a knee in.
He's gone right in. That roof won't hold much longer.
Stupid idiot.
All for a few dogs.
Well, that's that then.
No, it isn't. We've got to stop the fire reaching those pines. If it does, the whole forest will go up. How the hell are we going to get help?
Won't the forestry warden raise the alarm?
What forestry warden?
I'd forgotten.
Someone's bound to see it. Good God, man, look at it.
There go the Dutch bones.
What does it mean to your fox extermination program if the forest does go up?
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. We'll have to stop all the foxes from escaping somehow.
Surround the whole area and shoot everyone that shows its snout out of the trees?
Yeah, I suppose so. It's the last thing we wanted to do.
Starting to get light.
Sounds like a job for the army. Charlie 2. How's everything looking from the helicopter, over?
The fire pumps are holding the blaze to the west. Everyone's confident that it won't reach their housing estate, but it'll be best if the evacuation's carried out. B Company's commanding officer reckons they've shot at least 100 foxes and half as many badgers and deer. The soldiers are playing safe. Any animal that comes out of the trees is shot at. 7-acre copse is blazing from end to end. Quite a sight from up here. Over.
Thank you, Charlie 2. Report in 15 minutes. Well, it looks as if the fire's being got under control.
It's a shambles, the whole damned thing.
Yes, I thought the fire was a blessing in disguise. After all, the Great Fire of London ended the plague.
It only needs one rabid fox to escape. One.
Nothing's getting past those soldiers. Look at them. They're actually enjoying it. It'll be an August bank holiday Monday they'll remember for the rest of their lives.
No, let's hope so. I was confident that I would eventually stamp out this outbreak by controlled measures. It would have taken time, but I was certain that I could do it. Every contingency was foreseen except one.
Oh, what was that?
People's criminal stupidity and selfishness.
Oh, try being a copper. You get philosophical about people's criminal stupidity.
I can never become philosophical about rabies. It killed my wife 15 years ago in Aden when I was in the veterinary corps.
Muriel, your turn.
Oh, damn.
Muriel. Oh, there you are. Sorry I've been so long. Brought my record cards back. Margaret and his assistants are leaving tomorrow. With any luck, everything should be back to normal in a couple of weeks.
No, David. Things never will be back to normal, will they?
If you're thinking of Tess, of course not.
I wasn't thinking of Tess, though. God knows it's hard enough not to. It's just that the people of this town will never forgive you for cooperating as you did.
Muriel, you've been crying.
Oh, it's finally noticed.
What's the matter? How on earth did that window get broken?
A letter for you.
A letter?
It was wrapped round a stone.
If you and that wife of yours don't... But this is obscene. You call the police?
No.
Right.
Oh, what good will that do? Won't change anything. Won't bring Tess back. It won't stop people refusing to speak to me when I go shopping. And it won't stop me hating this town and everything it stands for, and you for keeping me here.
Hello, Harold. It's David. Listen, Harold, is the offer to take over your practice still standing? It is? Good.
David!
Hey, steady on. No, not you, Harold. It's Muriel.
I love you, I love you, I love you.
As soon as possible. Oh, we're putting our house on the market today.
Oh.
In The Rabid Summer by James Follett, David Coleman was played by Patrick Barr, Muriel Coleman by Pauline Letts, and Mrs. Collins by Betty Bascom. Margent was John Ringham, Swan, Clifford Norgate, Dr. Menon, Valerie Murray, and Harding, Michael Tudor Barnes. Blanchard was played by Leslie Heritage, Willis, Keith Smith, Major Latham, Garrard Green, Tess Coleman, Joe Manning Wilson, and Mathis, Malcolm Reed. Mrs. Fairchild was Diana Payan, Kemp, Peter Woodthorpe, the nurse and the townswoman, Anne Rosenfeld. Animal effects were by Percy Edwards, and we're grateful to the Animal Health Division of the Ministry of Agriculture for their advice. The play was produced and directed by Kay Patrick.
We need air support! 30 miles south of Basra. Tell him to fire at the bloody smoke!
Stand in position, Alpha 3.
We're taking casualties!
They've got the high ground now!
Keep firing! We're pinned down, son! God, we're getting killed here!
Call for support, Staff Sergeant.
Who the bloody hell are you?
Where are they?
Second house along. Bloody car bomb took out my lead truck when they zoned us with small arms fire. I've got injured men up there, I can't move!
You might want to cover your ears. OK, Dorby, deploy the bullet.
What the hell did you just do?
Save the RAF a job, Staff Sergeant.
The Voice of God by Simon Bovey. Part 1.
I don't do field work.
There's no one else. Everyone's already out there.
Then someone needs to stay here and study the data.
The computers can do that. Sam, we've got 3 earthquakes a day coming in. That's a 600% increase. In the last month alone, we've had 3 of magnitude 5 or over. We don't even know where the bloody epicenters are. And the last time that happened was never. I need people in the field.
Where exactly?
The Nullarbor Plain.
You've got to be joking.
It's where I need you. Everyone's got a short straw. Mackie's in the Simpson, Talbot's east of Flinders.
Talbot's in a hotel. What's in the Nullarbor?
There's a lot more than just your comfort at stake here, Sam. We've picked up harmonic tremors.
That's impossible.
Yeah, welcome to my world.
But we're slap in the middle of the plate. You won't get magma moving this far from a fracture zone. Maybe near a hotspot like the Bass Strait, but not inland.
So, have I got your interest now? Yeah, it could be adjustment activity or even just quiescence or maybe...
4 shocks and we haven't seen the main event yet.
Which is why I need you in the field. We need all the data we can get on this. And hey, you never know, it could make your name. Maybe a paper in it, eh? And I'm telling you, Sam, you've got to engage. I see you reading all those lousy self-help books, but what you really need is to start caring about something.
Oh, great pep talk. I feel so much better now. Look, I'll go, but I don't know a damn thing about the bush. How do I even get out there?
Don't worry. I've teamed you up with someone who knows all about it.
Who?
A guy from Perth University. Highly qualified. You'll like him. He'll meet you at Norseman. And Sam, do some real work out there, eh?
I'm a seismologist. We try and predict the shifting of the Earth's plates, what fault lines are likely to become active. I'm good with rocks. I'm just not so good at predicting people. In my profession, we have a saying, rocks don't lie. It needs biology for that. At that time, all I knew was I was in the arse end of Australia, waiting for God knows who to take me God knows where. Oh, get away! Oh, go on, shoot! Get away!
Hey, lady.
Are these your dogs?
Oh, no. I already ate mine. Go on, get! You want me to help you with your bag someplace?
I can manage.
You want a beer? Reckon it's about 40 degrees today.
Look, do you want money or something?
Just trying to be neighbourly.
If you want to help, you can tell me where... well, where the real town is.
You mean where the white people are?
The hotels, the bars.
The air conditioning. You need to go west off the airstrip. Norseman proper is the other side of the highway.
How far?
Couple of k's. You staying there?
I'm meeting someone.
Well, it's a small town, maybe I know him.
I doubt it.
Why's that?
He's a... you just wouldn't.
Well, is he tall and handsome like me?
Goodbye.
Does he own a big Toyota like me?
Will you leave me alone?
Is he a half-caste fella from Perth University, perhaps?
You're kidding me.
Joshua Patameri. Sam Rideout, I presume.
I think I lost £5 standing in that sun.
There's cold water in the bottle.
Did McCartney brief you?
Yeah, right. I just got co-opted into Geoscience Australia and was told to meet you here with a U, equipment and enough water and tucker for a trip into the paddock.
What?
That's what we call the nullarbor out here.
The paddock?
Yeah.
Let me get this straight. It's a waterless, wind-scoured void with bugger all in the way of civilised comforts. To the west is nothing but empty Indian Ocean until you hit the South African coast. Antarctica to the south. To the north, 3,000 hideous k's of burning sand and spinifex all the way to Darwin.
Yeah.
And east, where we're going, it's a bit worse until you hit Sydney, and that's, hey, another 3,000 k's. And you call it the paddock?
Well, when you put it like that, maybe you wouldn't want to buy property and retire.
Yeah, on that we're agreed.
So you want to tell me what we're looking for?
Right now, you know as much as I do. A seismic swarm across the whole of Australia, but especially the north and east coast. Then day before yesterday, seismograph 57 picked up a harmonic tremor out there.
But there isn't any magma this far onto the austral plate?
Right. So it could be an anomaly at the graph.
And us expendable galahs have been sent to check it.
Something like that.
Yeah, peachy.
So how long before we reach it?
About a day, I reckon.
What? I want to be back in Melbourne tomorrow.
Never happened. We don't turn off the air highway for another 5 hours or so, and then it's another 300 k's off-road.
How did I get taught into this?
Could be worse. Could be raining.
Are you going to be this remorselessly cheery throughout the whole trip?
Yeah, probably. Actually, rain would be good. All the bush round here blooms into life. Yeah, flowers and grasses that were dormant spring up in a matter of hours. It's really beautiful. It's worth seeing.
Send me a photograph.
Are you going to be this grumpy throughout the whole trip?
I don't know. I have to work at it. Don't take this the wrong way, but...
But you weren't expecting an abo?
I wasn't going to put it that way.
No, that's what you were thinking.
No, I was just thinking...
We're not all drunks and painters, you know.
I know that. I was just thinking...
Stupid bloody bird!
Is it dead?
I better check.
Joshua!
What the hell?
What the hell? What just happened?
There must be dozens of them.
Like something from Hitchcock. Does this happen often?
I hope not. It's like they were in a blind flight.
From what?
You're asking the wrong fella.
You're the bush expert.
Not today, and if... Oh, you feel that?
Earthquake. Just a tremor. Would that have scared the birds?
Gets my vote.
Meaning what exactly?
Meaning if it wasn't, then I'll have to start thinking about what else it might be.
Oh.
Well, we better get moving before we get a road train up the arse.
Frankly, that seems a lot less scary than going out there.
Yeah. I don't understand. The seismograph seems to be working fine.
So the harmonic tremor is happening?
How? It doesn't make any geological sense.
Could be a fissure.
Well, the nullarbor is basically one big lump of limestone, so fracturing isn't out of the question,
Not
but...
this far from a fault line.
Well, that last tremor was 2.2. Hold on to your hats. I got an epicentre. 400 k's due east.
Hypercentre?
Nah, it's just surface readings. And according to this, it only produced compression waves. Is that possible?
How long will it take to get there?
It's all cross-country. Another day at least, I reckon.
Download all the data. I'll uplink it to McCartney later.
So what are we doing?
Going east tomorrow, I guess. So is there a hotel around here?
Eh? Ah, that's a joke, right? I've sealed the seismograph back up.
There's only one tent.
Well, yeah, I thought you'd bring your own.
I don't own a bloody tent. If you've got any ideas about getting lucky out here, then you can just take them.
Hey, no, look, I'll sleep in the cruiser, no worries.
Oh, no, you're not. If you think I'm going to sleep out in this bug paradise, you've got another thing coming.
Well, actually, it's not the bugs you need to worry about.
No?
Nah, it's the snakes that scare the crappers out of me.
Oh, great.
Look, I got loads of 4X, snags and bacon. What do you say we get the barbie going?
Sounds revolting.
Is that a yes?
Of course it is. I could eat a scabby dog.
Right. Anything we're looking for? Volcanic or tectonic? I'll be honest, it's got me beat.
I think we're rewriting the book on this one.
Major plate realignment?
I'm not going to guess until all the data's in. It could just be a non-recurring phenomenon.
Which is a euphemism for we don't know what the hell is going on, but we're stocking up on canned goods.
It's got to have a simple explanation, Joshua. We just can't see it yet.
Yeah? You write down the exact time and date you said that. We mess with this planet too much. Whenever something weird happens like this, I can't help thinking she's biting back.
Global warming isn't going to cause quakes.
Nah, but governments did weird stuff where we're going. A lot of nuclear tests. Makes you think, that's all.
I'm too tired to think.
Beer?
I'm just going to,
Oh, right. Yeah, dunnies wherever you dig. And make a noise, scare off the King Browns.
Snakes, right?
The snake. You bit, you're dead.
I can see I'm going to be very constipated on this trip.
Nah, it's the bunyip you want to worry about.
Another snake?
Much worse. It's a man-eating monster who stuns you with a bellow, then drags you down into his swamp.
I'm not listening to you anymore.
It's true, I swear. Anything new off the satellite?
Nothing happened overnight. But I think I knew that already.
Oh, didn't you sleep?
I kept a snake vigil. Can we turn the aircon up?
Nah, it uses too much fuel. We've got to be careful.
Oh, okay. I didn't realise it was like this out here.
What, all the sand?
No. I mean, I know the geology, but the scale, the size of the sky, it's incredible. From my apartment, all I can see is next door's washing.
Yeah, it's something, all right.
Makes you feel so insignificant.
Well, you're good company.
Come on, you must feel it too.
Yeah. Well, what you're looking at is the real Australia. What they don't put in the brochures. It's as ancient as time, never changing, always changing. You know there are more UFO sightings here than anywhere else in Oz, and no one bloody lives here. Makes you think. And then there's the Dreamtime stuff. This place is sacred central.
Like what?
Nah, I don't remember. So how come you've never been out here before?
I'm a pom. You see sunshine, blue sea and cheap Chardonnay. I think we're in heaven. Why move?
Tourist forever.
Which is bad, why?
Roots.
So this is your ancestral land?
Nah, Chirucha. My dad's been Tupi. It's further north.
Get back much?
Yeah. Well, I left for a good reason. I'm 34. By the time your average Aboriginal man reached 40 up there, he qualified as an elder. It was live on welfare or break your back as a stockman on some isolated station. I tell you, when settlers came here, they didn't just take our lands.
You sound like a land rights lawyer.
And you sound like the other 80% of the country that clings to the east coast and looks out to sea. You want to try looking inside every now and then. You live here, but you don't live here.
Hey, at least I go back home to the UK when I can. You're as much a tourist as I am.
I have to be. The only way my people will survive is if we take the world on in its own game. That, and the fact that I do possess weapons-grade talent that was wasted in Alice Springs.
Modest, too. Hey, you see that?
Yeah, it's wreckage, maybe.
Slow down.
Hey, what for?
Let's take a look.
I don't know, Sam. A lot of stuff comes down here. Skylab hid back there a ways in 79. Military always messing about with something. Maybe we just leave it, huh?
Come on. 5 minutes. Stretch your legs. Where's your curiosity?
I'll give it to the cat. Hey, what is it?
Light aircraft, I think.
Let's go. Nothing we can do.
I'm just going to check.
Sam, be careful. You okay?
There's bodies in here.
Leave it, Sam. It's full of blowies.
Yeah. Here.
You all right?
I think I'm going to throw up.
No, just breathe. Breathe. Who was in there?
2 people. Oh, damn these flies.
You better?
Yeah. I don't think I'm ever going to get that smell out of my nose. They look pretty far gone. I just grabbed that.
I got a passport. Lee Treadway. Poor sod.
Treadway? That name rings a bell.
I don't recognise it.
Well, they hadn't been there long. We best tell someone as soon as we can.
Oh, hey. Somebody already knows.
How?
You see those twigs in ochre?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't touch that. Aboriginal business.
What does it mean?
Cleansing a sacred site, I reckon.
What, this spot?
The whole of Oz is a sacred site.
Oh. Joshua, can we get out of here? This place is freaking me out.
Yeah, me too. We've got another 3-4 hours to go, I reckon. You ready for it?
Yeah. Just next time I get curious, remind me to mind my own business.
I bet a few seconds before the waves bounce back.
At least it looks flat around here. No obvious uplifting.
And no gas vents either, which is the main thing.
You sure this is the right place?
GPS coordinates are the same as the seismographs last night.
Hey, Joshua! Come here!
Hey, what you got?
A sign. Keep out, prohibited area.
Oh, no. Maralinga Fields.
What's that?
A blighted place, bad dreamings.
And in English?
I told you yesterday it was a nuclear testing range in the 50s. Look around you. It's vitreous sand.
You mean we're standing in a bomb test site?
Ground zero.
How come I don't know about this place?
Strangely enough, they don't actually publicise it that much.
And I thought the desert was spooky.
We're going back.
The hell we are!
We shouldn't be here.
No, I didn't come through miles of crappy desert to turn back when we're so close to finding some answers.
Sam, people don't put signs up out here unless they're pretty serious about keeping people out.
Who's going to know?
I heard stories about this place.
Like what?
Just stories, okay? Aboriginal legends.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Of course we'll go. An ancient legend is bound to be relevant to studying a seismic swarm today.
Will you not be sarcastic at a time like this? It confuses me.
Data's in.
What do we got?
Nothing. Big fat slab of limestone. No fault lines, no vents, nothing.
Let me see.
I'm interested now.
I know that can't be. Now, there's got to be something.
Are you sure this is the right place?
Within a K or two, yeah. And even if we were 10 K short, there'd be some evidence down there, some sign of shearing.
Someone coming.
What? Oh, bloody hell.
What do you think we should do?
Oh, no, run.
No, we can't.
Well, I mean, let's just go. Just leave the equipment.
No, Joshua, we can't.
Quiet. It's like it's going to explode.
Wait a minute. They stopped.
There's some water beside you. Don't stand up or you'll be sick.
Where am I?
Tell me who you are first.
Sam Rideout.
What were you doing out there?
I feel sick.
Just lie still. Answer the question, please.
Go away.
What were you doing out there?
Did you just do that to me? I'm a seismologist. We're studying the earthquakes. You must have felt them.
You passed warning signs telling you this was a prohibited area.
No, we didn't. We found one that was lying down.
What were you looking for?
I just told you. Don't you watch the news? Where am I?
Who do you work for?
Geoscience Australia. Who are you?
You're English.
So are you.
What have you found out about these quakes?
You wouldn't understand if I told you.
Try me.
There's no fault line.
And who have you told about this?
No one. Look, where am I? Where's Joshua?
Hello? Hello?
So far, they're both telling the same story.
It was only a matter of time before someone came looking. I was hoping it would take them longer.
Superficially, their identities check out, but it's a hell of a coincidence them turning up when they did.
Well, they're scientists and good at their job.
Maybe, Colonel. But I found this passport in their Land Cruiser.
Treadway? Do they know what happened to him?
I haven't asked them where they got it yet. I wanted to keep something in reserve.
Then let's ask them now.
Sir, my recommendation is we get them off base as soon as. Use the ground contamination cover story to hospitalise them for a few days until we can check them out in more detail.
I want to meet them.
I don't think that's a good idea.
You don't? Well, I think we'll risk it.
They know too much already.
Nick, if we ship them off, they won't stop looking. And there'll be others. Let's find out what they know before we do anything.
Miss Rideout.
Oh.
Miss Rideout.
Where's Joshua?
He's safe.
I want to see him.
You will soon. Lee Treadway.
Who?
You heard.
I've never heard of him.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure I'd know. Wait a minute. Yes, that was the name of the man in the plane crash we passed. About 50 kilometres west of here. There was a pilot too, but they were pretty far gone. I just grabbed a bag with a passport in and got away from it. Which you must have found in our car, right?
He was dead.
Very. Hello? What the hell is going on here?
Is it him?
Oh, it's hard to tell from the face. Maggots and dingoes have taken their toll. We'll do his DNA, but I'd say so. He had his transfer orders in his pocket, credit cards, usual stuff. You two, body detail.
Great. This is going to set us back even further.
The programme carries on as planned.
We're not even halfway through the tests. Without detailed analysis of the seismograms, we're just guessing at how to balance the harmonic profile.
We carry on.
Carl, I don't think we can control
Then
it.
start to think. Look, I know this is stressful for us all, but we continue with the tests.
The old man's on a short fuse these days.
He's got a lot invested in this.
Haven't we all? You heard we found a couple of geologists out on the range this morning.
The grapevine's been humming.
I think he's going to bring them in.
We need them.
We don't know anything about them.
We're not in a position to be choosy.
Bloody careless of Treadway to get himself killed.
Here, give me the details. I'll take a look, see if I can come up with anything. I hope you're going to shower later.
I guess I do smell a bit, outback.
Oh, don't you dare.
Mr. Pattermary, get to your feet, please.
Hey, what?
Follow me.
Military? What time is it?
Late. This way.
Where are we?
Underground. 5 metres.
Hey, I recognise your voice. You're the man on the speaker.
Walk or we'll drag you. All the same to us.
Where are we going?
In here.
Joshua!
I wondered what the hell had happened to you.
So did I. Are you okay?
Head up on me bastards didn't torture any state secrets out of me, if that's what you mean. You?
Scared to death.
You've really no need, Miss Rideout.
Who are you?
My name's Walker, Colonel Walker. I run this facility. Sit, please.
Where are we?
I appreciate this must be alarming to you both, and I apologise for your treatment. But I must ask you some more questions before I can answer yours.
This isn't going to be like last time, is it?
No.
Oh, good. I don't think my stomach can handle it.
What do you want to ask us? I told your goon all I know.
No, we didn't know we was on prohibited land, okay? Just let us go.
We can't let you go.
What does that mean?
It's all right, Captain.
Look, we're civilians. You can't keep us here. Plus, you're not even Australian, so you've kidnapped a foreign national. We're walking out of here.
How? You're in a maximum security facility. Even supposing you could get out of it, it's currently 44 degrees in the shade out there. We're over 100 miles to the nearest station across a desert that even camels avoid. How's your bushcraft, Pater Mary? Think you'd make it?
What is all this cloak and dagger? We came here because of the earthquakes, that's it.
Yes, and what exactly have you learnt about the recent series of tremors? It is important.
Oh. Well, I don't know how much you'll understand, but there's no fault line or hypercentre. But there is an epicentre around here. They're primary waves only, no secondary waves at all, so they're not tectonic or volcanic. It's something we've never seen before. Pure seismic energy.
I see. Very clear. Thank you. Will you ask Miss Preedy to join us?
So, while this about the earthquakes, you must have seen the news. You must know what's going on.
Treadway.
What?
The man in the plane.
Yes.
He's a seismologist. I remember now where I've heard that name before. He's written papers for the British Geological Survey.
Treadway was a leader in his field. That's why I sent for him. I don't have time to replace him with someone from the UK, but you're here, you're Johnny on the spot.
I don't understand.
I know what's causing the quakes. I just don't know how to stop them. But you might be able to help.
What is this? Some kind of...
Stay here. Come with me, Bovey.
Come on, follow him.
Shut down main power. Then kill everything. Barker? Can you hear me, Barker?
What's going on?
The test units are run away.
There's no sequence scheduled for today.
The housing design team were running a mountings check when it started to feed back.
Are you okay?
It's not me you need to worry about. Barker and Tilly are still in there.
Power it down!
We can't. They routed power into the forward control booth. I can't cut it from here.
It feels like the mountings are beginning to break.
What's going on?
Get out of here!
Someone's got to go in there!
It could be suicide.
But this isn't...
Colonel, we've got to kill the power to the whole base.
No, it could lose God knows what data in the mainframe.
We'll save the data or lose the base.
What's making that noise?
Cover your ears!
Everyone all right?
Yeah. My ears are ringing like a brass band.
You okay?
Yeah. How's Barker and Tilly?
You're kidding, right?
Are they dead?
Dead. They're coating the walls.
Oh, someone, please, what is going on here? Who are you people?
I'd hoped to give you a better introduction to our work. But like I said, we need your help.
With what?
With perhaps the most important project in the history of mankind. So are you with us?
In part 1 of The Voice of God by Simon Bovey, Sam was played by Clare Corbett, Joshua by Matthew Diktinsky, Nick, David Thorpe, Walker, Geoffrey Beavers, Belinda, Beth Chalmers, and McCartney by Gerard McDermott. The soldiers were John Cummins, Delroy Brown and Nick Sace. The Voice of God was directed by Mark Beebe. The Voice of God by Simon Bovey, Part 2.
Watch where you're treading. There's still bits of Barker and Tilly here.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Won't have been quick. Internal organs turning to liquid. Eyes and ears.
Oh, I don't think I can do this.
Oh, hey, look at me. Look at me, it's all right.
Yeah, I'm okay.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you leave me to do this?
No, I've got to know what happened.
Okay. Look at this. Triple screen reinforced concrete. It's just smashed. The power of this thing.
Sometimes I think it shouldn't just be in our hands.
The old man would regard that kind of talk as treason.
Oh, I know my duty. I was just thinking out loud.
As far as he's concerned, this is going to bring in a new age.
Well, I'll settle for just having ordnance that works as it's supposed to.
You'll sort it. I have every confidence in you. How long will it take to get it up and running again?
The Colonel's already got us installing the second test unit. Not as bug-free as I'd like, but depending on what diagnostics show up, we can maybe get going again tomorrow.
That fast?
He's cracking the whip.
Someone has to.
I suspect, though, that we've reached a boundary, and I'm not sure how we can cross it. Right now, I need a seismologist. They know their stuff, Nick.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. I get paid to worry about these things, remember? And that Abo has an attitude problem.
Maybe you both do. You going to their briefing?
I've been asked to provide the floor show.
The what?
I'm bringing a Steely Dan.
Thanks for the warning.
Hasn't this place been bombed enough?
Military research doesn't just mean building bombs. We're involved in something a little more complex.
Curing AIDS? Abolishing hunger? What?
The truth is, Mr. Patameri, that at the moment we are under threat from a hostile ideology. Global in scale, ruthless in purpose, and insidious in method. Unhappily, the danger it poses promises to be of an indefinite duration. So there's a need for not just a new way of thinking, but new weapons.
And in normal speak, that would be...
Don't you ever watch the news?
I only ever watch the cartoons. They make more sense.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
We're talking about a weapon that will specifically counter terrorism. The individuals and the states that support it.
And you're not talking nuclear?
No, though they do have the potential to be as destructive.
What do you know about infrasound?
Not a lot, other than major seismic events create very high or low frequencies we can't hear.
They say animals can. Whales and elephants use it to communicate, don't they?
That's right, but there's a lot more to it than that. The Nazis were actually the first to investigate its potential as a weapon in the hope of downing Allied bombers. But most of the data on its effects on the human body come from NASA. They found that during rocket launches, their astronauts suffered visual distortion, headaches, nausea, and even respiratory rhythm distress.
But the frequency that is most dangerous is between 7 and 8 hertz. This is the resonant frequency of flesh.
It's what killed the 2 scientists yesterday.
A sound killed them?
I know it seems like science fiction, but I assure you it's very real. Sound is an incredibly powerful and important property to be able to manage, and here we're learning how to do that.
You fellas had me there for a minute. You must think I'm a dill or something.
Why on earth would we think that?
Well, sarcasm, right?
I'm impressed you noticed it.
This is rather difficult to believe.
Show them, Captain.
This is a Grade 1 military oscillator nicknamed a Steely Dan. Its tactical function is house clearance in an urban conflict environment.
Makes your fillings rattle.
Yeah, I'd keep your mouth open if I was you. You shouldn't find that too difficult.
In 5 minutes, it'll be unbearable to be within 50 feet of it. In half an hour, it'll reduce the average house to sugar cube-sized rubble. It works by vibrating at the precise harmonic profile of the target, creating a catastrophic resonance.
This is the first of many such weapons that are already being used by armed forces around the world.
Captain Bowman was actually the first British serviceman to use one in conflict.
Bully for him.
Yeah, but ask me outside and I'll neither confirm nor deny their use.
Come a long way since US forces bombarded General Noriega in the Vatican Embassy with endless cycles of high-volume pop music.
All right, please turn it off.
Oh, that's nothing. Give it a minute and it gets really quite arousing.
Okay, you made your point. I'm going to chunder.
Oh, thank you, Captain. Gets to you, doesn't it? Deep inside, it's elemental and raw. You can't see it, can't avoid it, but it will kill you.
You were washed with infrasound the moment we saw you on the range. That's why you became disorientated. A low-yield sonic bullet knocked you out from 200 metres.
And you used it on us in the cells?
It's very efficient at breaking down resistance.
And here at Maralinga, we're working on what we hope will be the most versatile application.
But there are problems, and we need your help.
To do what?
Stop the tremors.
You're causing them?
They're an unwanted side effect from the test firings, yes.
Test firing what? The thing that killed those scientists?
Yes, but ultimately something much bigger. A weapon that can generate infrasound of sufficient power and focus to collapse a building from many miles away, knock an airliner out of the sky, or subtle enough to liquidize a single suicide bomber in a crowded street while leaving everyone else unharmed.
What the hell is this thing called?
I call it the Voice of God.
And that was the first time we heard the name. Not the kind you'd ever forget. No, believe me, I've tried. It seemed portentous, even pretentious. Just not possible that all the quakes, the deaths I'd seen of Barker and Tilly were caused by sound. Surely these people were exaggerating. And if they weren't, then what the hell was I going to do?
Why all the fish tanks in the corridors?
There are watchdogs. Fish can hear infrasonic precursors. If they're unsettled when we've stopped a test, we know there's spillage. We can then bring down a series of baffles and shields within the facility to protect us from aftershocks.
Jeez, this thing must fill your backyard.
There she is. The product of 3 years' hard labour in the colonies.
Is this all that it is?
The actual oscillating unit doesn't need to be that big. You just have to get things started. And then nature does the rest.
The bunyip.
The what?
Nothing.
It's hard to believe this is what's got every geologist in Australia running round. Doesn't look much like a weapon.
Well, that's because it isn't.
What?
This is just a test device, a unit on which we try out ideas, refine the science.
How many are there?
We had 2. You saw what happened to one of them yesterday.
Thank God it isn't the real thing. Think what that could do.
It's really quite beautiful. Like a nautilus shell.
I'm glad you think so. The real breakthrough is in these horns. It's these that magnify and focus the resonance energy. Then it can either pump out a wave of oscillating energy or fire a beam as fine as a pencil.
Up to now, we've just had run-up tests, but in practice, the horns will be focused onto coordinates.
But as you've seen at the moment, it's as dangerous to wield as it is to receive.
And I can't determine why. The tremors radiate out from here at no predictable meridian.
And that's where we come in.
Primarily, we need to know if it's how the waves interact with the terrain, and if so, whether it's something peculiar to Marilinga or a design flaw we can iron out.
Or you're up a gum tree, eh, mate, and the bits it doesn't work.
It works.
In the early days of jet aviation, people didn't believe the sound barrier could be broken. Limits are only there to be beaten.
I'll make all the data you want available. If you need anything else, just let me know.
You do realise we don't know anything about weapons?
You don't need to. Just do the job that's asked and do it quickly. And then you can go home.
Carl? Carl?
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Sorry. I didn't realise you used pink noise.
It helps me concentrate, same as Tibetan singing bowls. There's nothing new under the sun.
I just wanted your approval for releasing the test data to Sam and Joshua.
Oh. Not the harmonic profiles, they're classified. Doubt they'd understand them anyway. Oh, and not this. There's no need for them to know how many tests we've run. Anything else?
It's my job to say it. I think we're pushing too far too fast.
We're going too slowly.
My people are dying now. That changes things.
I know how you feel. It shouldn't have happened. Did you know 6 slave labourers died for each V2 rocket the Nazis assembled? A far higher proportion than enemy civilians killed by it. But no one could doubt the weapon's potency as propaganda. The voice will be no less effective. We push on.
We need time to study the data, to check...
Belinda, we don't have time. Whilst we're here, our enemies are putting schemes into place that we can only dread. And all the...
Carl, are you all right?
No, I'm fine. Could you pass me that flask? Thank you.
Shall I get the MO? She's only down the corridor.
No, I'm fine, really. Indigestion.
Settling in, then.
I wonder if I could get the bloody aircon to work. God, it's hot.
Yeah, in more ways than one. I'd say they got us stuffed and oven ready.
You've got to admit it's intriguing. I do actually know a little bit about infrasound. What Walker said, it's all true. Have you heard of Tesla?
Well, yeah, the Tesla coil.
That's him. He and a chap called Gavro pioneered a lot of the science over 100 years ago.
Why did you say anything?
Know all you tell, don't tell all you know, I suppose.
Hey, you're a dark horse.
Is that a compliment?
That's as good as it gets. So what are we going to do?
I didn't get the feeling from Walker that we actually had much choice.
There's always choice. OK, I admit the science of this thing has got my attention, but this is dangerous stuff, Sam.
Yeah, Joshua, it's a weapon.
No, I mean, they don't know what they're dealing with. I don't know what they're dealing with. And it could turn around and deal with us.
Belinda and Nick seem pretty clear about how dangerous it is.
Oh, it's Nick now, is it? Yeah, it was Gurn yesterday.
Don't tell me you're jealous.
What? Oh, that's 6-foot mutton gun. Oh, but ask yourself this. If they know so damn much about what they're doing, why do they need the help of two misfits who are the last two people their own colleagues turn to? You think about that.
Oh, gosh, thanks for the boost of my self-esteem.
Come on, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just not happy working with something that's used to kill, and I'm not happy with this place. It has a bad feeling to it. All them damn fish everywhere give me the willies. And it feels haunted. I know you scoff, but it does. There's stories about Marilinga.
Oh, come on.
I'm serious, Sam.
I didn't think you subscribed.
There's some things you don't mess with.
I can't pretend to know how you feel, Joshua, because I don't. I don't know those stories. I do understand your worries about the weapon. But we both know Walker's going to press on with us whether we're here or not.
Agreed.
So, if we're here, we can at least try and stop these quakes before they do some real damage.
Yeah, I heard that.
So we a team still?
You want me to fix your aircon?
Of course I do.
You just press the on button.
Oh, for goodness sake.
You've got a minute.
Oh, for you, several.
I've been looking over your report on Treadway's plane crash, and it doesn't look like an accident to me.
I didn't see any signs of ground fire or a bomb.
No. You'll probably think I'm crazy, but the damage looks... Well, it looks like the voice.
It can't be.
Catastrophic structural failure, wide dispersion of debris. Nick, it has the signature.
The only way it would be even remotely possible is if Treadway's aircraft was on approach at the same time we were running a test.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'd make sure that didn't happen.
It just looks odd.
This is the outback. Odd's normal out here. Have you told the old man about this?
Not yet. I wanted to run it past you before
don't. He's got enough to worry about. Leave it with me, but...
Oh, but...
Honestly, Belinda, I think it's just an accident.
A lot of this information was way over our heads.
We didn't expect you to understand it all.
Well, we've looked at all the data you had on the tremors up till now, and they've been pretty much all over Australia, apart from the south.
So is it how the harmonics interact with the particular rock around here, as we suspected?
No, it's just limestone.
Which means?
Well, nothing, it's just a fact. You're thinking one-dimensionally when you should be thinking seismic.
Go on.
Well, basically, in an earthquake, you have two kinds of energy. Compression waves, which do exactly what it says on the tin, really. They compress rock. And they're fast, very fast. That's what you've been creating. There are also surface waves, which have a more side-to-side motion and cause shearing. But we haven't found any record of them in the tremors you've caused.
So it's not in the limestone?
Oh, the rock doesn't make any difference.
So where should we look?
Well, it's a curly one, but we think it's your focusing or your structure.
Yeah.
Not precise enough.
Hey, I'm not Einstein.
We have an idea which may work. So, which is the front?
Here. Yeah, this is the focusing cone, but we haven't tested those in a firing sequence yet.
So the energy has just been allowed to dissipate?
Yes.
And you use this kind of mounting all the time?
For all of the test units so far, yes.
Yeah, what's it made of?
Titanium with a polycarbon bed.
Where are you going with this?
Well, all the evidence points to compression wave conduction.
No, the bed is especially designed to prevent the oscillations from reaching the support.
Again, you're not thinking seismic. Compression waves will pass through anything. Your problem's the mounting.
Yeah, we think it's way too rigid. You see, the reason you haven't created any tremors in the south is because the rear of the mount isn't grounded. And you haven't created shearing waves because the thing tears itself apart before you get the frequencies low enough.
Right, we're close to 7 cycles and the structure starts to lose integrity.
Yeah.
Good job you called us in. Carry on like this and you'd have brought the bloody house down.
So we need a floating housing.
It's still too rigid.
Some form of cradle would do it.
We drew up a rough plan, which I'm sure wouldn't take too much to build.
Good. Very good. When the solution is simple, God is answering. That's Einstein, Mr. Patamary. Get on to it.
Bring the beam all this way. That's what I wanted.
Hi. Thought you might need a cup of coffee.
Thanks, put it down anywhere.
Take a break. You need to eat. Or at least drink your coffee, Belinda.
Nick, I don't have time for this.
Hey.
Look, I've still got cabling that isn't wired in, stanchions that won't mount, and a million other problems.
What can I do?
Well, we're going to be lifting a unit in a few minutes. We'll need all the help we can get for that.
I'll pull in some of my men. So this is the new mounting. Nice job.
It's down to Sam and Joshua, mainly.
Let's hope it works.
Well, I'll soon know.
You're not firing tonight.
As soon as the test unit's secured.
What if they're wrong?
Well, then I guess we'll learn something else.
Yeah, I brought you a Chico roll.
Is that food stuff?
Yeah, they're good.
Is there anything in that canteen that isn't fried?
If there is, I think they throw it out. So, where are we at?
They're not telling us all the facts.
Their military line's part of the job.
Look here. Of the 108 quakes recorded in the last 40 days, I reckon at least 92 of them can be attributed to the weapon.
Wow.
We've only got data on test firings corresponding to half that amount.
What did I tell you? They're all as cunning as a dunny can rat.
Well, if I understood that, I'm sure I'd agree with you. But the thing that really worries me is the average magnitude is around 2.5.
Yeah, so?
So, there are these at 5.6, at 5.8, and this one in the Musgraves at 6.1 that aren't anything to do with test firings. Or if they are, I don't have the data.
That's way over the average, both naturally and for the voice.
So what made those?
Ah, hell. It's what I'm saying, isn't it? We mess with the planet and she'll bite back.
Or it's something we haven't seen yet.
Like what?
Your guess is as good as mine, but they're not telling us everything.
You know they're going to test this thing again tonight.
Belinda told me.
Well, if it works, I'm out of here. You?
We'll see.
Oh, don't let them suck you in, Sam.
Give me some credit, but I've started something here and I want to see it through.
I'm glad to hear it.
Colonel.
That's how we all feel.
Oh, we were just running through the data.
Good. I wanted to thank you for what you've done already.
Just stick a bonus on the fee.
If it works, then there'll be many bonuses.
You really believe that? That this is a force for good?
I wouldn't be here if I didn't.
Can a weapon ever be a force for good?
Well, haven't nuclear weapons kept the peace between the superpowers for over 50 years?
Korea, Vietnam, Angola, Bosnia, Iraq, Kuwait, Sierra Leone, Iran, shall I go on?
Proxy conflicts. Don't let them blind you to the future we and our children face. We have to find within us the resolve to carry the burdens of a prolonged and complex struggle against terrorism. And yes, it is a struggle against fear. Fear of the unknown, of the outsider, fear of change. The voice is merely one element in that struggle, but it's an important one.
Wielding a bigger stick than the other fella is going to solve our problems?
No, just make people more susceptible to talking before fighting.
But these are people who feel they have a grievance, and believe me, I know a little about that. They won't give up just because they might die. It's not a war out there like you believe.
Isn't it? This age may not have its iconic words like Auschwitz or Hiroshima, but we have their like. 9/11, Bali, Black Christmas. We all remember where we were when we heard about them.
I certainly do.
And I don't want to see any more days like that. I honestly believe that we're working here to make sure that doesn't happen.
It is still unproven technology.
Is it? And it shall come to pass that when they make a long blast with the ram's horn, the wall of the city shall fall down flat. Joshua 6:5.
Well, don't look at me, no relation.
No, but possibly the earliest account in literature of sound being used as a weapon.
I guess it's no accident you find that reference in the Bible. Religion is what you're up against. You do see that, don't you?
I have no time for religion, Mr. Patamary. As you quite rightly observe, it divides people. But belief brings them together.
Belief. Now there's something you don't expect to hear out of the mouth of a scientist. And I think for a while there, he had me. Look, my aim was to make the weapon safe, that when and if it was deployed, it wouldn't cause more damage than was necessary. I can see now I was wrong. Wrong about everything. It's not the weapons that create the fear, it's the fear that creates the weapons. But I lost friends in Bali. And the more you want to believe in something, the easier it is to be fooled.
Bring the oscillator online.
In the sequence.
50 cycles per second.
Withdraw the baffles.
So what's the dream scenario here?
No, get it down to 6 cycles and it doesn't shake itself apart.
You forgot no quakes.
I assumed that was obvious.
Cut it out, you two.
20 cycles.
Lower the resonance shield.
Wow, I can feel that in my stomach.
Right before it turns to jelly.
You always have to spoil the moment.
10 cycles. 9.
How's the profile?
Smooth graph. Structural integrity is good. We're green across the board.
8 cycles.
Come on.
7 cycles.
Hold it there.
Holding.
She's steady, Colonel.
Yes!
So that's it?
Yes, with much thanks to you.
Don't know about you, but I was expecting more.
The developments are more often than not in small...
That's what I was expecting.
A shield's fractured.
President's leaking
My
in.
God, the power of that thing!
Shutting down.
Shut it down!
No, I'm trying. I don't understand. After the last test, I completely updated the safety protocol. We've got to get out, Joshua.
Claire, she's fainted. Stay with her.
We have to throw the main power grid off.
I'll do it.
It's under the system's control panel.
Don't get up too quick.
You okay?
My head feels like it's been cracked open. Have I been unconscious for long?
A couple of minutes. Take it easy. Don't rush to get vertical.
I found the problem. The cable to the automatic cutoff had been severed. It looks like it was jammed too tightly into the power ducts.
So I guess the cradle didn't work then?
On the contrary, it was a great success. The cradle stood up very well.
What happens when it goes badly?
There's no indication of primary wave conduction. It was the oscillating unit. It didn't shut down when it went critical and radiated resonant energy.
It's quite a breakthrough.
I'm sorry, though. The unit should have shut down. I don't understand why it didn't. I checked it myself.
No, Belinda. If anyone's to blame, it's me. I've been driving us all hard, but I think today we can say it's paid off. Thank you all. Tomorrow we start with...
Sir, we're getting reports of a quake.
Where?
Middle of the Gibson.
Show me the seismogram.
3.2. 900 k's away.
Northwest of the device. Right where the horn's pointed. Well, that means we're gaining some control.
Anyone hurt?
Well, it's just desert.
Oh, you think? Trust me, there are people living there.
This really does mean back to the drawing board.
Not at all. This is very encouraging.
You're joking, right?
As Captain Bowman said, it's on a definite, predictable trajectory.
Yes, but we've got to stop the quakes. I thought that was understood.
It's larger than I predicted, but the energy was untargeted.
Exactly. Once we bring the targeting system online, I'm confident we'll rein it in.
And if you don't?
These are teething problems, nothing more.
That's insane. You run the risk of not only causing a quake in a populated area, but killing your own stuff. And you call that a breakthrough? This whole setup's a bloody bag of nails.
You're not here to comment on policy.
The hell I'm not.
When I tell you to shut
Listen,
up,
I'm a
you
civilian.
shut
I can say
up.
whatever
Listen
I
to me.
want.
No,
Enough! All matters regarding the tests are my responsibility and mine alone.
We all understand that, Colonel.
I think the result is conclusive. Get engineering started on a version for the ordnance straight away.
Whoa, what?
Nothing for you to be concerned about.
I'm concerned about everything you
Mr.
Bergs do.
Patamary, you're here at my discretion. That means you can be a polite advisor or you can be under confinement. Your choice.
Well, that's a POM tradition, isn't it?
And one I keep very much alive. Now back to work.
I think you just got your head handed to you, Abbo.
I've been insulted by professionals. You people are just journeymen.
Yeah, well, why don't you...
Please, everyone! We should rethink this.
This is a military base. You carry out your orders.
The Colonel knows what he's doing.
Doesn't look like it from where I'm standing.
Well, that's the scientific mind for you. And believe me, Colonel Walker does have one of the best.
They're not listening.
Nah, you really think so?
Is that? Nick?
You all right?
Oh, I didn't know you were out here.
Just checking the perimeter. Are you picking up any residual harmonics?
No, we're clear. The fish are quiet.
It looked like you were getting something.
It was strange. Probably just a number station.
Out here?
You'd be surprised. It's gone now. I wanted to thank you.
For what?
For saving our lives. Saving my life. Stupid of me not to double-check that cable, but I was sure it was put in correctly. I watched them do it.
It doesn't matter now. And it was my job.
You're head of security, not head of safety procedures.
No, it's my job because I love you.
Got one of those for me?
I was hoping to work through this slab myself.
Come on, give it up. Nice spot. Lovely sunset. No night here for you to aggravoke.
Yeah, it's a gift.
What are you doing?
Trying to find some news online. Doesn't look like anyone was hurt. They got lucky.
We got lucky.
They're all over the place like a mad woman's knitting, Sam.
You're drunk.
I'm about right. Besides, isn't that what you expect of us blackfellas?
Don't start with me. Just because Walker had a go doesn't mean to say we're all like that.
What the hell are we doing here, Sam?
Damage limitation.
Yeah, well, I don't think we got to the hard part yet. Do you know what Aborigine means?
Indigenous people, isn't it?
It means people who were here from the beginning. And we say that no one can hear the voice of God and live. And I don't know about you, but that makes me feel just... You hear that?
Yeah. It's coming from across the desert.
Hey, you two. You better come and look at this.
What is it?
Trouble.
In part 2 of The Voice of God by Simon Bovey, Joshua was played by Matthew Diktinsky, Sam by Clare Corbett, Nick David Thorpe, Walker Jeffrey Beavers, Belinda Beth Chalmers, and Joel Simon Bovey. The Voice of God was directed by Mark Beebe. The Voice of God by Simon Bovey. Part 3.
I don't believe this. Friends of yours?
Not my clan. Jeez, there must be 50 or 60.
What do they want?
Same as us, probably. Stop the quakes.
Call it in, Private. Tell base I want the Apaches. Low yield, but I want that mob gone.
What are you doing?
My job. What's that noise they make?
Bull roarers, or what my people call the voice of God. It's swung to call an ancestor and only used very rarely in rituals. Something's really got them spooked to turn out like this.
Where did they come from?
Oak Valley community, I'd guess.
Takes some doing across 100 miles of scrub.
Not bad for a bunch of daft buggers, eh?
Well, they wasted their time. I'm sending them home.
How are you going to do that?
Air support. Don't leave home without it.
Well, call them off. They're not doing any harm.
They're trespassing.
This is their land.
Not this side of the wire. The helicopters will just make it uncomfortable for them, so calm down.
You're using infrasound?
You bastard! Hey, get away! Get away from the wire!
Joshua, they can't hear you!
What the hell is the matter with you people?
No one's going to get hurt.
They're hurting already. That's why they're here. This isn't a colony anymore, you know. They've more right to be here than you.
No, they haven't. And I'm authorised to use lethal force to protect this facility. So back off, mongrel boy.
You jumped up, little... Shove your head up your...
Glass jaw. Might have guessed.
Keep your head back.
I'm trying.
You didn't have to hit him.
He just doesn't know when to back off.
He doesn't.
Oh, this is all I need.
Report, Captain.
There was a group of about 50 Aboriginals by the wire, sir. I ordered the helicopters in to disperse them.
Have they gone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why they were here?
Land rights protest, I expect. It's not the first time they've done something like this, but I don't think they'll be back.
You don't know anything about it.
Mr. Patamari, what happened to your nose?
I may have...
Just a disagreement in the Commonwealth. Look, the Tremors brought those fellas here.
How would they know they originate here?
Because they've happened before.
What?
Have you heard of the Dreamtime?
Yes, the Aboriginal Genesis.
Near as. But instead of one god, they have many ancestors. One for each totemic species. And they not only created themselves, but also literally sang the world into existence.
Sang?
Yes. And the name Maralinga is writ large in the Dreamtime. It literally means field of thunder.
That's a hell of a coincidence.
Maybe not. There's a story of two ancestors called the Lightning Brothers who created Maralinga. It was a dense forest then, but Witchetty Man, an evil spirit, was jealous of the land they'd created and tried to stop creation by blowing a huge conch shell, drowning out the naming. There was a great battle. The sky filled with thunder and lightning, and the trees were all scorched away. The Lightning Brothers subdued Witchetty Man, but he's still here, somewhere, sleeping under the earth. And that's why these people have come. They fear the tremors mean the battle is about to begin again.
Oh, amazing. I've read about many civilizations that have seismic events in their mythology. Even St. Matthew suggests there was an earthquake at Christ's death, but I'd not heard that one before.
Look, the point is they're not gonna go away. You may think they have, and your men will lose them all right, but they'll still be there.
As long as they stay the other side of the wire, I suppose they won't observe anything of value.
I'll double the patrols.
I assure you that Captain Bowman was acting under my orders and for the well-being of the Aboriginals.
Yeah, that's a colonial tradition after all.
Captain, engineering is ready to move.
Sir.
Anything we can help with?
It's all in hand.
Sorry about your nose.
Yeah, no worries.
They're up to something.
They're military. Up to something's the job description.
Yeah, but what are they building?
Who cares? I'm getting cleaned up.
Yeah, sorry. Still, for a man covered in blood, I think you put your case very well.
Ripper.
Come on. What did you expect?
I don't know. But for people who work with sound, they don't listen very much.
No, this load first. Come on, screw the thing.
We're doing our best, Captain.
Well, it's not up to much.
We're running late, Nick.
I know, sir. If you want my opinion, it's going to be at least another day before we're finished here.
Act as if you have faith and it shall be given.
Never had the comfort of a religious belief, sir.
Don't know if it's much of a comfort.
Colonel, can you check over the firing protocols before I have them uploaded? I don't want mistakes like last time.
Of course, I'll do it now.
You okay, Colonel?
Sit down, here.
I'm fine, thank you.
You've been working too hard.
We've come a long way in a short time, Colonel. The range, the control, even the size of the weapon. Don't you think we could afford to slow the pace a little now?
It's too early to talk of accomplishments. We're close to having this dragon by the tail, and I won't ease off until we've caught him. Is the data in the control room?
Yes.
I'll check it through.
What the hell's the matter with him?
I really don't know.
I'm dreaming you're in love with me like I'm in love with you. Dreaming's all I do, 'cause I should be so lucky, 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 lucky.
Something's going on they're not telling us about.
Bloody hell, Sam, come in.
Listen, they're definitely making something.
Well, if I send them some wood, do you think they'll knit me one?
We've got to take a look.
I'm not going out there at night. You go, you give me the highlights over breakfast.
You're not still nursing your bruised pride, are you?
Hey, I could have had him. It's a well-known fact that little fellas can lick the big fellas. He just took me by surprise.
And the way we stop that happening again is by going to see what they're up to.
I haven't got any trousers on.
Then put some on. Joshua, I think they're making a much bigger version of our cradle. And I bet you it's for whatever they've been hiding from us. And I, for one, want to know what it is. There are convoys of trucks going off east and we're hitching a lift.
Remember at that plane crash, you did tell me to remind you to mind your own business next time you got curious.
I know, but I have a sixth sense for these things.
Any news on how the other five are doing?
OK, what I need is for you to stop being you for a minute, to get dressed, cut the glib remarks and follow me, OK?
Bloody hell, English women. My mother warned me about you.
I should be getting back.
Oh, I've hardly seen you.
I'm sorry. But, you know, Carl's driving the programme at fever pitch. I'm having to chivvy people along. Half my team is scared to death of him, the other half are terrified of the weapon.
It's doing its job, then.
What, fear?
Yeah. Seems to me that's its greatest asset. Renders nuclear weapons obsolete, but does the same job.
But unlike the bomb, it'll probably be used in anger more than twice. Everyone should have it or no one.
Oh, they will, eventually. Can't see the US, Russia, India or China sitting back and letting the UK rule the waves like the old man expects.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of. I told him we should go to the UN with this. Share the technology.
Hang on a minute. For a few years we'll
It'll
have
head off an arms race. Billions of dollars, Nick, billions, will be spent as countries that are years behind us rush to develop their own version. What will that achieve for any of us?
Oh, well, it's always been something. A crossbow, a frigate, tanks, air power, then nuclear, and tomorrow's sonics. The balance of power shifts.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be that way. Before Hiroshima, there were some who urged the US government to explode a bomb on an island as a show of strength, scare Japan into surrender.
Yeah, and if they'd done that, you know what would have happened?
No.
Nothing. No one respects strength unless it's used against them.
That is so cynical.
No, it isn't. We'll have an arms race, a new stalemate, and fear will prevail, and peace because of it. It's a system that works.
Well, sharing the knowledge will achieve the same thing, even if it's just among the UK's friends.
All I know is don't show your hand until it's called. Neither to friends or enemies. Look, I don't want
Might is right, yeah?
Well, yes. I know my job, Belinda, and it's not just to kill, it's to keep the status quo.
Even if it's rotten?
Where do you want this load?
Mark up here,
mate. Right.
I thought you said there was nothing out here.
Well, there isn't. Nearest town's Cook, 300 k's south.
It looks like a school over there. There's a lot of glass out of the windows.
Hang on. And no furniture either. Sam, these buildings are just shells.
What are they doing here, then?
You know, the old fellas used to talk about a town out here in the desert, but I never gave it much notice. Maybe this is it. Can you hear sheep?
Yeah, I think it's coming from... Whoa, look at them all.
Bloody hell, what are they for?
God knows.
This is giving me the creeps, like a ghost town.
Yeah, why don't we just go... Someone's coming.
What do we do?
I don't know.
Come out with your hands above your head.
The guards have orders to shoot trespassers on sight.
I thought we were part of the team.
You are.
Are we? Look, Belinda, you seem a nice person, but we're not stupid.
I never thought you were.
No? Then why weren't we given all the data? Why are we not being told what's going on? And why do we have guards watching us?
The guards don't watch you.
It feels like it. I know we're new here, but you must have run all kinds of checks on us. You know we're not spies. So a little involvement instead of just being used would be nice.
Yeah, you can start with what that town is out there.
Yeah.
Well, it's what's left of Maralinga. It's nothing.
Nothing. It's a proper town.
It was built in the 50s to house the British scientists and their families that worked here during nuclear bomb trials.
Oh, right, yeah, which no one told the Aborigines about. You people just left them to walk through the fallout.
Well, that was a bit before my time.
What are you doing there now? Trucks have been coming and going all night.
I'm afraid that's on a need-to-know basis.
Now you see, this is what we're talking about.
So we don't need to know?
No, Miss Rideout. I think maybe you do.
My God!
Breathtaking, isn't it?
It's enormous.
150 metres high, 225 wide.
It's almost identical to the test units. So most of what you see is the focusing horn, or what we call the array. But inside, a series of chambers and baffles convert the oscillation into a powerful beam of sound that makes this, the weapons version, much more versatile.
So this is the real thing? The voice of God?
Yes.
It looks so beautiful. Like a chrome tower shell.
That's our cradle design, isn't it?
It's a good one.
I should have copyrighted it. But at least if it's that size, you're not going to smuggle it into too many places.
The production version will be a lot smaller.
I knew there was something we hadn't seen yet.
Well, there's no need for you to be aware of its existence to complete your work.
So why tell us now?
Because we're going to test fire it.
You've not fired it before?
Only run-ups. It was too wild to tame before you came up with the cradle.
Which explains the larger quakes on the data you gave me.
The power of it surprised us all.
And it's aimed at that town, isn't it?
We need to determine its operational effectiveness.
It seems a bit harsh on the sheep.
It's the only way of seeing what effect the voice has on tissue at range. Unless you're volunteering.
Tempting offer.
But surely you know.
But actually, a lot of the science is hard to determine at this scale.
Well, I'll give you some that's really easy. I've seen your seismograms, and this thing produced 3 earthquakes over magnitude 5 during what you're calling a run-up. So what the hell is it going to do when it's 5
fired.
The data Colonel Walker has prepared shows us that there's no risk of primary wave conduction now.
And this has a very sophisticated targeting technology. We've found focused energy dissipates faster than a broadcast wave.
We're also using 2 emitters. So as the waves meet, they'll start to cancel each other out.
But look...
Sam, I've run all the simulations and computer models I could on the weapon, and none of them showed seismic events.
Exactly. Now, if you'd like to follow me...
Wait, but you don't know for sure in practice.
When the Americans detonated the world's first atomic bomb, no one was sure what that would do. There were some who feared it would ignite the atmosphere, but progress favours the brave.
They were at war at the time. We're not.
Don't you believe
Come on, it's not the same thing at all.
It's a global conflict.
It's worse. It's chaos. I've seen it. You give me the weapons and I'll use them. Make no mistake, this is a war.
Wow, you guys have the same hymn sheet.
I understand your reservations, but the potential power of the voice surpasses mere destructive force. It's a moral weapon. And that's an idea more powerful than we can possibly imagine.
A moral weapon?
I'm sure I read Thou Shalt Not Kill somewhere once.
The same book as An Eye for an Eye. But think about this. When Little Boy exploded over Hiroshima, over 100,000 people were killed like that. Almost 3 times as many died and are still dying from radiation poisoning. The voice holds the promise of being no less powerful, but it's quick, clean, and has no residual effects. It hits and it's over.
Where's your evidence?
Mr. Patamary, have you heard of mutually assured destruction?
Hum a few bars and I'll join in.
It means a country has enough nuclear missiles...
I know what it means.
America has arrogantly taken on the role of the world's policeman since the end of the Second World War, largely because of this threat. And as you yourself pointed out yesterday, the world hasn't known a day's peace since. But with the UK armed with the voice, acting as a global peacemaker, then all wars will cease. Don't you see that? This will negate a country's offensive capability in seconds.
So damn the consequences.
Despite the consequences.
And you know this is going to happen.
I believe it. And if enough people believe in a thing, then it will happen. We mustn't go meekly to the slaughter because of ignorance or lack of courage. The voice of God will bring us to our senses. It'll herald a new golden age of security and peace.
How far away is it?
Don't worry. The weapon's about 2 kilometres from here.
So is it safe? I mean, there's no risk of it being like last time?
No. That's the whole point of remote firing. But if you see me running, try and keep up.
Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Sarcasm, right?
Oh, you're getting it.
How is that optimum, Colonel?
If you want to see what happens, watch the monitors up here.
Withdraw all baffles.
Are you okay?
Compared to what? You know, the trouble is half of me wants to believe in him.
And the other half thinks he's certifiably deluded?
Yeah, but he can certainly argue his
Weapon
case.
is armed and ready.
Target's locked. Safety disabled. Fire's in the hole, Colonel.
Do you want to say anything?
Nope, let's do it.
Starting countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Well, there we go.
5,
Sydney on the bush.
Let's hope it doesn't take out either.
3, 2, 1. Weapon fire initiated.
Weapon has fired, Colonel.
Anything?
Not yet. Wow, needle's just hit red.
Good Lord.
Look at that. It's just like a nuclear shockwave.
Smash the town like an eggshell.
It's all right. There's no resonance leakage. It worked.
Oh, congratulations. Well done. Well done, everyone. Bring me the data when it's in. We've a lot of work to do.
They say the day Oppenheimer saw his bomb explode, he knew the world would never be the same again. I think Joshua Patamary and I felt the same way watching that wall of dust that was once Maralinga come screaming towards us. It was more powerful than we believed possible. Did Walker feel the same? Maybe like Joshua and myself, he hadn't fully realised the consequences of firing. But no, I'm not here to defend him. He knew. He knew better than any of us.
Mind if I join you? Please. My appetite's come back with a vengeance.
No news of any quakes yet?
Joel will tell me the minute there's anything.
So I guess you don't need us here anymore.
Well, it's not up to me, sorry. But I'd appreciate you being around a bit longer.
My boss will probably think I'm dead. I should get word to him.
That shouldn't be a problem. You'll have to go through Nick, though.
Right. Are you and he... you know...
Oh, my God, has everyone noticed that?
It's hard to miss.
Well, we've been here 3 years. You're bound to get close to people in that time.
3 years?
Yeah, I know.
How have you not gone insane? Apart from anything else, this place is so spooky. Joshua swears it's haunted.
No, that's a 19 hertz oscillation from the generators. It creates a feeling of unease and visual disturbances. Actually, I think that explains most hauntings.
Don't you miss going out to a film? A decent wine? Shopping?
The outside world's a bit of a distant memory. You do get used to it. Besides, it's good work. Important work.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Can you?
If everything Walker says is true, if it comes true, then yeah.
I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe it. He has a vision. It's rare to find that. Before this, I was bouncing voices off the moon and designing sound nets. The whole of LRAD technology was in its infancy, so I jumped at the chance.
Sorry, LRAD?
Long-range acoustic devices. We've come a long way in a short time.
Cause a lot of chaos in a short time.
We'll control it.
Will you? What if a weapon like this got into the hands of a rogue state?
We're very careful here to make sure that doesn't happen.
But you can never be sure, can you? You can't tell me where this will end.
We don't always know where anything will end, Sam. We can only do our best. And right now, wait.
You wanted to see me, Colonel?
Any news, Captain?
Nothing yet, sir. It's looking good. You must feel very proud. Some of us are having a small celebration in the canteen. Won't you join us?
Is everyone there?
Pretty much.
Then close down the base.
Sir?
No communications, in or out. See to it.
Yes, Colonel.
Oh, and Captain, thank you. Yes, I am proud.
Again? What are you? Going north. Okay, so where are you from?
Hi, Digger. Wonder where you got to. Joshua, hey, you okay?
You made me jump.
What are you up to?
Trying to find some news. I can't seem to get anything inside.
Disappeared pretty quick after the party.
Just wanted to get some air and cricket scores. It took me by surprise, the power of it.
I know. Doesn't seem to have caused any quakes anywhere.
Look, Sam, I'm going out to the wire for a bit.
Why? What's out there?
Can't you hear them? They're back. And I want to talk to them before the patrols come by.
Nick!
Whoa, where's the fire?
Listen. I was checking for residual harmonics and I picked up that signal again. This time I ran it through a direction finder and it originates from here.
Hang on, slow down. So you picked up a signal, but it could be anything.
No, it's a repeating 5-figure code.
Modem traffic?
It's a burst radio. I know the difference.
Oh, yeah, but...
Plus, there's the destination. Pine Gap. Nick, someone's sending intelligence to the Americans.
You're sure?
100%.
Pat and Mary.
What? No, Nick, he doesn't know enough about the voice.
Yeah, but anything could be helpful. Leave it with me. I'll deal with it. And Belinda. Keep it dark, all right?
They looked pretty animated.
These are their lands. They felt the quakes and they come to repair the damage.
How exactly do they think they can do that?
It's complicated. Aborigines were nomadic hunter-gatherers, so walking the land. Our land is everything to us.
Us?
Yeah, I think I'm going native.
You are native.
Well, that explains it. But look, Sam, as they see it, the earth gave man life, food, water, everything. And the earth takes him back when he dies. A man's country, even what may look like an empty stretch of spinifex to you, is sacred. To wound the earth is to wound yourself. And to heal it, you have to walk the ancestral tracks, sing out the place names again.
Did you tell them if they stay they'll get driven off again?
I told them, but they believe the ancestors are coming. Witchetty man has woken, and it's the end of creation. And Sam, they say there's been a big quake in the east. A big quake.
Joe? Colonel? I can't get anything on the radio.
Literally flat. But most serious of all are the ruptured gas and fuel lines that have caused fierce blazes around the cities. The emergency services are stretched to breaking.
What are you doing here?
And fire crews as far away as Melbourne and Broken Hill are responding. We can only...
It's along the trajectory of the voice.
Please let me see.
It's on a need-to-know basis.
I don't understand. We have to stop.
Well, we can't stop.
We've killed people.
Oh, it's a weapon. That's its job.
But not like this. It's ghastly. How could this have happened? We ran simulations, computer models. You analysed the data yourself. Oh, you knew.
We all had our suspicions.
No. No, you fabricated the report, claiming the waves would cancel each other out over distance.
Well, I didn't want this to happen, but we needed to know the voice's range. When I checked your firing protocols, I moved the focus point.
You deliberately targeted a city?
No, it should have hit harmlessly off the south coast.
But it took everything with it in its path.
Yes, its power is astounding, isn't it?
Then it was an accident. We have to tell them the truth.
No one is interested in the truth. In 1945, Oppenheimer urged the UN to gain control of thermonuclear development. The US turned round and labelled him a communist sympathiser. He was removed from the project, from his life's work. I won't let that happen to me.
I'm going to recheck your data, and if I find you...
What? What will you do, Belinda? This is as much your work as it is mine.
It goes against everything we're hoping to achieve here. We have to tell London at least. Carl?
It's late. You should go to bed.
Answer me!
Nothing I say will change how you feel, and nothing you feel will stop me doing what I have to do. Good night.
Colonel, I just heard there's been another quake.
Oh, the Aborigines are back at the wire. They said they heard it on the radio.
Scaremongering. Believe me, there's nothing.
But they claim to have heard it.
They're mistaken. Excuse me.
Right, well, yeah, thanks for listening. What do you make of that?
I guess your friends heard wrong.
Whoa, Joshua, look. The fish in the water tanks.
Oh, they look spooked.
Remember Belinda said they sense residual harmonics? Would that be like aftershocks?
Oh, bloody hell, Sam, I don't know. Whole damn thing's a packet of broken biscuits. I've had enough for one day. I'm going to bed.
Joshua!
No, I'm not listening to fish. Wake me up if the world ends.
Come on. No signal. Great.
Nick, what's going on?
Emergency in the lab!
Belinda, what the hell are you doing in there?
I was checking the data off the test unit and the door closed behind me. Oh, God, why won't it?
It's all right, I'll get you out. Shut down the test sequence.
I can't. The cutoff doesn't work.
What is it?
It's Belinda, she's trapped. Give me a hand here. We've got to get this door open, okay? Hey!
Oh, it isn't going to budge.
I don't want to go like this.
You won't!
Hey, what's all that noise? Oh, God.
Stand back from the glass.
Barely scratched it.
Oh, God, no. It's like insects crawling inside my skull.
It's all right, Belinda, it'll be all right.
Shut that bloody thing down.
What do you think we're trying to do?
Nick, it must have been a spy.
What'd she say?
You've got to find them. Tell Carl. Oh, Nick, my eye.
I can't hear her die.
What's going on? I didn't order a test.
It's Belinda.
Well, get her out.
It's too late.
Oh! What was she doing in there?
What did she mean the spy did this?
What?
They're not just a spy now.
We have a murderer on the base.
In Part 3 of The Voice of God by Simon Bovey, Sam was played by Clare Corbett, Joshua by Matthew Diktinsky, Nick, David Thorpe, Walker, Geoffrey Beavers, and Belinda, Beth Chalmers. John Cummins was Dalby, Nick Sace, Schooner, Simon Bovey, Joel, and Delroy Brown, the soldier. The Voice of God was directed by Mark Beebe. The Voice of God by Simon Bovey. Part 4.
Nothing.
Nothing, Captain. No CCTV from the lab, test chamber, or the corridor.
Yeah, I got that from the nothing.
So the murderer could be anyone?
No, the bastard knew what he was doing. You see here? The wires to the safety lock had been cut so she couldn't open the door from the inside. You'd have to know which they were out of all this spaghetti.
Well, that rules out 3/4 of the base, easy.
Which still leaves me with 25 people and one prime suspect.
Who?
Oh, sorry, sir. Thought you'd finished.
What do you want, Private?
I've, got orders to clean out the test chamber, sir.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Captain.
No, do it. Tell me when you've finished. Attention!
Stand easy.
Stop shoving me!
Let's just get on with it.
Nick, what is this all about?
Yeah, what's going on?
Joshua Padamary are under arrest on suspicion of espionage and murder.
What?
You do not have to say anything that may harm your defence.
You've had it in for me ever since we came here, haven't you?
This isn't personal. If it was, believe me, you'd be dead by now.
Inform him of the grounds for the accusation, Captain.
Yeah.
It's essentially one of elimination, sir. I handpicked the men and women here, and I'd trust any one of them with my life. Some of them I already have. And your science team are a close group. I've got no reason to suspect any of them.
But we're new.
And any new element in a group invites caution. The main point is, no one here has anything to gain from Belinda's death.
And Mr. Padamary does?
Someone who has reason to fear her does.
Come on, why would anyone be scared of Belinda?
Because of what she had found out. She came to me last night claiming she had intercepted an encrypted radio message. She believes she'd picked it up the previous night as well. We've had nothing like this until you came here.
Oh, that's loosely circumstantial at best. There are almost 100 people here. Any one of them could be responsible.
Unlikely. But if it's more circumstances you want, then Padamary has tried to satellite uplink his computer at least twice in the past 2 days.
Well, yeah, but...
And he was seen talking to someone outside the wire yesterday.
They were black fellas, and look, I like Belinda. She was the only one here who was remotely human.
And most importantly, Joshua doesn't know how to turn that test unit on, let alone seal the door.
You've watched the process twice now. Someone with enough background information can pick it up.
You're hanging me out to dry, aren't you?
I'm just doing my job.
Yeah, some people use that excuse at Nuremberg too.
That's enough. I agree your findings do appear circumstantial, Captain.
Yeah, bloody oath.
But given the seriousness of the accusation, I feel they do warrant further investigation. I assume you are still investigating?
Yes, Colonel, of course. But, under the circumstances, I'd feel happier if he was in the brig.
Guilty till proven innocent, that's just great.
No, I need Mr. Padamary to study the data from the test firing.
So I'm free because I'm still useful?
That's the hard truth. With Belinda gone, we're short-handed.
It's my recommendation, sir.
Noted, Captain, but the work's more important at the moment. Confine him to quarters.
Very well. Dalby, escort Mr. Padamary and stay with him.
Sir, this way.
The bloody military dictatorship!
You know it's not him.
Were you with him when it happened?
No,
then
but I know...
you don't know. Right now, Sam, none of us know anything.
And that isn't what I wanted or expected to hear. What had seemed like a bad dream was becoming a nightmare. The uncertainty with which these people operated in their science was now spilling over into our lives. Belinda was dead, and I knew Joshua didn't do it. But why would anyone? This spy? That made no sense. Why bring attention to yourself by killing someone? And yes, Joshua had been on the surface with his laptop, but that proved nothing. All I knew for certain was that Belinda was the third person I'd seen killed, and no one should witness what the voice does to people. Sorry. Most of all, I still didn't know if this quake was real or some Aboriginal legend come to life. And knowing what I do now, I'm actually still not sure. Hey, we've got to get out of here.
You believe me then?
I know you didn't kill her.
I'm not a spy either.
Yeah, I think I knew that.
So what's your plan?
Hit the guard.
What?
You said little fellas could take big fellas. Well, now's your chance to prove it.
But Sam, he's a big fella.
Private?
No.
Miss?
We need to see the Colonel.
Thank God.
Well, you can go, miss, but he has to stay here.
Joshua?
What?
The thing, remember?
Oh, the thing, yeah. Well, we were talking and... Jeez, Sam.
Well, you weren't going to do anything.
I wasn't going to hit him with a chair, no. I think you killed him.
What? Private? He's all right. Come on and bring the keys. That'll give us some time.
OK, so let's go hook up with the Chirucha. They'll take us
No. We're going to search Nick's quarters.
Oh, Sam, what the hell for?
He was too quick to blame you. You're the fall guy for this, Joshua. Don't you want to know why?
Well, no, not really. I want to get out of here.
Not yet.
Look, Sam, this is not the time to play detective, right? We can tell the police at Cook.
Get real. This is bigger than the police. You go if you like, but I'm doing this.
Oh, you are so stubborn. Oh, come on then. Which room is it?
GCHQ with priority 1 traffic.
Communications are still down as per your orders, Colonel, but the shortwave was left open for emergencies.
Come in. Please respond, Hurricane Base. This is GCHQ calling Hurricane Base with priority 1 traffic.
How long have they been calling?
20 minutes, sir.
This is GC...
And keep it off.
Can you see me now?
No.
OK. So, whoever it was knew where the cameras were.
That whittles it down.
One hell of a lot.
Can't be Pat and Mary.
Keep that to yourself, Joe, or we're both dead.
Find anything?
What am I looking for?
I don't know. Something right. Something suspicious.
We're in a cactus, Sam. I don't know what's going on or who's a bodger and who isn't.
Wait a minute. A radio.
He's military.
Why's he got it in his room?
Maybe he sleeps with it.
What about these? Sheets of numbers.
Hey, logarithms?
It would make sense.
What?
Nick's the spy.
Oh, come on, he's a dyed-in-the-wool patriot. Plus, he's probably got a very plausible use for a radio like that. It doesn't prove anything, Sam.
Don't you want to be cleared? It's all we've got. I'm going to walk...
No, I think we should... Oh, quick, in here, leave it there. Struth, that was close.
It wasn't in long. Look around. What's different?
It looks the same to me.
No, there's something. The bag. He took the bag with the radio. Come on.
Wait.
What is it?
He's gone outside.
So follow him.
No, we can't. There's a guard. We're stuffed.
No, we're not.
What are you doing?
No choice. Hey, soldier! Call the colonel for us, will you?
You two are full of surprises.
Believe me, I feel the same.
Well done, Private.
Thank you, sir, but they gave themselves up.
Oh? And why would you do that?
I can explain, or we can find out who's the spy. What do you want to do? You see? He's using the radio.
So now you believe us?
Why he is doing it is yet to be answered. You men, work your way behind him.
Hey, looks like he's burning something.
Stay here. Dolby, with me, sir.
Did he really think we'd go with him?
Captain, stay where you are.
Well, seems you have me at a disadvantage, Colonel.
Throw out your gun.
I think I'll hang on to it for a bit. Call off your dogs, Colonel.
Take him alive.
Thank you, but I'm walking out of here.
Don't be stupid. We're miles from anywhere.
I can try.
I can't let you go, Captain. I'll shoot you if I have to.
You have bigger problems than me, Colonel. I didn't kill Belinda, but...
You know he's He's the spy. Why torture him like this?
Answers. And frankly, he'd be disappointed if we didn't. You had a burst radio and a single-use code pad. Tell me why.
Wrong question. But I'm forgetting. I usually do this dirty work for you.
You were trying to burn one sheet, so we know you communicated with someone. Who was it?
Well, think about it. It's not a big market.
Our friends.
Well done, Colonel. I was sending information to Pine Gap.
What's Pine Gap?
Spooktown. Big Yank listening station up
Get
north.
them out of here, Private.
What? We still don't know why he killed Belinda.
I'll inform you of my findings. Now get them out!
Welcome to the trenches.
How long?
From the start of the first trials.
A year?
You know you can't hide anything anymore. Listening stations picked them up and I was approached for yield data almost immediately.
I blasted you, and you destroyed everything we were working towards.
As soon as you deployed the voice, they'd know anyway.
It would have taken them time to work out the technology.
I saw the acoustic weapons the US had in Iraq, and they're not that far behind us.
How much have you told our American friends?
Power ratings, range, hertz yield.
Designs? The cradle?
No, but they'll figure it out. You stole a march on them and that pissed them off.
I assume you cut the safety cables on the last test?
Yeah, I was asked to slow you down, yes.
Treadway?
Yeah, I feel bad about him. I scheduled his flight to come in during our first test firing. He never stood a chance.
You're a British serviceman.
Oh, you are such a scout leader. You must have known someone would make a move for it.
But not you. What did they pay you?
I didn't do this just for the money, Colonel.
Then why?
I don't believe in your new golden age. Absolute power is what you'd be giving us, and we know how that ends.
It will end war.
No, it will start one. You're looking for an empire, and the rest of the world will stop you. They'd fight just to get the voice.
So you'd rather see the pointless, draining build-up of arms continue?
The military-industrial complex makes too much money out of it for you or I to hope to do anything. You've seen the figures. America will spend more on arms this year than the rest of the world combined. It's $776 billion. And that doesn't begin to account for all the off-budget black ops, homeland security, or the 40-plus billion they'll spend on intelligence. You can't fight that. Only work with the system. That's what I did. So now we've got it, they've got it, and I bet you inside a year the Russians and China will have it too. Situation normal, all screwed up.
Yet again the dollar calls the shots. I thought out here I was free from that kind of interference. My father helped design TSR-2, remember that? The most advanced aircraft of its time, axed through US pressure. They're always undermining us.
They've stood up to bat when we've needed them, and they're people you want on your side.
Oh, romantic. They're not morally adult enough to wield power like the voice.
Oh, I couldn't care less about their leadership, Colonel. But I've fought alongside the US grunt, the man who struggles, bleeds, and dies. And I don't want to see that anymore.
And this is how you do it?
Yes. Make war so horrible, so destructive that no one will wage it.
And nothing will change.
People don't want change. They want things exactly as they are.
Oh, bloody fool. Does a man strap explosives to himself for continuity? Crash an aircraft into a building for the status quo? Of course not.
You think I don't know that? But your precious weapon is never going to combat every nut job with an axe to grind.
It will eventually. Everyone has needs, Nick. And it's those that cause war. Oil production has reached its peak, and yet our appetite is still voracious. Water, in some countries, is almost as precious as fuel. Climate change is forcing the displaced into areas where they're simply not welcome. It's not hard to see where and why the wars of tomorrow will be fought. How do we keep the peace when governments stand by and do nothing but offer us platitudes and new laws that erode the liberties our parents fought for?
As we've always done, by carrying a big stick. It was nuclear yesterday, tomorrow it'll be sonics.
Oh, damn it, Nick, that's an old way of thinking. Your arms race will do nothing but absorb the money mankind can spend on solving its problems.
I wish I could see your utopia, but I can't.
It's not so hard. Now is not the time to trade technologies like the voice.
Well, sorry, Colonel, but from where I'm sitting, it looks like a certifiable messianic belief, and that's the truth of it.
I've no room here, Nick, for those who can't see what I'm doing.
And you'll be judge and executioner.
You betrayed me. You betrayed your country. Betrayed yourself.
Even Belinda had her doubts. You know that, don't you? She told me you wouldn't listen to her.
Belinda turned against me. It's funny, don't you think? Judas didn't write a gospel, but he's the one disciple we follow the most.
You killed her.
I'm sorry. According to your assessment, the spy killed her because she found him out. You are the spy.
You cold-hearted you bastard!
Take him to the brig.
Bet you copped it sweet, mate.
The other way then.
Where are you taking him?
Why do you think?
Wait, tell me why you killed Belinda.
I might be a spy, but I'm not a murderer. You watch your back, Sam. All of you, get out of here, or you're all going to wind up dead.
Keep moving, Sam.
He's messing with us.
Maybe.
I mean, he would, wouldn't he? He'd say anything. Yeah, he's just coming a touch on to get back at us. Sam, you're not saying anything.
You're doing such a good job on your own.
Yeah, thanks.
Still can't get a signal. No phone, no radio, no TV, nothing.
You think someone's trying to stop us being cluey?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. So maybe Bowman wasn't having us over?
Yeah.
You want to try topside? And don't say yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
You got a signal?
Finally. Keep a lookout for me.
Hello?
Mac, it's me.
Oh, Struth, Sam. Where the hell have you been?
I've tracked those quakes.
Well, good. But get your gear back here, girl. It's gone crazy.
Oh, what do you mean?
Haven't you heard? There's been a big one in Adelaide. It's a bloody disaster area.
Oh, no!
Yeah, that's not the end of it. A tsunami hit the Tasmanian west coast last night. Luckily, they were on alert, but it's no bloody picnic out there right now.
Well, can you send me the data?
Yeah, hang on. Sending it now. So where are you?
Still in the Nullarbor. Yeah, thanks, I'm getting it.
Did you find anything?
Yeah, I found trouble. Look, can you get a message to the... Mac? Mac?
We got to get out of here.
Joshua, your guys were right. There's been a big quake and... Oh, no! Einstein once said, only two things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity. And I'm not sure about the universe. Up to now, Walker had made a kind of sense, a moral intent to what he was doing that even if I didn't wholly believe in, I could understand. Joshua and I helped at first because it was fascinating, because we could see we could contribute. But this new quake changed everything. 5,000 people were dead and God knows how many injured and homeless. It's funny looking back. I really thought it couldn't get any worse. As you can see from the display, the quake was actually a cluster of 5 epicenters at an average magnitude of 5.3. No hypercenter.
How soon after the firing?
36 minutes from origin time.
Best part of 1,000 Ks.
Yeah.
32 kilometres a second. That's impressive. And 5 epicenters is very interesting. You see, the array contains 5 ossicles. That can't just be coincidence.
What?
Chambers.
Would it be so hard just to say that?
As a civilian, Mr. Patameri, there's only so much slack I'll cut you, and you're coming to the end of it.
OK, just use English.
5 chambers was what we established as being needed for the test units to amplify the oscillation. Well, maybe that's not the case with the weapon. A single canal may be adequate.
No, that'll just give you a major earthquake with 1 epicenter.
And it'd be a big one.
Yes, and at exactly the point of my choosing.
Come again?
One very powerful and targeted shockwave.
But we thought you wanted to stop the quakes.
Of course not. That's the weapon's whole purpose.
I don't understand. Did Belinda know this?
It wasn't necessary for her to know.
Hang on, let me get this straight. You mean you meant to level Adelaide?
Of course not. But if proof was needed of the weapon's potential, it couldn't be made more vivid.
You're telling me.
And now you see that this is so much more than just a weapon of offence. If you remember, it wasn't so long ago that the British Prime Minister was accused of twisting the evidence to make a case for war in the Middle East. That can't happen again. And the likelihood is that we're going to have to intervene in that corner of the world once more.
Are you suggesting
so
that
if in future we can bring a country to its knees by what looks like natural causes, an act of God, if you will, then we can go in as saviours, not as invaders.
That's immoral!
Our enemies act with rancour and malevolence, Miss Rideout. We have to act accordingly if we're to survive.
So might is right.
In the hands of the just, yes. It's England's manifest destiny. Only we have the moral maturity to bring about the shift in global mindset we need.
Moral? I don't believe this. The same country that gave my people blankets laced with smallpox that encouraged massacres of whole communities.
It was a long time ago, Mr. Pattermary. We've learnt from those mistakes.
No. People like you are forever changing the world to fit your visions of the future. My people want to keep it the way it was, and I'm trying to do the same thing.
You can't manipulate people like that, Colonel. They won't fall for it.
The first rule of control is that people will do anything if they're afraid. You keep them afraid by subjecting them to constant threat.
But that's terrorism. The end of democracy. You won't bring global peace, just global tyranny.
No, global cooperation. A world forced to work together.
People will find out. You can't fool them like that.
Yes, the truth will come out eventually. That's when we make a declaration that any aggressive power will be targeted in any conflict anywhere in the world.
No, I've got to be kidding. It won't work like that, and you know it. If you use it, there'll be retaliation, and before you know it, an escalation that no one can stop.
Chaos on a seismic level. Earthquake storms that you can't predict or control.
You're being hysterical.
I'm being realistic. You don't know what you're playing with here. You're already causing major earthquakes, tsunamis, God knows what kind of plate displacement. And not just close to home, but miles away.
Miss Rideout, you're either a part of the solution or you're a problem. Belinda and Nick didn't realise that. I advise you to be more perceptive.
What?
Belinda?
I think we understand each other.
You killed her?
Captain Bowman killed her.
She found out about the quakes, didn't she? Well, we know. Is the same going to happen to us?
You've nothing to fear as long as you do the work. And I'd like you to start by...
What's the matter?
Nothing. It'll pass.
Twinge your conscience.
The sad fact is it imposes more of a time limit on me than I'd like.
Are we supposed to feel pity?
No. Purpose. Great purpose.
Sir. This just came in.
More quakes?
Seems the stakes have been raised. There are aircraft inbound for this facility. Could be a strike force or a snatch team. American?
I'd say so, sir.
Prepare the weapon for firing.
No, you can't do that!
Think about it for a minute. Think of the quakes you'll produce.
Yes.
I am. Specifically the one I'm going to bring down on Pine Gap. Now you can either help or join Captain Bowman in the brig.
It's Dolby, right?
Yes, miss.
I'm sorry I hit you earlier.
All right, miss.
Listen to me. The Colonel's not thinking clearly.
Not thinking at all. He's mad as a cut snake.
You can see that, can't you?
I wouldn't know, miss.
Of course you do. You know Bowman wouldn't have killed Belinda.
He's a spy, miss.
Can't argue there.
I know that, but maybe his motives aren't bad.
I wouldn't know.
Well, why don't we ask him?
My orders are to escort you to the brig. That's all.
For God's sake, soldier, remember what he said. All our lives might depend on you.
I think you better get into the cell. Now, miss.
Where are they?
Just made landfall off the Bonapartes. There must be an aircraft carrier out there in the Timor Sea. My guess is it's a strike force. Probably 5 Hornets, jamming Hawkeye and a Viking in-flight refueler.
Joel, how long will it take you to turn the voice?
Depends where you want it, sir.
North. Targeted on Pine Gap. We're under attack, so we're going to defend ourselves.
You'll hit Alice Springs.
How long?
I can't do that.
Get him out of here!
Colonel, listen to me, Colonel.
Private?
Yes, sir?
I'm giving you a field commission. Consider yourself a sergeant. How long to turn the voice?
About half an hour, sir.
I want to remove some of the baffles from the array first. Create one large chamber. What's your estimate for engineering to do that?
At least an hour, I should think.
And the bombers will be on us in 2. The clock is ticking, Sergeant.
Sir, who are we defending against?
Unbelievers.
Will you sit down?
I can't. There must be something we can do.
Sitting down would be a start.
We helped him. I can't believe it, we helped him. And why didn't we see this coming?
You're too stupid and I'm too trusting.
Do you think help's coming?
Maybe.
I think so. Something the size of Adelaide. Yeah, bound to. We'll be arse deep in Aussie troops.
He might soon be too busy.
Eh?
The voice was fired at Old Maralinga 3 kilometres away and it caused seismic disturbance almost 1,000 miles beyond that. Pine Gap's how far?
Oh, I don't know, 800?
Right. And Walker's going to want to hit it hard.
That's bad news for Arnhem Land.
It's bad news for all of us. What's going to happen when that energy hits the edge of the continental shelf?
Bloody hell, the Java Trench.
It could send shockwaves along it that might ignite the whole of the Pacific Ring of Fire.
Yeah, and the rest.
The rest?
Look, you'll think I've been out in the sun too long.
No more than I do already.
Remember I told you yesterday those black fellas had come to walk the ancestral lands?
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. My dad told me all the stories when I was a kid. I never paid them much attention, but it's all coming back now.
What does this have to do with the voice?
You know I said the ancestors sang the world into existence during the dream time?
Kind of stuck in my mind, yeah.
Well, the paths they took are called songlines by my people. It's like a map. An epic oral poem that helps us find our way across the country. It's each tribe's dreamtime responsibility to walk its section, to sing it down through the generations, to literally maintain it. That's why land rights are so important. You take that away, you take away the spirit of the people.
Quaint.
No, Sam. You see, these are proper ancient tracks, like ley lines in England, or dragon lines in China, or the Nazca lines in Peru. I used to think it was all just superstition, but it's all too real now.
Well, you mean these things are all connected?
In the collective unconscious, they certainly are, absolutely. Lines of power, the very bindings of the planet.
I'm not going to like where this is going, am I?
Maralinga is sacred central to the Charuja people, and the voice of God is plugged right into the centre of it. If Walker fires at Pine Gap, the energy will rip through the song lines. It could travel the globe down those tracks, literally tearing it apart. The world will end. Dreamtime will end.
Can that happen?
Like I said, I just heard the stories. I don't know. Maybe the guys on the wire are right and the ancestors are coming. But either way, it's going to be bad. And there's not a damn thing we can do about it.
In Part 4 of The Voice of God by Simon Bovey, Joshua was played by Matthew Diktinsky, Sam by Clare Corbett, Nick, David Thorpe, Walker, Geoffrey Beavers, and Dalby, John Cummins. Nick's face was Schooner, Gerard McDermott, McCartney, Simon Bovey, Joel, and Sophie Roberts, Paxton. The Voice of God was directed by Mark Beebe. The Voice of God by Simon Bovey. Part 5.
Anything your side?
Not yet, you?
Sound as a tomb. Give it up, Sam. We're not getting out of here. Leastways, not alive.
Don't talk like that. Get up and help me.
What's the point?
Action is the enemy of thought. Don't you ever shop when you're depressed?
Nah, that's a chick thing.
Yeah, well, right now this chick needs your trousers.
What?
I'm serious. Give me a belt.
Why?
I think this panel is covering an air duct. I need the buckle to prise it off.
If I lose my trousers, it's your fault. Here. And even if it is a duct, we'll never get through it.
No, but maybe we can yell a message to Nick.
Nick, what help will that be?
He knows this place, and maybe he can get us out. If you've got a better idea, I'll hear it.
Well, no, here, let me.
What is it?
It's an air shaft, all right.
See if you can get him.
Hey, Bowman!
Joshua, we don't want the whole base to know.
Well, he's not there anyway.
Try again.
Hey, Bowman, you dumb pommy bastard. No, see if he was...
What the hell do you want, mongrel boy?
I knew it.
I want to punch you in the nose, you strutting galah.
When you finish comparing testosterone levels, can we get back to the programme? Let me up there.
Hey, he's all yours.
Nick! It's Sam.
Where are you?
Locked up like you, I'm afraid.
So what happened?
We saw the light.
We know you didn't kill Belinda.
Walker did.
Yeah, we know. Nick, there's been a massive earthquake.
Where?
Adelaide. And listen, Walker's going to fire the voice again, this time at Pine Gap. If he does, it could cause a cataclysm on a biblical scale. We've got to stop him.
Well, Sam, I'm a little inconvenienced at the moment.
Don't want to say I told you so, but...
We've got to do something. There are planes headed here.
What? When was this?
Maybe half an hour ago.
Someone's obviously decided to shut us down. Okay, I'll see what I can do. But be ready. Bovey! Open up! Bovey!
What's wrong, Captain?
Captain? That's a good sign. Look, I need your help.
Sir, I can't.
I know. You're a soldier and the chain of command is everything. I respect that. But the situation's pretty fluid right now. I think you know Colonel Walker isn't acting with quite all the pips on his shoulder.
I couldn't comment, sir.
Damn it, Dorby, wake up! You know I wouldn't kill Belinda.
I'm sorry, sir, I have to go.
Wait! Look, have you heard about this quake in Adelaide?
Word's got round, sir?
Well, the voice did that. And I know Walker's going to fire it again at Pine Gap.
How did you know?
But your biggest problem, Private, is you've got aircraft inbound, which I bet isn't bringing fresh food and mail.
Captain, I can't just let you out of here.
Have you ever heard of Arkhipov?
Sir?
During the Cuban Missile Crisis, the US Navy depth-charged a Russian submarine off the coast of Florida to bring it to the surface. All 3 good Soviet officers on board had to agree on whether to release a nuclear torpedo. 2 of them wanted to. Arkhipov vetoed the decision. One man, Dorby. One man saved the world that day.
What are your orders, sir?
Good man. Where are Sam and Patamary?
Next cell.
Easy, he's on our side.
Oh, sorry, Dobby. It's nothing personal, honest.
And what side are you on?
Is that any way to greet the cavalry?
Yeah, just checking.
So what's the plan?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves by calling it that. First thing, find a radio. See if we can call up whoever's in those aircraft.
I agree.
Yeah, I wasn't actually asking for opinions.
We're all in this. Which way?
Follow me, miss.
Hey, you owe me an apology.
I'm sorry. You feel that way.
Well done. But I want all the baffles removed. The final 2 aren't structural.
Colonel, you might want to see this.
What is it?
On the security monitors.
Bowman?
Looks like some of the men have gone over to him.
Where are they headed?
Looks like the radio room.
We're still jamming, so that won't help him. Send a team down there.
Using what measures, sir?
Stop him by any means necessary.
This is a long shot. Walker had me jam all communications, but if we're lucky, I might get something out on the shortwave.
Can we get anything in?
Maybe.
I'd like to know how Adelaide is doing.
And if there's been any aftershocks.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Hurricane Base, calling anyone on 4.76. Come in, please. No, that's not happening. Let me see if I can pick anything up.
Hurricane Base, we are...
Wait, go back.
Yeah, I heard it.
This is
there.
the USS Nimitz.
Who the hell is that?
Base, we are acting under
Those are the fellas who are about to make a house call.
What's the Nimitz?
Big aircraft carrier and big trouble.
Captain, stop out here too. Someone's coming.
Oh, they took their time.
Now what do we do?
What do you think? We evade them.
Down here!
Why haven't we lost them yet?
It's the cameras.
Now they're firing at us.
What did you expect? Chinese burns?
No, bloody hell.
In here. Okay, it's clear.
Oh, well done, Torby. Jackpot.
Wow, what are these?
Acoustic rifles. Much better suited to this environment. These babies will kill you around corners.
Great.
Here.
I don't want one.
You'd rather be shot unarmed? Sam, you take a sidearm too. Okay. Dorby, tool up. Sir. Here. These might be useful. Steely Dans, remember those?
Oh, come on, isn't this enough guns?
You can never be too rich, too well endowed, or too well armed.
So now we destroy the voice, right?
What are you talking about? We get the hell out of here before those planes arrive.
You're both right. But first, we kill Walker. What? You ready, Dobby?
Yes, sir.
Nick, wait, that's not going to help us.
It'll help me.
Look, I know he killed Belinda.
Yeah,
but
he did, and I'm not letting him get away with that.
She wouldn't want it.
I do.
The worst thing that happens to you can be the best if you don't let it get the best of you.
Did you get that out of the self-help book?
Well, yeah, actually.
I've made my decision.
We have to stop the voice. That comes first.
Why don't we just leave the plane to do it?
Because it'll be too late. Walker will fire the voice first. If we kill him, then he can't. Get it now?
And how easy is that going to be?
It's not. I trained these men. Now look, to charge the rifle, pull this lever back.
Whoa.
Then just aim and pull the trigger. Right. There's very little recoil, but it's loud, so expect it.
Is this going to kill anyone?
Not at these settings. I don't want to hurt any of them unless I have to. So if you think you need it, use it. And you are going to need it. Sub-level 3.
How far down does it go?
Well, 5, but it gets pretty grungy. Now, I told you this site was enormous, and luckily for us, there are no cameras down here.
Some lights would be good.
No power.
So how do we know where we're going?
Now, don't worry. I scouted all this out. We'll get to the control room unseen. And will you keep that gun up? If it discharges into the floor at this range, you'll turn us all into jelly.
Okay, I'm not used to this. I'm a bloody geologist. You know, I've seen movies like this, and the black guy always gets killed.
Trust me, you don't really know who you are until all hell breaks loose. And most people surprise themselves.
Yeah, I won't.
You haven't got a lot, Patamary. But what you have got, you've got a lot of.
Right. Was that a compliment?
Down! What? Just there. See? Charge up. I'm going to check it out. Cover me.
Captain Bowman.
Oh, hell. Yeah? Who's that?
It's Preston, sir. We thought you might need some help.
Colonel. Right, sir.
Report, Sergeant.
Engineering are refitting the array now. They estimate another 15 minutes before preliminary fire procedure can commence.
Good. They've done well. And the aircraft?
ETA is 3:27, roughly 45 minutes.
Have the defences put on alert?
I've already done that, sir.
Good.
And there's one more thing, sir.
Go on.
It's Bowman and the others. They've disappeared.
What? How?
I don't think they went outside. The fact is they just vanished.
The sub-levels. He's going below us.
Possibly. I did send a squad down there, but I haven't had contact with him for over 20 minutes.
Oh, for God's sake, man, why haven't you followed this up?
We're spread thin, sir. There was no one else to send.
You won't hear from your team. Pull the perimeter in. Have 2 units stationed in the corridors outside.
They wouldn't risk coming here, sir, surely. Wouldn't they just make a run for it?
Oh, no, he's coming here. He's coming for me.
What do you reckon?
I reckon I'm scared. You?
Oh, yeah.
What you said about the song lines, do you believe that?
I was never hot on belief. But do I think it could be happening? Then absolutely. There's so much here that seems to coincide. Maralingamine and Field of Thunder, the voice, the bunyip, even Walker as the witchetty man. It's like it's all part of a design.
Yeah, a pretty wild one.
Wild is what Australia does.
All right. Paxton tells me we've got roughly 20 minutes before firing. Maybe a half hour before the airstrike.
You sure that's what it is?
Oh, it's what I'd do. We're going back up at the next ladder. And, Paxton, I need you to get as many people off base as you can. At gunpoint if you have to, but get them off.
Yes, sir.
I've asked her to take you and Joshua out of here.
No way.
What?
I'm staying. I'm responsible for part of this nightmare.
Oh, hell.
You go.
What, and leave you here with Mr. Triggerfinger? No, I'm staying here too.
Beginning to find yourself, eh?
Yeah, you don't know the half of it.
OK. We all know what we've got to do. Nothing to it but the doing it.
God go with you, sir.
OK. Keep back. There's 4 soldiers. This must be the first perimeter.
How far to the control room?
100 metres in the next corridor. Oh, damn it. If we rush them, they'll cut us down. And if Walker hears a firefight, he'll drop the resonance shield.
Maybe not.
What you got in mind?
Actually, I don't think I'm using it at the moment.
Come on, keep moving.
All right, watch it.
Oh! It's Dolby. Call Patamary in the lower levels. Walker want to see him straight away.
Oh, well done. Bring him forward.
Down!
You okay?
Yeah, but bloody hell, my ears.
Good man, Dolby. That took a lot of collar, Joshua. Now, come on.
Bring the generators online and start powering up the oscillating coils.
10 minutes to firing.
Aircraft are 30 minutes out, sir. Looks like they had to detour some weather. Bowman!
Where is he?
Oh, he's taking out the cameras.
Lower the shield.
My men might be holding him, Colonel.
You have 1 minute.
Sir.
Do you feel that?
That can't be good.
It's the coil generators.
How long?
Not enough. Hold it. OK. We've got maybe 10 men and a barricade between us and the door, so cover your ears. I'm just going to...
Are you OK?
Yeah. Safe to say they're onto us. Right, stay back. Right, that's floored them. Come on! Bloody hell.
Why didn't that work?
Not strong enough. They must be wearing percussion armour. Here we go. Negotiations. Yeah, Schooner? You surrendering?
No. Just wanted to make sure it was you.
Captain, we've got someone coming up behind us. Charge up, everyone. You see this dial? Turn it to 3.
Is that going to kill anyone?
We haven't got time to pussyfoot around. Dorby, steely down at max and lob it behind us. It'll give us some time.
Sir.
Let me go first, then come running.
Well, which way?
Into hell. Yeah!
Losing it? I think I am. Look out!
What's happening, Sergeant?
They've got sonics. We can't hold them.
Lower the shield.
Drop your weapons! Drop them!
They look in a bad way.
Oh, well, they chose it. The shield's down. Walker! Can you hear me in there?
What can we do?
Nothing.
Come on, we haven't come this far for that.
Oh, it was designed to be impregnable.
Oh, my God, what a mess.
Where's Dorby?
He's back there.
Dorby!
No, Nick, he can't hear you.
Why?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You stupid bastards.
I didn't do it, Captain.
No, hey, easy, Nick.
Right. Get out of here, all of you. Get out if you want to live.
Maybe we should think about bailing as well.
Yeah. Go on, you two, get going.
There must be something we can do.
Oh, we can try swearing at him.
What?
Use the control room emergency intercom.
Coils are at 50%, Colonel.
Target locked?
Yes, sir. Array tracking to position now.
Walker, I know you can hear me.
Hello, Nick. I should have guessed you'd find a way out of your confinement.
You can't stay in there forever. And when you come out, I will kill you.
I'm already dying, Nick. And after today, I'll be ready.
I'll be here. I'll make you pay for Belinda. I'll lock you in a test chamber and we'll see how you like being turned inside out.
Easy, Nick. That's not helping.
Oh, to hell with it.
Colonel, this is Sam.
Miss Rideout, glad you could join us.
Well, I wish I could, Colonel, but it seems you're closed to visitors today.
I suspected your intentions weren't constructive.
Well, no, they're not. You see, Joshua and I have been working the numbers on the last quake.
Good.
The seismic wave you're going to have to generate to hit Pine Gap is going to be colossal, right? Much bigger than the last firing.
Well, that's the plan.
But think about it, Colonel. The wave doesn't just stop at the target, does it?
What's your point?
Tell him about the Pacific Rim.
The what?
Where the Australian plate meets the Pacific plate.
Colonel, it could activate the Pacific fault line. And we're talking events on the scale of Kashmir, Pinatubo, and the South Asian tsunami all rolled into one.
You're being alarmist, Sam. We didn't do that with Adelaide, did we?
You weren't firing towards a fracture line before. Colonel, it's called the Ring of Fire. It's a line of volcanoes, all of them active. You could precipitate a chain reaction of eruptions that would kill millions. Even bring about massive climate change. A global winter that will be nothing less than Armageddon. Walker? Walker?
What's the weapon's status?
Coils at 80%. Online in 5 minutes.
The aircraft?
150 miles out. ETA, 15 minutes.
Good.
I'm not lying to you, Colonel. It's just too powerful to use.
But sadly, the genie's out of the bottle. We can't unmake the voice.
But you don't have to fire it.
Oh, I do. I have to stop anyone else from getting it. You can see that, can't you? It's only in the destiny of one nation to wield power like this. If we're to have peace, it has to be us.
This is not a decision that's yours to make.
You're scared, Sam. I can hear it in your voice. That's okay. We're all a little scared. Scared of change. Scared of each other.
Damn it, Walker! Your fear will kill us all. You can't believe that destroying Pine Gap will do anything but bring the world in on your head.
You don't choose the things you believe in. They choose you.
Sir,
Yes?
Coil's at 90%.
Thank you. Sorry, Sam, but we finished talking now. Maybe later.
Walker, don't do... Walker!
I don't think he's listening anymore.
Damn him! Nick, come on, what can we do?
I told you already, we can't get in there.
Then we think of something else. What about a Steely Dan?
It'll just radiate off the steel into the corridors. Most it'll do is make them feel sick.
But power supply?
No access.
And the control systems, communications with the weapon.
No, landline with microwave backup. Triple redundancy.
So we're stuffed. The damn voice will be the last sound the world hears.
Unless we destroy the array.
What, the focusing horn?
Yeah, if we can nobble that, the oscillator won't have an output.
Yeah, I guess that might work. Or at the very least, it might feed back like the test units and blow itself apart.
Hang on, it could just pump out seismic energy over a wide area.
Maybe, but it would dissipate faster than one big hit.
Well, what the hell? I like it. We can argue about it on the way.
Where does rain come from?
Reminds me of home.
Sam, it never rains here, like never.
It is today.
Thunder hits, I don't believe it.
Get in! We haven't got time for this!
Coils are charged and online. Ready to commence firing procedure.
Do it. Start oscillation.
Sir, it looks like the captain and the others have left the facility.
Let me see. Rain? That's unusual.
Came in from the north side. It's worked for us, though. It's delayed that strike force.
What's its ETA now?
10 minutes out. They've commenced an attack run, sir, but air defence batteries have their trajectory.
As soon as they're in range, open fire.
Sir.
A new world order is about to be updated.
It started the firing sequence!
How long have we got?
God knows. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe 5 seconds.
How the hell are we even going to scratch something this big?
Stand back!
Well, that was effective.
Come on, we try together.
It's no good! It's not powerful enough!
That's getting closer.
We're going to need a tank to dent this thing!
I've got the next best thing. We'll use the winch. Here. Wrap this cable round that stanchion. I'll pull it over with the Land Rover.
Okay.
I've never seen weather like this here. It's not natural.
It's just rain!
The average is about a centimetre. I've got 3 inches just in my boots. Sam, this is the Lightning Brothers.
Okay, Nick!
Come on!
Come on!
God, it's going, look!
Come on!
Yes, fantastic fella!
If this thing doesn't kill us, that lightning will!
That's what I'm saying.
We've lost targeting. The voice just shifted.
It's Bowman, see there. No. Get the team out there.
There's no one, sir.
Pull men off the air defence.
But, sir,
do it.
2 minutes and 28 seconds to firing. Sir, shall I continue?
How far off target are we?
0.63 degrees. At this range, that's about 20 miles. Within tolerances for these power settings.
Then fire when ready.
Come on, Nick!
No, he's slipping.
Come on, damn you!
It's not going to work, Nick!
What's plan B?
I think that was.
What? The storm's getting closer.
Oh, my head!
It's gonna fire!
Let the Lightning Brothers have it.
What?
What are you doing?
This ought to do as a lightning conductor. I'm going up there.
The hell you are? That's 50 feet!
Yeah, well, they'll be sure to see me from there.
Oh, this is native mumbo-jumbo, isn't it?
No, you're living through it right now. They've come to kill Witchetty Man.
Yeah, right. Well, give it here. This is my job.
I'm the Aborigine. It's my job.
Neither of you do it. It'll be suicide. We just need to think. There must be another way.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Look, how about if...
Oh, Nick!
What the hell was that for?
I said I was going to kill Walker, and I meant it. It's my job. I'm putting rank on you, soldier.
It's always about whose balls would be with you, isn't it?
No, Joshua. When your back's against the wall, action is easy. Real courage is when you have choices. I haven't got any, but you have. Now go. Go!
We'll pray for you, Nick!
Just get the hell out.
Everything I said about that bloke...
Yeah, I know!
Well, how far you reckon he's safe?
How far will the shockwave travel?
Well, that's what I'm afraid of.
Coils at maximum, sir. Firing in 10 seconds. Switching to automatic.
Today we make history, gentlemen. Today the voice of God will be heard by the world.
10, 9, 8.
Hello, Walker! Can you see me? This is for Belinda!
Come on, lightning brothers. Hit me.
Weapon fire initiated.
Weapon has fired. Wait a minute.
Is that Bowman?
The array! It's gone!
Oh, sweet Lord.
Joshua! Joshua! Oh. Joshua, are you all right?
Oh, we made it?
Yeah. You see, the clouds have gone. Like they were never here.
Yeah. Lightning brothers have done their job.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Do you think Nick did it in time? I mean, did he stop the firing?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Hey, do you hear that?
Not since Krakatoa had the world heard such a noise. Walker was right. We all heard the voice of God. It was only Captain Bowman's heroism in interrupting the firing sequence that prevented it being much worse. As if for eruptions, earthquakes in Darwin, Timor and through the Philippines, a tsunami across the Pacific that swamped cities from San Francisco to Yokohama could be much worse. With loss of life.
It's all right, Miss Rideout. Please take your time.
Well, you have the data in front of you. I thank God that the voice was destroyed and all the plans in Hurricane Base with it. Arms development cannot be allowed to hide in the shadows. In closing, I'd like to say that this has to mark a tectonic shift in our thinking. I know you couldn't contact Joshua Patameri, who's in the outback. His people are walking the song lines, trying to repair the damage. Maybe it's a futile action, but I urge the UN to fund proper research into what the voice has done to our planet. We live in a rare and delicate place we don't yet understand. Now it's safe to fly again, so I'm going back to the UK. Help my country rebuild. Something good has come out of this nightmare, Mr. Chairman. The world is pulling together in a way it never has before. Walker was wrong. God speaks with many voices, not just one. Thank you.
Your testimony has been most helpful, Miss Rideout. On behalf of the UN, I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Miss Rideout, will you come with me, please? We have a car waiting.
Who are you?
Friends, Miss Rideout. Friends.
In Part 5 of The Voice of God by Simon Bovey, Sam was played by Clare Corbett. Joshua by Matthew Diktinsky. Nick, David Thorpe. And Walker, Geoffrey Beavers. John Cummins was Dalby. Nick Sace, Schooner. And Sophie Roberts, Paxton. The Voice of God was directed by Mark Beebe.
All I can think of is the sea. I can't recall exactly how it began, but I know I'm indifferent to that part of my life before it began. Thoughts of that other world are never far from my mind, but the recollections are starting to fade. I have to fix them in some sort of remembered reality before they pass beyond memory, beyond meaning.
He was hit by a lorry on a motorway at night. Police said he was drunk, got out of his car, started to walk up the motorway. Pouring rain. Pitch black.
The car was less than a year old, covered in a film of dust.
Was going to...
Her face was blank with loss. What could I say? What was there to say?
He died 300 miles from where he should have been. What was he... Why was he... Who? You're not a dealer. John wouldn't have liked a dealer
I'm not
to...
the dealer.
Spare keys and papers in the...
She waved vaguely at the glove box.
in the...
She seemed incapable of finishing a sentence.
His back was broken in 5 places. His skull...
I sat at a table in the kitchen and wrote out a cheque as the woman wove a web of sickening details around her brother's death.
What was extraordinary? Most of the blood had drained from his body, but it wasn't on the road.
She looked at me, letting the absurdity of this settle.
They couldn't find it anywhere. Not a drop.
I needed to get away. I tore the cheque out and held it out to her.
He was only 46. He was a beautiful man.
I'll collect the car when the cheque is cleared.
I don't believe he died in such a senseless way.
She snatched the keys from the table and threw them at me.
Take it. Take the bloody car.
I don't often think of death, but that night I'd been so wantonly reminded of it that I couldn't escape morbid thoughts. I hold a simple view about dying. When life ends, it ends. You're here, you're not here. A mist suddenly appeared. The controls of the car became heavy and unresponsive, the road surface treacherous. The needles of the instrument started to swing wildly. But to my astonishment, I thought I could hear the sound of the sea, waves breaking, gulls. Then there was total darkness. I braked hard. The car slewed sideways and hit something. I was flung forward and banged my head. As I slowly regained consciousness, I saw the glass faces of the instruments were cracked and the needle of the temperature dial was stuck on red. The stalled engine wouldn't start. I got out of the car and tested my balance. I saw that I was in an avenue of large detached buildings, screened from the road by trees. There were no lights on in any of them. There were no street lights. The only thing to lift the darkness was the moonlight. Then I heard a car travelling at speed towards me. I turned and saw its headlights. As it got closer, I could make out the silhouette of an old American saloon. I slipped into the cover of some trees. It reversed and stopped alongside the stranded car. Framed in the moonlight, I could see that it had mirrored windows, no number plates, a powerful spotlight on the passenger side. 2 men got out and walked slowly round my car. Same height, build. Both wore dark suits and heavy-rimmed glasses. One had a gun in one hand, the other a torch. He opened the driver's door and shone the torch beam over the interior. They had a brief conversation, closed the door, and made their way back to their car. I watched from the cover of the trees as it turned into the grounds of an apartment block. I remained hidden until I was sure it was gone. Then I made my way to the front entrance. I pressed my forehead against the cooling glass of the door. Inside the entrance hall, automatically triggered by the pressure on the glass, light switched on, and from nowhere, 3 dogs hurled themselves at me. Muscles bunched, teeth white blades, their claws clattering on the glass. I snatched back, leaving a bruise of blood on the door.
They won't hurt you.
The voice startled me.
Not if you're with me.
On seeing the woman, the dogs calmed.
What happened to you?
I need to call a cab.
A cab?
She pointed to a gash in my scalp.
That requires attention.
She was oddly remote. I followed her into the block, never taking my eyes from the dogs. I followed her to a lift.
What's this address?
She looked at me as if I was talking in a language she didn't understand.
For the taxi.
She smiled a practiced smile.
You need a drink.
In the lift, she stood close to me. Under the expensive perfume, I could smell her flesh like sweet brine. She put her purse on the table, slipped her coat off, dropped it carelessly on a chair and crossed to a drinks trolley.
Brandy?
I prefer whiskey.
But of course. Certainly. Ice?
No ice.
Water?
No water. She handed me the drink, then checked the gash in my scalp.
What is your blood type?
That bad?
Do you know?
No.
I'll get something to clean it with.
Why? Do you want to know my blood group?
Excuse me.
When I was sure she had gone, I stood in the centre of the room, feeling it more than seeing it. There was something artificial about it, just as there was about the woman. I crossed to the telephone and lifted the receiver. There was no dialing tone. Then I saw it had no lead. The woman returned with a basin of water and cotton wool.
Sit here.
She patted the back of a chair. As she started to bathe the wound, the car returned. The woman stiffened with alarm.
They'll kill you if they find you here. And me.
Who are they?
You have to go.
I could see she meant what she said.
Find Hill. You must find Hill somehow.
As I moved quickly from the room, she slipped something into my hand.
Give this to Hill.
Without looking, I dropped it into her pocket. I thought I knew the depth at which fear is buried. In desperation, I buried myself in some bushes in the overgrown grounds of a large crumbling house. The car powered past, its spotlight flooding the dead garden. I was just about to move off when I saw a light in a window. I edged to the side and looked in. The room was lit by a slide projector. Dramatic images of the sea were being projected on one of the walls. A young girl sat cross-legged on the floor, her gaze full of wonder. Sensing someone behind, I swiveled round to face a tall, gaunt man dressed in black. He was carrying a glass cane that gave off an ultraviolet glow.
My daughter has never seen the sea.
Realising that he was blind, I tried to slip past, but found myself pinned to the wall, the buzzing cane across my throat.
You have seen the sea? Yes.
He eased the cane.
I went there many times before this damnable place, when I was a child. But all I know of it, all I can remember, is its smell. Come in and tell my daughter about the sea.
Before I could answer, a spotlight splashed over the row of rotting houses. The blind man instantly lowered his cane, switched off his light, and whispered.
I can hide you from the eyes.
He slipped silently into the shadows.
You're from the city. There's no going back. You'll die here in the zone.
The car stopped some way off. Another joined it. They moved slowly down the road. When I was certain they were gone, I took my chance and ran. Slipping from shadow to shadow, I saw something in the distance that drew me to it. A fire on waste ground. Lying close to the fire, a naked man. Hands and feet bound, his body coiled round a metal stake. There was movement in a derelict house. A face in the flare of a match as a cigarette was lit. The face of a child, yet not a child. A car appeared. A brood of feral children stepped up into the spaces where windows once were. Although the night was harsh, they were stripped to the waist, their thin bodies crudely tattooed. A man got out of the car with a torch. The brood watched silently as he walked to their prisoner and cut his hands and feet free. A second man stepped from the car, same dead face, eyes hidden behind green lens glasses. They hauled the naked man to his feet, dragged him to the car and flung him into a metal cage in the back. Then they opened the boot, lifted out a large cardboard container and placed it on the ground. The eyes got back in the car, reversed onto the road and were gone. The brood seeped from the building with a pack of wild dogs. Two of the oldest broke the paper seals, opened the container and lifted out a television. One of the girls slashed her palm with a shard of glass and smeared blood all over the screen. Then the television was raised high and carried like some sacred street Madonna into the darkness. The dog brood followed in religious procession. My body ached with cold. In the distance, I saw a fire blazing in an oil drum. I stopped, took a small flask of whiskey from a pocket and was close to empty. I took a sip, looked around. The area appeared deserted. I approached cautiously. There was no one about, just a half-starved dog, its skin shuddering as it sucked in the heat. When it saw me, it limped off. I stood as close to the red-hot drum as I could bear. From the darkness came a high-pitched whine. It continued, staccato, demented. Then, a toothless face was glaring at me through the flames. An old man with a wind-up gramophone strapped to his back. The madness in his face burned brighter than the fire. He mimed a vicious stabbing. He took a rusting tin box from a bag, opened it, and took out a pair of glasses the eyes wore. One of the lenses was missing, the other was cracked and caked in dried blood. He proudly pointed to the blood. He put the glasses on and, fizzing with madness, he posed for me.
Eyes! Knife! Me! Killed ya!
Then he stepped back from the fire's light and disappeared as completely and mysteriously as he had appeared, into his own private underworld. There was a lack of even a casual connection between time as I knew it and time passing in the zone. Nights seemed to last forever. Days were brief and bleak. I found myself in a deserted shopping precinct. The shops were burnt out and boarded up. I'd been aware for some time that I was being followed by a young girl. I stopped and turned to her.
What do you want?
Thin face, head shaved, faded scars like chalk marks on her skull.
Would you wish me, sir?
Wish you?
I'm clean.
She dropped her hand between her legs. She never took her eyes from my watch. I raised my hand.
This?
I unclipped the watch and held it in my hand.
You want this?
She nodded.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
She inched forward, her body wound like a spring ready for instant flight. She slowly reached out to take the watch. I drew it back.
Answers. That's all I want.
She glanced behind, measuring her dash back into the darkness.
Where am I? Just tell me where I am.
You're from the city.
I pushed the watch into her hand.
Yes.
Have you seen the sea?
I've lived by the sea.
Tell me about it. Everything, everything.
First, you tell me about this place. Where is it? Where is the zone? What is it?
With surprising strength and without warning, she dragged me into a doorway. Then I heard the unmistakable engine of a patrolling car. The girl pulled me deeper into shadow.
The goat, the eyes, they're after you.
I almost laughed. Only in the surreal nightmare of the zone could these sinister cars be called goats. When it was gone, the girl eased away from me.
They're after you, aren't they?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't ask them.
She smiled. In the smile, I saw a sense of survival imprinted on her thin face. The girl led me quickly from one section of the zone to another. I'd never seen such manifest ruin. For some time, she'd been casting nervous glances back and to both sides. I slowly became aware of the gang of feral children with their dogs darting from one pool of shadow to the next.
Keep moving!
As we turned the corner, we came face to face with the rest of the brood. I looked around the faces. The oldest was no more than 14. They all had the soul-free eyes of the predator. The girl slipped the watch from her arm and held it up.
Gold! Gold!
One snatched it from her and threw it to the rest, who fought for it, yapping like curs.
What else have you got?
I searched my pockets and took out a lipstick. Then I remembered. The woman at the apartment had given me something, but a lipstick. I dropped it back in my pocket. A hail of stones rained down, forcing us to run in different directions. The brood ignored the girl. It was the man from the city they were hunting. They cut me off in every direction, forcing me onto an ugly slab of waste ground. I'd run to a standstill, stood half bent over, trying to force some oxygen back into my burning lungs. Then, in a last desperate surge of energy, I took a step towards a heavy club of wood lying on the ground. The ground gave way and I plunged into a pit that had been skillfully camouflaged. The pit was 10 feet deep, sheer-sided. The brood gathered at the top, looking down at me like a trapped animal. My shoulder brushed the pit wall. The walls of the pit were alive with electricity. Within hours, the brood had delivered me to the eyes. I was locked in a cage in the back of a car being driven through the zone. When I tried to resist, they'd smashed the car door on my hand. I suddenly caught sight of an extraordinary figure. A tall man with tungsten-coloured hair, wearing a scarlet robe of shreds and patches, dragging a heavy wooden cross on his shoulder. He stopped, shifted the cross to his other shoulder, and continued on his way. The cell door was slammed shut behind me and locked. Feeling the walls like a blind man, I found a narrow bed and lay on it for some time, allowing my eyes to adjust to the lack of light. Then somebody coughed. It startled me. I thought I was alone. A match was struck, and I saw another bed on the far side of the cell. Lying on it was a man so emaciated it was hard to believe he was still alive. He lit a stub of candle on a stool and started to cough again, wiping flecks of blood from his mouth with a rag. I took out my flask, unscrewed the cap, and took it across to him.
Here. Try this. You can have what's left. Whiskey.
The man started to cough again, this time so violently it threatened to snap his stick of a body. I put the flask beside the candle.
I'll leave it here.
I crossed to my bed and lay down. I saw him pick up the flask and take a drink.
Talking to walls, you start to forget who you are. My name is Hayden.
Turner.
A stab of pain in my hand. I winced.
The eyes. They like breaking hands.
Who are they? The eyes.
The lice of the zone, psychopaths. Violence is their language. They thrive on fear. You're from the city?
Yes.
Men like you are not here for long. They usually kill you and use you for spare parts. How did you get through the boundary?
Boundary?
It protects the zone.
Drove through. How does it work?
Scientifically?
Yes.
I don't know.
You must know something.
That's city logic.
There's a magnetic field. It affected the instruments in the car.
There was a brief silence. Then Hayden seemed to make a decision to trust me.
The human body is mostly water. When you hit the boundary, temperature increases. It's something to do with the properties of hydrogen in a magnetic field.
What happens?
Your blood boils. You die.
Then how do people pass through it?
The boundary is breaking down. People from the city find themselves stranded here. At times, the power is switched off in certain sections to allow important zone people in and out. That's how they come and go.
Who are they?
Men and women who live by the darker laws of life.
They run the zone.
They control the eyes.
How many people here?
40, 50,000, who knows? Who cares? There are a dozen factions fighting for power.
Fighting for what? It's a living hell.
Not all of it. Across the park...
He stopped in mid-sentence and quickly blew the candle out. A slit of light appeared in the cell door. It stayed open a few seconds, then closed, and the jailer moved on. I lowered my voice.
Who's Hill?
Who told you about Hill?
Who is he?
She.
She, then?
There are two ways I could leave this cell. In a body bag. Not quite dead. It suits the surgeons. Or through that door, a free man. Hill could open that door.
I was taken to a room that was spacious and comfortable. A half-open glass door led onto a balcony. To my amazement, sunlight streamed in, and I could hear the sound of the sea and the cry of gulls. The setting would have been perfect, but for the fact that the room was 50 feet below ground. They handcuffed me to a chair in front of a desk. A woman sat behind the desk, cleaning her glasses, a hardened and already hard face when she put them on. She picked up a roll of negative.
Where did you get this?
I don't know what...
This roll of negative. Photographic negative.
Never seen it before.
They've given me an hour.
She indicated a battery of bell pushes on the desk.
If I press one of these, you will be collected and disposed of.
I just want to get out of this sewer.
That can be arranged.
How?
If we permit it.
She got up, came round the desk and stood in front of me.
Where did you get these?
She held up the roll of negative.
I've told you.
Then I saw the lipstick lying on the desk. It had been pulled apart. I suddenly realised.
The lipstick.
Who gave it to you?
A woman.
Who?
I don't know who she was.
Describe her.
Tall, dark, attractive. Lived in an apartment guarded by dogs.
An Eva. There are a dozen Evas. Identical. We send them into the city to seduce. She gave you the lipstick.
Yes.
Why?
The eyes came back.
Yes.
She pushed it into my hand and told me to run. That they'd kill me if they found me there. They'd kill us both.
Nothing else?
I got out.
What did she say?
As fast as I could.
About the lipstick?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Not a thing.
You weren't curious, you didn't ask?
I didn't even look at it. I dropped it into a pocket. I wanted to get as far away from those animals as I could.
Outside, a squall of gulls seemed to irritate her. She went back behind the desk and pressed another button. The gulls, the sunlight and the sea disappeared, leaving a muddy light in the room. She switched on a desk lamp and picked up a folder. From it, she took several photographs and started to lay them on the desk. The last, to my astonishment, was a face I knew. She smiled.
Tell me about Jack Cage.
He's dead.
I spoke to him today.
He died 8 years ago.
How do you explain the photograph?
I couldn't. It was Jack Cage.
He told me you're a thief. A brilliant thief. A thinker. He admires you.
I sat next to... Her name was Ms. Eyston, in the back of a stretched limo that moved slowly through the zone. In the daylight, I saw that she was older than she first appeared.
How did Jack Cage get here?
He needed to disappear. There are always people in the city who need to disappear for all sorts of reasons. Criminal, political, financial, even psychological.
How do they find you?
We find them.
How?
From contacts in the zone. We make contacts in the city. They come here, they have contacts. That's what they bring to us.
She paused and considered for a moment.
And, of course, their own particular predisposition.
What did Jack bring?
He's a man without conscience.
The car slowed. We were stopping in a park. The trees were in bloom. The natural beauty of the place was in stark contrast to the terrible darkness I'd so far seen in the zone. My door opened with the faintest click. Ms. Eyston pointed across the park.
You'll be met at the gate.
I got out. The door closed behind me, and the car eased away. As I walked through the deserted park, I realised that the setting was more than idyllic. The sun was full, sky cloudless and brochure blue, grass so verdantly green it looked painted, but there was something missing. Where were the birds? A place like this would surely be full of birds. It was a curiously uncomfortable place, artful and counterfeit. There was nothing natural about it. Even the shadows seemed to be stenciled on the ground. As I walked through a thickly wooded area, I looked up. In the trees were cameras that followed my every movement. There was about the whole place a virulent, menacing deceit. I made my way to the gates on the opposite side of the park. There was a giant of a man standing beside a limousine waiting for me. He was close to 7 feet tall, must have weighed 400 pounds. As I approached, he opened the passenger door and stood silently beside it. He closed the door behind me, got into the car, adjusted the rearview mirror so that he could see me, then started the car and pulled away. Before the park was out of sight, a car phone buzzed beside me. I lifted the handset but said nothing. I knew who it would be.
Turner? Turner? Can you hear me? It's Jack.
Can't be.
What?
Jack's dead.
Do I sound dead?
The limousine passed a high wall that ran alongside the road. On it, in freshly painted 6-foot letters, was the name Hill.
We're old friends.
Who's Hill? The phone clicked dead. As we drove on, I remembered what Hayden had said in the cell.
There are a dozen factions fighting for power.
Fighting for what? It's a living hell.
Not all of it. Across the park.
Here I was, across the park. Sweeping tree-lined avenues of luxury houses, tennis courts, swimming pools, marble-chipped drives with exotic cars parked on them. A miniature version of the blatant opulence of the gated communities where the seriously rich live in the city of angels. Jack Cage was a small man with a hard-boned, almost pagan face. I stood on his balcony watching him play a round of golf over Pebble Beach. He teed off into a brightly lit screen, showing a fairway of perfect video grass. He checked the length of his drive on a monitor, then rested his club against the wall and peeled off his glove.
You don't look too shabby for a dead man.
Who went to my funeral?
Eddie Carl's widow.
Oh, funny.
To piss on your ashes.
Cage threw his glove across the balcony.
He wasn't worth a stinking damn.
So you killed him?
They couldn't prove it.
Didn't get the chance, did they?
That's right.
Who was in the coffin?
I borrowed a body.
Of course you did.
Look, I don't want to talk about the past. Here we live in the present, day by day. Did that bitch Easton do a deal with you? What did she offer you? Way out? There's no way out, no going back, not for you, Turner. See this?
He pointed to the monitor.
Right here, the distance a ball is hit. The yards it goes, left or right, hook, slice. It knows the location of every hazard. That's me in the zone. I know the location of every hazard. If you want to stay alive, stay close to me.
Cage was sat in a high-backed chair. Behind the chair stood a young woman massaging the back of his neck.
Isn't she beautiful? Her name's Leah. I killed her husband.
She looked at me briefly. I could see that she was beyond hurt.
Does that disgust you? His property, his woman, everything mine. That's the law here.
The law?
Mm-hmm. I kill a man, what's his is mine. Call it what you like.
Okay.
He got up, crossed the room to a desk, opened a drawer and took out 2 sets of keys.
Apartment, car, anything you need.
He took a photograph from the drawer and passed it to me.
Another widow.
Ever kill a man, Turner?
Not yet.
You know your trouble? You think too much. When I'm going to kill a man, he's stark-ass naked. There's nowhere he can hide. In the city, they treat you like slime. Here, they respect you. I'm one of 3 regulators.
Executioners.
You're right. But then you're a moral man. Here, there's no morality. Here, what you want, you take.
Dressed in immaculate black tie, we were driven through the most opulent part of the zone. It was as though a net had been thrown over the pest hole of the rest of the zone to keep it out.
Where are we going? Jack?
Waiters in white gloves moved discreetly among the elite of the zone, serving canapes and glasses of vintage champagne. Everything about the occasion was obscenely indulgent. All of the women were dressed in different hues of ocean blue. Cage sidled up to me and whispered,
That face over there with the crippled hand and the small army, that's McClelland. He runs the zone. Cross him and your life is worth 4/5 of Sodal. Be careful.
He cast a glance at a woman moving through the crowd towards us.
Jack.
Hey, V.
Her face was ageless, almost perfect.
This is...
Turner, yes.
Yes.
I've heard about you. You don't use him, Jack.
She ran her blood-red nails lightly over my face.
He's mine.
I caught her wrist and held it tight. She was astonished. So were the people near her. I leaned forward and studied her perfect porcelain face.
How old are you?
There was an audible gasp of disbelief.
I keep meeting women with young faces, but old eyes.
She laughed, which started a swell of nervous laughter from the rest.
Don't forget me, Jack.
She pressed something into his hand, then slipped back into the crowd. Cage took me by the arm and hurried me into an empty passageway.
You want to get us both blistered? That lady's lethal.
She's almost as dangerous as McClelland.
What did she give you?
He held out a small metal disc with ORHCDE engraved on it.
What is it?
Blood. With the right blood, we never age.
It was like the first night at the opera. We were sat in reserved seats in the observation gallery of an operating theatre. The darkness in the gallery was exaggerated by a sudden storm of light in the operating area. An anaesthetized patient was wheeled in, followed by a surgeon and his team dressed in silver laser-reflecting material.
Ladies and gentlemen, in Western civilization, mankind's deep veneration for God is only a profane longing for immortality. As transplant techniques are perfected, immortality becomes a rational possibility.
He replaced a blind eye with one fully functional in less than an hour. Astonishing. The room was small. Walls from floor to ceiling constructed of stainless steel drawers. It was exceptionally cold. Breath smoked from our mouths as we spoke.
There are never enough donors. The transplant I used tonight came from this organ bank.
In the drawer were 3 human eyes contained in cubes that looked at first like ice, but had a harder surface. The second drawer held a human brain. I had to look away. A lingering smell of flesh made me nauseous.
I specialize in rare tissue matches. I have an arrangement with several surgeons in the city.
He took a silver flask from his pocket, unscrewed the cap and passed it to me. I needed a drink.
You're a clever man, Turner. Together, there's nothing we couldn't do.
I knew that my appearance in the zone excited but also troubled Cage. Leah had slipped a note in my jacket pocket saying that he was frightened of me and that at some point he would kill me. I knew Jack Cage well enough to know this to be true. As we left the operating theatre, he said he wanted to show me something. He wouldn't say what. I didn't press him. The giant chauffeur was called Eels. I have never met such a frightening and silent man. The limousine glided along brightly lit streets that were clear of the scurf of filth that seemed to cover most of the zone. People were out shopping, going to restaurants, drinking at tables outside chic bars. Suddenly Eels braked hard. Cage had a gun in his hand in a second. Caught in the headlights like a giant ragged moth was the Christ-like man I'd seen before. Cage put the gun away.
Pathetic bastard. Go round him.
Who is he?
They call him the Zone Christ. Been here forever.
As we passed, the Zone Christ looked in at me as if somehow he knew me. His eyes blazed. The limousine accelerated, and he was soon left far behind. We drove through the park and into the creeping desolation beyond. Eels stopped the car at an intersection of roads, got out and stood in the beam of the headlights. Then he started to walk up and down in a precise 6-pace line.
What's he doing?
Waiting.
For what?
It won't be long.
Is he a mute?
Well, I've never heard him speak a word.
Never?
Frightening, isn't he?
Why are we here?
You still think there's a way back?
Eels turned back to the car and gestured to Cage. In the distance, a man emerged from the darkness running for his life, pursued by armed men who seemed less intent on catching him than driving him in a certain direction.
There's no going back.
The running man hit the invisible zone boundary. His back arched, his body shuddered, then stiffened. He toppled backwards and lay still. Eels got back in the car. As we drove slowly past, I could see steam coming from the dead man's open mouth.
You ice-hearted bastard.
Who cares?
I care.
Don't you understand? With me you can make it here. With me you got a chance. Alone, you'll end up like that.
We drove on in a heavy silence.
I had to make you understand.
Who do you answer to, Jack?
No one.
You don't have the imagination. You never did. You need to be told what to do.
Let it rest.
Who suggested that grotesque demonstration?
Don't you understand? There's a life here you could never dream of in the city.
The man with the crippled hand at the reception, McClellan.
I said let it rest.
He looks like a man who gives orders.
Shut your mouth.
Even the lady with the porcelain face stayed well clear.
He's a madman.
And you're not.
Not like him. Christ. Not like him.
You hate his guts.
Your mouth will get you killed.
As the car gathered speed and powered towards the park, a blazing van blocked the road. Eels put the heavy vehicle into a controlled sideways skid. Hit the back of the blazing wreck and spun it round. Once the limousine was past, he got it back online and accelerated away. Two black saloons shot from a side road and locked onto the limousine like barracudas after a shark. Shots ricocheted off the armoured body and glass. As the limousine screamed round a corner, the back door flew open and I was sucked out. When I looked up, the two cars had turned a corner. Then I heard one skid to a halt and reverse at speed. I struggled to my feet and ran for the cover of a shop doorway. I tucked myself as tightly as I could into the darkness. Then, to my relief, I heard the car accelerate back the way it had come. I knew that I had to escape this half-known hell or die trying. The darkness lifted into a zoned dawn as I made my way back to where the running man died. There was a clear, pure silence. I moved slowly, deliberately towards the lethal zone boundary. I knew that if I hesitated, I might not do what I had to. I walked straight ahead, past the point where I saw the running man fall, and continued on. I was dazzled by a pink-silver glare, like blood seen through closed eyes on a scorching summer day. My breath came in short, sharp gulps. I raised a hand in front of my face. I could see bones through flesh like a coloured X-ray. I was amazed I felt so alive, but it made sense. Surely you feel most alive on the edge of death. Lost in this uncertain reality, I saw phantom shapes that slowly focused into houses, shops, a street. A bus rattled past, flashing red. Early morning people went about their business. This isn't the zone, I thought. This is not the zone. Back. Am I? Back? In the city? But is it real or is it... I struggle to remember, then struggle to forget that other half-known hell. Can't stay here too long. Someone will come. Damn gun. Walking down a street in the last light of evening. Cliff Field, the closest thing I have to a brother, looks up at me.
Where the bloody hell have you been?
Cliff is a violent man, a feared man without forgiveness. I'm the only person apart from his wife who he cares about.
Jan's been sick with worry.
I remain silent.
What happened?
What happened?
Your car caught fire.
That seems so long ago, when I met the strange woman and bought a dead brother's car. I've almost forgotten it.
Oh, that was nothing.
Nothing?
He points to the bruises on my face.
And those? The car gutted and the bruises? Nothing.
Look, Cliff.
No, you look. Someone's ironing you out, and I want to know who. I want to see his face while he's still got one.
An awkward silence falls between us. The edge drops out of Cliff's voice. It fills with a quieter concern.
Why won't you tell me?
How can I explain something I don't understand myself?
There's nothing to tell.
The silence settles on us again. I sit at a table with the two people I know best, and yet they are strangers.
Not hungry?
Sorry. Jan is 10 years younger than her husband. She has a piercing sweetness.
Oh, why don't you stay a few days?
I sip my wine.
Just a day or two. It's nice and quiet here.
I'm okay.
You disappear off the face of the earth for 3 weeks and you're back looking like death.
3 weeks?
3 weeks? 4 or 5 days?
Cliff glances at Jan, then looks hard at me.
Nearly a month, John.
I'm drawn to the luster of the darkness beyond the car as Cliff drives me home. I find myself filled with an intense longing for that unnatural place where I've been. All evening, I've seen glimpses of the zone in my mind's eye. The old American saloon with mirrored windows. The cloned grey men, their nerveless eyes hidden behind green-lensed glasses. The dogs clawing the glass door, their muzzles flecked with foam.
Dogs.
Dogs?
I can hear dogs.
You ate dogs. You ate animals. Remember that rat in a paper sack?
Rat?
In a sack?
No.
When we were kids.
He looks at me, willing me to remember.
Your old fella killed it with a spade?
I retreat back into silence, searching the darkness for the mystery that had held my eyes. The night suddenly fills with a scratchy soprano singing Verdi. Then I see him quite clearly. The old man from the drum fire in the Badlands of the zone. He squats in a dry corner of a derelict house, winding his gramophone while his one record plays. He lifts the tin box from his bag, takes out the bloody glasses, puts them on, and fizzing with madness extravagantly conducts the opera.
John.
The old man's music calls to me, eerie and sinister.
John?
I feel a lingering sense of drift, as though I am wandering away from my life.
John!
I am still John Turner, but less and less. Parts of my past are starting to disappear. The park. The perfect park in the zone. Sheltering from the sun under a tree. Plucking a blade of grass. Putting it between my lips. The pungent vapor it gave off as though dipped in acid, blood on my lips. That's the smell. Burning rust. On the floor, park grass smouldering in a saucer, giving off a saffron smoke. I stand staring down at it, mesmerized by the fantastic images I can see in the curling smoke. For a moment, there is a perfect silence. Then it is broken by a voice behind me.
He sent me to take you back.
I start to feel a creeping paralysis. The muscles of my mouth seizing up. My mouth won't form words.
McClelland.
The shotgun.
You walk through the boundary.
Get to the bedroom.
No one walks through the boundary.
Hands and knees crawling, cage standing over me.
He wants to know how.
He sticks to me like a leech.
Come back with me. You can have anything. Anything you want.
Shotgun under the bed.
You and me, Turner. We could pull McClellan down.
He hasn't seen it.
Together, we could run the zone.
As my fingers touch the shotgun, he kicks it away. It spins and skids across the wooden floor, hits a wall and fires. I'm sitting beside a swimming pool in the grounds of a luxury house in the zone. My eyes are protected by dark glasses. At the end of the pool are two armed guards who occasionally glance at me. A woman appears, perhaps 30, her dark hair jailed in a bun. As she approaches, I can see that she wears a fugitive expression, as though at some point in her life she has become lost, taken a wrong turning, and now cannot find a connection to anything. She arrives at the chair and stands, looking down at me.
I'm Dr. Costello.
She lightly taps my foot with hers.
You're not asleep.
I can smell the heat on her flesh as she bends over me.
How's the face?
One side of my neck and face are covered with a sterile dressing.
You're lucky not to be blinded.
She gently eases the dressing back to take a look. I brush her aside and walk to the edge of the pool. She looks at the guards, quickly indicates that everything is under control, and moves forward to approach me again. I stare down into the mirror of water, then throw the glasses aside, rip the dressing from my face and toss it into the pool.
We have to learn to trust each other.
She hands me the glasses.
I'm the only hope you have, believe me.
Give me one good reason why I should.
It's my job to keep you alive.
She takes a closer look at the shotgun pellet scars critically close to my eyes.
We start testing tomorrow.
I sit beside Dr. Costello in the back of a limousine, staring out of the window. I'm wearing spotless white linen gloves, over which handcuffs have been locked. Dr. Costello is plainly worried about my physical and mental condition, but she makes no attempt to talk to me, as she knows she will get no response. A goat is following close behind, its headlights dipping and flaring into the back of the limousine. I'm starting to feel nauseous.
Slow down.
The driver chooses not to hear.
Did you hear me?
We're late. We were late last night.
He reluctantly slows. The goat behind flashes its lights.
They know we're late.
Is it far?
Not far.
How far?
You've been before. You don't recall?
No.
At all?
No. The test area is lit up like a film set in the middle of nowhere. A huge, mobile laboratory surrounded by a battery of complex electronic equipment. The driver parks the limousine close to a generator with different colour power cables running into it. The guard helps me from the car. As Dr. Costello steps from the limousine, the driver opens his door.
Not you. You stay in the car. We might have to leave in a hurry. I want to be sure where you are.
The driver gives her a sour look, slams the door shut, settles back in his seat and lights a cigarette. The guard unlocks and removes the handcuffs. I start to walk towards the laboratory. I stop to look at a pile of dead pigeons that have been dumped close by. Death has reached into their beauty. The iridescent gloss of their plumage is now the colour of dull, wet ash. Their broken bodies form a mound of tangled wings, twisted necks, and glinting dead eyes that seem to stare straight at me. Then I remember the first time I was here. The burnt-out street drowning in unnatural light. An old man, carrying a basket of pigeons, walks down the centre of the road until he comes to a luminous white cross painted on the tarmac. He lowers the basket onto the cross and kneels beside it, waiting. The lights dim in a massive power drain. The old man throws back the lid of the basket, releasing the pigeons. They fly as a flock, a wedge of flashing colour. As they start to climb, they hit the invisible wall with a jolting hiss and slowly spiral lifeless back to the ground.
We've been here before. Do you remember?
As the guard takes my elbow, he urges me on. I stumble. The doctor moves quickly forward.
Don't touch him!
The guard steps back as though he's been stung. She slips an arm round my waist and drapes my arm round her shoulder to take my weight.
You okay?
I nod. With a parting glare at the guard, she helps me towards the steps that lead up to the laboratory. Most of the space is taken up with state-of-the-art digital equipment linked to a bank of computers. Technicians are busy lining up the technology. Dr. Costello guides me to a chair at the far end where a space has been cleared. She moves away to check the emergency oxygen. A technician approaches and removes one of my gloves. My fingers, from tip to first joint, are coated in gold. The doctor turns angrily.
Leave him!
She moves quickly back to the chair and snatches the glove from him.
Did you hear me? I said get away!
I study my gold-tipped fingers. What are these bastards doing to me?
Listen to me, Turner. Listen. We don't lie to each other.
I raise the other hand and pull the glove off with my teeth.
Turner, do we?
I spit the glove to the floor, see the same gold-tipped fingers. I raise my gilded hands to her.
They link you to these computers.
What else? My back. What's in my bastard back?
I fling an arm over her shoulder, trying to reach the middle of my back.
No!
She goes to grab my arm, loses her balance and falls. Two of the technicians go to help her. I hit one of them hard.
His hand!
She scrambles to her feet and places herself between me and the two men. The door of the laboratory opens and Dwoskin enters. Tall, thin, prematurely balding with ghostly pale eyes. He takes in the situation at a glance. The tension between the doctor and Dwoskin is tangible.
What happened?
The doctor has got me back to the chair and is taking my blood pressure.
Has he done any damage?
She despises him, won't look at him or speak to him, shakes her head.
Can he walk? That's all he has to do, walk 100 yards.
He cross-checks two identical watches, one on each wrist.
We're already 55-22 behind.
Without Turner, you have 10 tons of computerized crap on wheels.
The door of the laboratory is flung open. Dwoskin and the doctor storm out. He walks a dozen paces and turns on her.
Do you know how long it takes to set this up?
He's physically exhausted.
Do you have any idea?
I stand by the doorway,
11 hours.
watching, listening.
6 tests in 8 days.
11 hours, and you can't give me 20 minutes.
That 20 minutes could kill him. You only have to look at the man.
You're not being objective.
Objective? We're talking about a man's life. Turner goes back with me now.
That's official, is it? Tonight is cancelled.
He blocks her way back to the laboratory.
Get out of my way.
A black limousine moves silently into view behind them. Dwoskin has seen it. The doctor has not.
So, tonight is cancelled.
And tomorrow night, the night after...
The car creeps ever closer, then stops.
You'll inform McClelland?
What?
He points over her shoulder at the parked limousine, then walks back to the laboratory.
I'll be in the computerized crap on wheels.
Dr. Costello stands rooted for some time, hating herself for letting Dwoskin do this to her. The sinister black vehicle just sits there, spreading its dark influence. She walks uneasily towards it. As she draws close, a window winds down. In the gloom of the interior, I can just make out a pale, dead face.
You're late.
There are complications.
You were late last night.
Turner is close to collapse.
Smoke from his cigar curls lazily through the open window.
We have to postpone tonight.
McClelland leans forward into the light.
Postpone?
We're searching for non-existent data, some psychophysical formula. There isn't one. There isn't going to be one, no matter how many times you send Turner through that hellhole. He's unique, and you're going to kill him.
The window winds up, and the limousine accelerates silently away. Dr. Costello shouts after it.
What use is he to you dead?
Dwoskin is on the phone as I enter, the doctor behind me. He holds the receiver out to her. She ignores him. He covers the mouthpiece.
It's McClelland.
She snatches the receiver from him and slams it down without saying a word.
You're starting to rattle, Dr. Costello.
I sit back in the chair. The doctor gently strips me to the waist. There are a dozen gold needles attached to leads inserted into bruised flesh in different parts of my body.
I tried. I really did try.
I know. One of the technicians steps forward to link the needles to a microcomputer on a belt round my waist.
No one!
The doctor pushes him away.
No one touches Turner but me.
Wired like a monkey in space, I walk with the doctor towards the test boundary. I stop for a moment to look at a dead pigeon that has fallen from the old man's basket. It is already seething with ants. I'm not going to make this one, am I?
It's a possibility.
What happens to you if I die?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. You'll end up in McClelland's freezer. A technician is waiting with a robot camera. The doctor slips something from her pocket and secretly passes 2 capsules to me.
Take these. They reduce respiration.
I slip them into my mouth as the technician approaches with the camera cable and plugs it into the computer belt.
You mustn't stop. Whatever happens, don't stop.
She kisses me lightly on the cheek.
Good luck.
I can see that she is fighting back tears as she turns and makes her way to a car waiting for her. It drives slowly round the test boundary, 100 yards down the street, and stops beside a goat that is already parked there. I take the robot camera cable in one hand and move forward to the painted cross in the middle of the road. I can feel a flood of fear rising in me. In the distance, I see the doctor get out of the car carrying her emergency bag and a small cylinder of oxygen. She walks forward as far as she can and stands looking at me, willing me to survive. The dimming of the lights is my cue to move past the boundary into the test area. When it happens, I remain still. Dwoskin's voice comes over an earpiece.
What's the problem?
I stand motionless in silent defiance.
Talk to me.
I look up, run my eyes over the shells of buildings on either side of the street and call out.
McClelland!
Then I see him standing with his bodyguard 4 floors up in a house with no front, the perfect balcony view.
Take the soldiers away and what are you? Nothing! Paper-ass bastard, a dog wouldn't lift its leg on!
He just stands there looking down at me, hands punched into his coat pockets, shoulders curled like a great black bird of prey. I turn to face the test boundary. The street empties of sound. Then, with a noise in my head like slowly breaking glass, I walk forward into the test area. I am consumed by light, lurid and violent variations of colour. Shapes collapse into their shadows. The air is on fire. I look up to where I think McClelland is. Instead, I see the Zone Christ framed in an empty Gothic arch. His robe caught by a storm wind, his cross ablaze. In the mirror of light all around me, I see reflections of my face, bones through flesh, no eyes, no mouth, no breath. I stagger out of the test area, freed from the drowning heat, bleeding from nose and ears. I hear Dr. Costello's voice, as though coming out of an anesthetic.
Turner!
She rips the camera cable away and helps me to the car. The driver makes no move to open the door.
If this man dies, are you going to inform McClelland?
The driver quickly opens the door and helps the doctor get me into the back seat. I slump, chin on chest, dangling hands. She gets in beside me. She gently eases my head back and wipes the blood from my face. She slips the mask over my nose and mouth and turns the oxygen on. Nothing has ever felt quite so good. I have survived, but only just. Dwoskin looks in.
Technically, you're dead.
The doctor takes my hand and slips the needle of a syringe into a vein in the back of it.
Technically, he should be. What would have happened to you then?
She has to smile.
You'd have ended up in McClelland's freezer.
If he dies, we must have his body for autopsy.
He's not going to die.
She looks down at me. I've closed my eyes. She knows I'm not sleeping. She knows what I'm thinking. Faced with death, everything trivial disappears. Past and future mean nothing. The endless present is all that matters. The limousine speeds through the zone. I'm slumped against Dr. Costello, wrapped in a blanket, still taking oxygen. The lights of the following goats splash into the back of the limousine on the unmade road. Suddenly I throw the blanket aside, rip the oxygen mask off, take hold of the cylinder and crack it across the back of the guard's head. The doctor is as astonished as the driver, who has no time to react before I hold the blade of a stolen pair of scissors to his neck. The driver, not easily intimidated, glances at me in the rearview mirror.
They'll shoot you down like a dog.
I push the point of the blade into his neck, drawing blood.
Is that after I kill you?
The doctor leans forward to check the unconscious guard.
Get his gun.
She freezes. Gives me a look I've not seen before. Panic. It quickly passes. She slides the guard's handgun from its holster and passes it to me. I drop the blade and hold the gun to the driver's head.
Faster.
He accelerates.
Faster.
I glance back and estimate the distance to the front of the goat.
Slow down. Faster. Slow down. What the hell do you want?
His foot hovers over the brake pedal. I fire a shot close to him. In a reflex action, the driver stands on the brake. The wheels of the limousine lock. Skidding tyres gouge into the unmade road, sending up a scream of dust. The driver of the goat is blinded and brakes too late. Skids, drifts. The goat impales itself on the rear fender of the heavy limousine.
Now go!
The driver accelerates. The limousine pulls away, taking the front of the goat with it. I look back. The goat is out of control, its steering damaged. One side drops into a ditch. It careens along on two wheels, then rolls over and bursts into a ball of fire before it comes to rest on its roof, wheels spinning. We stop opposite a derelict garage. I stand over the driver as he drags the unconscious guard from the car. All his bombast has deserted him.
Don't leave me here.
The doctor gets into the guard seat. She knows from this point that she is no longer a doctor. She is, like me, a fugitive, that McClelland will not rest until we're both captured or dead.
Don't leave me here!
I get in the limousine. The driver lunges forward to try to stop me closing the door.
Not out here!
I start the engine. As the car pulls away, the driver runs alongside, clinging onto the mirror. As he is dragged along, his hold weakens and he falls away into the darkness. I drive as fast as the road conditions will allow. All we can do now is press on until we come to some recognizable place. As we approach what looks like a town, I slow down.
Do you know where we are?
No.
I'll leave you safe somewhere. Dump this, rest up a couple of days, then through the boundary for the last time back to the city.
You can't. You'll die.
I didn't die an hour ago.
You damn nearly did. I'd hate to live on the difference.
I'm going. Whatever you say.
She slips a small automatic from her pocket and points it at me.
I'd rather kill you now.
What about your Hippocratic oath, Dr. Costello?
Feeling foolish, she slowly lowers the gun.
I'm no longer a doctor.
I understand her sadness. I am responsible for it. We drift on in silence. We both know that, like so many others in the zone, we are travelling in the direction of our fear. We have stopped for a short rest. I lean forward in my seat and close my eyes. She puts a comforting arm round my shoulder.
Perhaps in a year or...
Car lights approaching in the distance. She grabs my arm. Where the hell do we go now?
I know someone.
What?
He'll help us.
We make our way cautiously through an old timber building that seems to talk to us, creaking and groaning as it shifts in the wind. Dust covers every surface and runs in rivulets along the floor. The windows are veneered with grime, letting in a dull half-light. A sudden sound alerts us. We slip into a room and close the door to a crack. A girl, no more than 14, naked under a silk robe, her body pitiably thin, walks barefoot down the passage. As she passes the door, I grab her, clamp a hand over her mouth and lift her, kicking into the room.
We're not here to harm you.
She claws at my face.
We're looking for Walker.
Costello, half hidden in the shadows, moves forward into what little light there is so the girl can see her.
He's my brother. His real name is David Costello.
The girl goes still, all fight gone from her. I remove my hand from her mouth and lower her bare feet to the floor.
Where is he?
The girl remains completely silent.
Is he here?
Her face has an extraordinary translucence. Her sly eyes look through Costello like a cat. She turns and walks down the passage, turns to check that we're following. She's in mute. The melting ice has formed pools of water on the uneven stone floor of the cellar. Lying in a coffin of carved ice blocks, his eyes open, wetly shining, is David Costello. Around the ice coffin are propped pictures of the sea that have been cut from magazines and pasted onto cardboard stands. For each picture, there is a flickering candle. Tears brim in the doctor's eyes as she looks down at her dead brother.
How the dead cling to the living.
We make our way back through the maze of passages and blind staircases. Then from nowhere, I'm knocked senseless. I sit alone at a table in a bare room in an abandoned military complex, nursing my head and holding a mug of tea. A door opens and a small, dark, intense woman enters. She gives me a look that feels like running a thumb down the blade of a just sharpened knife.
I'm Hill.
I sip my tea, purposefully silent. She takes a bottle from a canvas bag and unscrews the cap.
Try this.
Expensive whiskey. She tops my tea up, then leaves the bottle open on the table. Where's Dr. Costello?
Safe.
She'd better stay that way.
I was told that you're a belligerent bastard.
She pulls out a chair and sits opposite.
You don't disappoint.
She opens the bag and takes out a folder wrapped in polythene.
What did Easton show you?
The name sets off an instant run of memory, precise and exact. I am back in the room of simulated sea, sunshine and gulls, handcuffed to a metal chair, watching Ms. Easton clean her glasses with a lace handkerchief. Hill unwraps and opens the folder. It contains photographs, newspaper cuttings and drawn portraits of people.
Prints from the negatives you were given.
I'm still in that room, chained to the chair.
Turner.
Listening to the taped squall of gulls. She showed me 5. Hill starts to sort through her photographs. I went to his funeral.
Jack Cage?
Yes.
He's buried a few here.
She slides one of her photographs across the table to me.
Is that one of the men she showed you?
I take my time, study the photograph. It is of an elderly man with a sallow, secretive face, hooded slits for eyes.
Well?
I push the photograph back to her. He's one of them. She picks up the bottle and drinks from it, then slides a second photograph across the table.
No.
A third photograph is of a younger man.
He looked older.
That was taken 10 years ago.
I look again, nod. To save time, Hill passes the folder of faces to me. I pick out a third. She lines it up with the other two. I work my way through the rest and look up at her.
Just 3?
The other 2 aren't there.
Can you describe them?
One, maybe 60, looks younger, grey hair, handsome, bitter face, cruel eyes.
I reach up and run the tip of a finger lightly across the bridge of my nose.
Crescent scar here.
Are you sure?
Certain.
I sip my whiskey tea. Hill goes back to her bag, takes out an envelope from which she draws a smaller photograph. She studies it for some time, with the sort of look when you're trying to deal with a past that is never quite past.
Is this him?
I recognise the face instantly.
Yes.
He's dead.
So was Jack Cage.
I saw him. Half his head blown away.
That was the man.
She counts off the faces.
Stirk, Morgan, Ike Green, and...
She places the smaller photograph in the neat line.
Jack Macklin. You said 5. Who was the 5th man? Can you describe him?
I pick up the bottle and top up my tea.
It was a woman.
A woman?
About 30, square face, short dark hair parted in the middle, glasses.
Hill smiles a smile of recognition.
Monk.
She starts to gather up the faces, place them back in the folder, back in the bag.
No one knows what McClellan's business in the city is. A lot of people have died trying to find out. Come with me.
She stops and turns back when she realises I'm not following.
Where is Costello?
She's quite safe. She's resting.
I remain seated.
We need you, Turner. You have access. You can go through the boundary. None of us can.
I get up from the table and walk towards her. It would be more than my life is worth to tell Hill that I too am now a prisoner in the zone. As the lift arrives, laser-activated lights switch on. AV, slightly drunk, carrying her shoes, makes her way unsteadily across the room. She drops the shoes on a chair, slips off her coat and lets it fall to the floor. As she pours herself a brandy, she senses someone in the room and slowly turns to face us. She doesn't seem at all fazed. She absently swills the brandy round the glass.
A lot of people dying around you, Turner?
It's a great place for dying.
My next.
Hill walks to a white grand piano covered in framed photographs. AV looks at her, then back to me.
Don't let her fool you. She's like a cancer. She'll eat you down to the bone. You can warm your hands on her hate.
Hill ignores the abuse and picks up a photograph of Jack Macklin.
Put that down.
Cruel eyes.
Show some respect for the dead.
Is he?
What?
Dead.
What are you talking about?
With Jack, it's always a woman. Find the woman, you find Jack Macklin.
Jack is dead. Shot in the head. I saw it, close as I am to you.
He's in the city working for McClelland.
McClelland had him murdered. If you're going to kill me, kill me.
What does McClelland do in the city?
He recruits.
I know that.
He recruited me.
That too.
I'd murdered my husband.
What else?
He corrupts surgeons for transplant organs. They can't resist the money.
And?
AV is starting to enjoy herself.
He visits his children.
McClelland has children.
Hard to believe. That snake.
You're lying.
300.
I will kill you.
You bought them from orphanages years ago. Paid people to raise them. They're almost ready.
Ready?
To take over the zone.
Lit by the headlights of a car at the back of the military complex, 40 dead are laid out neatly in a single row. Hill walks slowly down the line.
Laid out like game birds. The youngest and the best. There's more of us, McClelland! For everyone here, there's 10 more! You can't kill all of us!
The last is Costello. I stand looking down at her face smoothed by death.
We better get out of here.
We drive in a strange sense of silence, as though nothing after will be quite the same. When the edge of the outlands meets the back blocks of the zone, the spill of buildings are lit with flickering yellow streetlights that give the area a jaundiced, palsied feel, as though anyone foolish enough to enter will leave infected.
Dump the car. Hide it. The roads are too dangerous.
We soon find ourselves in the graveyard of a derelict church. The narrow pathway between the graves is choked with weeds. There's a flight of worn stone steps down to a wooden door. The crypt is small, with a low ceiling, fogged by candle smoke, candles everywhere, walls matted with crucifixes. On the stone floor in one corner is a mattress and a stained pillow. Before we can take it in, the door scuffs open and the Zone Christ enters. He stands in the shadows, staring at us with arctic blue eyes, his white hair incandescent in the darkness. He points a finger at Hill, clearly recognizing her, but says nothing.
Don't move.
The Zone Christ lowers his arm and gazes at me. He picks up one of the candles and moves towards me.
Don't move, Turner.
He holds the candle closer and closer to my face until the heat becomes uncomfortable. Then he moves it around as if redrawing my face with the flame.
He won't harm you.
Outside, cars draw up, doors slam, voices come closer. The Zone Christ hands the candle to me, crosses to the mattress, slides it aside, then lifts a heavy flagstone from the floor. We drop into a tunnel, Hill first, then I pass her the candle and follow. At the bottom, I look up at the Zone Christ, who drops the flagstone back into place. In the flickering candlelight, we find ourselves in a lost river tunnel. Crouching as low as we can, we move forward. There is hardly room for our shadows.
Who is he? No one really knows. Some say that he was the first one here.
In the zone?
That's what they say.
How old is he?
Oh, he doesn't age. He looked exactly the same when I was a child.
Where are we going?
To start a war.
Across my lap, I'm holding a new semi-automatic rifle wrapped in oiled paper as we drive into the Badlands.
There's 6 groups we need with us. None of them suicidally sociable.
She glances at me and catches the end of a wry smile.
Without them, no chance.
We leave the van and move quickly through a rat maze of alleys between bullet-pocked buildings. Suddenly, we're pinned to the wall by a blinding light. Hill shouts into the darkness.
You know me! I want to see Backer! This is Turner!
The light goes out. Backer smells the oiled paper, then rips it from the weapon.
I love that smell.
He handles it expertly.
And it been test fired.
He raises it, aims and pulls the trigger.
Cut you in half. Cleans the cat's ass. Got any more?
60.
Where's the war?
Wherever McClelland is.
Throughout the zone, a running battle rages between the Eyes and Hill's coalition. Buildings are ablaze. Explosions light up the night sky. The dry rattle of small arms fire echoes through streets strewn with spent casings. The Eyes paint death in broad strokes. They kill efficiently. They are made for murder. The partisans, freed from their fear of the Eyes, dart from cover to cover, from shadow to stranded pool of shadow with daring grace as bullets cut all around them. I'm told that Hill has been fatally wounded. When I get to her, she's been laid in the open back of a van. The fighting rages. I bend my head to hear her.
You never know how far. It's too far. Until you've made the journey.
Her voice is fading.
There's no one else.
It is as though she is sharing my breath to keep herself alive.
To hold them together.
Her unfocused, centerless eyes half close as though looking into the low slant of the sun.
You, Turner. There's only you. Kill McClelland.
I take her hand and hold it tightly as she looks at me for the last time, and then slides into the darkness beneath her. Vehicles are parked with their headlights trained on a wall with Hill's name painted on it. An improvised place of execution. I sit in Hill's car, remembering what she said to me. There is a volley of fire as 6 eyes are shot. Jack Cage is walked to the car by 2 armed women.
You're starting to smell like a corpse, Jack.
He tries to hide his terror.
We can deal. Anything. Turner. Anything. I want McClelland. Alone.
I am back at the blazing oil drum in the zone's no man's land. McClelland and his bodyguards stand beside his limousine some way off. I call out to him.
I said alone. So you did.
He calmly takes a gun from his pocket and shoots his bodyguard dead.
You're beautiful, Turner. I've been looking for you for 20 years. This could be a beginning.
The grim night is suddenly filled with the scratchy soprano. For a moment, McClelland is distracted. When he looks back, I'm gone.
Turner? Turner!
I step back into the light from the fire, look briefly at the 2 bodies, then at the old man conducting his opera. I smile. I get into Hill's car and drive slowly away until distance consumes it entirely.
You've been listening to The Zone by Trevor Preston, starring Ben Crowe as Turner. Dr. Costello was played by Sinead Keenan, Hill, Claire Perkins, Dwoskin, Clive Hayward, Cage, Stephen Greif, Cliff, Harry Myers, A.V., Elaine Claxton, McClelland, David Cann, Baker, Michael Burtonshaw. Other parts played by Jamie Barbakoff, Matthew Watson and Wilf Scolding. The Zone was directed by Toby Swift.
Only dead people are allowed to have statues, but I have been given one while still alive. Already I am petrified. I thanked Aunt Vidala with as much modesty as I could summon, then pulled the rope that released the cloth drape shrouding me. It billowed to the ground, and there I stood. We don't do cheering here at Ardua Hall, but there was some discreet clapping. My statue is larger than life, as statues tend to be. I am standing straight, shoulders back, my eyes fixed on some cosmic point of reference understood to represent my idealism, my unflinching commitment to duty. Clutching my left hand is a girl gazing up at me with trusting eyes. My right hand rests on the head of a woman crouched at my side, her hair veiled, her eyes upturned in an expression that could be read as either craven or grateful, one of our handmaids. And behind me is one of my Pearl girls, ready to set out on her missionary work. Hanging from a belt around my waist is my taser. At the unveiling, the sculptress was nervous. Was her rendition of me sufficiently flattering? Did I approve of it? I toyed with the idea of frowning as the sheet came off, but thought better of it. I am not without compassion. Very lifelike, I said. That was 9 years ago. Since then, my statue has weathered. Pigeons have decorated me. Moss has sprouted in my damper crevices. Votaries have taken to leaving offerings at my feet. Eggs for fertility, oranges to suggest the fullness of pregnancy. I pocket the oranges. Oranges are so refreshing. I write these words in my private sanctum within the library of Ardua Hall, one of the few libraries remaining after the enthusiastic book burnings that have been going on across our land. The corrupt and blood-smeared fingerprints of the past must be wiped away to create a clean space for the morally pure generation that is surely about to arrive. Such is the theory. But among these bloody fingerprints are those made by ourselves, and these can't be wiped away so easily. Over the years, I've buried a lot of bones. Now, I'm inclined to dig them up again. That's enough inscribing for today. I'll stash this screed in its hiding place, avoiding the surveillance cameras. I know where they are, having placed them myself. I'm aware of the risk I'm running. Writing can be dangerous. There are several within Ardua Hall who would love to get their hands on these pages. Wait, I counsel them silently. It will get worse.
You have asked me to tell you what it was like for me when I was growing up within Gilead. I imagine you expect nothing but horrors. But the reality is that many children were loved and cherished, in Gilead as elsewhere, and many adults were kind, though fallible, in Gilead as elsewhere. At our school, pink was for spring and summer, plum was for fall and winter, white was for special days, Sundays and celebrations. Arms covered, hair covered, skirts down to the knee before you were 5, and no more than 2 inches above the ankle after that. Because the urges of men were terrible things. We were snares and enticements, despite ourselves. We were the innocent and blameless causes that through our very nature could make men drunk with lust, so that they'd stagger and lurch and topple over the verge, and go plunging down in flames. We were precious flowers that had to be kept safely inside glass houses, or else we would be ambushed, and our petals would be torn off, and our treasure would be stolen, and we would be ripped apart and trampled by the ravenous men. That was the kind of thing Aunt Vidala would tell us at school. But Aunt Este would say Aunt Vidala was overdoing it. "All men are not like that, girls," she would say soothingly. Not that she would know anything about it. Since the aunts were not married, they were not allowed to be. That was why they could have writing and books. Despite Aunt Este, it was Aunt Vidala's version that prevailed. It turned up in my nightmares. The shattering of the glass house, and the trampling of hooves, with pink and white and plum fragments of myself scattered over the ground. I had no faith in the wise choices of the aunts. I feared that I would end up married to a goat on fire. The pink, the white, and the plum dresses were the rule for special girls like us. Ordinary girls from econo families wore the same thing all the time, those ugly multicolored stripes and grey cloaks. They were not pre-chosen to be married to the very best men, not like us, although they might get to be chosen once they were older, if they were pretty enough. And though I was not especially pretty, I had a dough face, like the cookies my favourite Martha, Zilla, made for me as a treat, with raisin eyes. I was very, very chosen. Doubly chosen. Not only pre-chosen to marry a commander, but chosen in the first place by Tabitha, who was my mother. "I went for a walk in the forest," she would say, "and then I came to an enchanted castle, and there were a lot of little girls locked inside, and none of them had any mothers. I had a magic ring, but I could only rescue one little girl. Aren't we both lucky that I chose you?" I would be nestled close to her, my head against her thin body. What could I say but, yes, I was lucky. We had a dollhouse that was like our own house. We had a mother doll in the blue dress of the commander's wives, a little girl doll, 3 Martha dolls with aprons, a guardian of the faith with a cap to drive the car, 2 angels to stand at the gate with their miniature plastic guns, and a father doll in his crisp commander's uniform. He never said much, but he sat at the end of the dining table. Then he would go into his study and close the door. In this, the commander doll was like my own father, Commander Kyle, who would ask if I had been good and then vanish. Going into my father's study was forbidden. What my father was doing in there was said to be very important. The important things that men did, too important for females to meddle with, because they had smaller brains that were incapable of thinking large thoughts. In the dollhouse box set, there was a handmade doll with a red dress and a bulgy tummy and a white hat that hid her face, though my mother said we didn't need a handmaid in our house because we already had me. And I was happy to put the handmaid away in a box, because the real handmaids made me nervous. We would pass them on our school outings, to parks where we might look at ducks in a pond. Later we would be allowed to go to salvagings and pravaganzas in our white dresses and veils, to see people being hanged or married. There were swings in one of the parks, but only boys could taste that freedom. Only they could swoop and soar. Only they could be airborne. My name at that time was Agnes Jemima. When I wasn't at school or with my mother, I liked to be in the kitchen, watching the Marthas make the bread and soups and stews. All the Marthas were known as Martha, because that's what they were, but each one of them had a first name too. Ours were Vera, Rosa, and Zilla. Zilla was my favorite. "Can I make the bread from scratch?" I asked one day when Zilla was getting out the bowl to start mixing. "You don't need to bother with that," said Rosa, scowling more than usual. "Why?" I said. Vera laughed her harsh laugh. "You'll have Marthas to do all of that for you," she said, "once they've picked out a nice fat husband for you." "He won't be fat." I didn't want a fat husband. "It's just an expression," said Zilla. "You won't have to do the shopping either," said Rosa. "Your Martha will do that, or else a handmaid." "She may not need one," said Vera, "considering who her mother—" "What about my mother?" "Just that your mother could have had her own baby," said Zilla soothingly. "So I'm sure you can too. You'd like to have a baby, wouldn't you, dear?" "Yes, but I don't want a husband. I think they're disgusting." The 3 of them laughed. "Not all of them," said Zilla. "Your father is a husband." "They'll make sure it's a nice one," said Rosa. "They have their pride to keep up," said Vera. "They won't marry you down." "But what if I want to make the bread?" "Well, your Marthas would have to let you do that," said Zilla. "But they'd look down on you for it." "We can't always do what we want. Even you." "And sometimes we have to do what we hate," said Vera. "Even you." "You're being mean," I said, and I ran out of the kitchen. Although I'd been told not to disturb my mother, I crept upstairs and into her room. "I don't want to get married," I sobbed. Why do I have to? She hugged me tight. Whatever happens, she said after a while, I want you to always remember that I have loved you very much. My mother was dying. Everyone knew, except me. I found out from Shunammite, who said she was my best friend. We weren't supposed to have best friends. Shunammite's house had just one Martha, and mine had 3, so my father was more important than hers. I realize now that this was why she wanted me as her best friend. She had 2 long, thick braids that I envied. Your mother's dying, isn't she? Shunammite whispered to me one lunchtime. No, she's not. She just has a condition. That was what the Marthas called it. Your mother's condition. She really is dying, Shunammite whispered. I heard it from my Martha, and your Martha told her, so it's true. Which one? I said. How should I know which one? They're all just Marthas, said Shunammite, tossing her long, thick braids. That afternoon I went into the kitchen. Shunammite said one of you told her Martha that my mother is dying. I blurted out, It's a lie. All 3 of them stopped what they were doing. We thought you knew, Zilla said gently. We're very sorry, said Rosa. Your mother is a good woman. A model wife, said Vera. She has endured her suffering without complaint. I was slumped over at the kitchen table, crying into my hands. We must all bear the afflictions that are sent to test us, said Zilla. My mother died 2 nights later. I was angry with her for being mortally ill and not telling me, though she had told me in a way. She had prayed for her pain to be over soon, and her prayer was answered.
Readying myself for bed last night, I unpinned my hair, what is left of it. In one of my bracing homilies to our aunts some years ago, I preached against vanity, which creeps in despite our strictures against it. Life is not about hair, I said then, which is true, but it is also true that hair is about life. It is the flame of the body's candle, and as it dwindles, the body shrinks and melts away. Now my hair is like our meals here at Ardua Hall, sparse and short. The flame of my life is subsiding. I regarded my reflection. My face betrays no signs of weakness. It retains its leathery texture, its character-bestowing mole on the chin, its etching of familiar lines. I was once handsome. That can no longer be said. Imposing is the best that might be ventured. How will I end, I wondered. Will I live to a gently neglected old age, ossifying by degrees? Or will the regime and I both topple, and my stone replica along with me, to be dragged away and sold off as a curiosity, a lawn ornament, a chunk of gruesome kitsch? Or will I be put on trial as a monster, then executed by firing squad and dangled from a lamppost for public viewing? Right now, I still have some choice in the matter, not whether to die, but when and how. Oh, and who to take down with me. I have made my list. In my own present day, I am a legend. I'm a framed head that hangs at the backs of classrooms, grimly smiling, silently admonishing. I'm a bugaboo used by the Marthas to frighten small children. If you don't behave yourself, Aunt Lydia will come and get you. I'm also a model of moral perfection to be emulated. What would Aunt Lydia want you to do? I've become swollen with power, true, but also nebulous with it, formless, shape-shifting. I am everywhere and nowhere. Even in the minds of the commanders, I cast an unsettling shadow. Today was the first full moon after March 21st. The aunts and supplicants assembled in the refectory for supper, and before our meagre feast began, I led the special spring equinox grace, and I added to it a blessing for baby Nicole. And bless baby Nicole, stolen away by her treacherous handmaid mother and hidden by the godless in Canada. May our baby Nicole be restored to us, we pray. May grace return her. So useful, baby Nicole. She whips up the faithful, she inspires hatred against our enemies. In my hands, should she end up there, baby Nicole would have a brilliant future.
They say I will always have the scar, but I'm almost better. So yes, I think I'm strong enough to tell you how I got involved in this whole story. I'll start just before my birthday, or what I used to believe was my birthday. I was supposed to be turning 16. That birthday was the day that I discovered that I was a fraud. Neil and Melanie were my parents. They ran a store called the Clothes Hound. It was basically used clothing. Melanie called it previously loved, because she said used meant exploited. Neil handled what they called the money end. I was in the Clothes Hound quite a lot on Saturdays and Sundays because Melanie didn't want me to be in our house by myself. There was an older person who was always in and out of the store. She usually had on a black leather jacket and heavy boots. She came in through the back door to pick up clothes for charity. Ada didn't look to me like the charitable type. The other people who came into the Clothes Hound without buying anything were the young women in long silvery dresses and white hats, who called themselves Pearl Girls, and said they were missionaries doing God's work for Gilead. They always appeared in twos. They had white pearl necklaces and smiled a lot, but not real smiling. They would offer Melanie their printed brochures with pictures of happy children and sunrises and titles that were supposed to lure you to Gilead. There was always at least one brochure about baby Nicole. We'd been shown a documentary about her at school. Her mother was a handmaid, and she'd smuggled baby Nicole out of Gilead. Baby Nicole's father was a top brass super nasty Gilead commander, so there had been a huge uproar, and Gilead had demanded her return. Canada had dragged its feet and then caved in, but by that time baby Nicole had disappeared and had never been found. Every time the Pearl Girls came, Melanie would accept the brochures and promise to keep a pile of them at point of sale. Sometimes she would even give some of the old brochures back to them. "Why don't you tell them they're evil?" I asked her when I was 14 and taking a greater interest in politics. We'd had 3 modules in school on Gilead. It was a terrible, terrible place where women couldn't have jobs or drive cars and where the handmaids were forced to get pregnant like cows. Except the cows had a better deal. "There's no point arguing with them, Daisy," said Melanie. "They're fanatics." "Then I'll tell them." "No," said Melanie quite sharply. "I don't want you talking to them." "Why not?" "They try to con girls your age into going to Gilead with them. They'll appeal to your idealism." "I would never fall for that." "Of course not," said Melanie. "But just leave them alone. If I take the brochures, they go away." "Are their pearls real?" "Fake," said Melanie. "Everything about them is fake." I'm not proud of how I behaved. Looking back, I realize how dumb it was. A week before my birthday, there was going to be a protest march about Gilead. Footage of a new batch of executions had been broadcast on the news. Women being hanged for heresy and apostasy. The 2 oldest grades in our school had been given time off so we could go to the protest. We made signs. No trade with Gilead. Justice for Gilead women. I was excited because it would be my first ever protest march. But then Neil and Melanie said I couldn't go. Why not? I said. You're always saying how we should defend our principles. Maybe she could go, said Melanie. If we ask Ada to go with her. Are you hallucinating? Neil said to Melanie. That thing will be crawling with press. It'll be on the news. The whole idea is to be on the news, I said. Melanie put her hands over her ears. Neil is right. No. I'm saying no. Fine. Lock me up, I said. I stomped off to my room. Outside of school, I led a constricted life, since Neil and Melanie were so jumpy. My social life was pretty much a zero. It consisted entirely of things I would be allowed to do when I was older. This time, though, I was going to that protest march no matter what. So I switched identity cards with a member of my basketball team and made it onto the bus. The protest march was thrilling at first. People made speeches and held up signs. Down with Gilead fascists. Sanctuary now. Right then, some counter-marchers turned up with different signs. Among them was a group of those Pearl girls with signs saying, "Give back baby Nicole." Scuffles broke out. People surged this way and that, screaming and shouting. "This way," said a gravelly voice behind me. It was Ada. She grabbed me and dragged me behind her. I saw myself on the news that night. I was holding up a sign and shouting. I thought Neil and Melanie would be furious with me. Instead, they were anxious. "Why did you do that?" said Neil. "You always said a person should stand up against injustice," I said. I knew I'd crossed a line, but I wasn't about to apologize. "What's our next move?" said Melanie. Not to me, but to Neil. "There's no fallback ready," said Neil. 3 days later, there was a break-in at the Clothes Hound. They didn't find any money, but they trashed Neil's office. His files were scattered over the floor. "They got the camera," Neil was saying to Melanie as I was coming into the kitchen. "What camera?" I said. "Oh, just an old camera," Neil said. "A rare one, though." From then on, Neil and Melanie got more and more jittery. The night after the break-in, I found Melanie and Neil watching TV intently. A Pearl girl, identified only as Aunt Adriana, had been found dead in a condo that she and her Pearl girl's companion had rented. The police said it was a suicide. There was a picture of the dead Pearl girl. I remembered she'd been in the Clothes Hound recently, handing out brochures. So had her partner, identified as Aunt Sally, who was nowhere to be found. "The poor girl," said Neil to Melanie. "Why?" I said. "The Pearl girls work for Gilead. They hate us. Everyone knows that." I was baffled. Why should they care? The really bad thing happened on my birthday. I got up, I put on my school uniform, and headed downstairs to the kitchen. "Morning," I said. "Oh, Daisy," Melanie said. "Happy birthday. Sweet 16. Melanie drove me, as usual, as she didn't like me going to school by myself on the bus. "Tonight we'll have your birthday cake. With ice cream?" she said, her voice rising at the end as if it was a question. "I'll pick you up after school. There are some things Neil and I want to tell you, now that you're old enough." "Okay," I said. I thought this was going to be about boys and what consent meant. It was bound to be awkward. I wanted to say I was sorry for having gone to the protest march, but then we were at the school and I hadn't said it. Then it was the afternoon. The air was stale, the clock slowed down. Finally, the time was up and I could go home. I scanned the street. Melanie wasn't waiting in her car. All of a sudden, Ada appeared beside me, in her black leather jacket. "It's about Neil and Melanie." I looked at her face, and I could tell. Something really bad must have happened. There's been an explosion. It was a car bomb. Outside the clothes hound. Shit! Is the store wrecked? It was Melanie's car. She and Neil were both in it. I sat there for a minute without speaking. I couldn't make sense of this. What kind of maniac would want to kill Neil and Melanie? So, they're dead? I said finally. I was shivering. I tried to picture the explosion, but all I could see was a blank.
Yesterday, I received an unexpected invitation to a private meeting with Commander Judd. He has risen in the world since I first knew him. Straightening out Gilead's women offered little real scope for his ego, but as the commander in charge of the eyes, he is now universally feared. "Aunt Lydia," he said from behind his enormous desk, "you are well, I hope?" He did not hope that, but I let it pass. "Praise be," I said. "And you, and your wife." His wives have a habit of dying. Commander Judd is a great believer in the restorative powers of young women. After each respectable period of mourning, he has let it be known to me that he is in the market for another child bride. "I and my wife are both well, thanks be," he said. "I have wonderful news for you. Please sit down." I did so. Our agents in Canada have succeeded in identifying and eliminating 2 of the most active Mayday operatives. Their cover was a used clothing store in a seedy area of Toronto. "Providence has blessed us," I said. "Your Pearl Girls pointed the way." The Pearl Girls were originally my idea. Other religions had missionaries, so why not ours? And other missionaries had produced converts, so why not ours? And other missionaries had gathered information used in espionage, so why not ours? But being no fool, I'd let Commander Judd take credit for the plan. My Pearl Girls initiative came at a crucial moment for him, just as the folly of his national homeland's fiasco was becoming undeniable. The genocide charges levied by international human rights organizations had become an embarrassment. The flow of refugee homelanders from North Dakota across the Canadian border was an unstoppable flood, and Judd's ridiculous certificate of whiteness scheme had collapsed in a welter of forgeries and bribery. The launch of the Pearl Girls saved his bacon. Right then, Commander Judd was all smiles. "Indeed, they are pearls of great price. There is something that has been puzzling me, however. Those 2 Mayday terrorists must have had a counterpart here in Gilead in forming the underground female road, which routes are watched, which are likely to be clear." "Who in Gilead would be so treacherous?" I asked. "We're working on it," he said. "There's one other thing," he said. "Aunt Adriana, the Pearl Girl found dead in Toronto." "Yes, devastating," I said. "Is there any further information?" "We're expecting an update from the consulate," he said. "You know you can count on me." "In so many ways, dear Aunt Lydia," he said. "Your price is above rubies, praise be." I like a compliment as well as anyone. "Thank you," I said. My life might have been very different if only I'd packed up early enough, as some did, and left the country. In that vanished country of mine, things had been on a downward spiral for years. The floods, the fires, the tornadoes, the hurricanes, the droughts, the water shortages, the earthquakes, The decaying infrastructure. Why hadn't someone decommissioned those atomic reactors before it was too late? The tanking economy, the joblessness, the falling birth rate. People became frightened. Then they became angry. The absence of viable remedies, the search for someone to blame. Why did I think it would nonetheless be business as usual? My arrest came shortly after the Sons of Jacob attack that liquidated Congress. Initially, we were told it was Islamic terrorists. A national emergency was declared. Despite that, some of us had gone into work. The main door was kicked in. 5 men, wearing camouflage gear, entered, submachine guns at the ready. One of them, the leader, I suppose, said to his companion, "Got the list?" I felt cold. Was this a robbery? A hostage-taking? "What do you want? We don't keep any money here." Anita nudged me with her elbow to get me to keep quiet. The second in command held up a sheet of paper. "Box store or stadium for these 2 here?" "Stadium," said the leader. "One of them's over age. They've both got law degrees. They're lady judges. You heard the orders."
For my mother's funeral, I was given a black dress. There was a closed coffin with the earthy husk of my mother inside it, and my father made a short speech about what a fine wife she had been. There was a small reception at our house. Most of the guests ignored me, except for one of the wives, whose name was Paula. She was a widow, and somewhat famous because her husband, Commander Saunders, had been killed in his study by their handmaid, using a kitchen skewer, a scandal that had been much whispered about at school the year before. Paula's version was that the girl was insane, and when poor Commander Saunders had opened his study door, she had taken him by surprise. The handmaid had run away, but they'd caught her and hanged her, and displayed her on the wall. The other version was Shunammite's, via her Martha. It involved violent urges and a sinful connection. When her husband hadn't turned up for breakfast, Paula had gone looking for him, and had discovered him lying on the floor without his trousers. Paula had put the trousers back on him before calling the angels. Shunammite said the Martha said that Paula had got a lot of blood on herself while wrestling the clothes onto the dead body. I thought about it at the funeral reception when my father was introducing me to Paula. She gave me a measuring look. Then she said, "Agnes Jemima, how lovely," and patted me on the head. I pictured her kneeling on the floor in a pool of blood, trying to put a pair of trousers on a dead man. Several months after my mother's death, my father married the widow Paula. On her finger appeared my mother's magic ring. Not long after the wedding of Paula and my father, our household received a handmaid. Her name was of Kyle, since my father's name was Commander Kyle. "Her name would have been something else earlier," said Shunammite. "Some other man's. They get passed around until they have a baby. They're all sluts anyway. They don't need real names." What the arrival of this handmaid meant was that my new stepmother, Paula, wanted to have a baby because she did not count me as her child. But what about Commander Kyle? I didn't seem to count as a child for him, either. When the handmaid entered our household, I was almost of womanly age, as Gilead counted. I was taller. My face was longer in shape. My hair had thickened and changed from a mousy brown to chestnut. More alarmingly, my breasts were swelling, and I had begun to sprout hair on areas of my body that we were not supposed to dwell on: legs, armpits, and the shameful part of many elusive names. Soon I could expect blood to come out from between my legs. Why couldn't God have arranged it otherwise? But he had a special interest in blood, which we knew about from scripture verses that had been read out to us. Blood, Purification, more blood, more purification. Blood shed to purify the impure, though you weren't supposed to get it on your hands. My effervescent body was not my only worry. My status at school had become noticeably lower. Girls would break off their conversations as I approached. Whenever there was a secret to tell, especially a shocking one, Shunammite loved to be the messenger. "Guess what I found out?" she said one day while we were eating our lunchtime sandwiches outdoors. "What?" "Your mother wasn't your real mother," said Shunammite. "They took you away from your real mother because she was a slut. But don't worry, it's not your fault, because you were too young to know that." My stomach clenched. "That's not true!" "Calm down," said Shunammite. "Like I said, it's not your fault." "I don't believe you." Shunammite gave me a pitying, relishing smile. "It's the truth. My Martha heard the whole story from your Martha, and she heard it from your new stepmother." I really hated her at that moment. "Then, where's my real mother?" I demanded. "If you know everything." "She was stealing you from Gilead," Shunammite said. "She was trying to run away through a forest, but they caught up with her and rescued you." "Who did?" I asked faintly. "You know, them. The angels and eyes. They gave you to Tabitha because she couldn't have a baby." I felt belief creeping up through my body like a paralysis. The story Tabitha used to tell about rescuing me and running away from the evil witches, it was partly true. But it hadn't been Tabitha's hand I'd been holding. It had been the hand of my real mother, the slut. No wonder Paula and Commander Kyle wanted a handmaid. They wanted a real child instead of me. I was nobody's child. When I got home that day, I cornered Zilla in the kitchen, where she was making biscuits, and repeated everything that Shunammite had told me. "Your friend has a big mouth," was what she said. "But is it true?" She sighed. "How would you like to help me make the biscuits?" But I was too old to be bribed with simple gifts like that. "Just tell me." "Well, according to your new stepmother, yes, that story is true." "So, Tabitha wasn't my mother? What happened to my other mother, the one who was running through the forest?" "I don't truly know," said Zilla, not looking at me. "Did they shoot her? Did they kill her?" "Oh, no, they wouldn't have done that." "Why?" "Because she could have babies. They would never kill a valuable woman like that unless they really couldn't help it." She paused to let this sink in. "Most likely, the aunts at the Rachel and Leah Center would talk to her at first, to see if it was possible to change her mind about things." There were rumors about the Rachel and Leah Center at school. "And what if they couldn't change her mind?" "Oh, I'm sure they changed her mind," said Zilla. "Hearts and minds, they changed them." "Where is she now, then?" "None of us know that, dear. Once they become handmaids, they don't have their old names anymore." "She's a handmaid." It was true, then, what Shunammite had said. "My mother." "That's what they do over at the center," said Zilla. "They make them into handmaids, one way or another. The ones they catch. Now, how about a nice hot biscuit?" My mother was a handmaid. From the moment I was told about my real mother, our new handmaid fascinated me. I'd ignored her when she'd first come, as instructed. It was bad for them to form attachments. I turned away from off Kyle and had pretended not to notice her when she'd glide into the kitchen in her red dress to pick up the shopping basket and then go for her walk. The handmaids all went for a walk every day, 2 by 2. Nobody bothered them or spoke to them or touched them, because they were, in a sense, untouchable. But now I gazed at Ofkyle from the sides of my eyes at every chance I got. She had a pale, oval face, blank, like a gloved thumbprint. I knew how to make a blank face myself, so I didn't believe she was really blank underneath. She'd had a whole other life. What had she looked like when she'd been a slut? How many men had she gone with? Had she allowed parts of her body to stick out of her clothing? How daring! Finally, our handmaid managed to get pregnant. I knew this before I was told, because instead of treating her as if she were a stray dog they were putting up with out of pity, the Marthas began fussing over her and placing flowers in little vases on her breakfast trays. As for Paula, my stepmother, she was glowing. Ofkyle's pregnant, isn't she? I asked Zilla one morning. I tried to be casual about it in case I was wrong. We aren't supposed to say anything about it, said Zilla, until after the 3rd month. Why? I said. Because if it's an unbaby, that's when it might get born too early, and it would die. I knew about unbabies. They were whispered about. My friend Becca's handmaid had given birth to a baby girl. It didn't have a brain. Poor Becca had been very upset because she'd wanted a sister. We're praying for it. For her, Zilla had said then. I'd noticed the it. My status at school suddenly shot upwards again. A coming baby shed luster on everyone connected with it. It was as if a golden haze had enveloped our house, and the haze got brighter and more golden as time passed. When the 3-month mark was reached, there was an unofficial party in the kitchen, and Zilla made a cake. As for Ofkyle, her expression was not so much joyful as relieved. I myself was a dark cloud. This unknown baby inside Ofkyle was taking up all the love. Even the Marthas were turning away from me towards the light shining out of Ofkyle's belly. It was at this time that an event took place that was shameful. When a shameful thing is done to you, the shamefulness rubs off on you. You feel dirtied. I needed to go to the dentist for my yearly checkup. The dentist was Becca's father, and his name was Dr. Grove. He was the best dentist, said Vera. All the top commanders and their families went to him. His office was in the Blessings of Health building. One of the Marthas always used to go with me to the dentist and sit in the waiting room, as it was more proper that way. But Paula said the guardian could just drive me there, since there was too much work to be done in the house, considering the changes that had to be prepared for. I found the right floor and the right door, and when it was my turn I went into the inner room, as the assistant, Mr. William, asked me to do. Dr. Grove poked around in my mouth with his picks and probes and his little mirror, as usual. As usual, I saw his eyes up close, magnified by his glasses, blue and bloodshot, with elephant knee eyelids. He snapped off his white sanitary gloves and washed his hands at the sink, which was behind my back. He said, "Perfect teeth. Perfect." Then he said, "You're getting to be a big girl, Agnes." Then he put his hand on my small but growing breast. I froze, in shock. So it was all true then, about men and their rampaging, fiery urges, and merely by sitting in the dentist's chair, I was the cause. I was horribly embarrassed, so I simply pretended it wasn't happening. Dr. Grove was standing behind me, so I couldn't see the rest of him, only his hand, which was large and had reddish hairs on the back. It sat there on my breast like a large, hot crab. Then the hand squeezed my breast. The fingers found my nipple and pinched. It was like having a thumbtack stuck into me. I needed to get out of that dentist chair as fast as I could, but the hand was locking me in. Suddenly it lifted, and then some of the rest of Dr. Grove moved into sight. "About time you saw one of these," he said in his normal voice. You'll have one of them inside you soon enough. He took hold of my right hand and positioned it on this part of himself. I don't think I need to tell you what happened next. He had a towel. He wiped himself off and tucked his appendage back into his trousers. There, he said. Good girl. I didn't hurt you. He gave me a fatherly pat on the shoulder. Don't forget to brush twice a day, and floss afterwards. I walked out of the room. Mr. William was in the waiting room, his face impassive. Any cavities? No, I said. Are you all right? Yes, I said. You look pale. Some people have a fear of dentists. Was that a smirk? I found the door handle and blundered out. I couldn't say I didn't want to go back to Dr. Grove without saying why, and if I said why, I knew I would be in trouble. Also, what would it do to my friend Becca if I said that about her father? She would be devastated. I don't want any dinner, I said to Zilla in the kitchen. She gave me a sharp glance. Are you ill? I just need to lie down. Zilla brought me a hot drink up to my room on a tray. I should have gone with you, she said. She knew. Or she suspected. Did Paula know too? Is that why she sent me by myself? She'd wanted me to be defiled. After that, I stopped praying for forgiveness about the hatred I felt towards her. Ovkyle, our handmaid, got bigger and bigger, or her stomach did. She was now quite a celebrity. Paula threw numerous tea parties for the other wives. She would order Ovkyle to appear in the living room, so the wives could exclaim over her and make a fuss. Then they would ask Paula what she was going to name her baby. Her baby, not Ovkyle's baby. I saw Ovkyle trying to keep her face as still as marble, but she didn't always succeed. Her face was rounder than it had been when she'd first arrived. It was almost swollen, and it seemed to me that this was because of all the tears she was not allowing herself to cry. At last, the birthday came. I was home from school because I'd finally got my first period. I was huddled in my bed, feeling sorry for myself, when I heard the birthmobile siren coming along our street. I went to the window. Yes, the red van was inside our gates now, and the handmaids were climbing down out of it, a dozen of them or more. Then the cars of the wives began to arrive, and 2 aunts' cars also drove up, and the aunts got out. One was carrying a black bag with the red wings and the knotted snake and the moon on it that meant it was a medical services first responder bag, female division. I was not supposed to witness a birth. That thick red knowledge was for married women and handmaids, and for the aunts, of course, so they could teach it to the midwife aunts in training. But naturally, I crept halfway up the stairs. The wives were downstairs having a tea party and waiting for the important moment. The handmaids and the designated aunts were with Ovkyle. I could hear a groaning sound that was like an animal, and the handmaids chanting, "Push, push, push, breathe, breathe, breathe." And at intervals an anguished voice I didn't recognize, but it must have been Ovkyle's saying, "Oh God, oh God," deep and dark as if it was coming out of a well. Sitting on the stairs, hugging myself, I began to shiver. Then one of the aunts came out into the hall and started barking into her computalk. "Right now, as fast as you can. She's losing too much blood." There was a scream, and another. One of the aunts called down the stairs to the wives, "Get in here now!" Then there was another siren. A black car, the red wings and the snake, but a tall gold triangle, a real doctor. He almost leapt out of the car and ran up the steps. It was a boy, a healthy son for Paula and Commander Kyle. He was named Mark. But Ovkyle died. I sat with the Marthas in the kitchen after the wives and the handmaids and everyone had gone away. The Marthas were eating the leftover party food. The poor girl, Zilla said, to go through all of that for nothing. At least the baby was saved, said Vera. It was one or the other, said Rosa. They had to cut her open. I'm going to bed now, I said. Ulfkyle hadn't yet been taken out of our house. She was in her own room, wrapped in a sheet, as I discovered when I went softly up the back stairs. I uncovered her face. It was flat white. Her eyebrows were upcurved as if surprised. Her eyes were open, looking at me. I kissed her on the forehead. I won't ever forget you, I said to her. And when I had the power to do so, I searched for her in the bloodline's genealogical archives, and I found her. For me, it was like finding a handprint in a cave. I was here. I existed. I was real. Her original name was Crystal. They had a small funeral for Crystal. We sang 2 hymns, and the legendary Aunt Lydia gave a speech. I looked at her with wonder, as if she was her own picture come to life. She existed, after all. She said that our sister in service, handmaid Ulfkyle, had made the ultimate sacrifice, and had died with noble womanly honor, and she was a shining example to the other handmaids. Aunt Lydia's voice trembled a little as she was saying this. The truth was that they'd cut Crystal open to get the baby out, and they'd killed her by doing that. She hadn't volunteered to die with noble womanly honor or be a shining example, but nobody mentioned that. When he wasn't eating or sleeping or being shown off, Mark passed his time in the kitchen. The Marthas loved to give him his bath and exclaim over his tiny fingers, his tiny toes, and his tiny male organ, out of which he could project a truly astonishing fountain of pee. I was expected to join in the worship, and when I didn't show enough zeal, I was told to stop sulking, because soon enough I would have a baby of my own, and then I would be happy. I doubted that very much.
Anita and I sat beside each other in the stadium. To my left was a woman I didn't know, who said she was a lawyer. To the right of Anita was another lawyer. Behind us, 4 judges. In front of us, 4 more. They must be sorting us by profession, said Anita. The sun beat down. To pass the time, I berated myself. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I'd believed all that claptrap about life, liberty, democracy, and the rights of the individual I'd soaked up at law school. You pride yourself on being a realist, I told myself. So face the facts. There's been a coup here in the United States, just as in times past in so many other countries. The opposition is led by the educated, so the educated are the first to be eliminated. You are a judge. So you are the educated, like it or not. I did not intend to be eliminated, if I could help it. At 4 o'clock, we were treated to a spectacle. 20 blindfolded women, all in business attire, were led into the center of the field. Their hands were cuffed in front. A man, in a black uniform, orated into a microphone about how sinners were always visible to the divine eye. An undertone of assent, like a vibration, came from the guards and attendants, like a motor revving up. God will prevail, concluded the speaker. Then the men who'd escorted the blindfolded women raised their guns and shot them. The women keeled over. There was a collective groan from all of us who were seated in the bleachers. I heard screams and sobbing. If they were going to kill us all, why this display?
Ada wasn't just severe. She was scary. She drove fast. "You have to trust me," she said. "The same people who set that car bomb could be looking for you right now." My teeth were chattering, though the air was hot and sticky. We stopped in front of a large square-shaped building and went in through the side door. Ada nodded at the man sitting at the small desk there. "Elijah," she said, "we've got errands." I followed her into a large room where there was a row of beds with women lying down on some of them. "What is this place?" I said. "Sancticare, the Gilead refugee organization. Melanie worked with it, and so did Neil in a different way. Now, let's get some other clothes." We went past all the women, into a back room where there were a couple of racks with hangers. This was where the donations from the clothes hound ended up. "Pick something you'd never wear in real life," said Ada. "You need to look like a totally different person." I found a black t-shirt with a white skull, and a pair of leggings, black with white skulls. "Not bad," Ada said. She handed me a lipstick, and I made myself a new red mouth. "There," she said. "You never know. Our secret is safe with us." What was our secret? That I no longer officially existed? Ada drove me to a big old brownstone mansion that sat on a large scruffy lot with a couple of huge trees. Heavy stone steps led up to the front porch. Inside was a flight of broad stairs, winding upwards. At the top there was another heavy door. "There's a bedroom for you," said Ada, but I had no urge to see it. I fell onto the sofa in the front room. I must have dozed off, because suddenly it was evening, and Ada was turning on the flat screen. I guess that was for my benefit, so I would know she'd been telling the truth. But it was brutal. The wreckage of the clothes hound. The windows shattered, the door gaping open. In front, the shell of Melanie's car. "Where's the bathroom?" I asked. Ada told me, and I went into it and was sick. When I came back into the room, on the sofa was the man we'd passed when going in through the side door at Sancticare. His face was like creased leather, and he had a scar up the side of his cheek. He smiled at me, showing white teeth with a molar missing on the left. Ada nodded her chin over at the man. "You remember Elijah from Sancticare? Friend of Neil's. He's here to help." Elijah looked directly at me. "Yesterday was not your birthday." "Yes, it was," I said. "The 1st of May. I turned 16. "In reality, you're about 4 months younger." "It's on my health card, my birthday." "Try again," said Ada to Elijah. "Melanie and Neil were not your parents," he said. "Why are you saying that?" "I know this is distressing for you," said Elijah. "Then who were they?" I said. "No relation. You were placed with them for safekeeping when you were a baby. They were going to tell you on the day that they..." Ada trailed off. "Then who were they?" "Neil and Melanie were very valued and experienced members of the..." "No," I said. "My other parents, my real ones. Are they dead too?" "They're still alive." "Do you know much about Gilead?" said Elijah in a tired voice. "Of course, we took it in school." "That's where you were born," he said. "In Gilead. You were smuggled out by your mother in Mayday. They'd risked their lives. Gilead made a big fuss. They wanted you back. Mayday hid you." "Like baby Nicole," I said. "I wrote an essay about her." Elijah looked straight at me. "You are baby Nicole."
This afternoon, I had another summons from Commander Judd. I believe he enjoys our little tete-a-tetes for reasons that are complex and perverse. He thinks of me as his handiwork. I am the embodiment of his will. I trust you are well, Aunt Lydia. Flourishing, praise be. And you? I myself am in good health, but I fear my wife is ailing. It weighs upon my soul. I was not surprised. The last time I saw her, Judd's current wife was looking shop-worn. That is sad news, I said. What seems to be the malady? It is not clear, he said. It never is. An affliction of the inner organs. There was a pause while we regarded each other. Soon, I feared, he would again be a widower and in the market for another child bride. Whatever I can do to help, I said. Thank you, Aunt Lydia, but that isn't the reason I asked you here. We have taken a position on the death of the Pearl girl we lost in Canada. The official Canadian account of the matter is suicide. I am devastated to hear this, I replied. Aunt Adriana was exceptionally courageous. Our own version is that the Canadians are covering up, and the depraved Mayday terrorists killed Aunt Adriana. Though between you and me, we are baffled. Aunt Sally was just around the corner purchasing some eggs. When she returned and discovered the tragedy, she wisely decided that a swift return to Gilead was her best option. Very wisely, I said. Upon her sudden return, a shaken Aunt Sally had come straight to me. Adriana attacked me, and I fought back. It was self-defense, she'd sobbed. A momentary psychotic break, I'd said. You had no choice. I see no reason for anyone else to know about this, do you? Oh, thank you, Aunt Lydia. I'm so sorry it happened. Do you have anything else to tell me? Well, you asked us to be on the lookout for baby Nicole. The couple running the clothes hound had a daughter who would be about the right age. That is an interesting speculation, I'd said. You'd intended to send a report via the consulate, instead of waiting to speak directly with me upon return? Well, I thought you should know immediately. Aunt Adriana said it would be premature. She was strongly against it. I insisted that it was important. Indeed, I'd said, it was. But risky. The eyes can be so blunt. They lack finesse. There is always a reason for my instructions, my orders. It is not for the Pearl girls to take unauthorized initiatives. Oh, I didn't realize. I know you meant well. Aunt Sally had started to cry. I did. I really did. Where is the girl in question now? I'd asked. I don't know. Maybe they shouldn't have blown up the clothes hound so soon. I did advise against hastiness. I'd fixed her with my best penetrating gaze. And you have not communicated your suspicions about this potential baby Nicole to anyone else? Only to you, Aunt Lydia, and to Aunt Adriana before she... Let's keep this to ourselves, shall we? I'd said. There need not be a trial. Now, I think you need some rest and recuperation. I'll arrange a stay for you at our lovely Marjorie Kemp retreat house in Walden. You'll be a different woman soon. I did not wish Aunt Sally dead. I simply wished her incoherent, and so it has been. More tearful thanks from Aunt Sally. Don't thank me, I'd said. It is I who should be thanking you. Aunt Adriana did not give her life in vain, Commander Judd was saying. My heart contracted. We've become certain of the means by which information has been exchanged. Via the burglary, we recovered a microdot camera. Microdot? I asked. An old technology. Astonishing, I exclaimed. But it is only one end of the string, the Mayday end. There's a Gilead end, those who are receiving the microdots here and reciprocating with messages of their own. We have still not identified that individual or individuals. I've asked my colleagues at Ardua Hall to keep their eyes and ears open. We'll outfox Mayday yet, I said, thrusting out my jaw. I like your spirit, Aunt Lydia, he said. The truth shall prevail, I said. I was quivering with what I hoped would pass as righteous indignation. Under his eye, he replied. As time crept by in the stadium, things fell into a pattern. Sleep at night, if you could. Endure the days. In the mornings, wake-up was perpetrated by a siren at 6 a.m. Bread and water for breakfast, then line-ups for the foul toilets. Naturally, we began to stink. The smell of blood was added to the sweat and tears and shit and puke. To breathe was to be nauseated. The rest of each day would unfurl like a toxic flower, petal by petal, agonizingly slow. We were marched out in a line and slotted into the bleachers to sit under the blazing sun. Hour by hour, we watched vans arrive, discharge their quota of women. The same wailings from the new arrivals, the same barking and shouts from the guards. How tedious is a tyranny in the throes of enactment. It's always the same plot. Anita and I contrived to sit next to each other most days and to sleep in proximity. You were a damn fine judge, she whispered to me on the third day. So were you, I whispered back. Were was chilling. The afternoons were chosen for the executions. The same parade out to the middle of the field with the blinded condemned ones. I noticed more details as time went on, how some could hardly walk, how some seemed barely conscious. The same man in the black uniform exhorting into a microphone, God will prevail. Then the shots, the toppling, the limp bodies. On the fourth day, there was a variation. 3 of the shooters were women. They were in long, brown garments with scarves tied under their chins. Monsters, I whispered to Anita. On the 5th day, there were 6 women in brown. There was also an uproar, as one of them pivoted and shot one of the men in black uniforms. She was immediately bludgeoned to the ground and riddled with bullets. So, I thought, that's one way out. On the 6th night, Anita was spirited away. When I woke up, she was simply not there. On the 7th night, it was me. I was wakened by a boot applied to the hip, steered through the corridors, and then out of a back entrance and into a car. The car stopped outside a police station. It was no longer a police station, however. The lettering had been covered over, and on the front door there was an image, an eye with wings. We went along the corridor and turned into one of the rooms. There, behind a large desk, sat a man who looked faintly like Santa Claus, plump, white beard, rosy cheeks, cherry nose. He beamed at me. "You may sit down," he said. "Thank you," I replied. Not that I had a choice. My 2 travel buddies were inserting me into a chair and attaching me to it with plastic straps. I should introduce myself, he said. I am Commander Judd of the Sons of Jacob. This was our first meeting. I suppose you know who I am, I replied. That is correct, he said, smiling blandly. I apologize for the inconveniences you have been exposed to. It was nothing, I said, straight-faced. It is foolish to joke with those who have absolute control over you, but I was careless back then. His smile vanished. Are you thankful to be alive? Well, yes. Are you thankful that God made you in a woman's body? I suppose so. I am not sure you are thankful enough, he said. What would thankful enough be like? Thankful enough to cooperate with us, he said. It's a yes or a no. I was trained as a lawyer, I said. I'm a judge. I don't sign blank contracts. You are not a judge, he said, anymore. And that is how I found myself in the Thank Tank. It was a repurposed police station isolation cell, approximately 4 paces by 4. It had a bed shelf, though there was no mattress. It had a bucket. It had once had a light, but no more. I can do this, I thought. I can get through. I was right, but only just. One person alone is not a full person. We exist in relation to others. I was one person. I risked becoming no person. I was in the Thank Tank for some time. I don't know how long. Every once in a while, there would be a scream or a series of shrieks from nearby. Brutalization on parade. Sometimes there would be a prolonged moaning, sometimes a series of grunts and breathy gasps that sounded sexual and probably were. The powerless are so tempting. One day, if it was a day, 3 men came into my cell without warning, shone a glaring light into my blinking, purblind eyes, threw me on the floor, and administered a precise kicking and other attentions. The noises I emitted were familiar to me. I had heard them nearby. Did I weep? Yes. Tears came out of my 2 visible eyes, my moist, weeping human eyes. But I had a 3rd eye in the middle of my forehead. I could feel it. It was cold, like a stone. It did not weep. It saw. And behind it, someone was thinking, I will get you back for this. Then, after an indefinite period, the door to my Thank Tank cell clanged open, light flooded in, and 2 black uniforms hauled me out. Next thing I knew, I was in a hotel room. Enjoy your stay, said one of my minders. The door locked behind them. On the small table, there was a tray with orange juice and a serving of poached salmon, a bed with sheets, a shower, above all, a beautiful ceramic toilet. I inspected my healing abrasions, my yellowing and purpling bruises. I could not get a good fix on my face in the bathroom mirror, however. Who was that person? The features seemed blurred. Then I slept for a long time. I was still in a state of mental disarray, but on the 3rd morning, or was it an afternoon, I woke in an improved state of coherence. It seemed I could think again. It seemed I could think the word I. In addition to that, And, as if in acknowledgement of it, there was a fresh garment laid out for me. I had seen it before, in the stadium, worn by the female shooters. I felt a chill. I put it on. What else should I have done?
I will now describe the preparations leading up to my proposed marriage. One evening, Paula called me into the living room. Commander Kyle was there, and so was an aunt who was introduced to me as Aunt Gabbana. "She's truly a woman," said Aunt Gabbana, eyeing me shrewdly. "Of course," said Paula. "None of that's padding?" said Aunt Gabbana, nodding towards my chest. "Certainly not," said Paula. "You'd be amazed at what some families try. Well then, we will start looking." "Only among the commander families," said Paula. "Nothing lower." "That is understood," said Aunt Gabbana. "She's a little young," said Commander Kyle. "Possibly." I was grateful to him for the first time in a long while. 13 is not too young," said Aunt Gabbana. "Don't worry, Agnes," she said to me. "You'll have a choice among at least 3 candidates. They will consider it an honor." Aunt Gabbana left, exchanging smiles with my non-parents. "You are a very privileged girl, Agnes," said Paula. "I hope you appreciate that." She gave me a malicious little smirk. She knew she was talking froth. The next thing Aunt Gabbana did was to bring green dresses for me. And I knew what they meant. Spring green was for fresh leaves, so the girl was ready for marriage. Once I had the green wardrobe, I was enrolled in another school, Ruby's Premarital Preparatory, a school for young women of good family who were studying to be married. This school was also run by the aunts. Shunammite and Becca from the Vidala school were in the same class with me. They seemed much older. Shunammite had coiled her dark braids around behind her head and said she was looking forward to being married. She wanted a widower who was high-ranking and handsome. She didn't want some young jerk who'd never had sex before. She'd always had a reckless mouth, but now it was more so. Becca was even thinner. She'd begged and begged her family not to marry her yet, but they'd received a very good offer. The eldest boy of a son of Jacob and Commander, who was well on his way to becoming a commander himself. Her father, Dr. Grove the dentist, said it would be an insult to refuse, and did she wish to ruin him? "But I don't want to," she would wail to us when Aunt Lise was out of the room. "To have some man crawling all over you like worms. I hate it." It occurred to me that she didn't say she would hate it. She said she already hated it. But I didn't want to ask her. Another girl's disgrace could rub off on you if you got too close to it. I couldn't share the story of my dental appointment with Dr. Grove. He was still Becca's father, and it now seemed to me trivial in view of Becca's genuine horror. She really did believe that marriage would obliterate her. Away from Shunammite, I asked her why her mother wouldn't help her. Then there were tears. Her mother wasn't her real mother. Her real mother had been a handmaid. "Like yours, Agnes," she said. Her official mother had used that fact against her. Why was she so afraid of having sex with a man, since her slut of a handmaid mother hadn't had such fears? I hugged her then, and said I understood. As the summer wore on, Aunt Lise taught us flower arrangement, the Japanese style and the French style. Becca was deeply dejected. Her wedding was planned for November. The man selected for her had paid his first visit to her family, and she said he'd made her flesh crawl. On the 4th day of French-style flower arranging, Becca slashed her left wrist with the secateurs. I'd been watching when she did it. I could not forget her expression. It had a ferocity I had never seen in her before.
An hour after I'd put on the penitential garb provided for me, there was a knock at the door. A two-man escort was waiting to take me to my white-bearded interlocutor from the time before, this time seated comfortably in an armchair. "You may sit down," said Commander Judd. "I hope our little regimen was not too strenuous for you. You were treated only to level 1. Was it enlightening?" "How do you mean?" "Did you see the light? The divine light?" "It was enlightening," I said. This seemed to be sufficient. 53? You mean my age?" "Yes." "You've had lovers?" "Briefly," I said. "Several." "You had an abortion?" So they'd been rifling through some records. "Only one," I said fatuously. "I was very young." He made a disapproving grunt. "You are aware that this form of person murder is now punishable by death? The law is retroactive." I was not aware of that. I felt cold. "One marriage?" "A brief one. It was a mistake." "Divorce is now a crime," he said. I said nothing. "Never blessed with children?" "No." "Pity. Under us, every virtuous woman may have a child, one way or another, as God intended. But I expect you were fully occupied in your, so-called career." I ignored the slight. "I had a demanding schedule, yes." "Domestic cases? Sexual assault? Sex workers suing for enhanced protection?" He was reading from a list. "Short stint as a volunteer at a rape crisis center?" "When I was a student." "You stopped because—" "I got too busy," I said. Then I added another truth. "Also, it wore me down." "Yes," he said, twinkling. "It wears you down. All that needless suffering of women. We intend to eliminate that." He paused, as if giving me a moment to ponder this. "So, which is it to be?" "You mean yes or no?" "Correct. Let me just say that those who are not with us are against us." "I see," I said. "Then it's yes." "You will have to prove," he said, "that you mean it." There was an ordeal. The women were blindfolded, and when I shot, I did not fall. That was Commander Judd's test. Fail it, and your commitment to the one true way would be voided. Pass it, and blood was on your hands. I did show some weakness. I threw up afterwards. One of the targets was Anita. My first meeting with Elizabeth, Helena, and Vidala took place the day after my trial by murder in the stadium. Before Commander Judd was a tray with a coffee pot and cups. He poured ceremoniously, smiling. "Congratulations," he began. "You have passed the test. You are brands snatched from the burning. You may have been wondering why a person such as myself, successful enough under the previous corrupt dispensation, has acted in the way I have. Some might call the overthrowing of an illegitimate government an act of treason. Now that you have joined us, it is the same thought that others will have about you. But loyalty to a higher truth is not treason, for the ways of God are not the ways of man, and they are most emphatically not the ways of woman." Vidala watched us being lectured by him, smiling a tiny smile. Whatever he was persuading us about was already an accepted creed to her. He continued, "We have seen the results of too much laxity, too much hunger for material luxuries, and the absence of the meaningful structures that lead to a balanced and stable society. Our birth rate, most significantly through the selfish choices of women, is in free fall." We nodded. "Society is best served by separate spheres for men and women. We have seen the disastrous results of the attempt to meld those spheres. Any questions so far? Yes, Commander Judd, I said. I have a question. Proceed. What do you want? We're building a society congruent with the divine order. We believe that you, with your privileged training, are well qualified to aid us in ameliorating the distressing lot of women that has been caused by the decadent and corrupt society we are now abolishing. He paused. Through your former... He did not want to say professions. Through your former experiences, you know how women are likely to react to stimuli. Simply put, we want you to help us to organize the separate sphere for women, with, as its goal, the optimal amount of harmony, both civic and domestic, and the optimal number of offspring. My, colleague, he indicated Vidala, has volunteered to be your spiritual instructor, having been part of our movement since its inception. There was a pause, while Elizabeth, Helena, and I absorbed this information. I am sure we can help, I said finally. But women have been told for so long that they can achieve equality, they will not welcome the segregation. It was always a cruelty to promise them equality, he said. We have already begun the merciful task of lowering their expectations. I did not want to inquire about the means being used. Of course, you will need to create laws, he said. You'll be given a budget, a base of operations, and a dormitory. Here, I took a risk. If it is to be a separate female sphere, I said, it must be truly separate. Within it, women must command. We shall be judged solely by our results. He gave me a measuring look, subject, of course, to my final approval. I looked at Elizabeth and Helena and saw grudging admiration. Of course, I said. I'm not convinced that's wise, said Vidala. Women are weak vessels. Commander Judd cut her off. Men have better things to do than to concern themselves with the petty details of the female sphere. He nodded at me, and Vidala shot me a look of hatred. And so we began. During those initial sessions, I took stock of my fellow founders, for as founders, we would be revered in Gilead. If it's a hen yard, I thought, I intend to be the alpha hen. In Vidala, I had already made an enemy, but I had an advantage. I was not blinded by ideology. Of the other two, Helena would follow the prevailing wind, I decided, and that would work for me as long as I was that wind. Elizabeth was from a higher social sphere. It would lead her to underestimate me. Divide and conquer would be my motto. Week by week, we invented laws, uniforms, slogans, hymns, names. Week by week, we reported to Commander Judd, who turned to me as the spokeswoman of the group. For those concepts he approved, he took the credit. Did I hate the structure we were concocting? On some level, yes. It was a betrayal of everything we'd achieved in our former lives. Was I proud of what we managed to accomplish? Also, on some level, yes. I will record here that some years later, after I had tightened my grip over Ardua Hall, Commander Judd, sensing that the balance had shifted, sought to propitiate me. I hope you have forgiven me, Aunt Lydia, he said. For what, Commander Judd? The stringent measures I was forced to take at the outset of our association. Oh, I said, I'm sure your intentions were noble. I believe so, but still, the measures were harsh. I smiled, said nothing. Your rifle contained a blank, he said. So kind of you to tell me. I am forgiven, then? He asked. If I hadn't been so keenly aware of his preference for barely nubile young women, I'd have thought he was flirting. I plucked a scrap from the grab bag of the vanished past. To err is human. To forgive, divine.
So I was a refugee. Like the frightened women I'd seen in Sancticare. Like the other refugees everyone was always arguing about. Gilead had never given up on the idea of finding me, Elijah told me. Was that why Melanie and Neil didn't want me going to the march? In a way, said Ada. So it was my fault, I said. They got killed because they were hiding me. Not exactly, said Elijah. They didn't want pictures of you on TV. But Gilead suspected independently that Melanie and Neil were Mayday. Elijah left, and came back in a couple of hours with a tall, thin young man, whom he introduced as Garth. Garth looked at me with interest and said, Baby Nicole? How did I get smuggled out of Gilead? I asked Ada. When I was baby Nicole. Your mother gave you to some trusted friends. They took you north up the highway, then through the woods into Vermont. Were you one of the trusted friends? I used to be a guide around there. I knew people. We took you over the mountains, then down into Canada, 3 rivers. So where is she now? My mother. She was up to her neck in it. She's lucky she's alive. They've tried to kill her twice that we know of. What about my father? He's so deep underground he needs a breathing tube. The Canadian government's under a lot of pressure from Gilead to crack down on Mayday, Elijah said. We know this. How? Our inside source, said Elijah. But we got that before the clothes hound was burgled and we lost contact. So where can we put her? Said Garth, nodding at me. What about where my mother is? I asked. Safe is a matter of time for her, said Elijah. So I might as well give up because they'll kill me sooner or later? Oh no, said Ada. They don't want to kill you. Killing baby Nicole would be a very bad look for them. They'll want you in Gilead, alive and smiling, said Elijah. I wish there was no Gilead, I said. That's our goal, said Ada. No Gilead. I was feeling more and more hopeless. Gilead had all the power. They'd killed Melanie and Neil. They would track down my unknown mother and kill her too. They would wipe out Mayday. They'd get a hold of me somehow and drag me into Gilead, where the women might as well be house cats. What can we do? I asked. I'm coming to that, said Elijah. The source had been promising to deliver a very big document cache to Mayday, said Elijah. Whatever this cache contained would blow Gilead sky high, but he or she hadn't finished assembling it before the clothes hound was robbed and the link was broken. The source had contrived a fallback plan, however. A young woman, claiming to have been converted to the faith of Gilead by the Pearl Girls missionaries, could enter Gilead easily. And the best young woman to transfer the cache, indeed the only young woman acceptable to the source, would be baby Nicole. The source did not doubt that Mayday knew where she was. The source had made it clear. No baby Nicole, no document cache. Why only me? The source said you're the best chance. For one thing, if you get caught, they won't dare kill you. They made too much of an icon out of baby Nicole. I can't destroy Gilead. Not alone, of course not, said Elijah. But you'd be transporting the ammunition. I couldn't be a convert. They'd never believe me. We'll train you. Praying and self-defense. Self-defense? Remember the Pearl girl found dead in the condo? Said Ada. She was working for our source. There's a lot of people dying. Gilead's not shy about killing, said Ada. They're fanatics. I somehow agreed to go to Gilead without ever definitely agreeing. Ada and Elijah said they wanted to prepare me as much as they could in the short time they had. They set up a little gym with a punching bag, a skipping rope, and a leather medicine ball. Garth did that part of the training. He told me he was from the Republic of Texas. They'd declared independence at the beginning of Gilead. Right now, Texas was officially neutral, and any actions against Gilead by its citizens were illegal. Not that Canada wasn't neutral too, he said. But it was neutral in a sloppier way. So he and some of his friends had come to Canada to join the May Day Lincoln Brigade for foreign freedom fighters. At first, I worked out twice a day for 2 hours to build stamina. Ada brought in a dummy head made from molded plastic, with gel eyes, and Garth tried to teach me how to poke somebody's eyes out. How's it going? Ada would ask Garth every day after our workout. Can she kill with her thumbs yet? She's getting there. The other part of their training plan was the praying. Ada tried to teach me that. How do you know this? I asked her. Where I grew up, everyone knew this. Where? In Gilead. Before it was Gilead. I saw it coming and got out in time. A lot of people I know didn't. So that's why you work with Mayday? It's personal? Everything's personal. How about Elijah? Was it personal for him too? He taught in the law school. He was on a list. Someone tipped him off. The next stage, they told me, was that I should dress up like a street person and panhandle somewhere where the Pearl girls would see me. When they started to talk with me, I should let them persuade me to go with them. The other street people will see I'm a fraud. Garth will be there with you. He'll say you don't talk much because you've been traumatized, said Ada. He'll stay right with you until the Pearl girls pick you up. You'll be one more precious pearl on their string. But once you get to Gilead, it might be different, said Elijah. You'll have to wear what they tell you to wear and be alert to their customs. If you know too much to begin with, though, Ada said, they'll suspect us of training you. I thought about this. Was I clever enough? Have you sent any pretend converts in there before? A couple, said Elijah. But they didn't have the protection you'll have. You mean from the source? The source? Who were they, really? Guesswork, but we think it's one of the ants, said Ada. Mayday didn't know much about the ants. They weren't in the news, not even in the Gilead news. It was the commanders who gave the orders, made the laws, and did the talking. The ants worked behind the scenes. They're said to be very powerful, said Elijah. Pack of evil harpies, said Ada. I should choose another name, Garth said. People might be looking for a daisy, so I said I'd be Jade. I wanted something harder than a flower. The source said she needs to get a tattoo on her left forearm, Ada said. But there's no bare arms in Gilead, so who's going to see it? We think it's for the Pearl girls, said Ada. They'll be directed to look specially for it. Will they know who I am, like the Nicole thing? They just follow instructions, said Ada. The source said it should look like this. And she sketched God and love, sharing the O. Ada brought in a woman she knew to do the tattoo, and the rest of my street makeover. The first thing she did was tint my hair a pastel green shade. It's a start, said Ada. The tattoo wasn't just a tattoo. It was a scarification. Raised lettering. It hurt like shit.
Under cover of darkness, I installed 2 surveillance cameras in the base of my statue. There were several days of no activity, but on the 4th day, Who should loom into the camera's field of vision just as dawn was breaking but Aunt Vidala? From a pocket she produced an egg, followed by an orange. Having looked about her to make sure no one was watching, she placed these votive offerings at my feet. Then, on the ground beside the statue, she dropped a handkerchief embroidered with lilacs, a well-known prop of mine. She had previously come to me with a story that Elizabeth was trying to incriminate me by planting votive offerings. She had claimed the excess attention was dangerously close to cult worship, which would be idolatry. But I could see Vidala herself was placing the evidence against me. You can imagine my delight. Any false step by my main challenger was a gift from destiny. My esteemed founder colleague Elizabeth must soon be told that Vidala was accusing her of treachery. Should I add Helena as well? How might I best set the members of the triumvirate eager to overthrow me against one another, all the better to pick them off one by one? The wheel of fortune rotates, fickle as the moon. I will inform Commander Judd that baby Nicole is finally almost within my grasp, and may shortly be enticed to Gilead. Soon the prize will be yours, I will warble. 9 years ago, it was the same year my statue was unveiled, I was in my office tracing the bloodlines for a proposed marriage when I was interrupted by the appearance of Aunt Lisa. We've had another suicide attempt among the premarital preparatory students at Ruby's, said Aunt Lisa. Not a suicide. Not again, I thought. There is always an inquiry when they do succeed, and fingers are pointed at Ardua Hall. Inappropriate mate selection is the usual accusation, we, at the Hall, being responsible for making the first cut, since we hold the bloodlines information. She attempted to slash her wrists with the secateurs I use for flower arranging. I called in the paramedics, then I notified the proper authorities. Quite right. Guardians or eyes? Some of each. I nodded. You seem to have handled it in the best way possible. What is there left to consult me about? She says she will try it again, unless the wedding is called off, said Aunt Lisa. Is it this particular candidate she objects to, or marriage in general? In general, despite the benefits. Flower arranging was no inducement? I asked dryly. It was not. Was it the prospect of childbirth? I could understand that, the mortality rate being what it is, of newborns primarily, but also of the mothers. No, not childbirth, said Aunt Lisa. What then? I liked to make her blurt it out. It's good for Aunt Lisa to confront reality once in a while. She paused, flushed, cleared her throat. Well, it's the penises. It's like a phobia. Penises, I said thoughtfully. Them again. You tried the sleep deprivation and 20-hour prayer sessions? She's adamant. She also says she has received a calling to higher service, though as we know they often use that excuse. I sighed. Will she be able to learn the reading and writing? Is she intelligent enough? Oh, yes. Slightly too intelligent. We'll admit her on probation. We need to replenish our numbers here at Ardua Hall. We of the older generation cannot live forever. I am familiar with these exceptionally squeamish girls. Even if the wedding night is accomplished, they will soon be found in a coma under a rose bush, having swallowed every pill in the house. And so I had to involve myself in the case of the girl, Becca. Aunt Lisa brought her to my office, a thin girl with large, luminous eyes and her left wrist in a bandage. "Come in," I said to her. "I won't bite." Hesitantly she sat down, hands folded in her lap. "So you want to become an aunt?" She nodded. Then I launched into my spiel. Becca was so grateful. She would do anything that was required. We had saved her from... She stumbled to a halt, blushing. "Did something unfortunate involving a man happen to you in your earlier life, my child?" "I don't want to talk about it," she said. "You're afraid you'll be punished?" A nod from her. She was still reluctant, so I did not push it. "The mills of the gods grind slowly," I said, "but they grind exceeding small." She looked puzzled. "I mean that whoever it was, his behavior will be punished in time. We aunts do not work openly in such cases, but we work. Now, I hope you'll prove that you are deserving of the trust I have placed in you," I said. "Oh, yes," she said. "I will be deserving. I'm so grateful." I smiled my wintry smile. "I'm pleased to hear that," I said. "Gratitude is valuable to me. I like to bank it for a rainy day."
Anne Cabana visited us at our house and showed us photographs of 3 candidates for Paula and Commander Kyle to consider. My own inclinations would naturally be taken into account, said Aunt Cabana. Of course, Paula said. The first candidate was a full commander, and was even older than Commander Kyle. He was red-nosed, with slightly bulbous eyes, the mark, said Aunt Cabana, of a strong personality, one who would be a reliable sustainer of his wife. He had a white beard and jowls underneath it. He was one of the first sons of Jacob, and so was exceptionally godly, and had been essential in the early struggle to establish the Republic of Gilead. In fact, it was rumored that he had been part of the group that had masterminded the attack on the morally bankrupt Congress of the former United States. He'd already had several wives, dead, unhappily. His name was Commander Judd. The second candidate was younger and thinner. He had managed to have 1 child by his former wife, who had died in an asylum for mental sufferers, but the poor infant had expired before the age of 1. The third man, the younger son of a lower-ranking commander, had a thick neck and eyes that were close together. "Take your time, Agnes," Aunt Cabana said. "Your parents want you to be happy." This was a kind thought, but a lie. They wanted me to be elsewhere. I lay in bed that night with the 3 photographs of the eligible men floating in the darkness before my eyes. I pictured each one of them on top of me, trying to shove his loathsome appendage into my stone-cold body. I considered running away from home, but I might not get any farther than the next block before being ripped to shreds, polluted, and reduced to a pile of wilting green petals. The week I'd been granted in which to choose my husband wore on. Paula and Commander Kyle favored Commander Judd. He had the most power. I'd overheard the Marthas saying that before some weddings, tranquilizing drugs had been administered. They had to be careful with the dose. Mild staggering and slurred speech could be put down to emotion, but a ceremony at which the bride was unconscious did not count. I pretended to be deciding. At the end of the week, my engagement was announced. It was to Commander Judd, as it was always going to be. He appeared at the house in his full uniform with medals, and bowed to Paula. "Good evening, Agnes, my dear," said Commander Judd. "Good evening," I managed to whisper. "Sir." The commander advanced, and stuck his mouth onto my forehead in a chaste kiss. He drew back, regarding me shrewdly. Had I shuddered while he was kissing me? "You may go now. Agnes Jemima, said Paula. She seems obedient, I heard Commander Judd saying as I left the room. She's always been a respectful child, said Paula. What a liar she was. 3 ant wedding arrangers made a visit to measure me for my wedding dress. I don't know why we are bothering with the frills, Paula said to the ants, talking past me. She won't appreciate them. She won't be the one looking at them, said Aunt Sarah Lee with unexpected bluntness. The wedding itself would take place as soon as the dress was ready. Therefore, it was safe to plan it for 2 weeks from this day. As the days ticked past, I became more desperate. I remembered a story, circulated by Shunammite at school, about someone's handmaid who would swallow drain cleaner. Maybe I would have to go through with the ceremony and then murder Commander Judd on the wedding night, stick a purloined knife into his neck, then into mine. I fantasized about miraculous escapes, but who would help me? I went round and round in my head. What to do? I could scarcely eat. Wedding nerves, bless her soul, said Zilla. When there were only 3 days left, I had an unexpected visitor. Zilla called me downstairs. Aunt Lydia is here to see you, she said in hushed tones. The main founder, the ultimate aunt, come to see me. Paula was out, which was a lucky thing, though after I came to know Aunt Lydia better, I realized that luck had nothing to do with it. Aunt Lydia was sitting on the sofa in the living room. She actually smiled at me, a wrinkly, yellow-toothed smile. Agnes, my dear, she said, I thought you might like to hear some news about your friend Becca. Is she dead? Not at all. She is safe and happy. Where is she? She is at Ardua Hall, with us. She wishes to become an aunt, and is enrolled as a supplicant. Oh, I said. A light was dawning. A door was opening. Not every girl is suitable for marriage, she continued. There are other ways a girl may contribute to God's plan. A little bird has told me that you may agree. Who had told her? Zilla? Yes, I said. Becca has received a call to higher service, if you yourself have such a calling, she said. You still have time to tell us. But how do I myself cannot be seen to be proposing this course of action directly. A calling can override the paternal right, but you must make the first approach to us. I suspect Aunt Este would be willing to listen. My next task was to find a pathway to Aunt Este. I could not declare my intention outright. Paula would lock me in my room. She'd resort to drugs. She was hell-bent on this marriage. The day after Aunt Lydia's visit, I told Paula I wanted to talk to Aunt Lorna about an alteration to my wedding dress. I wanted everything to be perfect for my special day, I said. It's a good thing Aunt Lydia paid you a visit, Paula said dryly. Naturally, she'd heard about that. But it would be a nuisance for Aunt Lorna to come to our house, said Paula. Aunt Lorna is at Shunammite's, I said. In that case, our guardian could drive me over there, said Paula. I felt my heart quicken. Shunammite hurried me inside and took me to inspect her wedding dress and to hear all about the husband she would soon have, who, she whispered, giggling, looked like a carp, but who was medium high up among the commanders. I admired the dress. Shunammite said she'd heard I was practically marrying God, and I gazed downwards and said, but anyway, her dress was nicer. She was pleased by that. We found Aunt Lorna across the hall in one of the spare rooms. I asked her to add something or other to my dress, a white bow, I can't remember. I said goodbye to Shunammite, waving cheerfully, and walked to our car. After that, heart hammering, I asked our driver if he wouldn't mind stopping by my old school, since I wished to thank my former teacher, Aunt Este. "Those aren't my instructions," he said. I smiled. "Commander Kyle's wife won't mind. I'll be married soon." "To a very powerful commander. More powerful than Commander Kyle's wife." I paused, and then I am ashamed to say I placed my hand lightly on top of his. "I'll make sure you're rewarded," I said. He pinkened. "Well, then," he said. So this is how women get things done, I thought. I was disgusted with myself, but you'll notice this didn't stop me. I displayed a little ankle as I swiveled my legs into the car. He drove me to my old school as I'd requested, and I told him to wait for me. I wouldn't be long. I was lucky that Aunt Este was still there, though again it may not have been luck. "Why, Agnes," she said, "you're all grown up." "They're making me marry a horrible, disgusting man," I said. "I'll kill myself first." Then I burst into tears and crumpled onto her desk. It was acting in a way, but it was real acting, if you see what I mean. Aunt Este asked me the question she was duty-bound to ask. Was I in earnest about killing myself? I said I was, and that if I didn't manage it before the wedding, I would be sure to do it afterwards, and I would kill Commander Judd the first time he laid a finger on me. I would do it with a knife, I said. I would cut his throat. I said this with conviction, so she would see that I was capable of it. And for that moment, I believed I was. I could almost feel the blood as it came pouring out of him. And then my own blood as well. I could almost see it, a haze of red. Aunt Este said that she understood my distress. "But is there another way you feel you might contribute to the greater good?" "Oh, yes," I said. "I'm called to higher service." Aunt Este asked me if she could pray silently. She needed guidance. I held my breath. "I will speak with your parents," she said, "and with Aunt Lydia." "Thank you," I said. I was beginning to cry with relief. "Do you want to come with me?" she said. "To talk with your parents?" "I can't. They'll get hold of me and lock me in my room, and then they'll give me a drug. You know they will." She didn't deny it. "You can't stay here at the school, however. I couldn't stop the eyes from entering and removing you and changing your mind. You'd better come with me." She told my driver she would take responsibility for me. He gave me a filthy look. He knew that I'd tricked him. Then Aunt Este used her pager to call her own guardian driver, and we got into her car. The sun was setting. The leaves of the trees had that glossy sheen, so fresh and newly unfolded, as if they were gifts, each one, unwrapping itself, shaken out for the first time. "Where are we going?" I asked Aunt Este. "Ardua Hall," she said. I'd heard Ardua Hall mentioned, always in hushed tones because it was a special place for the ants. "Whatever the ants did when we weren't looking was not our concern," said Zilla. "But I wouldn't want to be them," Zilla would add. "Why not?" I asked her once. "Nasty business," said Vera. "They get their hands dirty." "So we don't have to," said Zilla mildly, rolling pie crust. "They dirty up their minds, too," said Rosa. She was chopping onions with a large cleaver. "Reading." She gave an extra loud chop. "I never liked it." "Better them than us," said Zilla. "They can never have husbands," said Rosa. "Not that I'd want one myself, but still. Or babies, either. They're too old, anyway," said Vera. "All dried up." Despite this discouraging view of the ants, I'd been intrigued by the idea of Ardua Hall. We reached a gateway in a high, red brick wall. The barred iron gate swung open for our car. Aunt Este took me by the arm, and we walked along the side of a large, grey stonework building, then past a statue of a woman. That is Aunt Lydia. Was it my imagination, or did Aunt Este give a little curtsy? We turned onto a paved pathway. Along one side of it was a long 3-story building of red brick. "This is Ardua Hall," said Aunt Este. I'd been expecting something much grander. Come in. You will be safe here. I paced around the small room. Then I lay down on the narrow bed. There was a picture on the wall. Aunt Lydia, smiling an inscrutable smile. On the desk there was a book. I stared at it. What was inside it that made it so dangerous to girls like me? So flammable, so ruinous. I opened the front cover. No flames shot out. "It's really hard at first," said a voice behind me. I hadn't heard the door open. I startled and turned. "Becca!" I said. I'd last seen her at Aunt Lisa's flower arranging class, with blood spurting out of her cut wrist. "My name isn't Becca anymore," she said. "I'm Anne Immortelle now. I'm a supplicant. But you can call me Becca when we're alone." I cried with relief at seeing Beck again. Paula came to Ardua Hall to try to get me to change my mind. Aunt Lydia said it was only proper that I should meet with her and assure her in person of the rightness and holiness of my decision. So I did. Paula was waiting for me in the Schlafly Cafe, where we at Ardua Hall were permitted to receive visitors. "You have dishonored your father," she said. "Membership in the Ants is far from dishonorable," I said piously. "I had a call to higher service." "You're lying," said Paula. "You are not the kind of girl God would ever single out." I stood up suddenly and smashed my teacup on the floor. "How dare you question the divine will? Your sin will find you out." "Act crazy," Becca told me. "Then they won't want you marrying anyone. It will be their responsibility if you do anything violent." Paula was taken aback. But then she said, "The Ants need Commander Kyle's agreement, and he will never give it. So pack up, because you're leaving. Now." At that moment, however, Aunt Lydia came into the cafe. "May I have a word with you?" she said to Paula. The two of them moved to a table at some distance from me. When Paula stood up, she looked sick. She left the cafe without a word to me, and later that afternoon, Commander Kyle signed the formal permission granting authority over me to the Ants. Next, I had to go through the interviews with the founding Ants. My final interview was with Aunt Lydia. "Agnes," Aunt Lydia said, "I must congratulate you. Despite many obstacles, you have answered the call to join us." I nodded. "I am sure you would not have made Commander Judd a fitting wife." "No, Aunt Lydia," I said. "I have already proposed a more appropriate choice for him," she said. "Your former schoolmate, Shunammite." "Shunammite? But she's going to marry someone else." "These arrangements can always be altered. Would Shunammite welcome the change of husbands, do you think?" I remembered Shunammite's barely concealed envy of me, and her excitement over the material advantages her wedding would bring. Commander Judd would confer 10 times as many of those. "I am sure she would be deeply grateful," I said. "I agree." She smiled. It was like an old turnip smiling, the dried-up kind our Marthas used to put in soup stock. "Welcome to Ardua Hall," she continued. "I hope you are grateful for the help I have given you." "I am, Aunt Lydia. I am truly grateful."
It has been so crucial to have had the privilege of being a fly on the wall, or, to be more exact, an ear inside the wall. So instructive, the confidence is shared by young women when they believe no third party is listening. Gradually, my dossiers filled up. In the matter of Becca, it took years. She'd always been so reticent about the primary cause of her distress, even to her school friend Agnes. But in bits and pieces it came out. I had known about this for some time, but I had passed over it since the testimonies of young girls would count for little or nothing. Even with grown women, 4 female witnesses are the equivalent of 1 male here in Gilead. Grove had depended on that. But what the wretched Dr. Grove had done to the young Becker, the very young Becker, and then the older but still young Becker, that, to my mind, demanded retribution. Becker herself could not be relied upon to exact it. She would not testify against Grove, of that I was certain from what I had overheard. But once a judge, always a judge. I judged. I pronounced the sentence. But how to carry it out? After pondering for some time, I decided last week to make my move. I invited Aunt Elizabeth for a cup of mint tea at the Schlafly Café. I thought we should have a confidential talk, I said. She leaned forward, expecting gossip. Aunt Vidala is attempting to incriminate you. She claims that you are accusing me of heresy and idolatry by planting eggs and oranges on my own statue. Oh, that is untrue. Why would Vidala say that? I've never harmed her. Aunt Vidala is ambitious. She may have detected that you are de facto second in command to me. Here Elizabeth brightened. I'm not in the best of health. She must feel that in order to claim her rightful position as successor at Ardua Hall, it is necessary to eliminate you. Hence her desire for new rules, outlawing the offerings at my statue. With punishments, I added. How could she be so vindictive? Elizabeth sobbed. I will protect you. I'm immensely grateful, Aunt Lydia. Thank you, I said. But there is one little thing I want you to do for me in return. Of course, she said.
My first day as the runaway Jade, I was sitting cross-legged on the sidewalk with Garth. I had a sleeveless top, because Ada said I should display my new tattoo. The 2 of us were set up outside a bank. The Pearl girls had a route they followed, and our spot was on it. We were backed against the wall, in a little slice of shade, and I had a cardboard sign. Homeless. Please help. Smile at the people if they toss in, Garth said after I'd failed to do this for an old lady. Some people say, God bless you. That would be a lie, if I don't believe in God. Don't waste your anger on me, said Garth. Save it for Gilead. You all said I had to have attitude. Here come the Pearl girls, he said. Don't stare at them. Act like you're stoned. Soon they were level with us. 2 of them, in their silvery grey dresses, their white collars, their white hats. A redhead, from the wisps of her hair that were showing, and a brunette, judging from the eyebrows. We can help you, said the brunette. No homeless in Gilead. Garth put his hand on my right arm, gripped it possessively. She's not talking to you. Isn't that up to her? Said the redhead. What's that on your arm? Said the brunette. Is he abusing you, dear? The redhead asked. Get off, Gilead bitches, Garth said with impressive savagery. I looked up at the 2 of them, and, believe it or not, a tear rolled down my cheek. Oh my, said the redhead, a real hero. She thrust a brochure at me. God bless. The 2 of them left, glancing back once. Wasn't I supposed to let them pick me up? I said. We can't make it too easy for them, said Garth. They'll be back. That night we slept under a bridge. We had several green plastic garbage bags to lie down on. Garth wrapped his arms around me. The next night, Garth got into a fight with one of the men under the bridge. Then he said we should relocate. So the next night we slept inside a downtown church. The fourth night was a cemetery. When are the Pearl Girls going to show up again? I asked on the morning of the fifth day. Maybe they've rejected me. Be patient, said Garth. As Ada said, we've sent people into Gilead this way before. A couple let themselves be scooped on the first pass. They got flush before they even crossed the border. Thanks. I'm going to screw this up. I know it. Keep cool. You'll be fine. We're all counting on you. No pressure, right? I said. Later that same day, the Pearl Girls came our way again. They loitered around, passing by, then crossed the street and walked in the other direction, looking in store windows. Then, when Garth went off to get us some burgers, they came over. They asked me what my name was, and I said Jade. Then they introduced themselves. Aunt Beatrice was the brunette, Aunt Dove was the freckled redhead. They asked if I was happy, and I shook my head no. Then they looked at my tattoo and said I was a very special person to have undergone all that suffering for God, and they were glad I knew God cherished me, and Gilead would cherish me too, because I was a precious flower. And did that man who was with me, did he hit me? I hated to lie about Garth like that, but I nodded. And does he make you do bad things? I looked stupid, so Aunt Beatrice, the taller one, said, Does he make you have sex? I gave the tiniest nod. And does he pass you around to other men? That was going too far, so I shook my head no. Why are you with him? Said Aunt Dove. I didn't know where else to go, I said, and burst into tears. There was violence at home. There is never violence in our homes in Gilead, said Aunt Beatrice. Then Garth came back and acted angry. He told me to shut up and said we were going. Aunt Beatrice said, Could I have a word with you? She and Garth moved away out of hearing, and Aunt Dove handed me a tissue because I was crying and said, May I hug you on behalf of God? And I nodded. Aunt Beatrice came back and said, We can go now. And Aunt Dove said, Praise be. Garth had walked away. He didn't even look back. That young man sold you, said Aunt Beatrice with contempt. He did? I asked. Aunt Beatrice and Aunt Dove walked very close to me, one on either side, so nobody would bother me, they said. They took me back to the condo where they were staying. I wondered whether it was the same condo that the dead Pearl Girl had been found in. But my plan right then was to say as little as possible. I didn't want to be found attached to a doorknob. I was dying to get in the shower, but I should be careful, said Aunt Dove, because of my arm. They didn't want to take a festering mess to Gilead instead of a Pearl. When I came out of the shower, my old clothes were gone, and they'd laid out a silvery gray dress just like theirs. I'm supposed to wear this? I said. But I'm not a Pearl Girl. The ones who gather the pearls and the pearls who are gathered are all pearls, said Aunt Dove. That's why we've gone to such risks for you, said Aunt Beatrice. We have so many enemies here. But don't worry, Jade. We'll keep you safe. In any case, she said, I would need to wear the dress in order to get out of Canada, because the Canadian authorities were clamping down on the export of underage converts. They were viewing it as human trafficking, which was quite wrong of them, she added. Well, I'm not underage, I said. I'm 16. Do you have any identification? Aunt Beatrice asked. I shook my head no. We will arrange that for you, said Aunt Dove. To avoid any problems, you'll have papers identifying you as Aunt Dove, said Aunt Beatrice. But I'm a lot younger, I said. Your papers will have your picture, said Aunt Beatrice. The real Aunt Dove, she said, would stay in Canada and leave with the next girl who was gathered, taking the name of an incoming Pearl girl. They were used to switching around like that. The Canadians can't tell us apart, said Aunt Dove. We all look the same to them. Both of them laughed. So I put on the dress, also the pearl necklace, which was fake, just as Melanie had said. The dress actually felt quite good after my dirty old clothes. It was wonderful to sleep in a real bed instead of under a bridge. Each night I was inside that bedroom, they locked my door. The next couple of days were spent in getting my Aunt Dove papers ready. Aunt Beatrice and I were driven to the airport in a black Gilead government car, and I passed border control with no trouble. The plane was a private jet. It had an eye with wings on it. It was silver, but it looked dark to me, like a huge dark bird, waiting to fly me where? I remembered Sancticare and the women refugees. I hadn't considered what it was like to leave a place you knew and travel into the unknown. After the plane landed, we were driven to Ardua Hall. When we got out of the car, Aunt Beatrice linked her arm through mine and said, "We need to go straight to the chapel for the Thanksgiving." The chapel was already full. Older women in the brown uniforms of the aunts, younger ones in Pearl Girl dresses. Each Pearl Girl had a girl around my age with her, also in a temporary silver dress. Right up at the front, there was a big gold-framed baby Nicole picture. As Aunt Beatrice steered me down the aisle, everyone was singing, "Bringing in the pearls, we will come rejoicing, bringing in the pearls." We all sat down. Then one of the older women went up to the pulpit. "Aunt Lydia," Aunt Beatrice whispered, "our main founder." "Pearl girls, present the pearls you have gathered," said Aunt Lydia. "First, the mission to Canada." "Stand up," Aunt Beatrice whispered. She led me up to the front. Her hand was on my tattoo, and it hurt. She took off her string of pearls, laid it in a big shallow dish in front of Aunt Lydia, and said, "I return these pearls to you, pure as the state in which I received them. May I present Jade, a precious pearl of great price. May she be cauterized from sin and consecrated to whatever service is allotted to her in Gilead." She put her hands on my shoulders and pushed me into a kneeling position. Then Aunt Lydia said, "Welcome to Ardua Hall, Jade, and may you be blessed in the choice you have made. Under his eye, per ardua cum estris."
It is so peaceful here in Gilead, the streets so tranquil. Reign of terror, they used to say, but terror does not exactly reign. Instead, it paralyzes. Yesterday I viewed, on the closed-circuit television in Commander Judd's office, the partisecution presided over by Aunt Elizabeth. 2 condemned men were to be partisecuted, an angel, who'd been caught selling grey market lemons, and Dr. Grove, the dentist. Aunt Elizabeth had been in college dramatics, and her on-stage experience had not failed her. She'd booked an appointment with Dr. Grove as per my orders. Then, at the appropriate moment, she'd scrambled out of the dentist's chair, ripped her clothing, and shrieked that Grove had tried to rape her. She'd staggered out into the waiting room, where Mr. William, the dental assistant, was able to witness her dishevelled appearance. Mr. William testified against Grove at the trial. He was no fool. What could Grove say in his own defence, except that he was innocent of the charge? Grove could hardly admit that he would never have laid a lecherous finger on Aunt Elizabeth, since he was only aroused by underage girls. In view of Aunt Elizabeth's exceptional performance, I felt it more than fair that she be allowed to conduct the partisecution proceedings at the stadium. Grove was the second to be dispatched. He had to watch as the angel was kicked to death, and then literally torn apart by 70 shrieking handmaids. Aunt Elizabeth, the picture of outraged virtue, sternly blew the whistle. In 2 minutes, Dr. Grove was no more. Fists were raised, clutching clumps of bloodied hair torn out by the roots. The aunts and supplicants were all present to support the vindication of one of Ardua Hall's revered founders. The newly recruited Pearls had arrived only the day before, so this was a baptismal moment for them. I scanned their young faces, but at that distance could not read them. Revulsion? Relish? Repugnance? It's always good to know. Aunt Immortelle fainted, which was to be expected. She was always sensitive. I expect she will now blame herself in some way. However despicably he behaved, Grove was nevertheless cast in the role of her father. Commander Judd switched off the television and sighed. "Oh, was he really guilty?" he asked with mild interest. "Yes, but not of raping Aunt Elizabeth. He was a pedophile." Commander Judd sighed again. "Poor man," he said. "It is a severe affliction." "Indeed, but he was ruining too many young girls for marriage. Rather than accepting wedlock, the precious flowers were deserting to the aunts." "Ah. Was that the case with the girl, Agnes?" He wanted me to say yes, because then her aversion would not have been to him personally. "I can't be sure." His face fell. "But I believe so." Then I changed the subject. "I am happy to inform you that baby Nicole has now been safely imported into Gilead." "What a coup!" he said. "How did you manage to identify her? My eyes have been trying for years." Did I detect a note of envy, or, worse, of suspicion? Aunt Beatrice and Aunt Dove were told only that they should be on the watch for a specific tattoo that the poor child had inflicted upon herself, and luckily they found her. A self-inflicted tattoo? Depraved, like all those girls. She is going by the name of Jade. I did not wish to enlighten her about her true identity until I had consulted with you. I have placed her with 2 of our younger aunts. How soon may we reveal baby Nicole to Gilead and the world? We must first assure that she is a true believer convert, I said, firm in the faith. We must inform her of the duties that await. It's not all hymn-singing and exultation here. "I will leave these matters in your capable hands," he said. "May our efforts be blessed." "In the fullness of time," I said, smiling. After her exertions in the dentist's office, at the trial, and at the partisecution, Aunt Elizabeth suffered a nervous collapse. I went with Aunt Vidala and Aunt Helena to visit her where she was recuperating at one of our retreat houses. She greeted us tearfully. "I don't know what's wrong with me," she said. I knew what was truly agitating her. She'd perjured herself irrevocably, which, if discovered, would signal her end.
Becca and I first saw Jade at the Thanksgiving. She was a tall girl, somewhat awkward, and kept gazing around her in a direct way that verged on being too bold. Already I had a feeling that she would not find Ardua Hall an easy fit, not to mention Gilead itself. Jade's introduction to the ways of Gilead was somewhat harsh, as the next day she was present at a partysecution. It may have been a shock to her to witness two men being literally ripped apart by handmaids. It can be shocking even to me, although I've seen it many times over the course of the years. One of those eliminated at the partysecution was Dr. Grove, Becca's erstwhile dentist father, who'd been condemned for raping Aunt Elizabeth. Considering my own experience with him, I was glad he was being punished. When Dr. Grove was torn apart, Becca fainted. Some of the aunts put this reaction down to filial love. However, I knew otherwise. Becca felt responsible for his death. She believed that she should never have told me about his crimes. I assured her that I hadn't shared her confidences with anyone, and she said she trusted me. But Aunt Lydia must have found out somehow. Becca and I had returned from the partysecution. We were engaged in our evening Bible readings when there was a knock at the door. Aunt Lydia was standing outside. With her was the new Pearl, Jade. Aunt Victoria and Immortelle, you have been chosen for a very special duty, she said. Our newest Pearl, Jade, has been assigned to you. Your task will be to instruct her in our life of service here in Gilead. Jade smiled at us, a smile that managed to be both tremulous and stubborn. Welcome, I said to Jade. In my second month at Ardua Hall, Shunammite paid me a visit. She was wearing the blue dress of an official wife. Agnes, she cried, I'm so happy to see you. Are you all right? Of course I'm all right, I said. I'm Aunt Victoria now. Would you like some mint tea? It's just that Paula implied that maybe there was something wrong, that I'm a lunatic, I said, smiling. By the way, I should congratulate you on your marriage. You're not mad at me. Why would I be mad at you? Well, I stole your husband. Is that what she thought? I received a call to hire service, she giggled. Did you really? Well, I have 4 Marthas. I wish you could see my house. I'm sure it's lovely. But you really are all right. Her anxiety on my behalf may have been partly genuine. Doesn't this place wear you down? It's so bleak. I'm fine, I said. Becca's in this dungeon too, isn't she? Is she still insane? She was never insane, just unhappy. It's been wonderful to see you, Shunammite, but I must return to my duties. You don't like me anymore, she said, half seriously. I'm training to be an aunt, I said. I'm not really supposed to like anyone. Along with reading, I had to learn to write. Becca showed me how, often and with patience. Then, once I could write, however awkwardly, she selected a series of biblical mottos for me to copy. Love is as strong as death. A bird of the air shall carry the voice, and that which hath wings shall tell the matter. I wrote them over and over. Once I'd passed my 6-month examination and had been accepted as a permanent supplicant, I was allowed into the Hildegard Library and was given a pass to the reading room. One of my assigned tasks was to make fair copies of the sermons that Aunt Lydia delivered on special occasions. While I was at my desk, Aunt Lydia would sometimes pass me going through the reading room on her way to her own special room, where she was said to be doing important research that would make Gilead a better place. The precious Bloodlines genealogical archives kept so meticulously by the senior aunts were behind that locked door. We would be granted access only when our minds were sufficiently strengthened. Becca and I became close friends, and told each other many things about ourselves and our families that we'd never told anyone else. I confessed how much I'd hated my stepmother, Paula, described the tragic death of our handmaid, Crystal. And she told me about Dr. Grove and what he'd done, and I told her my own story about him. We talked about our real mothers and how we wanted to know who they'd been. I wish I had a sister, she said to me one day, and if I did, that person would be you. One day, an alarming thing happened at the Hildegard Library. The pages for the speech I was to work on that day would be left on my desk in a silver folder. One morning I discovered, tucked in behind the silver folder, a blue one. I opened it. The name of my stepmother, Paula, was at the top of the first page. What followed was an account of the death of her first husband, the one she'd had before she'd married my so-called father, Commander Kyle. The story in the blue folder was quite different from the one that had circulated. There had been no illicit liaison between Commander Saunders and his handmaid, only the regular ceremonies as decreed by law. However, Paula and Commander Kyle had been having an affair even before Tabitha, my mother, had died. Paula had befriended the handmaid and offered to help her escape from Gilead. After the handmaid had set out, Paula had skewered Commander Saunders herself. She'd bribed her Martha to back up the murderous handmaid story. Then she'd called the angels and accused the handmaid. The unfortunate girl was found wandering the streets in despair. She was clearly innocent, but she was hanged anyway. The ants had known the truth. There was the evidence, right in the folder in front of me. Yet nothing had happened to Paula, and a handmaid had been hanged for the crime instead. I was bedazzled, as if struck by lightning. Had this terrible story bought me my place as an ant at Ardua Hall? The next day, the blue folder was gone. Over the course of the following 2 years, I found a number of similar folders waiting for me on my desk. They all held evidence of various crimes. Sons of Jacob had plotted against one another. Bribes and favors had been exchanged at the highest levels. Public trials, meant to purge traitors and purify the leadership, had turned on false confessions extracted by torture. Bearing false witness was not the exception. It was common. Beneath its outer show of virtue and purity, Gilead was rotting. Apart from Paula's, the file that most immediately concerned me was that of Commander Judd. Among other misdemeanors, it contained evidence pertaining to the fates of his previous wives. He had disposed of them all. The first had been pushed down the stairs. 2 of his wives were said to have died in childbirth, or shortly thereafter. The babies were unbabies, but the deaths of the wives had involved deliberately induced septicemia or shock. The 4th wife had taken up flower painting as a hobby, at the suggestion of Commander Judd, who would thoughtfully purchase the paints. She'd then developed symptoms attributable to cadmium poisoning. I'd narrowly avoided a death sentence, it seemed, and I'd had help avoiding it. I said a prayer of gratitude that night. Despite my doubts, I continued to pray. "Thank you," I said. "Help thou my unbelief." I added, "and help Shunammite, for she will surely need it." If I remained at Ardua Hall, if I performed my Pearl Girl's missionary work and returned as a full ant, all of the secrets I had learned would be mine, to use as I saw fit. All of this power, all of this potential to judge the wicked in silence and to punish them in ways they would not be able to anticipate. All of this vengeance.
I had a disagreeable jolt last evening, my reader. I was scratching furtively away in the deserted library with my pen when Aunt Vidala's head suddenly thrust itself around the corner of my private corral. I did not startle. "Always researching, I see," she said. "Know your enemy," I said. "How may I help you?" Soon, the 2 of us were sitting at a table in the Schlafly Café. "That new girl, Jade, I'm not convinced by her," said Aunt Vidala. "Aunt Beatrice told me about that ridiculous tattoo on her arm. Really? God and love? It reeks of an attempt to deceive. How do you know she's not a Mayday infiltrator? We've been successful in detecting those in the past, I said. As for the bodily mutilation, the youth of Canada are pagans, but we will keep a close eye on her. We should have that tattoo removed. It's blasphemous. Removal would be too painful for her at the moment. We don't want to discourage our young supplicant. If she is a true one, which I very much doubt, it would be typical of Mayday to attempt a ruse of this kind. I think she should be interrogated. By herself was what she meant. I prefer more subtle methods. You didn't prefer them in the early days, said Vidala. You were all for the primary colors. You didn't used to mind a little blood. It being late, I called Commander Judd in his office at home and requested a meeting. The door was opened by Judd's wife, Shunammite. She was not looking at all well, thin, white-faced, hollow-eyed. She'd lasted a comparatively long time for a Judd wife. I wondered what Judd had been putting in her soup. "Oh, Aunt Lydia," she said. "The commander is expecting you." Door opening is a Martha's job. She must have wanted something from me. I dropped my voice. "Shunammite, my dear, are you ill?" "I'm not supposed to say so. I can have our clinic at Ardua Hall do an evaluation. He won't let me go." "I will obtain his permission for you," I said. There were tears then, and thank yous. Judd was waiting in his study. "Ah, Aunt Lydia," he said, "do tell me what brings you out so late." The expression of his eyes was both alarmed and flinty. "We have a situation," I said, taking the chair opposite. Aunt Vidala suspects the so-called Jade of being an infiltrator. She wishes to interrogate the girl. That would be fatal to any productive future use of baby Nicole. "I agree," he said. "We would not be able to televise her afterwards. What can I do to help you?" "To help us," I said. It is always good to remind him that our little privateer holds two. "An order from the eyes protecting the girl from interference until we know she may be credibly presented as baby Nicole." "Aunt Vidala is not aware of Jade's identity," I added, "and she should not be told. She is no longer fully reliable." "Can you explain?" he said. "For the moment, you'll have to trust me," I said. "And another thing, your wife, Shunammite, ought to be sent to the Calm and Balm Clinic at Ardua Hall for medical treatment." There was a long pause while we gazed into each other's eyes across his desk. "Aunt Lydia, you read my mind," he said. "It would indeed be preferable for her to be in your care rather than in mine. I will remind you here that there is no divorce in Gilead. A sage decision. You must remain above suspicion." "I am in your hands, dear Aunt Lydia," he said, rising from his desk. How true, I thought, and how easily a hand becomes a fist. I am now poised on the razor's edge. I can proceed with my risky plan, attempt to transfer my packet of explosives by means of young Nicole, and, if successful, give both Judd and Gilead the first shove over the cliff. If I am unsuccessful, I will naturally be branded a traitor. Or I could hand baby Nicole over to Commander Judd, where she would shine brilliantly for a moment before being snuffed out like a candle due to insubordination. I would then reap my reward in Gilead. Am I capable of such duplicity? Having tunneled this far under the foundations of Gilead with my stash of cordite. Might I falter? As I am human, it is entirely possible. I waver. I waver.
When Jade was upstairs in her room, we would often hear thumping noises. I finally had to ask her what she was doing in there. "Working out," she said. "You have to keep strong." "Why do you think you need to be strong in body?" I was becoming curious about her pagan beliefs. "In case some guy aggresses you?" She slammed her fist into the sofa. "You shouldn't entice men," said Becca. "What happens if you do is partly your fault." Jade looked from one to the other of us. "Victim blaming," she said. "Really?" Although I'd been granted access to the Bible, I hadn't yet been given permission to access the Bloodline's genealogical archives, which contained the knowledge of who the handmaids had been before they were handmaids, and who their children were, and who the fathers were. Not only the declared fathers, but the illegal fathers. In all cases, the aunts recorded the bloodlines. With so many older men marrying such young girls, Gilead could not risk the dangerous and sinful father-daughter inbreeding that might result if no one was keeping track. Then one morning, I found a file from the Bloodline's genealogical archives on my desk. There was a small handwritten note clipped to the front. Agnes Jemima's bloodline. I held my breath as I opened the file. There was my mother's picture. It was a double picture, like the kind we'd see on wanted posters for runaway handmaids. She had light hair, pulled back. She was young. The name underneath had been blanked out. There was an updated notation, however. Mother of Agnes Jemima, now Aunt Victoria, escaped to Canada, currently working for Mayday terrorist intelligence. 2 elimination attempts made, failed. Location, currently unknown. Did I remember her? I tried to. I knew I should be able to, but the past was too dark. I turned the page. There was another document. My mother had had a second child. That child had been smuggled into Canada as an infant. Her name was Nicole. Baby Nicole. Baby Nicole was my sister. Underneath the last paragraph of text, there was a line of wavery handwriting in blue ink. Baby Nicole is here in Gilead. But if baby Nicole was here in Gilead, why hadn't everyone been told? By this time, I knew that the person leaving these files for me must be Aunt Lydia. But why was she doing it?
After the usual putrid breakfast, I received a message to go immediately to Aunt Lydia's office. It's strange, because I knew she was supposed to be the powerful, mean old queen bee of Ardua Hall, but right then I didn't find her scary. She had a big mole on her chin. I tried not to stare at it. "Do you have something to show me?" she said. "Oh," I said, "my arm." I rolled up the sleeve. There was God Love, not looking very pretty. She peered at it. "Thank you for doing as I requested," she said. She was the one who'd requested it? "Are you the source?" I asked. "You know, the one... I mean..." She cut me off. "You must learn to edit your thoughts. Now, you are baby Nicole, as you must have been told in Canada." "Yeah, but I'd rather not be." "Are you ready to help your friends back in Canada?" "What do I have to do?" "Come over here and place your arm on the desk," she said. "This won't hurt." She took a thin blade and made a nick in my tattoo at the base of the O. Then she slid something very small into my arm. She was wrong about it not hurting. No one would think of looking inside God. Now you're a carrier pigeon, and all we have to do is transport you.
2 mornings after I'd read my Bloodlines file, I received a summons to Aunt Lydia's office. Becca had also been ordered to attend, but Jade was already in Aunt Lydia's office when we got there. I have some information to share with you that will materially affect the future of Gilead, Aunt Lydia said. You yourselves will have a crucial part to play. Do you stand ready? Yes, Aunt Lydia, I said, and Becca repeated the same words. Good. First, I must inform you, and Immortelle, of something that the other two already know. Baby Nicole is here in Gilead. Oh, praise be, Aunt Lydia, said Becca. But why have we not all been told? It's like a miracle. I must now add that baby Nicole is the half-sister of Aunt Victoria. No shit, Jade exclaimed. Agnes, Aunt Victoria, Becca said. You have a sister. That is so joyful. Time has passed since baby Nicole was a baby. She is now grown up. But if she is here in Gilead, Aunt Lydia, I said, where is she, exactly? Jade laughed. It was more like a bark. She is at Ardua Hall, said Aunt Lydia, smiling. Aunt Lydia waved a hand. Jade here is baby Nicole. It can't be, I said. Jade was baby Nicole. Therefore, Jade was my sister. Sorry about not being adorable, Jade said. I tried, but I'm terrible at it. I'm very happy to have a sister, I said to her politely. Nicole will not be with us for long, said Aunt Lydia. She will be leaving Ardua Hall shortly and traveling back to Canada. She will be taking an important message with her. I was astonished. No convert ever went back. It was treason. But, Aunt Lydia, that is against the law, and also God's will is proclaimed by the commanders. Indeed, Aunt Victoria. But as you and Aunt Immortelle have now read a good many of the secret files I have been placing in your way, are you not aware of the deplorable degree of corruption that currently exists in Gilead? So Becca too had been treated to the crime files. The aims of Gilead at the outset were pure and noble, we all agree, she said. But they have been subverted and sullied by the selfish and the power-mad. You must wish to see that set right. Yes, said Becca, nodding. We do wish it. Remember, too, your vows. You pledged yourselves to help women and girls. I trust you meant that. Yes, Aunt Lydia, I said. We did. This will be helping them. Now that I have told you, every minute that passes in which you do not divulge the secret to the eyes will count as treachery. Needless to say, I myself will be executed, and if Nicole won't comply, they'll kill her. That's emotional blackmail, Nicole said. Your juvenile notions of fairness do not apply here, said Aunt Lydia. She turned to the two of us. You are, of course, free to make your own decisions. I will leave the room. Nicole, come with me. Becca's eyes were wide and frightened, as mine must have been. We have to do it, Becca said. We can't let them die. Nicole is your sister, and Aunt Lydia is asking for obedience and loyalty. Remember how she rescued us, both of us. When the Thanksgiving ceremony was less than a week away, Aunt Lydia called us to her office again. I have arranged a room for Nicole at one of our country retreat houses. But it is you, Aunt Immortelle, who will be going in Nicole's stead. She herself will take your place, and will travel as a Pearl Girl to Canada. Then I won't be going, said Becca, dismayed. You will go later, said Aunt Lydia. I suspected it was a lie, even then.
As I was sitting in the Schlafly Café, having my late afternoon cup of mint tea, Aunt Elizabeth hurried in. Aunt Lydia, she wailed, there have been eyes and angels in Ardua Hall. You didn't sanction this. Calm yourself, I said. My own heart was beating fast and thick. Where exactly were they? In the print shop. They confiscated all our Pearl Girls brochures. Aunt Wendy protested, and I'm sorry to say she was arrested. This is unprecedented, I said, rising to my feet. I shall demand a meeting with Commander Judd immediately. I headed for my office. Judd was there before me. So much for our agreed-on sacred separate sphere. The eyes and angels have greatly overstepped the bounds of decency, not to mention those of custom and law. All in the service of your good name, Aunt Lydia. We came to the conclusion that the microdots I informed you about must have been passed to and fro through the unwitting agency of the brochures that the Pearl Girls were distributing. He paused to note my response. You astonish me. I was wondering what had taken them so long. Do you have proof? We raided the Ardua Hall print shop and retained Aunt Wendy for questioning. I cannot believe Aunt Wendy is implicated, I said. That woman has the brain of a guppy. So we have concluded. She will recover from the shock in the Calm and Balm clinic, he said. I have long had my doubts about Aunt Vidala, I said. Aunt Helena and Aunt Elizabeth also have clearance for the print shop, and I myself have always been the one to place the new brochures in the hands of our departing Pearl Girls, so I ought to be under suspicion as well. Aunt Lydia, you must have your little jokes, he said. But we must not leave the perpetrator at large. Both you and I will be accused of laxness to the point of treachery for letting Mayday run rings around us, right under our noses here in Ardua Hall. The situation is critical. There's a way to redeem ourselves, he said. Baby Nicole must be produced immediately and put on full display. It would be even more efficacious if I could announce her betrothal to myself and have the subsequent wedding ceremony broadcast. You and I would be untouchable then. Brilliant, as usual, I said. But you are married. How is the health of my wife? Better than it was, I said, but not as good as it might be. How can he have been so obvious as to have employed rat poison? Shunammite is in fact making a recovery. I fear she will have a relapse, I said. He sighed. Oh, I will pray for her release from suffering. And I'm sure your prayers will be answered soon. We gazed at each other across my desk. How soon? He could not resist asking. Soon enough, I said.
Two days before Becca and I were supposed to receive our strands of pearls, we had an unexpected visit from Aunt Lydia during our private evening prayers. Please, call Nicole. There is an emergency, said Aunt Lydia. She was breathing more quickly than usual. Aunt Lydia, are you well? Becca asked anxiously. Nicole came in and asked if everything was okay. No, said Aunt Lydia. Commander Judd has just raided our printing press. He has learned that Jade is baby Nicole, and is determined to marry her as soon as possible. They can't make me marry him, said Nicole. You and Nicole must leave tomorrow, said Aunt Lydia to me. But we don't have our pearls or the dresses. I will bring the necessary items to you later tonight, said Aunt Lydia. I have already arranged a pass identifying Nicole as an immortelle. Aunt Helena will notice Nicole is gone, I said, and they'll wonder why Aunt Immortelle is still here. Indeed. Therefore, I must ask you to perform a special service, Aunt Immortelle. Please conceal yourself for at least 48 hours after the other two have left. Perhaps in the library? Not there, said Becca. There's no room. I'm sure you'll think of something. Our entire mission depends on you. It is a great deal of responsibility. A renewed Gilead can be possible only through you, and you would not want the others to be caught and hanged. No, Aunt Lydia, Becca whispered. Thinking cap on, said Aunt Lydia brightly. We should make it look as if Nicole has climbed over the wall, said Becca. That way they won't look inside Ardua Hall. I'll have to hide inside it somewhere. What an intelligent idea, Anne Immortelle, said Aunt Lydia. Perhaps Nicole will oblige us by writing a note to that effect. She can say that she realizes she is unsuitable as an aunt. That will not be hard to believe. At 10 o'clock, Aunt Lydia reappeared at the door with everything we needed. Here is a map, with the route marked. Get off at the X. The passwords there will be Mayday and June Moon. I can now tell both of you that if you do in fact reach Canada, there is a not insignificant chance that you may, I say may, be reunited with your mother, she said. I have prayed so long for such an outcome, I said. Success is not a foregone conclusion, said Aunt Lydia. Guess I'll write that note and go to bed, said Nicole, after Aunt Lydia had gone. Once she was out of the room, Becca said, I really wish I was going with you. I really wish you were coming too, I said. But you'll be protecting us, and I'll find a way to get you out later, I promise. I don't think there is a way, said Becca. Aunt Lydia said 48 hours, if you can hide that long. I know where, said Becca. On the roof, in the water cistern. No, Becca, that's too dangerous. Why don't I just not go? You don't have a choice. If you stay here, what will happen to Nicole? There must be a way we can take you, I said. Pearl girls only ever travel in twos. We wouldn't get far. I'll be with you in spirit. Thank you, Becca, I said. You are a sister to me. I'll think of you as birds, flying away, she said. A bird of the air will carry the voice. I will pray for you, I said. It did not seem adequate. And I for you. The next morning, Nicole and I slipped out quietly while the birds were chirping. We walked quickly along the pathway towards the statue of Aunt Lydia. Just as we got to it, Aunt Vidala came around the corner of the adjacent building, walking resolutely. She peered at Nicole. That's the new girl, Jade. She isn't supposed to... She reached out her hand and grabbed Nicole's strand of pearls, which broke. Nicole did something with her fist. It was so fast I hardly saw it. But Aunt Vidala crumpled to the ground. Help me, said Nicole. She took Aunt Vidala by the feet and dragged her behind the base of the statue. Is she dead? Don't know, said Nicole. Come on, we need to hurry. We reached the gate, showed our passes, and the angels let us out. There was a black car farther up the street, as Aunt Lydia had said there would be.
My heart was pounding. What if I'd actually killed Aunt Vidala? My left arm had begun to itch again, around the O. Why was it taking so long to heal? Our car went through a couple of checkpoints, passports, angels peering in the window to make sure we were us. But Agnes had told me to let the driver do the talking, and he did. Pearl girls, this and that, and how noble we were. In Portsmouth, New Hampshire, the driver of our car let us out at the bus station where we waited, and finally a bus came. About 10 miles along, there was another checkpoint. One of the angels said, "You're very brave, heading into Sodom." Agnes had the Ardua Hall knack of keeping her face flat and calm. "We are simply doing our service for Gilead," she said. The bus took the scenic route, winding along the coast. It was slow, and it wasn't until around 5 in the afternoon when we got off in a town with a shabby convenience store. Inside the store, Agnes went up to a middle-aged econo man working the coffee counter. "2 coffees, please," said Agnes. He shoved them across the counter. "It's warm for a May day," said Agnes. "It's not May," he said. "Of course not," she said. "My mistake. There's a June moon." "You need to use the washroom," he said. "It's through that door." We went through the door. It wasn't a washroom. It was an outside shed with old fish nets, a stack of buckets. "Here's your new stuff," said the man. "We need to get a move on." The clothes were practical. Jeans, hiking boots. Once I got the silver dress off and those clothes on, I began to feel more like myself. Now that I was about to leave Gilead forever, I was feeling homesick. The miles went by. The moon had risen above the clouds, silvering the black outlines of the treetops. I fell asleep and dreamed of Becca. The night slid by in silence. After a while, we turned down a narrow side road. Water glinted ahead. We pulled in beside what looked like a private dock. There was a motorboat with someone sitting in it. I poked Agnes in the ribs, and she started awake. "Boat time. Let's go." Our driver was gone before we were halfway to the boat. The person in the boat called to us softly. The motor was electric and very quiet. There was a crescent moon, and the water was reflecting it. "Look," Agnes whispered. "I've never seen anything so beautiful. It's like a trail of light." At that moment, I felt older than her. We were almost outside Gilead now, and she was going to a new place, but I was going home. The mist was rising. The shores were vague. "There she is," the man said finally. I could see a darker shadow out on the water. "The Nellie J. Banks, your ticket to paradise."
Aunt Vidala was discovered lying behind my statue in a comatose condition by elderly Aunt Clover. The conclusion the paramedics came to was that she'd had a stroke. A broken Pearl Girl's necklace was found in the vicinity. I paid Aunt Vidala a visit in the intensive care unit. She was lying with her eyes closed and a tube going into her nose. "How is our dear Aunt Vidala?" I asked the nursing aunt on duty. "She's in a coma. They're afraid her speech might be affected." "If she recovers," I said. "When she recovers," the nurse said reproachfully. Before leaving, I pocketed a small vial of morphine, foresight being a cardinal virtue. While we were taking our lunchtime places in the refectory, Aunt Helena commented on the absence of Aunt Victoria and Aunt Immortelle. "I believe they are fasting," I said. "They are hoping for guidance during their upcoming mission." "Commendable," said Aunt Helena. "Where is our new convert, Jade?" "Perhaps she is ill," I said. "I will go and see," said Aunt Helena. Aunt Helena hurried back, clutching Nicole's note, giddy with the excitement of her discovery. The girl, Jade, had eloped. "With a plumber," Aunt Helena added. "That is unfortunate," I said.
Captain Mishimango shook our hands. He had 2 fingers missing. "There's a place for you to sleep, in the hold. If there's an inspection, Coast Guard. It won't be thorough. It's guys we know." He rubbed his fingers together, which I knew meant money. We reached our sleeping place by going down a ladder. My God love tattoo was bothering me, and I had to lie on my right side to avoid squashing it. I wondered if I had blood poisoning. We woke up when it was still dark because the ship was rocking. Agnes climbed out of our metal box and went up the ladder to see what was happening. I wanted to go too, but I really wasn't feeling well. She came back down with a thermos of tea. We'd reach the ocean, she said. You think this is going to work? I asked finally. It's not in our hands, she said. By the beginning of our second day, I was very worried about Nicole. She had a fever. We were still in Gileadian waters, and around noon there was a Coast Guard inspection. Nicole and I shut the door of our metal box from the inside, and we stayed absolutely quiet. Later that day there was engine trouble. Captain Mishimengo seemed worried. Without power we'd be swept out to sea, or else we'd be wrecked on the Canadian shore, and the ship would be impounded and the crew arrested. For supper there were chicken sandwiches, but Nicole wasn't hungry and wanted to sleep. May I feel your forehead? Her skin was burning hot. I would just like to say that I'm happy you are my sister, I told her. I am too, she said. Do you think we'll ever see our mother? I have faith that we will. Do you think she'll like us? She will love us. I'd like to pray for you, so you'll feel better. By the time I'd finished, Nicole was asleep. I heard footsteps coming down the metal ladder. It was Captain Mishimengo. We need to offload you, he said. Now? But it's night. Sorry, we're low on power. We're now in Canadian waters, but nowhere close to where we're supposed to take you. We can't get to a harbor. It's too dangerous for us. The tide is against us. We'll put you in an inflatable. She's not well, I said, indicating Nicole. Can it be tomorrow? No. The tide's turning. Miss this window and you'll be swept out to sea. The Nellie J. Banks was moving away from us. I could feel the tide gripping the inflatable. Hold my flashlight, Nicole said, so she could start the motor. We were moving quickly. There were lights on the shore to our left, very far away, but then the motor died. What happened? Electrical short, I think. Now we have to row. Row? Yeah, with the oars. I can only use my good arm. Okay, when I say go, put the oar in the water and pull. I don't know how. Just do it, said Nicole. Now. When I say go, pull the oar towards you. We'll be swept away. No, we won't. Not if you try. Now go. And go. That's it. Go. Go.
Aunt Vidala has opened her eyes. She's not yet said anything. Does she have a mind in there? Any denunciation she makes of me to a nurse will go straight to the eyes. I must take precautions. Rumor at Ardua Hall has it that her stroke was the result of some shock, or even of some attack. From the heel marks in the soil, it would appear that she was dragged around to the back of my statue. She has been removed from the intensive care unit to a recovery ward, and Aunt Elizabeth and Aunt Helena are taking turns sitting beside her bed, each suspicious of the other, so it is not possible for me to be with her alone. The elopement note has been the subject of much speculation. Aunt Elizabeth gave it as her opinion that there was something very suspicious about the whole affair. I agreed with her and said we must await developments. Commander Judd was not so easily deflected. He called me into his office for an emergency meeting. "You've lost baby Nicole." He was trembling with suppressed rage and also fear. To have had baby Nicole within his grasp and to have let her slip, this would not be forgiven by the council. Who else knows her identity? No one else? You, me, and Nicole herself, of course. How could you let this happen? To bring her into Gilead, then allow her to be whisked away? It was more enjoyable than I can well express to watch Judd writhe, but I put on a dismal face. Either she really has absconded, or she's been abducted. If the latter, those responsible must be working with Mayday. I was buying time. One is always buying something. I had good reason to hope that my messengers were well on their way, carrying with them the seeds of Gilead's collapse. Not for nothing had I been photographing the Ardua Hall top classification crime files over so many years. The Works Department has investigated the shortage of water complained of by the aunts living in doorways A and B, and has discovered poor Aunt Immortelle in the cistern, blocking the outlet. Don't think I am not saddened by her loss, but I remind myself that it was a willing sacrifice. "It's a terrible scandal," said Aunt Elizabeth. "We will cover it up," I said. But speculation grew. 2 Pearl girls had passed through the gate. The angels on duty swore to that, and their papers were in order. Was one of them Aunt Victoria? Who was the second Pearl girl? Then news came that 2 Pearl girls had been spotted at the Portsmouth bus station in New Hampshire. Commander Judd ordered a search operation. The orders were to shoot, to kill. "That is somewhat harsh," I said. "They are inexperienced. They must have been misled." "Under the circumstances, a dead baby Nicole is much more useful to us than a living one," he said. "It's clear she was a plant, inserted into Gilead under false pretenses. Alive, she could pull both of us down. The long knives will come out, and not just for me. Your reign at Ardua Hall will be over." He loves me. He loves me not. "Very true," I said. "Some in our country are unfortunately obsessed with vengeful payback. They do not believe that you have always acted for the best, especially in your winnowing operations." I had a flashback, not for the first time. In my brown sackcloth robe, I raised the gun, aimed, shot. A bullet or no bullet? A bullet. I went to visit Aunt Vidala again. Aunt Elizabeth was on duty, knitting a little cap for a premature baby. Vidala's eyes were closed. She was breathing evenly, worse luck. "Has she spoken yet?" I asked. "No, not a word," said Aunt Elizabeth. "Good of you to be so attentive," I said, "but you must be tired. Go and get a cup of tea." She threw me a suspicious look, but she went. Once she was out of the room, I leaned over and spoke loudly into Vidala's ear. "Wake up." Her eyes opened. She focused on me. Then she whispered with no slurring, "You did this, Lydia. You'll hang for it." "You're tired," I said. "Go back to sleep." She closed her eyes again. I was rummaging in my pocket for the vial of morphine I'd brought with me when Elizabeth walked in. "I forgot my knitting," she said. "Vidala spoke when you were out of the room." "What did she say?" "She must have some brain damage," I said. "She's accusing you of having struck her. She said you were in league with Mayday." "But no one can possibly believe her," Elizabeth said, blanching. "Some might find it expedient to have you denounced. Not all of the commanders appreciated the ignominious exit of Dr. Grove." She sat down. "This is a disaster." "We've been in tight spots before, Elizabeth. Remember the thank tank? We both made it out of that." "You were so bolstering, Lydia," she said. "Such a shame About Vidala's allergies, I said. I hope she won't suffer an asthmatic attack while sleeping. I notice that her pillow needs rearranging. 2 birds with 1 stone. If so, how satisfactory, and a diversion that will create more runway. The clock ticks, the minutes pass. I wait. I wait. Fly well, my messengers, my silver doves, my destroying angels. Land safely.
The waves were very high, and the tide was fast, and it was sweeping us out to sea. I thought we were going to die. Aunt Lydia's message would be lost, and all the sacrifices would be for nothing. "Keep going!" Nicole shouted. The sound of the waves hitting the shore was close, but it was so dark I couldn't see where the shore was. Then a big wave came right into the boat, and Nicole called, "Row! Row for your life!" There was a crunch, which must have been gravel, and another big wave came, and the inflatable tipped sideways, and we were hurled up onto the land. I was on my knees in the water. Nicole threw her arms around me. "We made it!" she shouted. "I sure as hell hope this is the right shore." She was laughing, but also gasping for air.
I'm so proud of Agnes. After that night, she was really my sister. She kept on going, even though she was at the end, which was a good thing because by that time I was delirious. My left arm felt as if it wasn't mine. We clambered over rocks and sloshed through pools of water, slipping and sliding. Someone shouted from a cliff overhead, "There they are!" I was too tired to yell back. And then someone picked me up and started carrying me. And then I blacked out. They airlifted us to the Campobello Refugee Medical Center and stuffed antibiotics into me. Agnes was there beside the bed, holding my hand. Ada was there beside her, and Elijah and Garth. My sister said to me, "It's a miracle. You saved our lives." "You're all over the news," said Ada. "Sisters defy the odds. Baby Nicole's daring escape from Gilead." "Also the document cache," said Elijah. "It's explosive. So many crimes, among the top brass in Gilead. The Canadian media are releasing one disruptive secret after another, and soon heads will roll. Our Gilead source really came through for us." "Is Gilead gone?" I said. "Not yet," said Elijah, "but it's the beginning." I think I went to sleep. Then I was awake again. "Does she still have a fever?" said a voice. "What happened?" I said. "Shh," said my sister. "It's all right. Our mother is here." I opened my eyes, and it was very bright, but there was a woman standing there. She looked sad and happy, both at once. She was crying a little. I felt it must be her, so I reached up my arms. "My darling girls," she said. She smelled right. It was like an echo of a voice you can't quite hear. Then I went back to sleep.
And so we come to my end. It's late. Too late for Gilead to prevent its coming destruction. I'm sorry I won't live to see it, the conflagration, the downfall. And it's late in my life. And it's late at night. A cloudless night, as I observed while walking here. The full moon is out, casting her equivocal corpse glow over all. 3 eyes saluted me as I passed them. In moonlight, their faces were skulls, as mine must have been to them. They will come too late, the eyes. My messengers have flown. I'll make a quick exit. A needleful or 2 of morphine will do it. If I allowed myself to live, I would disgorge too much truth.